because it's been like 2 months that I guess we're kind of broke. We got together for a little bit and then broke up again.
Yeah, I thought you guys
So
broke up ages ago.
yeah, I mean that definitely fits the Venus retrograde. When did you kind of start? Was that just today, or like when did that kind of rejoining energy kind of, because yeah, that's often like the Venus retrograde can be kind of a time of reflection, but it's also like a review period, and it often is like, you know, it's sort of like when these go retrograde, it's almost like the idea of going in your closet and kind of cleaning out a bunch of old stuff, you know, kind of reviewing and going over things. So in the relational sphere and the relational area of life, that can happen as well, where like old relationships come together, or like something that was a spark in the past, and there's some kind of like either a rejoining or, you know, kind of a review, you know, or some kind of a reconciliation period. So I was just wondering, like, for you with that, like, was that like just timing wise, was it like a week ago or just today, or like I'm just curious what the timing was.
Yeah, well, it worked out. So starting that, I think it was 17th, and then till today, and then today it's like, yeah, I'll talk to you, or plan to do a whole Christmas day together.
Yeah, so that fits precisely when Venus has been what's called stationing. So it stations for like it starts slowing down about a week or two before it retrogrades, but it also does what's called a station, which is about like 4 days before and 4 days after, roughly 4 or 5 days. It's in its stationing period. So yeah, it sounds like timing wise, right when it's stationed is when you, like you were saying, the 17th, and then I think it literally technically went retrograde like this morning. So yeah, it sounds like it's timed with that.
Yeah, that's really cool. Something useful the stars are good for.
It's a great time for reconciliation. Yeah, like if there was like feelings about someone that, you know, weren't really resolved, there's some kind of like it's generally not a great time to like start a brand new romantic relationship, like to go out dating and totally try to meet someone new. Often if a relationship starts under Venus retrograde, very frequently after Venus goes direct, that relationship will kind of separate. So it's actually usually not like a time to spark a brand new thing. But if there's like old feelings, or like, you know, feelings that were there, you know, previously that were either kind of buried or like unresolved, it's like a great time to, that's why I was saying, like going back in the closet and kind of going out and kind of, you know, reviewing things and kind of, you know, yeah. So it's like perfect for that, like something that was unresolved in the past, that it's sort of time to like, you know, review it and to potentially resolve it. And there can be a lot of like, you know, reconciliation, you know, relationship reconciliation is kind of a perfect thing within the Venus retrograde time period. That's very common and can be really kind of helpful as a time for that.
It's like too, a lot of the conflicts or problems we had in the past had just solved themselves over the last couple months.
Yeah, for me it's like rejuvenation. Yeah, so I repaired my leather jacket, for example. It's 43-year-old leather jacket. I got it in 1988. It was designed and made in 1978. So I bought it secondhand, and I've had it ever since. I've done security work in it. It's been everywhere with me. And I noticed there was some mold on it from last year's humid weather, and there was mold, you know, because I hadn't worn it for a while. So today I decided to get some of the old my cleaning equipment that I use in the military, the brushes and that, and then some leather lotion, which I years ago, and rejuvenated the leather. Looks really nice now. 43-year-old jacket, still kicking it. One of a few that I've got leather jackets, but this is the rough and tumble one, the one that I wear, that, you know, when I was on the door, if I'm, you know, going out and not wanting to look too smart, but rough and ready. That was the one. Cost me £100 second hand, and even then that was expensive back in 1988. £100 for a second hand leather jacket that was 10 years old. It is now 43 years old. So glad. Remember, people go out there and they buy brand new jackets that have been made to look old, you know, but this is an original old jacket. So I always feel proud when I wear it. Very well worn in. What do you think, guys? Rejuvenation. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah. school style. The brushes that I'm using, I used when I was in the army as well to clean my boots. They're there. Still got those. I brought them with me to Japan.
What'd you do in the army?
I was a Royal Engineer.
Okay, cool.
I was in the Army Cadets for 3 years, and then I was in the Army, what we call the Territorial Army. So it's part-time. You go in like twice a week, and then weekends you go out on, training. So basically, yeah, I did that for 2 years only.
Sounds like
My
the
brother
equivalent.
stayed-
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
my brother went on for 5 years, but I stayed for 2. I left because I wasn't getting promoted. I was fed up, so I just left. Fuck it. But my younger brother stayed on 5 years. But yeah, but I keep my equipment. I always try and keep my stuff in good condition, And the fact that it's 43-year-old leather jacket, I mean, that's great, and it still works. Sorry, yeah, carry on, mate. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anyone. I just thought you might be interested.
No, that's really powerful.
Talking about rejuvenation and things like that. So funny thing is, that's what I did over the weekend. I did that, and I repaired my hiking boots. I repaired my son's baseball trousers or pants. Yeah, that kind of thing at the weekend. That's what I spent doing. And then you feel good,
I just spent the weekend fixing bikes too.
Right, yeah. What did you have to fix?
Oh, it's like, I guess not really fixing as much as changing stuff. I had to put on new foot pegs because I had some foot pegs I didn't quite trust for off-roading. Changed my headlight height because it was flashing drivers in the eyes. I gave my girlfriend some new mirrors, and then we had to put some heated grips on her bike.
Okay, yeah. What bike is that you riding now? Because you said you had off-road pegs. So what's that? What bike are you riding?
DR650.
Oh yeah, I know the bike. The Suzuki DR650. Yeah, yeah. That bike there, my friend had one. When my friend had that bike, I had the XR 600. So
Yeah,
yeah,
the
nice
XRs
bike.
are nice.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, you got electric start. Yeah, nice big exhaust at the back of that. It's a quiet bike, isn't it? That's 650. With your standard exhaust on it. With the standard exhaust, it's a quiet bike.
Yeah, with the standard exhaust, it's pretty quiet.
Yeah. But yeah, it's got a nice height to it as well. My friend had short legs, so he had to drop the suspension height a little bit, but then that just wrecked the handling in the end, because it's better sitting up high and you get full range movement in the suspension. So yeah,
we've used the lowering link for Liz as well because she's a bit shorter, obviously.
Yeah. I had do you know the Acerbis kit? What they use on the Dakar and that, the large tank and the full extension protectors, handlebar. Yeah, I had all that set up on my XR and ran through handlebars. It was brilliant, man. Loved it. No ignition key, so you just kick and go, and then a cut-off switch. That was it. No battery. Nothing.
Would make it probably more reliable.
Yeah, that was the number one best off-road bike I ever ridden. That was. And I had the Paris Dakar Africa Twin 750. I had the Honda Dominator XL 500, XL 250, KLR 650, KLR 600, on the off-road scene. And that XR was the best. I even had a Suzuki DR 350 as well. That one I put a service kit on that as well. Love that one. That's a nice bike, the DR 350. Very high compression. But yeah. Nice machine. I ended up burning out the piston rings in the end. The piston rings were totally worn out, so I had to have an engine rebuild from the top end up, and from the piston up really. And I ordered the stuff from America, Wiseco, I think they were known as, big bore kit. So I turned it from a 350 to a 400, and had the cylinder bored out. It was nice. Thoroughly enjoyed doing that. and then I sold it on to get a CBR 400RR after that. So yeah, it's nice when you. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I had a motorcycle once. I had what was it? A Yamaha DT 250, 1979.
Nice bike.
Yeah,
nice
but I was living in Los
Beautiful.
Angeles at the time, and it was too dangerous. I was like, I'm not gonna see 25 if I keep riding this thing.
But it's a nice bike. Those classic bikes are coming back in now. So they're all coming back in now. So they're nice to see. 2 strokes. The DT, nice bike that was. So it's pretty popular in London. The Yamaha.
Oh, but you're in Japan, so you guys get like all the cool Honda mini bikes, like the Honda Ape. That thing is so cool.
Yeah. I don't particularly like it. You know why? Because in England, when I was riding, you wouldn't be allowed to ride it on the road because the drivers can hardly see you, and you're asking for an accident on one of them things. You know.
Yeah.
But
oh yeah.
But since then, the rules have changed, and I've noticed that people are using them in Britain. So I don't know what happened there. But when I was riding in Britain, you weren't allowed to ride there. They were too small. They were illegal to use on the road. But things have changed, I think. So yeah, nice looking bike, admittedly. The latest 8 model is much bigger now, much more of a presence on the road. Okay, so they're still around, but they've upgraded it, giving it bigger wheels and a higher stance, bigger frame, and it looks good. So you're right, it does look good. The monkey, the ape, the monkey was also known as, wasn't it? Very good bike. But yeah, that Yamaha was popular in Britain. That's what I'm saying. Whilst I was riding.
Yeah. Before that, I had a Honda Ruckus. I don't know if you know what that is. It's like a scooter.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think I know that one.
Oh, you should look it up. Honda made a scooter called the Ruckus. It's pretty cool.
They're pretty cool old, they're pretty cool, exposed
Oh,
frame.
was it a military-looking thing? Military-looking
with
thing.
Off-road-looking tires.
Yeah, I know it now. Yeah.
Yeah, I took the off-road tires off mine.
That was a really cool bike. That was in Britain again. It wasn't popular, but everyone who had one, they always had a crowd around it. It always gathered crowds. That bike, even though there wasn't so many people owning it, because it was a novelty, So people would be looking at it and admiring the lines and the practicality of it, because it was a practical bike for sure.
Yeah, my only complaint, it would go 40 miles an hour downhill. So that was kind of a bummer.
Okay, yeah. A person that I remember having it was working in the film industry, production, whatever, and he had one of those, and he used to carry all the films and his equipment on the back. Had a nice sort of like aluminium, those kind of aluminium strong boxes things. He had one of them fixed to the back, and he had all these films and cameras in that, and it really did look practical, sort of military looking thing. He had it in olive green, military olive green as well, so it looked good. That Ruckus was a good bike. Good for pottering around, and and it was stylish, but it wasn't so popular though. That's the only thing. But whoever had one always seemed to have a crowd around it, talking over the bike and that. Yeah, it attracted a lot of people because of its rarity, I suppose.
Yeah, for me, I was doing kind of weird you say that. I was also working in film production. And I was always having to sit in horrible traffic. So the Ruckus cut down my commute by about 20 minutes each way. So I was 40 minutes of your life every single day. You get 40 extra minutes. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I never did drive in London. I never drove a car in London at all. I never had a driving license, but I had a motorcycle license. To ride 4,000, 1,200 cc, so I passed my test. But I also liked bicycling, you see, so cycling. So I've never ever used there would be no point, because there's always going to be a parking problem in London, you see, and that costs money. Okay, I never used the London transport because that was slow, and I could cycle. So if I'm not using my motorbike, I'm using my push bike. That was my preferred means of transport. And if I didn't need a car, then I would order a minicab, which is like your Uber today. So back in the day, I would order a minicab to pick me up to take me to where I want to go to. You know, rather than a taxi. Taxi's expensive. Minicabs are cheaper. That was the only time I'd use the car. But most of the time, I was always on two wheels, either a bicycle or a motorbike, all the time. I got my driving license here in Japan. Kids and camping and stuff like that had to be done. So yeah.
Jin, you think that the Queen is still alive?
Do you know what? That's a good question, because there was something going on where her window, the palace windows were open. Someone was seen leaving the palace naked, coming. You know, when they tied the sheets together to escape, right? And it was said that the Queen wasn't at home. That was last year, I think, middle of last year. Yeah, middle of last year. So I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question. I haven't seen or heard anything about the Queen, to be honest. But that was the last article that I heard, was that, and it was on a YouTube video, and you saw the guy jumping for safety, right? And then you had the horse guard parade going on, and the guy was escaping from the window, and nothing was said, and the Queen wasn't in the palace at the time, so who knows where she is? I don't know.
Hey, I was conversing.
It's a good question, but I'm not really a royalist, as you may know, and I'm just got nothing. I don't really look at their lives. I'm not really interested in their lives. It was just that particular video caught my eye, so I thought, well, what's going on here? And then it kind of like alluded to the fact that she wasn't there in the palace. Where is the Queen, kind of thing? Who knows?
Yeah, I was conversing with some conspiracy type people, and they were just commenting how she's been absent in at a lot of different events, and there's all these various news articles talking about how she's going to have to miss this appointment. She's not going to be seen for a little while longer.
Yeah,
something like that.
Does make you wonder. I mean, my first reaction would be maybe because she's like 96 or something, so she might be frail, perhaps. And they don't want to let us know what's going on with the royal family as such. But I've never been one to really. I mean, I when I was in the military, I said to them, I'd never die for the Queen, because the Queen is not my Queen. Remember, they slaved my ancestors, so why would I want to die for a Queen? No. I said that. That's when I started to wake up. You see, because the likelihood of going to war didn't sit well with me. You know what I mean? Why am I going to kill? You see, and what for the Queen? What if the war is illegal? I was thinking. You know what I mean? So in the end, it was coming out of my mouth regularly. No, the Queen's not my Queen. Not my Queen. Got nothing to do. They slaved my ancestors. So my ancestors would be very disappointed if I was to take that as she's my Queen. No one did. No. And then the questions I was asking was, how did they become royal anyway? Obviously, they became royal because they took from the ordinary people, the poor. That's how they got ahead, by killing, pillaging, and raping and whatever. So I can't support that. No, I'm as royal as anybody else in that case. Then, fuck. How did they get royal?
You know what that reminds me of? When the one lady was missing, Judge Sotomayor.
Okay, yeah.
Remember, everyone's like, "Where's Judge?" So no one's seen her. Where is she?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Then it turned out, she died. Yeah, how long ago? Right?
Yeah. What happened?
Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, vaguely.
Platypus, do you remember that?
Oh yeah, totally. No, I brought it up because I'm okay. I just typed in Queen Elizabeth and I hit up the news. First, okay, I have not even checked the news today. I swear to God. Listen to this. First thing that pops up: Queen Elizabeth cancels Christmas at Standogram.
Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth reportedly to skip Christmas trip.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just been canceling left and right. I can't imagine. I don't know.
It's very strange. I remember that what I said about the article that I saw on the YouTube middle of last year, June, July, August period. A guy leaving the palace naked, climbing out of a window at the end of sheets. and then you had the military horse guards marching by on their parade, and it was that was accidentally recorded by a observer of the event, yeah. And this guy was escaping, and at the time the Queen wasn't in the palace, and the question was asked, "Where's the Queen? Well, wasn't she at home?" Blah blah blah. So, and I haven't looked since then. I just haven't looked until you mentioned it now. So there you are.
So it's a hoax video for a TV show. What you're talking about?
Was it?
For a TV, it's for an E channel called Royals.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's right. Yeah, Royals. Yeah, I wasn't sure what it was, but you know, admittedly, we haven't heard much from the Queen anyway, have we? Really, she hasn't been seen in public for a while.
Because who's the next person that would be like the Queen?
It would be Prince Charles who's in line to the front. It would be Prince Charles. Now, if he wants to abdicate that or go that, then it would be not Harry, but Harry's brother. What's his name?
William.
William. Thank you very much. Yeah, so William would be the next in line.
And they're both the daughter or the daughters, the sons of the Diana, right? The one that died.
Yeah, Princess Diana. That's correct. Yeah. But I think Charles will be king because that's what he wants. I mean, he's going to have to want that. He'll be king for a short while, no doubt about it. He's not going to forego that at all. He's going to definitely be it. When the Queen passes, it will be Prince Charles king for a short while, and then he'll pass on, and then the son. That's definitely what's going to happen. Couldn't understand why he wanted to marry, what's her name? Camilla Parker Bowles, when he was already married to Diana.
I've met her a couple of times. She's really nice.
Don't know. I'm not into the royals. Not into their world.
I'm a member of the Illuminati, so I get to meet those kind of people. You see.
Yeah, the royals. What are they? A bloody abomination on humanity. That's why we're in all this mess. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the other day they're talking about something that Harry was up to. That his living it rough on his like 17 room or bedroom mansion. That it was just crazy. Like listing out the stuff it had. Like it was a bowling alley, a movie theater, like a sauna, mini golf course, Olympic-sized swimming pool. All these things, right? It says like he's gonna rough it out and stay at home for Christmas, not planning to go back home to Buckingham Palace. And I'm like, duh, right? Why would you leave at that? Like you make it seem like he's gonna be like, sitting around with Netflix and his, like lying like slippers or something,
Yeah.
Well, that's his new Hollywood life, right? That he's given up his royal title.
Royal
and is no
title.
longer like he's still a member of the family, but he's no longer a royal. So that would just be Hollywood money from reality shows or whatever he's up to now.
Yeah. That's all right. I mean, that's his choice. Good luck to him.
Yeah, I can understand wanting to leave the family. It would be
bunch of weirdo.
Pretty oppressive position to be in as a young man.
Yeah, you're always pretending to be smiling all the time. You're not yourself, are you?
Oh, I remember when we talked about this. It was because that Duke or Count Dankula. It was like some sort of thing where he just got let out of prison because he made his dog do a Nazi salute, or trained his dog to do a Nazi salute.
That was very funny.
But it turned out he wasn't royalty. It was just like an internet name. Because I was like, it's interesting how the Count, they'll slam, right? And make him, send him to prison. But the prince can actually dress up like an SS agent
That's right. Yeah.
and nothing happens. Because, oh, he's just being a kid.
Yeah, he did apologise for that, but I think that's all overplayed anyway, because the Nazis didn't commit such atrocities that they said they did anyway regarding the Jews. It's all bullshit anyway, right? We all know that. So, that's what I mean. I don't really get involved in that stuff. I can't put any energy into it. It's just something that's happening whilst I'm alive, you know what I mean?
Just because this is being live streamed, no, I don't agree with that. And like, it's, I would be mindful of saying that kind of stuff too. That's like,
this is the thing. Only because you're frightened of maybe getting this channel shut down. I understand that, but
yeah, you'll get Geo's channel shut down.
That. Yeah,
it's a crime in the United States.
Fact. I appreciate that fact, but it's that information is readily available all over the internet, Wikipedia. It's all there. So I'm not saying anything out of line as such.
No, committing a crime and exposing Geo to risk.
I'm not ready. I'm not.
Yeah, Geo is not.
By death.
Geo is not Prince Harry.
Yeah.
If you do any sort of a Nazi apologetics and you're not the royal family, that is a crime, apparently. It's like they let you know that the rules don't apply to them.
Well, dressing up like a Nazi is not a crime. Denying that the Holocaust happened is a crime in certain countries.
Yeah, but when you follow the timeline and the maps, you realize that what they said is a lie, and the people who have claimed to have been there have been caught lying. And at the end of the war, the Jewish population actually increased. It didn't decrease, it actually increased. And then the Red Cross in their official document, in their official documentation, which I can give you. Yeah, right, because he's a wanker.
He can't. He doesn't want to hear you talk. So now, but instead he'll just go to the live stream and then listen to you and then report it later.
Yeah, that's right, because he's a wanker like that, and he knows what I think, and he knows what I told him to his face. The fact is, the Red Cross put the number at 270,000 to 280,000 people died. That was it. That's their official number. And when you try and find the bodies, you cannot find them. They don't exist. And when you look at the actual the room where they were supposed to be burnt, cremated or incinerated, it was too small, and you couldn't burn the bodies fast enough. Not possible. Not even today's modern cremation and crematoriums can do it with the best technology and gas. So it's just a lie. They lied about the numbers. And the holding rooms where they were held in the rooms, and the door could be opened from the inside. So it's all bullshit. That's a fact, and I'll tell any Jew that to their face. Stupid bastard people, honestly.
Whistleblowers at SpaceX talked about widespread sexual harassment.
Wow, really?
Yeah, if you look up the news today, not just sexual harassment, it also alleges racial discrimination. They fired an Asian American because he made funny faces at work.
Well, I mean, these people are saps, aren't they? What saps these people are? Again, what I can only think, the only word that can come out of me is they're just wankers. The likes of me would eat them for breakfast. You know what I mean? That's even at 60, I'd still punish them. They're silly people, weak people, weak. No strength, no integrity, no fiber in them. We're sorry for these people.
Yeah, look at this. Here, whistleblower claims widespread sexual harassment at SpaceX. Accused it of devaluing the mission and employee wellness.
Unbelievable. You know what I mean? Just weak people. And then Elon Musk apparently is going to be paying $1 billion. Was it $11 billion in taxes, apparently?
Yeah, here, it was okay, here it is. Another whistleblower said incident helpline was deleted. HR brushed under the rug. Supervisors never reported. At Elon Musk at SpaceX, sexual
Yeah.
harassment is everywhere.
Yeah, it's funny that, because I heard that was happening also in Amazon. I don't know about the sexual harassment thing, but the racial tensions were quite high in Amazon as well. What's going on with these big conglomerates? Can't even, don't know how to be civil to one another.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These are supposed to be the best of the best, right? They're the best people for the job. They sexual harass women at the workplace.
I mean, why would you, what kind of a wanker would do that, though? Harass a woman, Just ask her nicely, I find you attractive. Would you like to have dinner one night with me? And if she says no, that's the end. Fucking hell, man. What's up with that? Why can't you just accept that? That's done, isn't it? Why do you have to harass the woman? Fool, go and find another woman. Loads of women out there. You're in a good company. You get a good salary coming in. Surely you can attract the right woman if it's the money that they're interested in. Yeah, you know what I mean, though? What a useless human being that cannot connect with the opposite sex in the correct way. That they have to stoop to becoming a stalker and a fucking harassment. That means that guy's mentally disturbed.
And here's a better one. Here's even better. At the same time, whistleblower comes forward saying they lied about the rocket data. They've been manually
Wicked.
Yep, they've been manually entering in all the test data.
Wow. Look at that.
This is like a
full revelation. Oh.
I'll post
music to my ears. Music to my ears, that was. Fuck. There you go.
It's just like full. I mean, it's when they smelt blood in the water after they started suing each other over defense contracts.
Yeah,
that was a perfect time to strike for justice and all the people who have been harmed over the years.
Well done, the whistleblowers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said that on Brandon's. If you look, I said, "God bless whistleblowers."
Well done, man. Well done. I think the Elon Musk thing, with the 11 billion taxes, I don't believe Elon Musk deliberately not paid the tax. That's all part of a scam to make us think that taxes must be paid and you got to pay your tax. Do you know what I mean? Because Elon Musk has been getting financial help from the government, from the NASA. Do you know what I mean? He's not a self-made man. Okay, maybe he was responsible for introducing the PayPal system, I do believe. Yeah. So he made some of his money there, but ever since then, to become like either the richest or the second richest man amongst all these businesses, it's all been planned for him. So if he's not paying $11 billion, that was what they planned for him not to do, because they're playing a role to deceive us. That's what they're doing now. So I don't believe that he didn't pay $11 billion. No, that's not what he didn't do. That's bullshit. That was the plan that you planned for him not to do that. So that then that's big news. Another distraction, smokescreen. So he pays 11 billion. You think, oh well, he's paying 11 billion. Oh really? Fuck off.
See, look at this, Jen. SpaceX engineers manually log data about rocket parts test into spreadsheets. It made it very slow because no one trusted the spreadsheets contained up-to-date data. So I'm saying even they don't trust their own data. Why would I trust it? Why would anyone trust it? Even if you think that what they're doing is somehow legit, why are you trusting their data? It's fake. They're faking it. They're fudging it.
Yeah.
They're manually entering in the data. This isn't scientific.
Yeah. It's not. Yeah. I mean, Generism highlighted that with the Himawari supposed satellite that's out there, a million miles away, whatever, taking the pictures of Earth, and he showed us the whole Japanese program and the layers and how they do it, and all the data is already programmed to change the cloud position and everything, all layered. So I'm not surprised at all to hear that, but I'm glad to hear it in the way that it's come out as a leak. Yeah, nice.
And here's another one too that supernova that we're supposed to see later in 2022
Okay, go on.
canceled.
Why
Yeah,
was it
apparently
cancelled? Why is it
a
cancelled?
typo gave the wrong prediction.
Oh,
So
really?
not going to happen. Yep. They said they don't know when it's going to happen. They know it's going to happen, but they can't predict it.
Yeah, I mean,
So they
they're
can't
going to be
predict,
well, they're going to
right?
be, yeah, well, they can never predict anyway, but they're going to be deploying this new Webb telescope, aren't they? Yeah. James Webb telescope's coming out, I think. Is it James Webb?
Yeah, they're going to fake that too, right?
Yeah, of course they're going to fake that. But that was, I thought they were going to use that to see the supernova, perhaps. Would have been a perfect chance to get that to work. Or
Yeah,
get the
but
Hubble.
maybe they couldn't fake it. They wanted to fake it, but like, damn, with this new telescope up there,
Yeah,
you know, they're like, oh, well, that's too much data now.
all right.
But the big thing too is like they can't predict. You know, I said, oh, the flat Earth can't predict. The flat Earth model can't predict. Neither can the globe. Matter of fact, it is off by so much that all 2021, these comets, these events, none of it was predicted. And their predictions turned out to be wrong.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's the gun-ho attitude with the prediction. You know, they're swarmy with it as well. You know, we can predict. Shut up. You couldn't predict when you're going to go to the fucking toilet. Shut up. You're not predicting anything. When you see this thing going on for eons or being observed, you're just going reverse engineering everything. You're not predicting anything. Okay, no, a prediction would be the Queen is going to get younger, you know, in 5 years' time. Now, if she does, that's predicting. You know what I mean? But, you know, to say that tomorrow is going to be Tuesday and then January is coming after December, I predict. You know what I mean? That's what it's like. It's just ridiculous.
Here, check this story out. Man, of course, Florida man, probably, right? Oh, no, it's
Yeah.
New York. Okay. Okay, so New York. Man covered in sanitizer bursts into flames after a shot with taser.
Wow. Is that real? I can't believe that's real.
Yeah, look it up. It threw me out. I thought it was Florida because it's posted on Miami Herald. But yeah, apparently it happened in New York.
How did he get covered in sanitizer?
I'm not. He was okay. If I click on the story here, he was at the police station for some reason, and
Right.
apparently a scuffle broke out, and then they decided to tase him. The story isn't very clear.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. I mean, that's why I'm thinking that's a bit odd, isn't it? How did he get covered in sanitizer? And then the taser, it's that flammable that the taser can spark it up and it goes up in flames. I mean, come on.
Okay, so this happened back in October. We're just finally hearing. That's the one thing, like the government, how efficient, right? You're just hearing about it now, like 2.5 months later or 2 months later.
Yeah, no, that smells like fake news to me. You know. You know. So did he die or did he get injured or what? From the burn?
Yeah, he's been at the burn unit.
Fucking hell. Can you imagine that? I mean, wow. How much sanitizer was he covered in? How did it happen? You know, I mean, he would have to be hosed down to go up. Usually when you go to get your sanitizer, it's in a container with a pump action container. You get your hand on it, pump. How are you going to get covered in this shit? How? How are you going to end up in a situation where you're going up in smoke?
Okay, so this is apparently he was brought to the police station because he was experiencing a mental health episode.
Okay.
At some point, he gets into a conflict with police officers who feared for their life, and they tried to tase. Yeah. Police have repeatedly declined requests for comment, and the investigation is still underway.
Yeah, you know, it stinks that you know they were feared for their life. The man was unarmed. You know what I mean? You know, one man, 10 of them, one of him, and they were feared for their lives, and they had their pistols. And that's bullshit. You know they're lying. You know they're lying. It was a lie. Yeah, they they've done some shenanigans, and now it's come out. But again, that cannot be true that he was covered. How did he get covered in sanitizer? They must have done
Okay,
it.
I guess
must
they
have-
did it. The police
Yeah,
did it.
that's right. That's right.
So it
They
said
did
yeah,
it.
he was
Torture.
yeah, they
Torture.
had covered him with sanitizer. They threw sanitizer on him.
Yeah. And why would they do that? And if he had mental health issues, they should put him in the padded cell and get a psychiatrist in there. That's what you
Yeah.
do.
Like the drunk tank, right? Get him into the drunk tank and get a mental health expert. A
Yeah.
taser didn't solve the problem. A taser made it worse.
Fucking stupid bastards. Taser, 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 like that woman. And now she's crying her eyeballs out. My question is, why did it have to escalate to the taser? Why did you escalate it to that point? All because he had something hanging off his rear view mirror, which is illegal in that state, which is a stupid fucking law. Because you go around the world, people have got all manner of things hanging off the fucking thing. Rosary beads and all sorts. Come on, man. Stupid fools. I don't have anything hanging off mine anyway because I don't like it. I like the nice clean mirror, and that's that. You know, if I want an air freshener, there's a better location to put it. But, you know, it shouldn't be something that you can get tickets for. Do you know what I mean? And now the guy's dead now. Of course, she didn't mean it. I mean, you can tell in her voice there was remorse. You know, but what a stupid fucking woman. What world are you living in? You know, too gun-ho. Yeah, get out of the job, man. Fuck off, man. And if you go to prison, you deserve it anyway, just because of your stupid gun-ho attitude. But you're not going to go. She's not going to go to prison. She'll be let off. No doubt about it. You can tell.
And that's why it's important for the conversation is that this is executive branch. And people are like, hey, the executive branch is so great. They're exploring space for the betterment of humanity. No, they're not. They're offering a hostile work environment for children, faking rocket data, not be able to predict the solar or this supernova.
Novas, yeah.
Yeah, and at the same time, they're spraying people with hand sanitizer and tasing them when there's a mental health issue or condition.
I mean, we're in dire straits, man, the way you listen to what you just said there. And how can they predict a supernova anyway? How can you predict this? Well, I mean, what? These stars show some kind of like characteristics that they're going to explode. Because that's what a supernova is, isn't it? A star explodes, yeah, and it dies. Is that not right?
Here's one. Look at NASA records eerie sounds on Jupiter's moon. So now that debunks space right there, right?
Yeah, because sound doesn't travel in a vacuum.
So the medium's gone.
Yeah, sound doesn't travel in a vacuum. So that's what they're lying. You see what I mean? NASA, they're not keeping an eye on their lies. What it is, it's this next generation of NASA personnel. They're just not good at lying. They're shit. They're shit liars. You know, right? And they're just they're making so many mistakes. We have to build a better shielding to go through the Van Allen radiation belts for the Orion caps. I mean, he just grassed NASA up completely, didn't he? You know, how did they get through them then back in the 60s then?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. All these contradictions in their model, and people are still clinging to it. And they think flat Earth is a conspiracy. You're like, no, flat Earth is just a description of the surface. It has nothing to do with a conspiracy. But since you want to bring up conspiracies, let's look at what's going on in the world, right?
Exactly.
The Queen is missing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the Queen is missing. People are dying on the streets. Unnecessarily, going for a jog. Father and son police officers to kill a black guy. He's just going for a jog. He looked like a robber. He had nothing on him. His training gear that he had on and training shoes, jogging away. Fucking stupid world we're living in, man, honestly. Bloody ridiculous. You know.
Yeah, here's the article for the recording sounds on Jupiter.
Did they record it? Well, is there a satellite near there?
It's supposedly the Miami Herald, but I tried to link to it, but I didn't see it on the. So this is from the
Yeah.
official NASA Facebook page. It is
Yeah.
not sci-fi. This is the real deal. NASA recorded eerie sounds coming from one of Jupiter's moons. The
Yeah.
audio sounds something straight out of a 1950s science fiction movie. It includes chirping, high-pitched whistling, and humming. The noise also appears to speed up to a crescendo before mysteriously dropping.
But I thought sound didn't travel in a vacuum. Is that not? Am I wrong?
That's what they, I guess not. In 2021, they can now listen. I've said these type of things before, though.
Yeah. And what
But
device are they using to listen? I mean, is it a satellite that's sending back the sounds? What's going on? How are they able to hear it? From Saturn's moon. I mean, what? It's traveling through the medium. I mean, how do they? Nah, the NASA man, you're out of control.
yeah, this says the radio waves were recorded on NASA's Juno mission.
Aha. Yes, the
Above.
Juno mission. Right. And then it was relayed back. Okay.
Apparently, there's like a YouTube video of it.
Yeah, YouTube CGI.
This is like, look at this is damage control because they supposedly collected this in June 7th, and are just now sharing it. This is distract people. So when people right now look up to see what's going on at NASA, they'll find other articles than just the sexual harassment and racism stuff.
Yeah, that's not really gonna. I'm not sure what point you're trying to make.
Damage control.
All right, so no, man, I shouldn't have fucking said anything. Go ahead, bro.
No, I gotcha. If you're missing something, I can try to fill it in.
No, I was trying to elaborate on how fucking retarded the shit you're saying actually is, and then I realized that I should not be so negative.
No, I mean, if you want to think that, that's okay. It is, Brett. You gotta let me know your feelings because I can't read your mind. I'm not empathic or telepathic.
The problem is, yeah, a lot of the times, right, my feelings are suppressed because I'm in a world where, I live in a fucking city and shit, and honestly, if I was to let my fucking feelings free, then it's very hard to do that in a fucking city. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, what kind of feelings are you talking about that you're suppressing that you want to release in the city that you cannot? I mean, I don't understand that.
So,
if it's going around carrying a gun and killing people because they're not thinking like you now,
Jen,
that would be mad.
I understand. I do understand where you're coming from by questioning me on this, right? And I personally think that I can answer you.
Yeah.
But even with me answering your question, there's a certain level of feelings that people have that won't actually be captured within my answer. So you got to understand that, Jen.
Well, I mean, all I'm going to say to you is that, you have the right to live your life as you deem fit, as long as you're not harming any living thing as you move through life.
Right, but I think that
express yourself.
But Jen, the thing we all need to understand is the way that we live our lives and the way that we are as beings, the way that we fold into our way of life within our
environment.
Direct where we fucking live, basically, right? It all adds up, and and it fucks with how you live. You know what I mean? It's like
I mean,
think
hang
about,
on, you lost me there. What all adds up? What?
so
all adds
okay.
up?
Let me give you an example, right?
Right.
So let's assume we have a dog, right?
Okay.
And you put a dog in a family that's very happy and very outgoing and extremely energetic, right? That dog is gonna be extremely outgoing, energetic, and full of life as we look at life, right? Now you take another dog and you put it with some motherfucker who's depressed as fuck. Yeah? You put and that dog is gonna mimic that motherfucker, and the dog that's not gonna be depressed. But like the dog is gonna mimic that behavior and be that way too. Right?
Yeah, that would be eventually. I'm sure the dog will be energetic and
No,
blah,
this
and
is
always
very real
screaming.
shit, motherfucker. We adapt the same way dogs adapt to where the fuck they live. People adapt to where they fuck they live. That's why cities have
Do me a favor though.
personalities.
When you're
That
addressing
is
me, don't
why
call me. Hang on.
cities,
Don't call me
motherfucker. Listen, I
motherfucker.
don't understand why you guys don't get this. That's
Yeah,
why
but you're not. You're
cities
hang
have
on. You're
fucking.
calling me a
That's why
motherfucker. You're
New
calling me
Yorkers
a
are fucking New
motherfucker.
Yorkers. That's why
Excuse
Londoners
me.
are
You are calling
Londoners.
me a motherfucker. I'm trying to say to you, do not address me as motherfucker. I don't address you as
Jen,
motherfucker. Do I?
Jen.
Do I address you as a
I'm not
motherfucker?
referring you to you. Listen, Jen, I do
Yeah. Yeah.
apologize
Thank
if I
you.
referred to you as motherfucker. Right?
Yes. Thank you very
What I
much.
meant to
Don't do
say
that.
was, Jen, was, can you stop acting like a motherfucker?
I'm not acting like a motherfucker.
All
I'm
right.
asking
Well,
you a question.
I think that's what I meant to say. I didn't mean to
Yeah, well, say
call
what
you
you
mother.
mean, and then you get corrected because I'm not acting like a
Well, I'll be honest
motherfucker.
with you,
Am
Jen.
I?
I
I'm
didn't even mean to
asking you a
call you
straight
mother. I
question.
didn't even ask. I didn't even mean to ask. Why you're acting like a motherfucker. I
Yeah,
just
you
right now,
be
Jen, the way
Can
you
you be
just fucking
yourself,
interrupted
please? Can you
me.
try and be more
Seriously, Jen,
seriously? Can you be yourself, please?
No, no, hold
That's all you
on,
got to
Jen.
do.
Let me finish. Let me
Yeah,
finish.
go on, go on, go on.
Jen.
Be yourself, love.
Basically, the way you interrupted me now, I think the conversation's fucking dead. So, right now,
Not dead
it's
because I
becoming
want to know
fucking
why you
ridiculous
can't
in some
express
cases, isn't
yourself.
it?
It's not dead because sincerely, I want to know
Right,
why you
let's
find
measure
it
dicks now.
difficult to express yourself in the city
Jen,
you're in. Fucking hell.
do you think your dick's bigger than mine?
Now you're taking it to the shit show. I
No,
want to
for
know why
real,
you
dude.
can't express yourself.
No, it's not that I took it there.
I want to know
I
why
may have
you
taken
can't
it there
express
literally, but
yourself.
you took it
Come
there
on.
with the way
Why
you
can't you
fucking took the
express yourself? What's
conversation,
the problem?
motherfucker.
What's the problem that you cannot express yourself in the city? What's wrong? Is it all this what's going on getting you down, yeah? The
No, it's
jabbing
not
and
that, bro.
the
You know
wearing
what
of the
gets me down?
mask
You
and
know
the
what gets me down?
lockdowns
You
and
know
the
what?
wearing and the earth is
Listen, my
the earth is
man.
not a spinning
Look,
ball.
Jen,
The earth is flat. Is that all getting you down, is it? Now you're depressed.
Jen,
Yeah?
listen. I personally think that being depressed is it should be our usual state, right? But I think the society's made it where the neutral state is way above that. We're supposed to be at a very happy state. And like my reason behind that is like if you look at fucking back in the days and shit, in the 60s, fucking 50s, those fucking days and shit, people walking around like just, being happy for no reason.
How
If
for no
people were
reason.
striding down the street and shit, they needed a reason to do it. It was because back in those days, and there was a reasoning behind how you feel. Like we've become this nature of people where we feel like we do understand that being happy is a good way to be, right? But we've now presented that the fact that if this is a good way to be, how can we make it more being the way to be without the reasoning for being happy. You know what I'm saying? Like we're basically projecting the need to be happy without the fundamentals of what makes a person happy.
Yeah, well, now you've lost me.
Yeah, I thought I would.
Yeah, now you've lost me, mate.
I know, bro. It's like this is real deep shit, motherfucker. You can't be a dumb fuck.
The way
Jen, I didn't expect you to fucking understand, bro. I didn't expect anyone here to fucking understand. I don't expect people to fucking understand me. I don't expect people fucking in Gem's room to understand me. You know, the fucking weird thing is, a lot of you dumb cunts that come to this room think that people in Gem's room are smarter than y'all. And I hate you motherfuckers for that.
Well, you can't be hating me, and you can't be calling me a dumb cunt. So I don't know who you're talking about there. So you wanna watch your language again?
All I'm trying to say is, look.
Yeah, I like your little slide digs and look. I can see that you're trolling with your little slide digs and that, but okay, stop it, Johnny, because you're only acting like
Jen, I swear to
you're
God,
acting like someone who's come out the gutter again.
Hold on, Jen,
okay?
Can I please
You've got last week's spew all over here. You want to start
can I
cleaning
please
up
respond
here?
before you leave?
I'm not leaving anywhere.
All right, I do apologize if you feel that way, my brother.
But clearly obvious. But calling us cunts, dumb cunts. You're calling us.
All right, Jen.
Why would you
do finish?
That? You carry on.
All right.
What's your language?
I do apologize. Hey, can I fucking finish, Jen? When you're done. When you're done, Jen. Let me fucking know when you're done and I can talk.
Are you ready?
Branch, you all fired up tonight or what, bro?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it, mate.
Jeremy, nobody asked you the fucking button, bro. It's between me and Jen.
Right, come on, get on with it then.
Well, no, I mean, you gotta understand, when Jeremy goes, are you all fired up and shit? There's a slight level of fucking instigation that goes in what he just said.
I mean, bro, you sound like you're fired up right now.
I know, I get what you're saying.
Why are you hot?
Right, and I ain't about to fucking have this conversation with you right now, is I, Jeremy? Because I'm talking to
fucking If there's anything we can do, let us know.
No, because I'm talking to fucking Jen. I don't need your ass right now, Jeremy.
No, you mean I'm fucking talking to Jen, you mean? That's what you mean.
What did I say?
I'm talking to fucking Jen. You mean I'm fucking talking to Jen.
Jen, I'm talking about
that fucking in the right place, mate.
Jen,
we show the fuckings everywhere in America. It don't matter.
No, I mean, I'll be honest.
But that's fucking in the right place.
Jen, I will be honest with you, yeah. Like the conversation me and you just had. Yeah, it was good. Good conversation. I don't think we need to fix it. I don't think there's anything more to talk about.
Yeah, with the society thing, why can't you express yourself in society, or is that just a joke? You can really.
I mean, personally, I'm the type of motherfucker, yeah. I like white cheddar. I don't like that fucking northern fucking red Leicester bullshit. I don't want my cheddar to have a little fucking dye in it. I want my cheddar to be white.
Yeah, no, I want
my cheddar to be white, like all the Indians that were born before me, white like them.
If you're talking about cheddar cheese, when I used to eat cheddar cheese, I used to prefer the Scottish mature cheddar from Scotland. Lovely stuff. Yeah, strong tasting cheddar cheese.
Hey, bro, I
don't like the white stuff because it's a bit too milky.
I hate to fucking leave in someone's mid sentence, but I've been holding my shit for the last 10 minutes, and I gotta fucking go.
Yeah, go. Don't have an accident in your underwear. Go get rid of it. But yeah, no, I've always liked mature cheddar cheese, and then the soft cheeses from France with garlic and chives mix. The brand is known as Boisson. That's the pronunciation. When you look at the word, if you read it in English, it's like Boursin. Boursin. I think it's Boursin, something like that. But it's pronounced Boisson. Fuck's sake. All right, but it's lovely soft cheese anyway. I like that. And I used to eat it on light Rivita crisp bread. Really nice. very healthy option there. And that's my my experience of eating cheeses. I didn't like the standard cheddar cheese. It was a bit too milky. But Scottish matured cheddar, so stronger tasting. Didn't mind Red Leicester either, but not so often. My brother liked Red Leicester. And that's for the society thing. I stopped being part of society like poor when I was like 25. Just started to be just do what I want to do. You know what I mean? I'm not influenced by society. I just move through it. That's what I do. I move through society. I don't let society be my guide. I'm not influenced by it at all, to be honest. So therefore you can be yourself. Because if you're following society, then I would have been wearing the mask. I would have gone for the jab sort of thing if I was that way inclined. So I'm glad I'm not like that. I've always thought for myself of not being allowed. I don't allow society to control me anymore. Don't know about you guys, but there was a point when, you know, you follow the flow sort of thing, but I've always done my own thing. Even then, I still managed to be doing my own thing. So yeah, I'm glad. Society. Society is getting an arse whipping at the moment. So yeah, Crit, that was interesting material that you were talking about earlier. Thanks for that. Very good. If you're there. Looks like he's gone. Oh yeah, he's gone.
Hey Jen, you done?
Yeah, go on. I was just saying that, you know, society, you should be able to be whatever you like and who you want to be in society, because you should be in control of your faculties, and, you know, it shouldn't be a problem, really. If you want to express yourself, express. Speak your mind.
Jen, like, do you feel that you're open enough to be who you want to be in society today?
I am being what I want to be every day of the week, every second.
All right, then why? What's there to complain about?
Oh, well, I mean, the complaint is this, that the governments are ushering a new era of draconianism, you know, and authoritarianism.
But Jen, I get that, Jen. Yeah, I get it.
Okay,
like,
right.
Maybe you feel like there's this whole fucking structure of society that's fucking with your ability to be something. But you just told me that you don't feel that at all, and you feel you're free enough today to be who the fuck you want to be.
Yeah, I'm being like that. Yeah, of course. That's definitely happening for me.
So are we living in a fucking great fucking place, at least from your perspective, where you're
No, not at all.
You want to be?
No, I won't say that. I'm enjoying myself to a point, but am I happy with the current situation? Of course not, because humanity is heading for disaster at this point. So, you know, that's why, you know, I am free to express myself. And when I do,
but Jen, I believe that we are heading towards disaster. And I believe that disaster that we're heading to is going to come in a few thousand years or tens of thousand years. And
whoa, what? 1,000 years? Okay.
Yeah, and unless we fucking find a way to get off this fucking planet, we will be killed by our own sun.
Oh, yeah. Why do you want to leave this planet? I mean, what makes you think you can leave this planet and go to another one? I mean, where do you get that idea from? Yeah.
Simply because we're smart enough to fucking do that.
No, we're not. We're not smart enough to do that at all.
It's gonna take time, my brother. But again,
It's
I
never
didn't say
going to
anything
happen.
soon. But I'm saying that we are smart enough motherfuckers to be able to go to another planet and live there. We're that smart.
Now we're smart, but we're not that smart. You know, we're never going to have that technology to do that. It's just not possible.
I think
Nature. Why? Because
that's where
nature.
I disagree with you, bro.
Nature. The Creator will never allow us to do that because the Creator has created nature in such a way that the natural order of nature will prevail. We are never going to be able to do that ever.
Jin, I'm somewhat religious too, bro, and I do believe in a God, right?
Well, mate, that's great. Yeah, I'm not religious in any way. I'm just saying that it's
So why
clearly
you keep
obvious
talking
that
about
this
the
stuff was
fucking? If
designed.
you're not fucking religious, why you talking about the fucking
I'm not
figure like you
religious.
believe in him?
I'm not religious at all. I'm not religious. I don't
I
pray.
believe in a fucking God, and I believe that hey, God made me, and I fucking need to show him some fucking respect.
Well, yeah, I show the respect by trying to live on this earth cohesively without destroying it, so that the people yet to come, generations yet to come, can still enjoy it. That's the way I'm trying to do it. But unfortunately, society, the dumb animal that it is
I don't think God just
allowing.
put us here to fucking enjoy shit.
Well, it's called the gift of life, isn't it? That's what it is.
It wasn't
So,
just to fucking enjoy ourselves, though, motherfucker. Look, he wanted us to
yes, it
fucking learn.
was. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. It was to enjoy the gift of life. That's what it was. Okay, but at the same time, you know, you have to maintain this earth and don't destroy.
But okay,
Don't
okay.
mean to
You know
enjoy
what,
and
Jin,
destroy.
Jin,
Enjoy.
you are correct. You are correct. It's enjoying the gift of life. But I think that you can only really enjoy life if you understand what life actually means.
Exactly. People don't understand that at this point at the moment, especially the young, because you know they haven't got enough experience to understand what life means. That's why the parents are supposed to be downloading that stuff. But if the parents are the type that are into
No,
this
but it's not about
capitalism
the
big
parents,
time,
bro. I don't even think it's about.
spending.
Bro, here's the problem. The problem is this, yeah. You cannot expect parents to give a child inclination of what life's about, because
Yeah, push it.
because we have very fucking we have an enormous mix of age of souls, and we have old souls and young souls, and if two young souls that don't really deeply understand life on a different level, there's no way they can teach a child they have that could be, you know, millions of years older than a cunt on a soul level. Doesn't work that way, bro.
Okay, yeah, I mean that might be, but at the end of the day, the parents' responsibility is to ensure that the child grows up safe in a safe environment, healthy, coherent, and to understand what's happened in the past and what the possible future might be if they carry on a certain route. I mean, it's got to be done. Okay, that's the parents' job, but that's how the children will gain some kind of knowledge and move forward with it.
I think there's a big difference between knowledge that we have on this planet as opposed to knowledge that we have as a soul. And I personally think that, you know, considering this planet as
we don't live on a planet. You're making a mistake straight off the bat.
No, I was going from your words, right? And basically what I was trying to say was, for us to presume that this place that we understand as our planet is like the best shit ever is probably very wrong, because I personally think there's billions of planets.
Who's we that understand it's a planet? You made an error there. Who's we that we? I don't understand it as a planet. It's not a planet.
You called it a planet. You said it a second ago. Well, you know, I'm not gonna hold you to that. It's totally fine.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just trying the way that I fucking see the world, Jen, is that Yeah, we are on a planet, but I don't think we're on a special planet. I think we're just on one planet of fucking a shit ton of fucking planets our whole fucking life. And for us to think we're so fucking special that no other fucking planet has life, someone defies the greatness of our fucking God.
We have no reason to think that there is life anywhere else because we cannot go anywhere else and check whether there is life.
Yeah, I mean,
So hang
Jen,
on.
the way I see
Wait
it,
a
Jen,
minute.
is this,
So
yeah.
in our supposed vicinity, there is no life but us. So we are special, definitely by default. It's not even that I'm bigging it up because I think we are. It's there clearly in your face.
I think
We
that
are.
Jen, there is definitely something that's special, right? And I think that that thing that's super special is our soul, right? Because our soul's eternal, and honestly, like, it's so hard for us to even understand that we all have a soul, and our soul has been around. And it's not even the concept of being around, because being around implies a concept of time. Our soul is simply eternal, it's beyond time, it's being around, it's just there. You know what I mean? It's not about time, it's just there. That's our self. We are just there forever.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I know you don't. It's this really hard concept of.
What I do know is that, we are indeed special. I've never ever thought we were not because we're the only living thing
No,
that I know of, together with the
Jen,
animals and the insects. I don't know
Jen,
anything else, and I have no
what I
reason to
was
think
trying to
that there
say
would be.
is our time on this planet is not special.
You keep saying planet. We don't live on a planet, my friend. It's not a planet.
Man, I really look, bro. I really do
This
think.
Earth would be good enough. All you need to say is this Earth.
Why do you really think that do you really think that there was a God, right? That he's so restricted to this one place that we call Earth?
Absolutely, because it's the gift of life. And if you can't see that, then you're in trouble. That's why you're depressed. Because the realization that you're not going to go to space is
That's not why
finally
I'm
sinking in.
depressed. I mean,
This
I
is all
personally,
you've got. And you should be able to have a good time on this earth. There's lots of
no.
places
I mean,
you've never been to. It's a
I
beautiful
personally
place.
think that our God has made us, and he's made us part of Him. Like, we actually are Him, but He's made us. We live on this planet right now, but He's got motherfuckers living everywhere, and
You keep saying we don't live on a planet. I keep saying that we don't live on a planet. We're
I don't
living
know,
on Earth.
Jen. You know what, bro? I'm not even sure, man. I think you must be right, Jen. Fuck it.
We
I'm
don't
wrong.
live on a planet, man. We're living on Earth. That's what it is. And it's a beautiful place. And if you can't see that, if you can't see the splendor, the wonder, the majesty, the beauty, the exhilaration of living on this, if you can't feel any of that, you're just not living, man. You haven't lived yet then. It's winter, but yet I enjoyed the wind hitting me in the face.
All right, Jen.
I enjoyed that.
Jen,
Snowboarding down the
why don't you
slopes.
tell me, Jen, over all these years of life, that you spent living it this way, believing the way you believe in life.
Yeah.
Well, what
Not a belief,
are the
I've lived
fundamentals
it.
that you've learned about life? What
Yeah,
have you
but I'm
learned
living
about
it.
life?
I'm living it. I'm not believing in it. I'm
No,
living
I
it
want
for
to know what
real.
you've learned. I want to know what you've learned about life. What is it that you've realized about yourself that makes you happy?
Well, I mean, it's just the simple things of life are the best, is what I've learned, to be quite honest. so far. And if
That's what you learn.
if we can lift the shackles of slavery off of us,
Wasn't there a song made about that?
if you ask me, I'm going to try and finish it. If the shackles of slavery can be lifted off of humanity, that is the canceric, toxic thing known as government. If we can get rid of that, we would be thriving a lot better for less money and less effort. So that's what I've learned. Okay, but I've also learned to rise above all this cesspit that I'm in at times and enjoy life. Okay?
Right, but you still look at those things as a negative.
What things? Government? Yeah, they're negative. It's a negative
Government,
force. Yeah,
shackles, slavery, all that shit.
Yeah. It's all negative. Yeah, because it's keeping humanity down. And now they're using technology to enslave us now. They can't usher it in fast enough. That's what's going on, man.
See, I don't see it that way, bro. I don't see it that way. I see it as that's the type of life we're living right now, right? And I personally think that people that go through those exercises in life, not only are they learning more about themselves and more about life, but they also learn that their soul is learning something new too. And I mean, it may sound like a fucked up thing to say that, you know, being a slave or some motherfucking getting whipped to do some shit is a learning experience. But I personally think it is. Like right now, the way I live life, I choose to live in a very depressed way because for some reason, I feel like I'm learning more this way than I was when I was making a shit ton of money and fucking just being a fucking idiot.
Okay, fair enough.
I feel like sometimes there's more to learn.
Yeah, you're going to learn that the earth is not a spinning ball. You know, that's what you're going to learn.
Yeah.
When you learn that,
talking about, isn't it?
Change your perspective on life even more, and you know,
Jen,
it just makes you
not about,
more resilient.
It's not about
to resist.
It's not about how we look at the world we live in. What it's about is how you choose to live this life you've been given.
Yeah, and I'm doing that.
Right? So fucking hell, you can spend each day and every day wondering about where the fuck you're living until you focus on your living itself. What the fuck is the point of all the other crap?
Well, I'm doing that. I'm living okay, and then I'm now making everyone else, trying to get everyone else to understand that what they've learned in the past about this earth is wrong, and they need to
Jen.
And then Jen, have a better life of it.
Let me try to tell you this in a different way, right? Think about it. When you was, and please don't. I'm not trying to argue with you, Jen. I'm trying to just have a discussion, bro. Right? But think about it this way, yeah? When you was 5 years old, or maybe 6 years old, and you remember what was important in your life then, right?
Yeah.
And then you compare that to what's important in your life now.
Yeah, it hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed?
No.
Okay, well, then you're an amazing person. I personally think that if for you it hasn't changed, that's fucking great. But I think the majority of people, what's changed is their innocence. What's changed is the need for life and just enjoying life has changed. Like when people were kids, when they were 5, 6 years old, the only thing that mattered in life was living life itself.
That's right. That hasn't changed for me.
Right. But I think that what what happened to most people, maybe not you, but it happened to me, and it happened to a lot of motherfuckers, is that as you get older, you lose your innocence as a child. You lose that thirst for life, and it gets filled with a thirst for passion. And that's the biggest difference between a child and an adult, is passion versus life.
Is that it? Is that the end?
I mean, like, name one of the most fun activities you did that you remember doing as a child.
Oh, riding a tricycle. My first tricycle. I remember riding that. That was great.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
I got my fucking niece, right? I got my niece this weird fucking bike for Christmas, right? And it's like, you don't ride it, you just squiggle on it. Such a weird fucking thing. I can't wait to see how she fucking does it.
Yeah. What? Has it got pedals?
Nah, dude, it's just so fucking weird. Hold on, let me post the fucking vid.
Yeah, I think I know what it is anyway, because they sell them here in Japan as well. They sit on the bike and they walk. They have to walk it to move it. They've got to walk. Strengthen
No,
the
no,
legs.
it's not that.
Balance.
Motherfucker,
Okay.
it's not that fucking gay, bro. It's like a squiggle wiggle. It's like you squiggle on it, and like for some reason they go forward. It's
Okay, yeah, okay. I see what you mean there. Yeah. So you move your body in a way, and then it starts to gain momentum. Yeah.
but it's not. You don't cycle.
No.
I'll post a little vid of it. Hold up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for it now. Yeah, I'm just trying to. The principle that you're mentioning and the mechanism I understand, but I've seen it configured in a triangular type vehicle for kids to swivel, and then the thing goes forward. Yeah, like a modern day scooter, but with a platform where both feet can be separated, and then it's in a triangular. So you've got 3 wheels, and then you move like that, and it moves forward. I bought one for my kid. It was a great toy. He loved it, and we used to use it inside the house, basically, mainly, not out on the streets.
Nah, dude. Like I'm still trying to figure out how this shit works. Hold on. Let me get a vid.
Yeah. Okay, hi. But yeah, man, that was one of my fun days. Riding a tricycle as opposed to a bicycle. I got my bicycle late in life. I got a tricycle late in life as well. But I got
Man,
my
I think I
tricycle.
remember one time I was in fucking I think it was Stockwell, right? And like
Where? Stockwell.
yeah, in Stockwell,
Okay,
and
Stock.
fucking we were
South
chilling
East
and
London.
shit at my aunt's house. Like no, it wasn't really an aunt, but like someone you call an aunt, you know what I mean? And somebody stole my tricycle. It wasn't even my tricycle, but like I just remember that shit for some. I don't actually remember it happening, but I remember people telling me about it happening. Stockwell's supposed to be fucking up and up now, isn't it?
Yeah. What about you? What was your best memory then? When you were little? Can you
My
remember
best
it?
memory as a kid.
One of, yeah, when you were 6. 5 or 6.
My best memory, dude, was like, this may sound like a weird memory, but like my best memory is probably like we were fucking at a park, and I was really pissed at my fucking dad and my brother, And then my dog just fucking felt it and started just licking my face. And my dog never licks people's faces. Yeah, it never does that shit. And she just felt the sadness and was like, I'm gonna help you out, bitch. She's never been like a comforting fucking type of dog like that. For some reason, I think that's like,
Oh, she read your depression.
yeah. And it was like weird. It's like my dad couldn't see it, my brother couldn't see it, my dog saw it, and she fucking hooked me up.
Yeah. And then the other good times I remember that were good times were like getting presents, sort of thing, from my mum and my dad. Yeah. Being taken out on trips.
See, I've never cared about. I was always the type of kid, yeah, where like I would get more fun by giving presents than getting presents. Like the whole fucking point of Christmas for me was like just giving presents. Like I used to love just giving people shit, and I used to give them shit fucking presents as a kid. Like I used to go buy them in a second-hand store and shit. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
And I think that's fucking just gone through my entire life. Like, I still don't like getting presents. I still just prefer.
The occasional present coming in from my mum and dad was great. That made time really nice. Playing games with my brothers, and then playing games with my brothers and friends in the block of flats in the estate we lived on. Yeah, when I look back, I had a fucking brilliant time of it all, really. Back in the 60s and the 70s, it was like really, really good.
Did you grow up in that? Was you like one of those big ass fucking like London blocks of flats?
Yeah. The first place we were living at was known as that I can remember was called Popular House.
I tell you what, bro. I tell you what, yeah.
Popular High Street.
So like, I used to like I was in that type of area, right? What part of London was that?
It was the Isle of Dogs. You have to go through Blackwall Tunnel to get to it, and Isle of Dogs.
I was never in the Isle of Dogs.
Popular. The Isle of Dogs.
I didn't realize that
East
fucking
London.
enormous skyscrapers in the Isle of Dogs.
Yeah,
sounds
the
like
Isle
bullshit.
of Dogs. It was called the Island of Dogs.
All right, bro. Okay, you know what? I got to piss. I'll be back.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, nice place, the Isle of Dogs. It's like now they've got $1 million or £1 million apartments now. It's gone. Where I used to live, it's all been remodernised now. But back then, the place I used to live, Popular House. I tried to find it on the internet recently, looking back at East London in the past, but no, I couldn't find it. I'm still going to look, see if I can find that building, because it was a very distinctive character building, because it was the only one that was there, that tall block. It stood out from everywhere else because it was a high rise, but it was an old-fashioned high rise, but it was nice still. Small inside. Only had 2 rooms and a living room, and then the toilet and the kitchen were upstairs. What a place that was. You had to go upstairs to go into the kitchen, come back down into the living room, and then 2 rooms leading off from my left. So if I'm facing the front door, left, 1 room, and then my dad's room. And me and my brothers were in the small room, and my mum and dad were in the other room. So you had 3 boys in 1 room. The youngest one was still in a cot, so he was a baby still, the youngest one. But that was nice. And then we were surrounded by water. That would be east and west. Yeah. So we're facing east water, east water. So yeah, that was quite nice. And we could see all the barges going by. It was always action, watching the barges pulling up and the cranes picking out all the produce and everything being loaded up onto the trucks. That was action to watch.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're talking about what? In the 60s?
Yeah, that's right. I was born in 61, so that would be around about 1966 when we were living in
You don't remember that shit. Who the fuck remembers when you're 5 years old?
Well, it depends on who you are. I remember it. That's the thing. I can remember it.
I mean, like, you know, I remember when I was 5 years old.
Yeah, go on.
Was peeling wallpaper off the wall
Oh yeah.
Because remember, like in England, yeah, you used to have that fucking weird wallpaper.
Yeah,
It
you
was
had
like
this weird
spongy,
flowered
and
print.
you gotta fucking peel that shit off your nails. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's called wood chip. It's called the wood chip wallpaper. I used to do that as well because
Yeah,
it was
that's
wood
what.
underneath the paper.
For
Yeah, I used to
some
do
weird
that.
reason, bro, that's all I fucking remember from being 5
Oh,
years old.
I remember doing that as well. Yeah, peeling the wallpaper and digging out the wood chip. You know, when
I
you
don't think
mined
it's
it.
wood chip, bro. I think we're
Yeah.
thinking about two different things. I'm thinking about like it's like that spongy shit. Spongy
Okay,
shit.
that's another type. Yeah, that's another type of wallpaper. Yeah, I never did that to the spongy one, but to the wood chip because it was like it was just you rub your hand on it and then suddenly think, what is that? You know, in the end, I wanted to know what it was. You see, that's why I peeled it, and then I found out it was wood. And then as I got older, I knew it was called wood chip wallpaper. I didn't know that until I was in my teens. That's when I learned what that paper was. But as a child,
Do you remember that fucking like the red velvet wallpaper? That was
oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember those
everybody used to
designs.
love that motherfucking shit.
Yeah, yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
hey,
yeah. You know,
guys.
when you had that on the wall, you were living large. When you had that, that was an expensive wallpaper.
Banso, I understand, dude. You haven't talked for a while, but me and Gina are reminiscing about shit. And consider
Yeah.
me and Gina about 20 years apart from each other. For us to be able to reminisce about some weird shit is just awkwardly fun.
Yeah, I mean, he
Well,
can
there
talk
you
if he
go.
wants to talk about. What do you got to say, brother? Carry on.
Well, what about the old horsehair plaster? You remember that, Gin?
Yeah, okay.
Horsehair
You see
plaster. Wow, no.
Banso. Here's the problem, Banso. Yeah. You see, you're trying to derail the conversation. If I did that, Banso,
You'd be an
in a drunken
instant
state,
mute.
I would have been fucking muted for that.
Exactly.
Horsehair plaster. No, no, man.
So
Horsehair
why is it,
plaster. Yeah.
Banso? Why is it you're okay to fucking derail the conversation, motherfucker? Listen, man.
Well, I just look. Hey,
Listen,
look.
bro. You
At
know
the end,
what? You know
at
what I
the
don't
end of
like.
the day,
Here's the thing I don't like,
I
Banso.
just went, hey, hey, and you're the one that
I'm gonna
brought
say
me
that.
into
Like,
the
can I finish what I gotta
conversation.
say, Banso? Can I
No,
finish what I gotta say?
no.
Listen, look. You fucking muted us for about
I
fucking
never.
what, 3-4
When?
months. I think you need to pay for that shit. I don't like the way that everybody just gave you all fucking rights back as long as you came back. I think you need to pay for your fucking the way you just fucking blanked us for that long. I think you need to pay for that.
I went on a holiday, my friend. I went on a holiday.
I don't give a fuck where you went. You could at least
Yeah.
told us.
Where did you go? Where did you go?
You could have fucking told us. You couldn't have. Don't make it out like the holiday just hit you in the ass and made you go there without the fucking chance of telling us.
Well, I tell you what I did, Gin. I went around Australia I've got kids in Western Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, and Victoria.
How many, bro?
Yeah, you said that. Yeah. I remember you saying that.
Listen, Basil.
Yes.
You can try to explain this out as much as you want, but you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. You're saying.
Do you really think you're going to explain that away?
So I had to travel the borders while I could still cross the borders, Gin.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah.
So I took an opportunity to do it because I don't want to get the vaccines, as you know. Right?
Yeah, but you want to see your family. You said that. Yeah.
Exactly right.
I'm about, you know what,
so now
90% sure you're vaccinated.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
so
I will. You know what I think, Banso?
What do you think?
Let him get his story out. Let him get his story out.
That's the reason why you actually fucking stopped coming to this room.
Well, let him get his story out.
I'll tell you why, Brad. Because my family's more important than this room. That's why.
Well, can I finish? Can I at least say what I thought the reason was?
Yes, you can say. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you guys want to.
No, just let him get his story out because that's what he said. He said he did tell us that he was leaving because his family was important to him.
So many motherfuckers in this room start going on about fucking getting.
But he said that before he left. I remember him saying that before he left. You know, a couple of weeks before he left, he was saying that he was going to leave.
Am I not supposed to talk?
I remember that, man.
I thought I was supposed to say what I thought the reason Banso left was.
Well, now you can say it, but I mean, you should have let him finish his story first, though. That's what I thought.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Banso, did you Bansel's never going to tell us his story. Are you going to tell us your story, Bansel?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
waiting for you to give your reason, right? So then I can tell it, and then without interruption, because you keep on interrupting, telling me why I took a break. So you tell me why I took a break, and then I'll tell you.
I think you took a break because, like, there was part of you that was doubting whether or not you should take the vaccination, and then the whole gist of it was, should you be putting yourself in front of your family and the people you give a fuck about? Would this whole flat earth shit be something that's more important to you than the safety of your family? And you start thinking about it in a way about the vaccination. I don't know whether you took the vaccination afterwards or not, but I think that was, if not or it's probably a big part of your reasoning behind just taking a break.
Well, I'm actually pretty proud, Jin. I'm pretty proud because none of my kids have the vaccination either. So.
Brilliant.
Really, yeah, and
Yeah.
so I took the opportunity to go see them all. So you know, I took a 3-month hiatus while we still can, because at the moment all the borders are closed. So unless you have your vaccine passport, you're not allowed to cross our internal borders. So I took the opportunity to do that because we're not going to be able to do it at Christmas and whatnot unless you have the vaccine. So yeah, so I've had 5 different Christmases in the last few months. Actually, it's been absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Good on you, mate. Good on you.
Yeah.
So
hopefully,
the question I
in the
have
new
for you,
year,
Bansor, is this, yeah?
Yeah.
After all this, you decided not to take the vaccination, right?
Yes.
Because,
at the moment, we're not.
Let me ask you a question. Why, right? You as an old ass motherfucker, right?
Yep.
When you talk about visiting all these other motherfuckers you're visiting, yeah.
Yep.
Let's say you took the vaccination and you had bad side effects from it, right?
Yep.
Then you would die, right?
Yes. Maybe.
And then let's say you didn't take it.
Yep.
And you somehow, because you're fucking these old grannies and shit, got that shit from an old granny you're fucking.
Yeah.
And then take it back to your fucking nieces and nephews and brothers and sisters and mamas and niggas.
Yeah.
What the fuck? My man.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
pretty crazy.
Bansor, listen, bro. I don't give a fuck what you say. You're vaccinated. I know you are.
No, I'm not. And Jin, I might have found a back door. I might have found a back door into the not getting the vaccination, actually.
Yeah, go on.
Because I actually suffer from thrombosis, right, which is blood clotting.
Blood clotting, that's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah. And I've actually spoken to my doctor about this, and he's looking into it, because one of the potential side effects of getting the vaccine is you die from blood clots, right?
Yes.
And
thrombosis.
because I have a pre-existing condition of thrombosis, I may be able to get an exemption from getting it. So so
the word is that is on the cards, that you will be exempt, because if you've got that is a good grounds to not be vaccinated. Okay.
Exactly. So my kids are still put into the position where they may still have to have it, but they're holding off for dear life at the moment. Bless their souls.
Well done.
Bansor, motherfucker.
You know what I mean?
Bansor.
Hold
on, Bansor. I think this is where your fucking whole shit just fails, right? Because you told me the other day, that your kids are the ones that are trying to make you take the vaccination. And now you're trying to say that Bansor,
this is the first time we've spoken in 3 months. I don't know how I told you that, but
stop. Bansor, listen, man. Stop trying to fucking talk the way you think people want you to fucking say shit, and just stop being yourself, motherfucker.
Okay, I'll try my hardest from this moment on. Okay.
Well, you fucking told me the other day that your kids are fucking trying to make you take the fucking shit and all that crap, and now you're fucking gonna flip that back around.
I don't know
You
where
know what,
you.
Banso? I always
I
thought you was a
don't know where
trustable
you pulled
nigga,
this
right?
stuff from.
Banso, why do I not want to trust this nigga no more?
I don't know.
No, but
You never
anyway,
trusted me.
Bansor,
Yeah, Jin.
at least you
Yeah,
got
mate.
it's tidied you over now, hasn't it? That visit that you made is now going to tide you over the holiday period now, yeah?
Exactly right, Jin. Thank goodness, because as you know, Jin, when we spoke a few months ago,
Yeah,
it
you
was
were
actually
desperate, really. You had
I,
to go and
I
see it.
was, mate. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was actually.
I told
So
you, I could tell and feel the urgency and the concern. I could,
yeah,
and you had to go and do it. So I'm glad. I'm
yeah.
happy for you. I'm
Hey,
glad you done
Jin,
that.
Thank you.
Jin,
Thank you
do
And
your
the
kindly.
fact that the
kids,
kids are not vaccinated just speaks more volumes. You just got to hang
Jin,
on. That's all.
Jin, do your
Yep.
kids ask you to get your vaccination?
No, I'm the one that's educated my children on the dangers of why they shouldn't be getting it, and they're not going to get it. They know, just like they're not going to smoke. They've said, and no, they're not going to. They're not going to be getting the vaccine, and my wife knows as well now. She's now well on board.
You know the funniest shit that happened in for me in Texas, right?
Go on.
So like I like my gran and shit, she can't fucking. I mean, she can get in the car and shit, but it's an enormous mission. To fucking take my gran anywhere, right? And my dad can too, but he's also disabled as fuck.
How old is your gran? How old is your gran, by the way?
Oh man, she must be like what? She's almost 90, right?
Oh, bloody hell! Well done.
Yeah,
She's lived long so far. And then your
I think
granddad.
she's still. I think
What about
she's
your
still gonna
granddad?
go.
Is your granddad still alive?
Listen, bro, she's gotta go till she's 100. She's the sweetest motherfucking bitch you would ever
Brilliant.
fucking meet, too, man. She's so fucking nice.
Yeah,
But but the fact is, like, fucking. So I got these motherfuckers to come to my grand's house, yeah, and my dad's house and shit. Same place, right? But like, to give him the fucking third shot, yeah. And I was like, yeah, these motherfuckers are old as fuck. They're both cancer patients, by the way, right? And I was like, yeah, these two niggas, they need their fucking shots because they're cancer patients. They got immuno fucking suppressed motherfucking shit going on. Give them the shots. And these cunts, they came to my house all the way to give them the shots. Like, oh, hold on. They took my donor. We can't give him my donor. And I was like, yeah, dumb bitches. Yes, you can him my donor. My donor's been approved by FDA for third fucking shot. And listen, man, they were like, no, it hasn't. I was like, oh, you need to talk to your fucking superiors, because I'm telling you it has. So they talk to the superiors, and the director of fucking medicine talks to me. He's like, yeah, we can't give him it because it's not fucking approved. I'm like, all right, look, motherfucker, look, I can go right now and get these cunts the shot at CVS down the road. The only reason I didn't do it is because these cunts, to get them in a fucking car takes me about fucking 2 hours. Right? And that's why I pulled your asses out here to fucking give them a shot in the fucking house. Right? And they were like, yeah. Let me look into it.
Well, I mean, I wish them all the best.
Bro, you know the funniest shit, yeah? The funniest shit, right? They're like, no, they called me back and they're like, nope. The motherfucking, the shit just said, shit's not approved at all. And I'm like, motherfucker, look. If you say no to me right now, I'm gonna sign up at CVS and go take them myself to get that shit done at CVS. And I guarantee you it'll be done within an hour after he told me it's not going to be done. And he's like, no, you can't do that. Because it's not approved. So fucking, I went and fucking got them the shots at CVS, right? And trust me, bro, it's hard as fuck to get these fucking niggas to fucking walk down, fucking, like, they're all in fucking wheelchairs and walkers and shit. You know, it's fucking major drama for me to do this shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would never have done it.
And then, like, well, I needed to get them fucking fixed. You know what I'm saying? Not fixed, but you gotta worry about these
look, you know what? The fact that they've lived to 90 is clearly obvious that they don't need any unnecessary medical
No, it's
intervention.
not that, bro. But it's like
Unnecessary.
they're the
don't need it.
fucking cunts. Well, you know, there's also a part of the reasoning is the fact that like I don't give a fuck if I get it. I give a fuck if you get it. because like,
Yeah, but if they get
one
it,
of
if
those
they
two
get it,
gets
they're going to
cancer,
survive it anyway because they lasted so long. I'd never give it. I'd never give
I
my
know,
my
bro. There's also
grandmother or
part
my
of me that feels
granddad
like if
an
my
injection,
gran
even
got
if
it,
they're not. Look, I'd say to them,
dude,
the fact that you
I'll
made it.
be
Hang on,
fucking Jin.
the
Jin,
fact that she made it or they've made it to 90 proves that their immune system worked all the way. Bloody hell, bloody hell, man. You know what I mean? You know, no, there's no chance of that happening.
He's got you there, Branch.
Exactly. You know what I mean? There's no way. No doctor's going to tell me that they're going to need it when nothing went wrong for years and years and years, and now you're going to no, sorry, sir. That's what I say to them. You know, like, look, 40 years not being sick, and I'm asking the doctors here, the ones that have come on these surveys and nurses. I've asked, do I need to get an injection? They said, I think you should. But why would I? If nothing's happened to me for 40 years, over 40 years, I've maintained my health, and I haven't had a headache, a flu, a snip, runny nose, a sore throat, a cough. I've had nothing go wrong. I need to get an injection. Are you sure?
It's quite criminal what they're doing here, Jin. Like I said, they've closed down our borders. Like you can't go to picture cinemas, footy matches, restaurants. It's crazy. My wife, she goes on Facebook. I don't do the whole Facebook thing. One of her friends is having a party, and part of the party stipulations is that people have to be double vaccinated. Like, this is how crazy it's actually getting. It's not just the government who's enforcing these things and private businesses. It's actually people, right? People are being so sucked into this. It's insane.
Yeah, I can't understand what's the matter. How have they lost all faculties of common sense? They can't. Why can't they compare before 20? Why can't they go back to 2018? Let's just say, or 2019, and go backwards and see what happened to them. What was their health condition all those years back from when they're born? Because that's data. That's information. That's a study in itself. Your own medical health history and what was going on, and does it warrant what's going on now? And when you look at the numbers, apparently, if you get it, it's a 99% chance you're going to recover.
Oh man!
What's the problem?
And the massive ad campaigns they do, they call it Freedom Day, right? Freedom Day, when they get X amount of percent of the population all vaccinated and we'll have our freedoms back again. And they have got people so brainwashed into thinking the only way that they can have freedom is through these so-called vaccinations.
Yeah, by the needle. Terrible. Yeah, I just can't believe it. I mean, me in Australia, I'd be arrested. I'd be in jail. Do you know what I mean? You know.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to go in jail that easy because I'm not going to be walking around like in short flip flops. You know, I'm going to be body armored up. I've got all my military stuff and the motorcycle gear. So you know, they know I'm coming for action. I might just want to go shopping, but I'm prepared because I'm not going to be complying, and I know they're going to rough me up. So I'm prepared to take the licks and give the licks. Even my motorcycle gloves have got knuckle dusters on them because in case you hit a vehicle and you don't wreck all your knuckles, you know what I mean? You know?
Yeah.
So impact. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to be wearing. So they're going to say, "Oh, that geezer look. Oh, fuck." They're going to have to think differently now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? You might need 3 or 4 because one is not going to be enough.
No.
And I'm not going to go down easily. And, you know, it's going to be karate, jiu-jitsu, everything. I will grab your balls. I will poke you in the eye. I will grab your nose if I get a chance. It's not going to be that. If you don't want to be tangling with me like that. You know, if you keep it at distance, I'm going to kick you to death. If you come close to me, I'm going to scratch you to death. It's going to be one of them.
It's crazy.
You're fucking going to get it, mate.
They're selling COVID tests in the chemist now. You can buy your own personal COVID test.
I know.
It's like a pregnancy test, right? And they sell them in the chemist, right? And the chemists can't keep up with it, right? They are just running out of stock all the time.
Oh, fucking hell, really? It's that bad?
Yeah, guess actually who owns the COVID testing patents?
Oh, Bill Gates, isn't it?
It's Bill Gates and George Soros. They own
that's right.
the patents for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me it's not another way of fucking scamming the people.
Yeah. And the WHO are pulling out, the recent one where they swab you through the nose. That's stopping this month, and this year it's the end of it. That's why the new ones are coming.
Yeah,
that's stopping. Yeah, the one through the nose,
and
that stopped now.
And now you're going to have to pay for it, right? Where once upon it was all free getting all these tests, right? But now they're stopping that. Now you've got to pay for it. And I think before you cross internal borders, I think too, as well as being vaccinated, you have to have a test 72 hours, I think, before you cross internal borders. I think it's something like that. You have to have a clear test.
Stupid, man. People should just. Oh,
and this is in Australia, mate. This is in Australia.
I'm very disappointed with Australia because they used to give it the large one with their big fucking mouths. You know what I mean?
You can't make it up. You can't make it up.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you that. They like to follow America's lead. Okay, they like to be gun ho. These Australians, but look at them. Wankers. They're not. They can't even organise themselves to take on a draconian government. They can't even do it, can they?
No, there's been small attempts, but they've been shut down pretty damn quickly through a very successful advertising campaign. I must say they've done very, very well. They've staged false arrests, arrests of pregnant women and stuff. All these things have been proved to be false.
I've seen that media stuff. I've seen that stuff. And I do salute them, and I do take my hat off to them. The only reason why it hasn't worked is because there's not enough numbers, you see. That's the problem.
Exactly.
The numbers.
Exactly
because if you had the numbers, they would lose. They'd lose.
The people don't realise all they've got to do is stand as one, and they can get things changed. But it's very disappointing. Like you're seeing some mass protests in places like France and Germany and places like that. Yeah. And I just think to myself, why don't we have the balls to do stuff like that too? But anyway, it is what it is.
I think it was in Sydney. I think it was. What's the number? You got Sydney, you got Perth,
and Melbourne.
Melbourne. That's it. Melbourne. That's
Melbourne. Yeah.
So in Melbourne they had a protest, right? And this one was so organised that the men, because in Melbourne I think the women were being attacked and a woman got slammed down or whatever. It didn't go well, right? So the Melbourne men came out. And then they had the women in front, right in front of the police. The authorities, right, and they were singing the protest on how out of order they were. The women were singing. I thought that was brilliant, and I mean, right, that if saliva came out of their mouth, that's hitting their screen. They were that close. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But right in their face.
But the protest wasn't about the vaccines, Jing. It wasn't about the vaccines. It was about the lockdowns. So it had nothing to do with the vaccines.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Due to the vaccine, due to the fucking virus, due to coronavirus, that's why it was locked down. Yeah. But that was the protest. I thought that was brilliant, man. It was powerful. The women singing their protest was almost touching the screen. The women were that close. So and you know what? I thought that was really good because there was no way they were going to fucking raise their hand because the men were right there behind, right there. See, and they were what's the word? They were trumped. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Yeah,
yeah.
They were trumped. Yeah, they had to submit and take it, and then you'd sing it to remember you signed to look after us. Yeah, we are the people. Yeah, that was fucking thoroughly enjoyed that. You know what I mean? Yeah. You just want to break limbs. That's what they deserve, those officers. You grab an arm, you just break it. And then you hear them screaming and you tread on his mouth. Shut up, you wimp. Right, and then next. Who's coming up next? Yeah, that's what they deserve. You break limbs. Because you know why? Because they betrayed the oath that they signed to look after the people. That's why we pay the tax and we entrust you with our safety. But you betrayed that. So when I break your arm, you're never going to be a police officer again. That's why I'm breaking your arm, because you're not going to be a police officer today. And then I tread on your mouth when you yelp and scream, and I'm just going to, your jaw is broken on top of that. And who's coming? Who wants more of this? You fucking better believe it, The English language is easy to understand. You signed to protect us. What went wrong? Where's your integrity? What went wrong? How are we the enemy? The people who pay the tax for the uniforms you wear, the food you eat, the Medicare you receive, the pension you're going to receive when you fucking retire. And this is how you repay us. You don't know. We could do the job ourselves. We could police it. We don't need you, actually. Right.
I think they've all been privatised, Jin.
Sorry?
I think there's the problem, mate. They're privatised. They don't have that oath anymore.
Yeah, I know. But that you can change all that. You just got to go out in your numbers and tell them what you're going to do. That's what you've got to do. Because when you see the people in mass and you're the government, that tyrannical government, you know, it's frightening. It's frightening. Because once those people wake up and they understand what's gone down, doesn't matter how intelligent you are and whatever degree you got, you're going to run because these people are coming to get you. So, no, man. The real people, when they wake up and they know they've been unjustly treated, they're coming for you, man. You ain't got a chance in hell. You ain't got a chance in hell. You better just stand down quickly. And you look at the people who are talking to the people in Australia, they're very weak in stature. You know? One slap and they're out of the way. That's why they're putting women in the roles to tell you that you're going to need to get this. You know, you're gonna Freedom Day, you get your back, and then you can have your freedom. Wow!
What a joke!
Wow.
Freedom Day. It's an absolute joke.
An insult.
It is really. It is.
Yeah. It's a bloody insult. Of course it is.
Yeah.
We're not free. None of us are free on this earth at the moment because we're in this supposed democracy thing, which is really dictatorship masquerading as democracy. So we were never free. When you came out your mother's womb, you were not free. You were born in. We were all born into slavery, and it's been slowly encroaching on your freedoms and taking it away from you. Right? Now this is where we are now. Look at where we are now. So we were never free. You know.
And the way that everyone has a dumb device in their hand now, the old phone. The way they're able to get their message out instantly and change people's opinion about things overnight. It's quite incredible. It's the perfect tool. It's a perfect weapon, actually. Your phone it's a weapon, and it's been used against us, and people don't actually realise it.
That is why they took out Steve Jobs, because they couldn't keep up with Steve Jobs' innovation. Because when I saw the smartphone for the first time, and that was the iPhone 3, the first generation, when I had it in my hand because my wife went and got it, the first thing I thought was, this is a good revolutionary tool. This tool can, and I'm thinking out of the box in my house. I'm not even a flat earther, okay? I'm not a flat earther, right? Yeah. But I knew the moon landings were a hoax and that. But I'm thinking that this tool that I got in my hand can unite humanity to take back the freedom. Because I knew we weren't free, you see. That's what I thought of the phone. You see what I mean? Yeah. And then guess what happened? You had Libya. Do you remember Libya took over the government because they used the smartphones to do that, didn't they? They all united from the phone. Yeah. So I was proven right when that happened. That's why they've taken it from. That's why they took out Steve Jobs. I'm telling you. Yeah, they couldn't keep up with him at all. He was very good. He brought this out as a revolutionary tool. Remember that he was a hippie, wasn't he, Steve Jobs? Okay, he was a people person. That's for sure. You know, he's making his money. He was still a people person. He still knew that the government was wrong. And if you look at the Apple building now, it's like an azimuthal equidistant map. Go check it out. The new Apple building.
Really?
Yep. It's a circle, okay? It's got lakes and landmass and everything in there, trees. He took it back from Hewlett Packard. I think Hewlett Packard owned that land, and he used to work at Hewlett Packard in his young days, okay? And he made it rich, and he bought it back. I think the place is called Alapachi or something, the place is called. And, it's a brilliant building.
Look at it. Yeah. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, it's fucking beautiful. You know,
it is, actually.
Very well designed. Yeah, you look into the specifications for that building. Yeah. So there's an article saying Steve Jobs is a flat earther.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. There was an article. That's how I found out about the building, because it resembled the Asimov equidistant map, and I thought, yeah, that's why they took him out. That's why they took him out, because he was revealing the truth in a little way, and this invention he made could revolutionize everyone to band together and take on government, and it worked. Yeah, fucking brilliant thing. So yeah, man, I agree with what you were saying. You know, they're dumb, but now the government are using it to imprison us. That's what's happened. So the revolution has gone backfired. They've got wise to the trot quickly, and now they're using it to track us, as it were, and using it to imprison us even further. Yeah, they can't get them
He
out.
would have lined up for the vaccine, mate.
Sorry?
It's strange how it's strange how seemingly intelligent people can do some fucking dumb shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Wasn't
absolutely.
he? Did he die of HIV? Steve Jobs, was that HIV that got him?
No. Steve Jobs was poisoned. Pancreatic cancer, which is a very, very rare cancer. Very rare cancer. It doesn't happen normally. So that's what led me to think he was poisoned. And unfortunately for him, before he could really use the alternative therapies, he'd gone through chemo and that, okay? So once you've gone through that, trying to use homeopathy doesn't really work well. I mean, he lasted as long as he could, but he died from the pancreatic cancer because it came back. There was no way.
Yeah.
You know?
It's strange how someone so intelligent can be told that chemotherapy is the answer.
Yeah.
It blows my mind.
Put poison in your body. Put poison in your body. That'll fix you.
Yeah, that's what surprised me. That's what surprised me. Why did he go for chemotherapy? Why did he do that for such an intelligent man? Yeah, I didn't understand that. Even I knew that was shit. Yeah, I learnt that in 2006 that chemotherapy was dangerous. That's when I learnt it. 2006. Brian Hoare in Britain, a guy in Britain who protested the Afghanistan war and the Iraq war for 10 years. He never went home. He pitched a tent right on Parliament Square, right by Winston Churchill's bust, you know, the statue of Winston Churchill. He was there for 10 years straight. He never went home. He won the award, Most Inspiring Person, from Channel 4. Okay, he got that award. And the candidates were like the Archbishop of Kenya and the military man, Tony Blair, right? Brian Hoare and another individual. And the announcer said, well, it's obvious that Tony Blair, he's definitely not got that. We can say that now. He hasn't won it. And everyone cracked up. You know what I mean? Yeah. But I'm really delighted to tell you that the person who won it is Brian Hoare, right? And then he got a clap on that. And then they put security around his tent because all through those 10 years, he was being harassed by the police and they took his stuff down, but they had to reinstate his stuff back because in the Magna Carta, it states that the British citizen has the right to protest and what's the en masse, okay? Right? Outside Parliament. It's in the law. Okay, you had the right. Remember, they tried to introduce a law that you couldn't mass only on small numbers. Well, I've forgotten the language now. Forgotten the language they used. Okay, but you can't move around in groups, small numbers only. Yeah.
I just dropped a link, Jin, about Apple Campus News. How Steve Jobs unveils the flat Earth to all.
There you go. There you go. I told you. Now I think I've seen it already, but I'm going to watch it again. Yeah. No problem, man. Thanks for that.
No, you're right.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, man, I was right. Yeah, you know, I'm following it for years. You know, so that's why I was surprised that Steve Jobs went that way. Why did he go to the bloody? And then when he realised that it wasn't working, he tried it, but it was too late, man. The chemotherapy had kicked in. That's why he looked all gaunt. He lost a lot of weight. But he was always concerned about like the battery.
That's why I thought it was HIV.
Yeah, no, it was the chemotherapy that did it. from the pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic cancer he got, unfortunately for him. That's why I think he was poisoned, because it's very rare for the pancreas to get a cancer. Very rare. How did he get that? I mean, how do you get a cancer? He's a healthy man. He wasn't doing anything untoward, probably doing spliff and that. How do you end up with cancer of the pancreas? Okay. And another thing, right? He was, whenever he had his promotion of his new products, okay. Obviously he did the private one for the masses, you know, with the on stage. But then afterwards you'd have the interview, and they were sitting on these orange streets. I think on these orange seats and that, right? But the two interviewers, it was like an inquisition. It wasn't like an interview, you know. It was like, how dare you make this phone? What was you thinking when you did this? You know, the line of questioning wasn't to my liking. You know what I mean? I would have said, fuck off, get out of here. I would have gone. I wouldn't have sat there. You know what I mean? The woman was a lesbian, and the other guy was an old Jewish guy, you know, with the round glasses and an Annie Goat's beard and that bald head here on the side. And, you know, the line of question and the body language, I would have just fucked off. I'd have gone, yeah, take a boot in the head. Let's move on. It would have been in the newspapers. Gene CBO1 kicks interviewers in the face. I had to, because he was being a cunt. That's what you would have heard. You know what I mean? You've got to be real out there. And then the customers would understand. You understand, folks? Yeah, right. It had to be done.
Be real.
Yeah, you got to be real, man. Stop pretending.
You got to be real.
Yeah, you got to chin them. Give them a bop on the lip. Live. They won't do that again. There's a lawsuit, and then I won't turn up at court either. They'll have to come and get me. I'm not going to take myself there. Still hasn't turned up at court. They're looking for Jin CBR1. But he's been seen at certain restaurants, and you know. You know what I mean? Fucking right. And then he's been seen on his CBR 1000. No one can catch him. Yeah, man. None of that fucking stupidity out there. Like you said, though, it is surprising that people of supposedly credited with intelligence can make such a stupid move. That surprised me.
Yeah, I just find it disappointing, actually, that, like, seriously, Jin, like, it's not even 2 years, but, you know, if you had said 2 years ago, you know, we're going to turn the world upside down and everyone's going to be panicking, we're going to turn person against person, business against business, people would think you're fucking loony. They'd put you in a straitjacket and they lock you away.
I never ever thought in my life that I would see the West wearing masks. Look, I'm growing up in London, okay, all through my life, okay, those masks were always in the chemist. If you go to the chemist, you want to go and get a cough syrup, you know, in my young days, I wanted to get the Lucrafuta, all right? My dad used to get it, so I used to get it, okay? Or you might want to get some throat lozenges. But on the shelves, those masks were always there. I never saw anyone buy them. I never saw anyone buy one. And whenever anyone had a cold or a sniff and that, they had a handkerchief. So no one wore the mask. I never ever thought anyone would wear the mask. And then look at what I'm seeing. Unbelievable. It was a shock for me. Shocked. I was shocked to see it. I really was. Even my brother wore a mask. Both my brothers. Very disappointing, I said. I don't know why you wore the mask, man. Why did you wear it? You know it's not going to offer you any protection. So why would you wear it? That's the principle there. It does not work. Why would you put on something on your face when you know it doesn't work? That means they've controlled you. Shut up, don't talk. That's what it meant. I was disappointed with my brothers. Very, very disappointed with that. Pissed me right off. Fuck. When you know something's not working, how are you going to put it on? Huh? How?
Well, it seems retarded, doesn't it?
It's fucking stupid. And I'm a man who's been wearing masks on my motorcycle for like 40 years. Yeah, more than 40 years. It's called a Respro, and it blocks 5 pollutants in the air, and it's got a 2-way valve which you can shut off. It's called a Respro, okay? Because they said, like, if you're a taxi driver in London and you're taxi driving all day, it's like smoking 60 to 80 cigarettes. Now I'm a courier on a motorbike. Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah. Right. So obviously I don't want to breathe in that shit. So I've been wearing a mask for years, but I'm not going to wear a mask because the government's telling me there's a virus that I know there's not. It's not there.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm deliberately not wearing a mask. I'm in my shorts. This is now like the third winter in a row where jeans, shorts, t-shirts, lycra, go for a run. Yeah. Come back. Yeah. Cycling, shorts. Everyone's togged up, looking like fucking walking sleeping bags, freezing, and jeans, shorts. No mask. You know what I said to them? They say, "Are you cold?" I said, "No, I'm not cold. Not at the moment. But I'm going home to a warm house so I can manage. And I'm not going to catch cold. I guarantee you."
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you're
Because you know what
moving,
they've gone and
aren't you?
said?
You're
They've
keeping
said,
warm.
yeah, they've said that black people, black African Americans are more susceptible. So I'm proving them wrong there. I'm not going to be susceptible. Let me show you how I'm not going to be. Fuck. Cheek. Pissed me right off when I heard that.
Like they say a lot of things about the black Americans, what they're susceptible to.
Yeah. It's a
They
lie.
really do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bloody lie.
Heard
Just
many
lying.
things like their intelligence, everything, like they're not as smart as Anglo-Saxons, and I've heard fucking lots of different things over the years.
Yeah.
More,
It really has
more
pissed me off.
susceptible to stuff like AIDS and hepatitis and stuff like that. It's crazy.
Yeah. They've attacked us every time. Every time they undermine us. Can you imagine? You're trying to run an English school. You're trying to run a business, and now they're telling you that black people are more susceptible. So now the Japanese are going to think, well, I don't want to go to him then because he might have it. So if that's the case, then I'm going to wear my shorts, no mask. Let's see who is the one that's not surviving or not surviving. Did you get the vaccine? No, I didn't get it. Oh, why not? Well, I haven't been sick in over 40 years. Why do I need it? I'm healthy. I don't even catch cold. And then they're not. You know what they said? They said, your immune system is very strong, isn't it? I said, where all our immune systems are strong, if you give it a chance, what's going on here? So no, that's not the case, I said. You've got to know your body condition. And I said, Japanese people are amongst one of those who lived the longest in the world. Okinawa, 100 years old, 102, 120. Why have you lost? What's wrong? What's going on here? Why are you panicking? Fucking hell. Yeah. Mask up. Mind, it's part of their culture anyway, when they wear the mask. They wear it to protect them from hay fever, the pollen in the air. Okay, that's the main reason why they wear a mask. And then that's the first reason, yeah. And then the other reason is when they do have a cold, they don't want to sneeze on anyone, so they're self-conscious. So they put the mask on when they've got a cold. Right. But I've since learnt from Rocket's Push Off of Air. Okay, that's his channel, and he's got the germ theory, the history of germ theory, past and present. It doesn't spread that way. So if they're sneezing and coughing and spluttering, you're not going to get it anyway. So I'm now confident. So now I know it was a lie from 300 years ago. They coined that idea 300 years ago. That it spread that way, the virus, which means. It actually means in Latin poisonous liquid or poisonous fluid. Okay. Right. So that's what I learned, you see. So I've now learned that germ theory is only a theory. There's no scientific evidence to support the theory. It's just a theory. So people sneezing around you doesn't necessarily mean you're going to catch anything. But, of course, we didn't know that. So when someone's sneezing, you think, well, where's your handkerchief, mate? Fucking hell, you're sneezing in my face. Do you mind? It's noisy and rude. You know what I mean? You might pass a comment like, where's your hanky? But now I don't care. Sneeze fine. I'm not worried. I'm not going to catch it.
Is this fellow a flat earther, this Rocket's Push Off Air?
Yeah, he's a flat earther, yeah.
And there you go.
Yeah.
I've just subbed to his channel.
Well done, man. Well done. He's a solid dude. And he's got all these videos on Rockets. Yeah, go ahead.
Just on a very different topic. You mentioned before as a black man, right? And this whole time I've been on the server, I haven't once thought of anybody's like nationality. Other than an accent, you're from the UK, you're from here, you're from there. I hadn't once actually had a vision of anybody in my mind. And when you just said as a black person then, that was the first time I'd actually got a picture of you in my mind. Isn't that funny?
Okay. Yeah. But my avatar is me. See, if you can see Jin CBR1, that is me. That is my face.
I've
That
never
is
looked
me.
at the avatars. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, yeah, fine, fair enough.
Mainly because I'm on
So,
my
yeah.
phone. I just can't see them.
No, that's okay. No problem. I totally understand. I don't often look at the screen because I'm on battery save all the time anyway. So yeah. But yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, I was
appreciate
just
the
raising the point that, you know, race is never a thought. You know what I mean? Like, you
Yeah, I
know,
appreciate that. I
so
appreciate
many
that. I was the
people call
same.
Australians racist, but we're not.
No, yeah, I appreciate that, and I always take people as I find them anyway. That's me, so I'm not a racist. But yeah, you know, I've suffered, you know, racism and I've suffered discrimination, but it didn't turn me to become hating white people. No, that's not the way
No.
I went. No, you know, because
No,
not
if you're a
everybody's a
decent
racist.
human, it won't be that way.
Yeah, that's right. No, yeah, of course not. And I've had a lot of white people help me in my life. I've got white friends, Irish, Greek, Italian, you know, Scottish, British. I've got friends all over the place. So I can't say I hate white people. No. Hate the cunts who are in control, though. Yeah, hate them. Those who
Oh,
want to
yeah.
hold us down. Right, of course.
It just happened to be white.
Yeah, unfortunately. You know, they're saying
unless,
that
of course, there's people above them.
Yeah, yeah. And I hate the black people who are supporting those white people to bring on this thing as well. Those black people are sellouts. So, you know, no. I only said that because some people may not know of my heritage, you know. That's the only reason why. So you get to know. But that's why I put myself up on offer. I'm not running. I'm not going to run. I'm not going to hide from you. Not hiding from you, not hiding from the government, not hiding from the powers that be.
But Jen,
know what kind of
Jen, your people came to England from Africa, right?
Yeah, my parents did. Yeah, immigrated.
So they weren't really the same motherfuckers that went through the whole Caribbean.
Well, they weren't motherfuckers to begin with. That's for sure.
I know, you know what I mean. I didn't mean to say it. My bad. I'm sorry. That was a very
exactly
bad way of phrasing it.
Yep.
But I didn't mean it in a bad way. I just meant like they weren't the same people.
So they weren't
the Caribbean type of people.
No, they weren't slaves. No, my parents weren't slaves, but we were slave though. Some of my ancestors were shipped out across from Africa to England, and then from England, you know, Liverpool over to the trade to the Caribbeans. You know, it happened, didn't it? So all blacks are my family. Look, when I was going to school, I suffered racism from whites and blacks because the blacks didn't want to be associated with African bubu, they used to call us. The Caribbean, you know, the Jamaicans. The
bro, I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. Because like, when I was in England, there's a definite distinguished
difference.
Yeah, between
African
Jamaicans,
blacks,
basically Jamaicans and people that are Jamaicans, people's friends.
Yeah, Africans are rougher. What you find is when the slave trade kicked in, the contact and interaction between the whites and the blacks in the Caribbeans, the blacks have picked up a lot of intellectual knowledge and sporting prowess. Okay, competitive prowess. They actually picked that up from the whites. Definitely, that's what I noticed as I'm growing up.
Right, but
I noticed the difference between the Caribbeans and myself.
What really pisses me off, right, is that back in those days, right, warfare 1-on-1 used to be about turning people onto their own selves so that you can relax your own defenses because they're now fighting amongst each other's. Right, and that's one of the major reasons why India got split into 3 different countries.
Yeah, Pakistan.
Right,
that's right.
India and fucking Bangladesh.
Yeah, and
it really wasn't for peace. It was for the priests.
So they could get control, of course.
Well, it was to make these cons fight amongst themselves for a little bit.
Cause division, then you can control them easier. That's what it's all about.
That's it, divide and conquer.
Yeah, that's right. So to go back to what I was saying, you know, I noticed that the Caribbean people had a bit more of a bounce in their walk, a bit more sure-footedness. I noticed that they understood style a bit more better than the Africans because we didn't have that much interaction with the whites. You see what I mean? in Africa. So we
Nah, bro.
retained
Like,
our.
I will say this, yeah. Even as a kid in England, I hate to say this. This may sound super racist and shit, but I always felt like the Caribbean black people were ghetto, and the African black people were more just, I don't know, they just weren't ghetto. They were more just fucking chill. Like,
You know what? I had the opposite to that. My feeling was that we were the ghetto, and the Caribbean people were lucky. I thought that even though they got slaved, they came out with something extra. That extra understanding of the white psychology to the point that they were very competitive, and it put them up a bit in standing. You know, in the way of fashion sense, style, sporting prowess, which were the things that I was interested at the time. Okay, but at the same time, now they're
that's
calling
the opposite. Like, okay,
Yeah.
like, just for me personally, I felt like African people in England, they were more family oriented. Like if you fucking African family would actually be a family, like, you know, mum,
Oh
dad, and
yeah,
kid.
yeah, oh yeah.
And
We have the
like,
family
and
values.
I hate to say this shit, yeah, but like, Caribbean and fucking Jamaican families, they weren't really families. They were
No, yeah, they were splitting up, yeah, because you had the drugs intervention. That's why, you see, drugs and alcohol came in. Whereas the Africans now, they have a drink, but it's just for the party. It's not splitting families. Although some husbands may have gone astray. My dad did, cheating on my mum. Okay, it did happen, but we still had, you know, the family values were strong. Tradition was strong because we had our heritage. Okay, so that was what kept us strong. Plus, we knew our legal rights. We were into the law of things. The Jamaicans, and I don't think they were into that. More of a party-going type people, singing, and you know, and then their musical prowess came out. They made some good songs.
But you know what's
good tracks.
interesting though, Jen?
Reggae music, hip hop, soul.
Jen, you know what's interesting though, yeah?
Yeah, go on.
Was that I saw it that way, and you saw it that way.
Yeah, I saw them as cool people.
But like,
black Caribbeans were cool. I'm trying to get this. Hang on a minute, Brad.
A lot of other people, Jen.
Brad, hang on. I'm trying to get my point out, but you keep cutting me off. So wait till I finish, then I'm going to let you go. Okay, right. So what I'm trying to say is this, yeah. So realizing what I noticed about the black people now, whilst I was at school, I was being called African boo-boo. I'm not an African boo-boo, primitive African monkey. That's what they used to call me, yeah? And then I used to say to them, excuse me, you're an African that you got shipped out from Africa. That's why you ended up in Caribbean. We're all Africans here. And then what happened, the BBC during the 70s put out a documentary. One was Roots, which is Alex Haley's Roots, and another one was the slave trade and that, okay? When they watched that, and I went back to school after, because it lasted like 3 months, this series, okay? It was on every week. When it was like going through, being aired each month, the kids would say, yeah, Jin was right. Jin was right. We you know, we are Africans. Go, that's right. You didn't know your own heritage, did you? But that's right. Now you're learning, okay? So don't call me a boo-boo, because when you call me a boo-boo, you're calling yourself a boo-boo, and your mum and dad a boo-boo as well as me. Okay?
So you're from Africa. Right?
Yeah, I'm from Nigeria, West Africa. Yeah. That's right. So I have to take that racism from the blacks and racism from the whites, which is what toughens me right up.
Indians, bro. Look at fucking Indians, right, man. Like fucking Muslims and fucking Hindus apparently hate each other, even though we really don't. In the world of the eyes think that we do. I don't know, man. It's just fucking, that's just the way life is, bro. Everybody.
Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I've had that all go on, but I can
hate, dude. What is it, Jim?
Yeah.
That makes us this type of people, right? That instead of wanting to better us together, we want to better ourselves. It's just so weird, man.
Well, I don't know. It's nothing wrong with wanting to better yourself and understanding your self-worth. And then after that, understanding the worth of others.
I don't mean ourselves that way. I don't mean like bettering ourselves internally. I mean like, instead of bettering us as a society, we're very selfish, and like we care more about our potential monetary gains within ourselves as opposed to the communal.
Well, that's just us wanting to keep up with the Joneses mentality. That's what that is, you know. That's why. That's because the misconception there is you're doing well when you've locked down your car, your house, you got your 2 kids, you know, you're going on holiday, that kind of
Jin,
thing.
I tell you
And
what, man.
everyone aspires to do that.
After I lock that shit down, bro, I'm telling you, man, like, I got to this point in my life where I was like, fuck, this is all bullshit. Like, the whole way we're living our lives in this Western way of life is not cool. It's like we are so fucking, if you want, put in a place right now we're selfish. Like we've become very selfish motherfuckers.
To be quite honest, we're selfish, dumbed down.
It's not about being dumbed down, bro. We can be smart as fuck, but we're still very selfish. We only care about ourselves in today's society, and it's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, it's that's what it is like at the moment, because we're dumbed down. That's why. But now, I'm sure people are beginning to see that's wrong.
Like intelligent
people.
Look,
hang on, Brant. I was talking there. Hang on. Now, I watched a little 20-minute documentary of a guy in Britain, and it's titled "Why I Changed My Mind on the Vaccines War." Okay, and he'd only come to the realization that humanity was selfish, blah blah blah. And you know, I haven't put it in yet, but I'm going to put a comment in there. Welcome to the real world of the indoctrinated zombies. Welcome. Better late than never, yeah. Okay. So
how do we fix this, bro? Like, how do we stop being selfish? Like, how do we stop caring about the one and start caring about the whole?
Yeah, well, you gotta demonstrate that to people. You gotta show that to people.
I ain't gonna demonstrate that shit to no one, motherfucker. What I'm saying is how we as a motherfucking race of cunts.
What you got to do is stop calling me motherfucker, first of all right? And then secondly, just pay attention. If you want change,
here's the thing.
You're not listening now. Now you're not listening again.
Here's what you're not understanding is when
I understand you. Listen clearly. Just let me get this out. Let me get this out.
Jen, no, seriously, Jen.
You're always cutting me off.
Please, Jen. Can I get this one thing out, Jen?
You're cutting me off again.
Jen, can I get this one thing?
All I'm going to say is this.
Can I get
just 3 words? Be the change. That's all. Go ahead. Be the change. That's all you got to be. Once you're being that change, it's other people will copy.
Jen, what I was trying to say, right, was that if I call you motherfucker, if I call you a cunt or not, right? Whatever. Like, when I say that shit to you,
it's offensive. Because motherfucker, fucking your mother is not what I want to do.
I don't mean to say in an offensive way.
Yeah, but don't use it at all. It's wrong. It's just wrong. No, we don't. None of us on this server say motherfucker to somebody when we're talking to them because we know it's wrong.
Right? Jen, I talk to my friends like that in real life.
Yeah, well, don't talk to me like that. Sorry. Don't use that word. You call me parents, motherfuckers, even. Have some spirit decor. Have some decorum. You ain't got any of that.
Okay, Jen, I get that. But whoever the fuck keeps muting me, can you stop? Jen, look. When I say it to you, yeah, I don't
know. Right. Exactly. You got to start thinking.
But Jen, it's not about even thinking, bro. It's like the way.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Hey, Branch, if someone asks you not to do something out of respect, you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. But I'm not going to do
it. Is that you, Gene? Are you doing that?
No, I haven't got that role. I haven't got the role that.
Okay. So
Yeah, no, I'm
someone,
not a moderator.
someone's doing it, not me.
Yeah,
Well,
someone's
it's
understanding.
ironic. Here's the thing. I'm listening to this conversation. I'm listening to Branch. He's really not that genuine of a speaker, of an orator. Jin, he's always full of, this zeal and this zest. And, the conversation's going on. And then Branch starts cursing at him. And I'm like, all right, I should probably moderate. I don't really like that. And Jin asks him, please don't call me that. And so I was like, all right, I'm just going to start muting him periodically and only letting a couple words come out of his mouth until he asks not to be muted, and he'll understand what it's like when you ask someone kindly not to do something and they keep doing it.
Yeah, appreciate that a lot. Yeah,
Well, I don't know what else to do with this guy, Brent.
Yeah,
I don't have anything against him.
No, I know you haven't. We're trying to accommodate him. We are flat earthers. We try to accommodate, like I've always said. We always uplift people. Flat earthers uplift. We don't devalue. That's not what we're about. We want the truth about what this earth is, and we know it. So we're telling you. If you don't want to hear it, that's up to you. Okay? But the door is always open for you to be a flat earther. The door would be wide open. All right.
The trouble with Branch, he can actually have some really cool conversations. You have some cool conversations with him. You really, really can. But then all of a sudden, he just starts to derail things, unfortunately.
Regress into the gutter animal that he can be at times. Like the other day when he came in.
And there's a time and a place for everything at the end of the day. And if someone asks you kindly not to do something and you keep on doing it,
silly, isn't it?
Pretty much.
I said to him, he always brings the conversation into the gutter. The other day he came in, he said I was talking BS. Those were his first words. And I said, I see you've come out the gutter again where you're stinking. Go and clean up, yeah? Your mouthwash ain't making it. You've got last week's spew all over your clothes. Go and clean up, man. You gutter snipe. Get out of here. Coat him up. Listen, Branch, you're out of your league, man. You can never bring me down. You're never going to do it. You're not on my road. You're not in my league. You're not in my universe, mate. You're nowhere. Sorry, but you can try. You can try. You haven't lived yet. Like I said, we flat earthers, when we touch something, it gets uplifted. It gets enriched. I mean, that's what life is about, right? So when I said to him, be the change, that's how it begins. You be that change, then people will copy you when they see you enriching your life and you're enjoying it. And then when you get the chance to converse, you converse about the realities of what's going on and how you've overcome it. And they're going to think,
it's the pebble effect. Like a pebble in a pond, just like a pebble in a pond. Little bit by little bit. That's all you got to do, and you can only worry about yourself. You can't worry about anyone else.
No,
right? You can only worry about yourself and the influences that you have on your world. No one else's world.
No. And then if you get the opportunity to converse with people, then choose your moment and try to impact them in the positive way. That's the thing. That's it. Flat earths, vaccines, or whatever the topic might be, but try and point them in the right direction, and in that way they'll change their lives.
Talking flat earth, I was actually listening to a conversation a few days ago about the speed of light, Jin.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And how the speed of light in a vacuum changes. Okay.
Yeah.
And anyway, they tried to. The excuse that they were giving is like the path of light. Like the speed of light isn't actually changing. It's just kind of hit a roundabout and it's going round a roundabout, but it's actually still changing at the same. It's still traveling at the same speed. Who was talking about it? Jeremy. It was like the speed of light in a vacuum or something. I think they were.
I think I was going to say generism because I watched it as well.
Yeah.
Talking about generism, because I watched it as well. Definitely generism, yeah. And yeah. And he was talking about the stars being a gazillion miles away, and he says, "Who cares?" When he asked it, it just cracked me up.
How do you? What's even funny now is that apparently there are galaxies Jin, that are moving away from us at the speed of light. The
Yeah.
speed of light, right? So how the hell can we see them if they're moving away at the speed of light?
Exactly. And that's the kind of questions that Generation poses. Exactly that, you know. He goes, you know, what is it? He said Polaris is like to be 300. What did he say? 300 trillion miles away, all right? And he said if you was to count that 300 trillion miles every second, he said it would take you 1.8. What's that? Sorry, 1.8 quintillion years
to count.
Yeah. He said there are no stars. He goes, there are no stars that are that far, and if they are, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. What's to prove if they are? Man, when they talk about light or time's the big one that they talk about that just makes me laugh. When they try and justify time as an independent variable and stuff like that, it's just that makes me laugh.
Yeah, it makes me laugh too. You know. Yeah, I mean, I was watching a presentation of the universe whilst I was getting ready for my students yesterday, and I just kept laughing at the things he's saying. And the guy's saying it all sincerely, like it's real. Nothing is substantiated. Nothing's been proven, but it's been spoken of like it's true. You know?
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. Like all time it's just a period, and it's a way of dividing things, really, that we use, right? Whether that's seconds, hours, milliseconds, whatever the case may be. We've just divided the day into periods that we call time. That's it.
Yeah.
Because a day is always a day. The sun comes up, the sun comes down. That's a day, right? And now we have just divided that time by what we use as convenient periods, right, to work out things, right? And they are convenient, we can work out, how fast we travel, how long we've got to work, bits and bob, how long to cook a cake for. But it's just a period, right? You can do exactly the same thing by sticking a stick in the ground and just watching the shadow move, really. But that's all it is, right? It's not real. It's a man-made construct that is convenient for us to work out things. That's all it is.
Yeah, we use it to measure, our time and use our time. What's the word there now? Economically, if you will. But the powers that be are using it to enslave humanity. That's the other thing.
Yes,
time as a man-made construct. Has a positive side to it. And it can be used positively, like you said, to work out how long it's going to take me to get my kids to school and get back. Will I make it, sort of thing? How long to bake a cake and boil an egg? Yeah. But then you've got these scumbags that are using it to imprison us. Yeah. Yeah. That's the other end of the scale. But you're right.
Or to imprison us, or to use it to confuse you, like bendy space time. I think White's is a big one on the time. That's one of his bugbears, I'm pretty sure. Old time.
Yeah. I mean, the bending and warping of space-time, those words put together, and you think, now where can I see that in my reality?
It's like, it's like give me a cubic meter of space and tell me how many cubic meters of seconds are in there. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's the stupidity of it. That is the stupidity of it. That it actually time actually has some physical property to it, and it has absolutely zero. It has zero physical property whatsoever.
No, it doesn't have it at all. That's correct. Yeah. And that's how easy it is to destroy these professors. That's how easy it is to destroy them, because you can't, in good faith, right, start to try and defend that. Because if you do, you're going to be looking like a buffoon.
Yeah. Well, they do that all the time. Look like buffoons. The way they just double speak. It's just double speak. That's all it is. It's a lot of double speak. And these people, these so-called smart people that are so-called book smart because they read these physics books and quantum physics books and stuff like that, and they can recite these things off verbatim as though they're fact, and they're not fact at all. You know, they're a theory. And what's a theory? All a theory is just an idea. That's all it is. It's just someone's idea of how something works. That's all it is. That's all a theory is. It's just an idea of how something works. All right?
Exactly.
Like me, I think the stars are sonar luminaries, right? They work on frequency. That's what I think they are. That's my theory about stars, right? That they gather their energy from frequency. Okay, then. Now that's just as good a theory as anything else going out there, because I can't prove my theory, right? I've seen things like star in a jar and stuff like that, which tend to give a little bit of validity to it. But you know, I can't go to a star and say it's 90% hydrogen and 13% nitrogen and 2% this and 1% that. I can't do that, and neither can anyone else. But
That's correct. The arrogance of it.
But at least here on Earth, I can prove sonar luminaries here on Earth as a star in a jar. I can prove that here on Earth, right?
Okay.
Quite easily.
So your theory is more. Your theory would be more acceptable than the professor's one with all the gases and that they've never been there to actually substantiate that those things do exist in that.
Well, I think it's got more substance to it, Jin. Personally, but I don't know. Like I said, that's just my theory. That's just my idea. And
but
so
the
I'm
fact
proven
that you
wrong.
said it's your idea, it's your theory, that leaves everyone clearly understanding it's just a theory. So we can't take it to heart. But let's endeavour to see if we can find anything to help bring that to light some more. You know, more
exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Like these people, they just go on and perpetuate it as it's the truth. This theory has now, after a few years, it becomes the truth, doesn't it?
Yeah. You look through it. You look through a telescope and you can work out the properties of a fucking star. Like, give me a break.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
And the other thing that I don't like, my other pet hate is when they start to check your credentials. You know. But you're not a professor. I know. Because I was talking to a Japanese security man yesterday who works at the University of Science and Physics in Tokyo. It's a well-renowned, prestigious university. Some of my students attended. Okay, that's how I ended up talking to this guy. I spoke to the professor in that university. Now I'm talking to the security guy via Skype. Okay, and we were talking about flat Earth and everything else. Okay, I introduced him to some of the memes that we use. Now he's asking me, "Are you a professor, Jin?" I said, "No, I'm not a professor because I don't need to be." And I said to him, I have the right to study any subject of my desire to any level that I desire, to the highest degree if I so wish. I don't need to take an examination in it, though. And I can still be talking to a professor. And if I think he's wrong, I can say he's wrong. Yeah, that's my right, isn't it? I said to him. He says, yeah, you're right. I goes, yeah. And the other thing is, it's the professors that's the problem. I'm glad I'm not a professor because they're the ones making all the mistakes anyway.
Yeah.
And then he laughed, you know. He said, yeah, he said, I can feel your passion. I said, yeah, because I have the right. I don't need to be a professor. You know, I don't need to be a professor to know something. Talking about. Don't be silly.
Duh.
Yeah, fuck's sake. That's right. So that stops that all the time. That's why I call myself a professional expert specialist. So that shuts them up completely, especially in Gem Panda server. Yeah, I'm a professional expert specialist, and you don't get that title overnight. Okay.
I definitely have respect for teachers and stuff. They've taught me a lot of things over the years. You know, whether it was school or trade school and stuff like that. So I've definitely got a lot of respect for the job that they perform, and it's a very important job, very important job that they do.
Yeah, likewise.
Autodidactic is a nice word.
What word is that? Sorry.
Autodidactic.
Oh, I don't know the meaning of that. Now, can you explain that? Autodidactic.
It just means anyone who's in any endeavor been self-taught in a skill.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, that's me then. I'm like that. I learned mechanics that way. Self-taught. Yeah. Yeah. And other subjects as well, but good. Autodidactic. I should try and remember.
The best teachers are the ones that can very quickly identify which way you learn visually,
Yeah.
all the different ways.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely correct.
True
you for
that,
that.
White. True that. Yeah.
That's why
Everyone-
whenever I'm trying to explain things to people, I like to bring in some images as well to help them formulate an understanding proper, if I can. That's why last weekend, this week, and last weekend, I've been introducing some of my students, because they know I'm on the Flat Earth Discord 24/7. So I'm introducing them to some of the memes that have been created to help people understand. So for the first time now they're seeing like the Flat Earth map properly, the one that we use as in I mean, I've got the Gleasons and that, but they're seeing the memes that we use. And then I'm asking them to explain to me what they understand from this picture in your own words. The first one was the weather balloon, high altitude. Where's the curvature meme? You know that one, guys, don't you? Yeah. So, and I said, can you explain what that means? What does that mean to you? And and they begin to understand. And they said, is that right? Yeah, that's 20 miles up. Yeah. Which was, what's that? 36 kilometers up. Really? Yeah, that's how high that is. Weather balloon. There's no curvature to this. Yeah, right. So if there's no curvature, what does that mean? When there's no, it's not a. Okay, good. Next shot. The aeroplane. Every 500 planes fly at 500 miles. So if they're flying at that speed, every 2 minutes they would have to nose down for a mile to follow the curvature of the Earth. Do you understand that? He says, yeah. And then the long distance shot, 273 miles in France, Guinness Book of Records. There should be 9.5 miles of curvature there, 15 kilometers of curvature. So they begin to understand more solidly. Yeah, that the Earth is just not a ball. Yeah. But the security guard, sorry, just to finish this off, the security guard was going through the memes, 14, I only gave him 14 to look at. And by the time we got to like number 9, which is the planets in a cluster shooting through the universe, right? And then a 3-minute accompanied video, he began to spiral. That's when he started to ask me if I'm a professor, blah, 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 what's my credentials. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
I was saying good on you for doing that.
Yeah. So he started to spiral, and then the lesson, we slowed the lesson down, and he said, I said that, I finished it off with this. There's a Japanese man, his name is Flat Earth Banjo, he's half Japanese, half Brazilian. This year, August, together with 2 other people, they produced 3 Flat Earth books. That's how important it is for them in Aichi Prefecture, where he lives. Okay? So, this Flat Earth, you can't stop it. So no matter what you think, the truth is going to come out. You know what he said? Can you link me to the books? I goes, yes, I will. Of course I will link you to the books. Because he was trying to say it wasn't important. It went to the point where, so what if it's flat and it's not round? So what? Then I said to him, that's very important. It means that they're lying to the children, and then JAXA is taking our money, and Mr. Maezawa, the billionaire who went up last week to the ISS, he's not there. So they're lying, yeah? So and the main point is you learn moral education at school. You learned that at school, to be honest, to be truthful, yeah? Honor, integrity. You learn this stuff, but then you grow up to lie to go to space, and you're telling me it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter. Doesn't it matter now? Are you sure? Okay. It mattered to the people in Haiti. They learned about the Flat Earth, and they produced 3 books so that everybody can learn quickly. Yeah? Okay. Maybe you can do the same. Then I said to him, what's your legacy going to be in your life? When your life ends, what's your legacy going to be? Yeah? That's what you need to be thinking about. Anyway, yeah, next week, yeah? Okay, next week. Thank you very much. I'll get those books for you. Bye. You know what I mean? Cheek. Yeah. People
Very
like this.
cheap.
Yeah. It's good. It's very important. I said to him, many people have died in wars for the stupid bloody emperor, and they never knew the earth was flat. Okay? But they died for an emperor that wasn't worthy of their death. Okay? No emperor is worth anyone to die for, talking about. And then the man is as old as I am, and he's in his 60s, the generals with the caps, and they're sending the young, the 18-year-olds to go and die. That's a crime. He should be dying first. He's older than them. He's lived longer. He's had some experience. They haven't had any. Fuck, what a crime. Don't put me in front of the generals. They'd fucking run. Because what I have to say to them would shame them. They would commit suicide. They'd have to. Because they know they did wrong. Fuck.
I like that about the Japanese culture. If that's true, that whole committing suicide thing. If you know you've, is it failing your honor or, you know,
yeah,
what is it?
Well, of course it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a dishonor to the people because they hold it in such a high esteem. That's why if I saw Maezawa, the first thing I'm going to say to him is, do you remember Dodoku? Do you remember the moral education? That's the first thing I'm going to say to him. Dodoku oboiteru? Gakko de ne? Chisai toki. When you were small, you were learning about moral education, yeah? Yeah? Not to lie. Do you remember that, Mr. Maezawa? Those are my words. Not, hello, Mr. Maezawa, nice to meet you. That's not what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
Because it's not a hello. I'm not glad to see you. Sorry. Fuck that shit. You've been lying. Yeah. Nakara. That's why I'm going to ask you. Dotoku oboiteru? Do you remember moral education at school? Do you remember that? You're only 43, 44 years old. Can you remember? Ah, look at how you turned out. You turned out to be a liar. Yeah? You took the people's money. Okay, you made some good material, good products, clothing, miscellaneous goods. Okay, you made your billions and you sold it on. But then you turned around and lied to the people who bought your products and made you rich. Yeah? And then you lied to them like this, Mr. Maezawa. Is that good? Yeah? Is that a good way? Good legacy? Yeah? Okay, Mr. Maezawa. Okay. Yeah. Carry on, yeah, Mr. Maezawa. Carry on. Liar. I put it on my board. I read it on the whiteboard for my adult students to read. And the children as well, the high school and junior high school, because they like him. I put it on the board. Mr. Maezawa is a liar. He lied. And then when they said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? I said, look, did America go to the moon? No. Can they go to the moon? No, we can't. Did we go to the moon? No. Can we go to Mars? No. So if America can't go to the moon, how can Maezawa go to the moon then? How is he going to go? He's got better technology, so he's lying, isn't he? Is he not lying? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, he's lying. And all your other astronauts as well, they lied. Yeah, then they had to think, you know, because they're learning English here, and then they're learning some reality, and then they go back out into the fantasy world. So when they come back, it's reality again. So they gotta make their minds up, and that's what I'm doing. I'm getting them to make their mind up and accept the truth. All right, a teacher must teach the truth, otherwise you're not a teacher. Okay, all right. So yeah, they start to accept. You know, still hanging on to a dream. Don't hang on to false hopes. Don't do that. That's not living. So we must be the change that we want to see, and that's what we're doing now. Can't call me. You cannot insult me as a flat earther. That's just going to bounce off like a tennis ball bouncing off a wall, mate. Sorry, you're the mug because you're believing in something you've never seen. You're the idiot. Wake up, mate. I can't prove it, can't measure it, can't see it. Who are you? Who are you? I'm telling you it's not there. Start to listen and check it. Go and check it at least. Not even check it. Fool. Yeah, you're not even checking the thing. And you're calling me a retard. Fool. That didn't mean niche. That just bounced off. Any more insults? You mug? You ain't seen this? Right. Can you prove it, please? Show me. And then it starts, then it's all and ahhing there. Quiet silence. Yeah, I love it. Love this flat earth thing, man. Bloody hell, I'm relishing it. I'm telling you, helium balloon never coming down. Never coming down with the helium balloon feeling. Yeah, and I use every single tool. I've told them, I've said to them, I will cherry pick the best information to hit you with from the assortment of information that I have. Of course I'm going to be cherry picking. What do you think I'm stupid? Trying to make out cherry picking's wrong now. Silly artists.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
If that's the case, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Why do you spend so much time still in Jen Panda's room?
I go there to shake their foundation and rock their world with the truth. That's why I go there. I love it. That's exactly why I go there. And I go there with honor and integrity to uplift. So when I go in there, I uplift the server because it's going out live and they're telling lies live. Then suddenly this character comes in and it's now mayhem now. And then I'm getting the listeners to think. So for all those of you who are in the live stream, YouTube, just think about it. Have you proved to yourself that the earth is actually a spinning ball? Have you actually done that? Or have you taken it on faith? Because if you've done that, you've made a mistake. I'm telling you now, that's a mistake. Go and check it. So therefore, for a moment in time, some reality is kicked into their server. I love it, mate. Yeah, they have to mute me because the truth is just going to come out. Just going to, bah, there it is. So they're going to have to control that, and they can't. Because as soon as they release me, I'm like a spring. It's coming out again. Bang, more truth. Tsunami. Everyone's getting hosed down. You better get your flat earth jackets on. Get your flat earth life preservers on, because you're going to need it. Flat earth truth's in the place.
Have you ever, like, listened back to yourself in Jen Panda's room?
No, I've never once revisited to listen. I don't have to. I don't have to do that. I'm not into that. I don't have to do that. I'm moving forward. I don't really have to do that. No. So if anybody knows me, they'll tell you, yeah, Gin's straight, mate. That's why I speak my name. Someone's going to come in that know me from London. Sooner or later, they're going to be a flat over that. Yeah, I know Gin, blah, blah, blah. And they'll tell you, is he a biker? Yeah, he's a biker. They'll tell you. They'll know me. Who knows me? So that's it. So that's why I'm not hiding. Because this message is so important that your character must come out and stand up. Therefore, you can deliver the truth even better. And that's how I am. I am what you hear. What you hear is what I am. I've always been like this. And I put people, I have the presence of mind to consider my fellow man and woman all the time. I've never been selfish.
I mean, personally, bro, the way I see it is this here. Look, Geo gave you a fucking platform, right?
He
to
did.
come chill and talk in.
Thank you, Gio.
But a lot of you dumb cunts would still rather go to a place where you don't even realize you're being belittled with
You're calling me a dumb
fucking
cunt.
sentence you talk. And it's not the fact that you're not recognizing it. It's somewhat shameful when the motherfuckers that are recognizing how they're talking to you. You may feel like you're winning in these conversations in Jen Panda's room. But Jen, there's a reason why I asked you whether or not you fucking listen back to them. Because you are not winning in those conversations.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you go and tell them that. They're not winning. Well, or rather, I'm not winning. I'm destroying them. It's mayhem in there. Everything I do, I bring it and I bring out their deceitful action. I mean, how can you watch a video and the man's telling you what he done in the vaccine and the body parts that they use, and then Jim Panda, within a second, is lying instantly. That's not what he meant. But the man is telling you. You cannot disagree with the man. He's telling you what he did in a court of law under oath. And he's still lying. Jim Panda still won't accept it. That's a wally for you. But I'm glad I did that, because they cannot be told, they cannot say that the truth never met them. They can never say that, oh, we never heard that, or no one told me. They can never say that, because that's what it's all about. So I'm winning every time I go in there. I don't mind if they throw insults. That's part and part of the battle. My shield comes up, I slag them back as well. I give it back to them just as hard. They have to mute me. They have to, because it's not going to stop. So I am winning. I've had them say, Jim, why do you come here? You've been here 3 hours. That's some time, isn't it? 3 hours non-stop barrage. Yeah.
Why did you decide to stop coming to this place where you actually have a platform of your own to discuss this shit and want to go there?
I think we can have. I think we can have too many platforms, and I think there's enough for me to be able to go around and do what I need to do. I don't really need to.
I personally think there's a certain start. There's a certain thing about certain flat earthers here where they want to be belittled.
Well, I'm not one of them, and I don't know any flat earth.
I'm not saying you are one of them. I'm not saying you are one of them, but I am saying you are one of the motherfuckers that go into gems all the time to be belittled.
Okay, but Branch, why would you even say that? What evidence do you even have that people want to be belittled? Like, why would you even say that?
The reason I say that is because I see so many people, right, go to Gem Panda's room and they enjoy being there just to be talked down to, right? And it's like, there's no winning in the room. There is no winning in Gem Panda's room. There is no winning, right? When you're a flat earther in Gem Panda's room, you are not going to walk out a winner, ever.
You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind, mate. I've destroyed your mob because you was part of them. You've seen me in there, and I've destroyed them with the truth. You cannot prove your model, yeah? And everything I laid down
Jen, I've
was
never
facts.
seen
Facts.
Jen, I've never seen anyone walk into Gem Panda's room and defeat them. I mean,
yeah, well, I don't know. You're blind, mate. Blind loyalty.
Name me one time you did that, Jen.
Every time I go in there. Every time I go in there. Every time.
I guess it's a matter of perspective.
Yeah,
all you need to do is go back and listen.
Hang on. Let me ask you what your perspective is of Gem Pandas then. So do you think it's a constructive, productive, happy environment to have a conversation?
I don't think that at all. I hate.
Right. Okay. So then if people are screaming at each other, you think that that you're not winning? Do you not see what the other side is doing?
No, I
Maybe
mean,
you need
I guess
your perspective as well.
Redford, I think my perspective is simply this, right? Like, they are always going to be on the winning side of this argument, right? Just because of where they are at in this narrative, right?
What? Okay, wait. What? How? Explain that to me. Based on what? Based on where they are. Where are they?
Well, you got to understand, I'm a globe earther, right? Which is
I get that. I gathered that.
Right, which is why I don't like the way they do it, and trust me, like, I'm one of those motherfuckers that, I do get the people in Gem Panda's room, I understand what they stand for. I just don't like the way they portray themselves, because I personally think there's a lot of ego bullshit going on.
Can you get back to answering my actual
outside
question?
of that, I think what I'm trying to say is, it's a fight that's very hard to win on the flat earth side, and I'll be honest with you, like, especially when people like Jin and
how is
who's
it very
the other guy from
hard to
Island
win?
Pete,
How?
and
Jeremy, Riggs.
Well, Jeremy does a different way. Jeremy plays a different role, right? Riggs doesn't really argue either.
Bansor goes in there, gives them help.
Whenever Bansor goes in there, he doesn't argue.
He murders them. It's murder when he goes in there.
Listen, man. The only way to win, if you're going to go in that room, is to go in there and joke around, right? I mean, otherwise, you're literally just throwing yourselves into a very hard place to win.
No, I win all the time. I go in there, I agitate them. I go in there. I might arrive and say, never in the history of skyscrapers have they collapsed due to fire. And already they started there. I've started a war immediately.
You know what? Regardless, like, Branch has provided nothing to back up. It's just his perspective. So can we talk about maybe something else?
Yeah, go ahead. What would you like to talk about?
I don't know. Did anybody check out the moon tonight? Because it's pretty awesome.
It looked yellow as fuck today, huh?
Right?
Ooh,
It was, and
nice.
it moved. Okay, so it moved across the sky so quickly until like it's hit this certain point, and now it's just like slowed right down. But it is
Right?
bright as like anything, and it's freaking cold here. But yeah,
This the solstice? Isn't this the winter solstice?
Yep, that's
yeah,
right.
or
Right.
yeah, tomorrow, isn't it?
Alan.
Yes.
It's
I think
today,
we
isn't
just
it?
changed
21st.
the
Tomorrow,
rule
yeah.
to have fun.
Tomorrow for you.
Can we please continue having fun, Alan?
I didn't hear you at all.
I'm proactively trying to say, let's have fun tonight, Alan.
Why?
Don't make this an argument tonight, please.
Okay, Branch, you're making an argument, so you better stop. Like enough.
No, I know. What's up with Alan?
No.
He's
You were
he's-
trying to get a rise. Stop it.
Yep, he's pretty slick, ain't he?
Well,
Like
Yeah.
I mean, just stop, okay?
I didn't.
Okay, why are you
I didn't
so
mean that.
confident?
No
Did
way.
anybody else see the moon? Like that's
If I was trying to get into a fight with Alan, I would
Yes,
Go on.
that would really be bad, Branch. So don't do that. So
me and you ever had a real fight?
Branch, last chance.
I was on Clubhouse the other night, and I had a good talk with some African American flat earthers, and I think I made some progress with them in helping them to understand how the phases of the moon work, which is something that a lot of flat earthers don't understand.
Projections,
How
right?
did you do that?
Well, it's very difficult to understand how the phases of the moon could work on a flat Earth. I have trouble with that.
I agree. The thing is that in the United States of America, we have a long tradition of African Americans being disadvantaged and not getting substandard education. And so I think
please don't make this a black and white thing.
it's not a big Branch. I live in subsidized housing, right? It's Section 8 housing. I have a social worker. I have African Americans all around me and everything, and we're all just fine. So just chill. It's not a big deal. I'm just saying it's a political reality that in America, because school funding is based on the tax base, and so African Americans often have a lesser education than white Americans, and I believe that these African Americans were simply ignorant in the good sense, in that they simply had not had the education or been exposed to the information that I was able to give them, and I think I made progress with them in that, and they'd never heard of flat Earth Discord, never heard of Anthony Riley or any of those people. Or Nathan Oakley.
Again, but what did you tell them that you think you made progress? Like what knowledge did you provide
I
them?
explained how the Salanalian eclipse worked. I explained
And how explain it to me.
The Salanalian is a result. Is a result of refraction, right?
Oh dear. Okay.
The Earth comes between the sun and the moon, right? And
no, it does not. No,
How
you're wrong there.
can you see the sun and the moon at the same time?
That's correct.
You're supposed to be in between them, and they're beside each other.
Because of refraction lifts both the sun and the moon above the horizon, and therefore for a short time you can see both the sun and the moon, even though the Earth is between them.
It's not between them at all. No way.
Yeah, that's
well, okay.
And the shadow is coming from the wrong side.
That's a good brief description, Brenda, and accurate according to the model. Now, what I would like,
I had to do. That's all I had to do, and I didn't get the pushback like from Jen, because Jen has been exposed to memes and other sources, and they had none of that.
Wow. So you wanted to push back?
How did you explain the phases of the moon then?
Yeah.
Redford, you gotta chill, Redford, because like,
Hey, well,
I've got to
I
say
just,
something, Redford. Like,
What?
I like the way you roll.
Questions. Like, I'm just curious. Like,
I'm just saying, I like the way you roll.
hey,
oh,
okay,
okay.
but I've got
Right.
a question.
Yeah.
We've heard an explanation from Brenda about how the Selenilian eclipse works. Now, I would like for someone to explain how that happens on a flat Earth.
That's what's happening. It's happening on a flat Earth, you see, but
Can you show me?
it's being misrepresented in the explanation that was given. So basically, the Earth is in underneath, because if you can see the sun to your left above the horizon and the moon to your right above the horizon, then clearly the Earth is not in the way at all.
What's causing the shadow then?
Exactly that.
Guess is as good as ours, right? Like,
That's a
why
great
would I
question.
want to
It's
make a
not the
claim?
Earth.
Yeah, why would I want
cannot
to
be
make
the
a claim
Earth.
when I can't prove? Like, that doesn't make sense that it would be the Earth, right? Because you can see both sides of the horizon. So it's just actually what it is. That's what you see, and that's all. Like, we don't have all the answers. We don't claim to. It just doesn't make sense, the claims that they make.
Right. Welcome to the flat Earth, people. Welcome to the flat Earth.
It does. It makes sense to me on a globe model, the way that it's explained. It does make sense to
So
me.
then how?
I mean, what makes sense to me, yeah, is that when I see shit,
it's known as the impossible eclipse. That's why it's known as the impossible eclipse. That's its title.
but what makes sense to me on the globe Earth is when I see shit, I don't have to come up with ridiculous reasons why I'm seeing it.
We're telling you we're telling you as we see it. It's not ridiculous at all. It's above, the sun is above on my left, above the horizon. The moon is above my head, on my right. I can see them both. Welcome to flat Earth. What's the problem?
Wait, Jin, that's not helpful. Just repeating that over and over again. But
And the moon,
but they complicate it.
so the sun and the moon exist on sort of like a racetrack over the equator. Is that correct?
Okay, where did you get that from? Explain to me where did you get that from?
That's the typical visual of the flat Earth that I see, which is that the Earth is a flat disk with the sun revolving around above the Earth, directly overhead the equator, right?
Okay, so where do you see this?
Everywhere, every flat Earth channel I go to, they have that model.
Okay, well, I mean, you're having a conversation with me, and I never claimed to have a model, right? So, I mean, I just observe that what the sun does and what the moon does, it seems to follow a path. And I mean, you can put it together from other people in other countries that you talk to. So I have no idea, exactly what the shape of the Earth is. I don't claim to know. All I know is that it doesn't seem to be a globe because of the claims that they make, and they don't make sense, and we can't prove them.
Well, I have just explained it to you, and you don't have any response.
What did you explain to me, and I just gave you a response? Did you have me muted?
I explained the Selenilian.
How how? Refraction?
Basically, yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Well, see, as much as refraction has been explained and demonstrated, I mean, it's almost like we should just be able to say refraction and everybody know what we're talking about. Right?
We're thinking refraction. How? The sun and the moon are above our heads all the time. So I don't know where your refraction is coming from. And the shadow on the moon is not coming from the Earth. So there you go.
So what's it coming from?
So you need to give us a better explanation. You're failing miserably at the moment.
No, everything that we experience and see here on the surface of Earth, the way that you create a shadow is to block the source of light, and it will cast a shadow. That's how we see it. That's what we experience. So why is that on the moon?
But the shadow is at the bottom and the top is lit up. So it can't be the Earth, can it? That's the problem. That's why it's known as the impossible eclipse. That's what they call it. because it's not possible
I don't think
for
you
the
guys
Earth
are
to
ever
do
gonna
that.
be able to decide, like, fix this conversation you guys are having just by talking. You guys need to draw pictures together in order to fucking discuss this properly. Trying to do this just vocally is almost impossible.
Oh, I know. I'm fully aware of the Selenium eclipse.
But why are you
I
so
know it.
focused on like a model?
So I
Like,
don't-
why you'd have to go map out even the land yourself if you want to start like your own
Like it's
model.
like having
He needs a model to go to the toilet.
I mean, having a model is like having a model is like having a map.
Well, how are you had mentioned before? How does it work on a planar stationary Earth? Is that what the Selenelian you were saying?
Yeah, Geo. It's yeah. I mean, I always find a little bit of lacking in an adequate explanation or demonstration or something like that would make sense to me. You know.
Okay, well, are you saying in terms of the Selenelian, in terms of the sun and moon both being visible above the horizon, that part of it, or are you talking about the actual eclipsing part of the moon, or are you saying both?
Well, I mean, the Selenelian is kind of a difficult one to discuss because of the refraction and it's the impossible eclipse and you really have to model it out to show what's going on and it's difficult to do on Discord. But I mean, what I get usually is like the lady said, it's just what we see, but that's not an explanation of how that shadow happens, you know?
Well, that's what I was asking. Like, are you referring to the part where the moon, goes through its process of like, turning red and doing all that, or just the positioning? I mean, because part of what makes it the Selenelian is the fact that both the sun and the moon are visible above the horizon, at the time of the eclipse. And so if you have on a globe Earth, if you have the sun, the earth, and the moon, and they're all lined up in a line, sort of like three balls that are lined up, how could the sun and the moon both be visible above the horizon? And that's where perhaps you guys would have to think about, have some kind of a refraction that would be, bending it or warping it, in order to see it in a straight line. But what I was going to say in terms of that part of it on a planar stationary Earth, if you have the sun and the moon that are exactly opposite, 180 degrees from each other, they would both be visible above the horizon simply if the eclipse is happening right at the time where the sun and the moon they're both opposite, they're 180 degrees from each other. So it just happens to be that when the eclipse is happening, the sun is rising, the moon is setting, to where they're both visible above the earth, above the plane of the earth.
Sure. Are they? Do they?
Isn't the Selenelian eclipse like? That to me makes more sense because I thought it was that one where it causes refractive effects. So it absolutely makes sense to me that both can be seen across the surface for a single observer. Like, hang on, I'll draw why I think that makes sense.
Yeah, a very specific set of circumstances. You have to be in a certain place and at a particular time during a lunar eclipse. Yeah, so Geo, in your idea of the Earth, though the sun rotates in a circle, like I said, like a racetrack, the sun and the moon revolve about the North Pole over the equator, right?
Not always over just the equator, between the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer, equator, the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, got it.
So the moon does that. Like the moon will go from Tropic of Cancer to the equator, out to the Tropic of Capricorn, back to the equator, back to the Tropic of Cancer once every 28 days. The sun does that once a year. All of the quote unquote orbits of the wandering stars will do that in their orbit. So it'll take, Jupiter's 11 years, Saturn 29 years, et cetera. So it'll take Saturn 29 years to make that whole expansion contraction between the tropics. But the moon is every 28 days, so it's much, much quicker.
Yeah, I mean, there is this whole notion, right, that if we were on a geocentric model, then we wouldn't be able to tell a difference. Everything would still work out.
What? It'd be very different.
I mean, in the world of physics, it may not make sense, but
Physics describes the world as it is.
but our perspective wouldn't change. It would just be our perspective. That's how we'll still see shit.
It would change a great deal. For instance, right, during this eclipse where the sun and the moon are at opposite ends of the flat Earth disk, there would be people who would see the unilluminated side of the moon, and they never do.
No. If we run a geocentric versus heliocentric model, the only thing that can tell us why we're living in a different way is the laws of physics and why they'll be different. I mean, from a perspective point of view, it wouldn't make a difference.
It would make a total difference. Remember, Geo said that the moon and the sun are between the tropics, right? And there are people who are further out than that, and they would see the moon from behind.
Not necessarily behind, but they would be seeing it from a different vantage point.
Right.
Yeah, sort of like
I mean,
if you took a sheet of paper and taped it to the ceiling, if you put the number 6 on it and you're looking at it from one side, and then you walk to the other side of the room and you make you turn 180 degrees and you walk to the other side of the room, it's going to look like a 9, but you're just looking at it from a different perspective.
Right. You literally, I mean, basically, you trying to say your change of perspective is going to change the way shit looks. You're totally wrong.
What it means for perspective, Rash. The way something looks is going to depend on where you are. That's what.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is this, right? Let's imagine that everything in the whole universe keeps fucking moving in the motions that they're moving in right now, right? Whether you're looking at it from a central point of view from the sun or a central point of view from the earth, everything's still fucking moving the same way, isn't it?
It's going to change how it appears to you based on where you are.
Okay. There's no point in me trying to further discuss this.
Because the people, say, for instance, who are on one side of the flat Earth during the selennium would see one side of the moon. And the people who are further out and behind the moon would see the other side.
Look, if everything is still moving in the same exact way, it always is moving, yeah? Right?
Well, Brendan, when you're saying sides, are you thinking the moon as a sphere that you would see like the back side of a sphere? Are you making that assumption in that idea?
It's not an assumption. It's what it is. You can see it.
Well, I'm just saying, are you thinking of like a planar stationary Earth where there's like the moon is like a local, just a ball, like a very local ball to where you would sort of see all the sides of it? I'm just saying, is that what you were thinking of?
My understanding is most flat earthers, even yourself, believe that the moon and the sun revolve between the tropics over the flat Earth.
Well, they definitely move between the tropics. I mean, that part, meaning that in the sky, their declination, is associated, in terms of being higher or lower in the sky. So, I mean, yeah, but
they have a circular path, don't they?
I think so. Yes.
I don't know, Ellen. I was trying to explain this to the people in Jem Panda's room a while ago, right? And I feel like people are just blocked on their notion of just calling geocentric wrong, right? And my perspective on this was simply this, right? Let's just say for some weird reason, yeah, whether we're geocentric or heliocentric, the motions of planets and the motions of galaxies and our place in our galaxy is all the same, right?
Branch, I'm not talking about a geocentric. I'm talking about the other people here who believe in a flat Earth, not a geocentric Earth. Geocentrism has the Earth as a globe. So if you're arguing for that, you're arguing for something different than what I have been talking about.
All right, that's probably where that disconnect came. How bad?
Yeah. Right. So if the moon is going in a circular path above the flat Earth between the tropics, there should be people who see the moon from a different side, a different angle than other people.
Well, that's what I was saying. We do see a different vantage point of it. Like the idea of if you take a piece of paper and you draw a 6 on it, and you know stick that to your ceiling, then you look from two different sides of the room, you're going to see a 6 or a 9. So meaning that we do see like a flipped perspective of the moon if you're in the south or the north on either side of the moon. But we always see the same face of the moon. So in that way, it's not like you're seeing different angles of a ball in terms of that, but we do see the same face of it, and that face is flipped depending on where you're your vantage point.
That they should never see the same face, right? Because if I'm in one end and the moon is between me and somebody else on the far side of the flat Earth, they should see part of the moon that I can't see, but nobody ever sees that.
Well, I'm not saying that the moon is a flat piece of paper, like my idea of the piece of paper. I'm not saying that's what it is. However, if you do that with a sheet of paper, you're still going to see the same face of the paper either way, whether you look at it from either direction. You're not,
obviously not a flat sheet of paper. It's a ball.
Well, I'm not saying it is. I'm just using that as an analogy that yes, you're seeing a different vantage point of it. But
you would see the other side of the ball.
Okay. Well, I don't think the moon is a ball, and I don't think there's anything more to see other than what the face of it that we see.
When you look at it, it looks like a ball.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I understand why you feel that way. It does.
I thought we couldn't trust our eyes, Brenda.
What do you mean feel that way? What does it look like?
Well, have you seen that demonstration? I think Karen B did it, where she took 4 different objects. One of them was concave, one of them was hemispherical, one of them was spherical, one of them was flat, and then she lined them all up. And the video was kind of, I think I might even have a GIF of it, but the video is pointing out how it's not, just from looking at it, it's not possible to decipher whether it was spherical or flat or concave. I mean, you can check. I don't know if you've seen that one, but
you can see shadows.
Unless you've got some form.
You can see shadows on the moon.
Observe, especially in the quarter moon, when you look at it with binoculars or a telescope, the shadows at the terminator line are sort of a giveaway.
You know, I don't see how it can be anything other than a ball, which is illuminated by the sun and has its own shadows because it's rugged and jagged, right? And nobody ever sees the other side of the moon. All people on Earth always see only one side of the moon, and that can't happen on a flat Earth. It's impossible.
Unless, of course, the moon's not a ball.
or unless the moon's something non-physical entirely, like a luminary.
Exactly.
Celestial
Other
object.
than what the dogma suggests.
Yeah.
Do non-physical things often cast shadows on themselves?
Well, I don't necessarily think those are shadows. I think they're parts of the moon that are not fluorescing, because the moon fluoresces its own light in an electromagnetic position to the sun.
It reflects the light of the sun.
Woof, woof, woof.
Was that a bark? Are you barking?
Yeah, sorry. Bark, 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 bark. Woof, woof, bark.
Jeez.
Right. So can anybody explain why no one ever sees the other side of the moon? When it must be a ball.
Who claims to have all the answers, Ellen? I can just see. I only see one side. It's I observe what you observe.
Right. Nobody ever sees the other side.
Well, I guess I would ask this. Brenda, like, have you ever seen the backside of a rainbow?
A rainbow isn't really a physical object.
Well, I'm relating that to the moon, meaning that we see the moon kind of like follows us wherever we are, in this position. In the same way, a rainbow, you can't really touch a rainbow, you can't really get to the bottom of it. But what I'm saying is that do you ever see the backside of a rainbow, or do you always see the front side?
And are you saying light's not physical?
So I think I have seen the others. I think if I've had sprinklers in the lawn, you can see the rainbow on one side, and then if you go through the sprinkler and turn around and look, you still see the rainbow.
It kind of looks at times that the light from the sun at times would reach the moon. So there has to be some effect there. That's what it looks like.
I'm not sure I understood.
Well, when you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, for argument's sake, right? I'm not saying the shadows match or anything like that, but
they do
one, hold on. One would presume that if the light is able to travel to the Earth, right, it's also able to travel to the moon.
Well, yeah, it can travel all the way to Mars, Saturn.
No, let's just stick with the moon, Brenda. Let's not go too crazy. Let's just stick with the moon.
That's great. I love that.
Right.
Yeah, what about it? Yeah, the moon is illuminated by the sun. Yeah, that's obvious.
Well, at times it seems like the light can travel there, but sometimes the shadows don't seem to match, is all.
You mean like when the moon, the lit side of the moon is pointing below the Earth, like that?
No, you know, when you see the different phases of the moon, and then when you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, but it's a partial moon, so you've got the crest, which apparently what we're told is that's the shadow of the Earth, which when you see both of these things,
Phases of the moon are not caused by the shadow of the Earth.
well, the angle of the sun to the moon or whatever it is, it just doesn't seem to match sometimes. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but that's just my opinion, and I'm running with it.
Sure, there's plenty of times when the lit part of the moon is always points toward the sun. And there are times when it points below the horizon, where the sun actually is, below the horizon.
Well, the sun gets further away, I'll grant you that. Yeah, it gets further away.
It doesn't get further away. It goes below.
100% it gets further away. When the sun is directly above my head and when the sun is looking like it's over towards the horizon, the sun is definitely further away because it's moving.
I mean,
100%
we have an elliptical orbit, so it does go a little bit further now and then.
There
you go.
There's a slight change, but during the day, the sun never goes further away. It's always the same distance away during the day.
No, it gets further away. It's further away at sunrise, and then it gets closer during noon, and then it's getting further away at sunset. 100%.
Have you checked that with the angular size, though? Do you mean the angular size changes, Bandy?
No, it's just common sense that when you look at the sun,
physically, if you look at the physical mathematics of it,
Hold on, Branch. I think Bandsaw was in the middle of saying something. Hold on, dude. You completely interrupted Bandsaw. Bandsaw, you want to finish what you were saying?
I'm just saying, like, obviously the sun is further away when it's sunrise, and then at noon and when it's over your head, it's closer to you, and then at sunset, it's further away from you. That's quite obvious. You can't deny that.
It's not
100%. It has to be.
You can't deny that, Alan.
I'm not sure I'd agree. I mean, I guess I could slightly agree in that it's sunrise.
You have to agree. That's physics.
Distance of the radius of the Earth more further away from me than at midday.
He is
maybe.
right.
But I mean, it's a negligible amount in this.
It's
globe.
what
Don't
is
die
it?
on
We're
this
talking
hill.
about
Don't die on this hill.
the
It's
difference
obvious.
is going to be the diameter, the radius of the Earth, right?
Yeah, it's going to be negligible compared to
The
93
radius of
million
the Earth.
miles.
That's pretty big.
Look,
It's
and
negligible
see now,
compared to
and now
93
you're playing semantics here by saying it's negligible because it's
But
obvious that it's.
I'm not even trying to argue. I was just trying to understand what it was you were saying. Are you saying it like in angular size? If you like held up a coin to it, it would be smaller, appear smaller in the sky for you at sunrise versus midday?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, at sunrise, the sun is further away from you. At noon, it's closer because it's directly overhead, and then at sunset, it's further away. That's what it appears to do.
What what measurements did you make in order to confirm that?
It's
My
not the
eyes.
radius of the
I
Earth,
look
by
at
the
it.
way. It's
Your eyes are not very good at measuring things.
I don't have to measure it to see that it looks further away and closer and then further away. I don't have to measure it.
Yeah.
And regardless if it's like writing said, it's negligible. It's just the radius of Earth. It's neither here nor there. If it's negligible.
No, it's not. I'm trying to do the math in my head, but it's not going to happen. It's about. I would say it's about 3/4, the radius of the Earth.
So, if you found out that the sun never changes in angular size, you would have to admit, of course, that it doesn't get further away during the day.
It's like if I see someone on the horizon, right, they're far away, and then all of a sudden they walk towards me and they're standing next to me, and then they're closer, and then they walk to the horizon again and they're further away. That's what it appears.
They start off.
Right. That's why in Texas it's a lot hotter at noon than it is at sunrise.
So they start small, they get bigger, and then they get small again. The
And I think.
Yeah, the sun never does that.
I think there are people out there that have actually done and measure the size of the sun, and it does change size.
If this helps at all, Bandy, it is something you need to know for the sextant thing that I'm trying to learn about. And they only give one measurement because you need to know the angular size of the sun because you don't always shoot for the center of the sun. You'll sometimes shoot for the top or the bottom or upper or lower limb, as they call it. Fuck knows why.
Yeah.
And then if you're shooting for the lower limb, you need to correct for the half of the width of the sun in your calculations. And it's always the same. They never base it on time of day.
And that's fine for a sextant because the sextant is only an approximate location anyway. It doesn't. You don't locate yourself to the actual square meter. You're just giving it an approximate location, which is fine.
Within
for navigation. It works
the margin of
fine.
error that a sextant has is far greater than the difference that Bansal is talking about.
No, it's not. No, you're both wrong about
it definitely
that.
fucking is.
The margin of error.
The
margin of error on a sextant is smaller than the width of the sun. I will guarantee you that.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to tell me then, that if that's the case, then shouldn't it matter what type of year or when in the year you're using a sextant?
So the point is,
so it's about half a degree, which is 30 arc minutes, and my sextant measures down to the arc minute.
Yeah.
So
and what's an arc minute? An arc minute? How big is an arc minute?
An arc minute is 60. There's 60 arc minutes in a degree, so at 0.5 of a degree, that's 30 arc minutes.
Writing.
Yeah, but what's that in distance?
What do you mean in distance? It's an angular measurement.
What's that in size?
In terms of where, once you calculate that to where you are on Earth.
Yeah.
What's
that in size?
Half a degree, that's going to be in nautical miles. Do you want it? It's going to be 30 nautical miles
30 odd, 35 or something.
Right? Yeah, 35 miles-ish or 30 nautical miles.
So it's got an error.
I'm sorry, dude.
35 nautical miles.
Bansal, I hate to fucking interrupt, but writing based on what you said, that depending on the time that you use your sextant, you need to adjust for the size of the sun
Yes.
Which means that you must have a table somewhere
Yes.
that tells you how much to adjust for the size of the sun.
Yes.
Okay, let me see that table.
See, if I use a
Do you want me
sextant
to
to
put it in
work
the
out
chat
where
or
I
what?
Yeah, in the chat.
Okay.
if
just
I
a
use a
second.
sextant to work out where I am riding right now, right, and I've got that degree of error, I'm not going to be in Cape Jervis. I'm going to be in Delamere. That's the error that you're talking about.
Right. So
It's fine. It's fine for navigation, and it's accurate enough to get your way around, right? But it's not accurate. There is a.
But it's more accurate than 30 nautical miles. It is more accurate.
What you're trying to
than...
tell me, writing, is that your sextant is so accurate that it can actually see the difference of the size of the sun from noon to midday, and you have a table to correct for it.
So I'm putting the manual for the style of sextant I have in the chat. If that helps.
I'm not gonna read the whole fucking manual now, is I?
So why did you want a fucking table if you're not going to read it? Jesus.
Well, tell me what page the table's on.
So we're getting away from the whole
distance
of the sun.
Ladder, and then for you to understand it for him.
So then, if the sun is the same distance away, right? Doesn't matter what time of day it is. Right? Doesn't matter what time of day it is. Then at 7 o'clock in the morning, it should be 40 degrees, right? Instead of being 40 degrees at 2 o'clock. It's obviously getting closer to you as it's going overhead.
What I'm saying is the angular size for people who need to measure it, they don't correct for the time of day. So if it is getting closer, it doesn't appear to be getting closer in angular size.
No, but it obviously is getting closer because there's a few different things. There's the visual, there's temperature. Temperature alone tells you that the sun is closer.
That's not why things get hotter. It's because it's closer. In fact, we're farther away from the sun during the summer than we are in the winter.
Yeah, it should be cooler.
So if it is getting in the southern hemisphere,
that's what the theory. That's what the globe theory says, that we're further away in the winter, and that doesn't make any logical sense either.
And another problem is.
Yeah, it does.
It's just problem after problem. It just compounds one on top of each other.
I got a whole list of shit, but just one more quick one off the top of the head.
You
don't have the same climate you don't have the same climate in the south than you do in the north. Like it's not even close. Like if you look at the South Pole and the North Pole, not even close.
No.
It is.
So, but this problem, like when you're saying there's loads of problems, what I'm saying to you is this isn't a problem, and it would be super easy to measure, right? You can just there's a bunch of different tools that'll do it. In fact, you could do it with a sextant.
No, but what Jeremy says on point though. What about refraction?
Sure, refraction will affect it if you're shooting it when it's right near the horizon. But that's why you generally are encouraged to take your measurements at near noon.
Looking at what you just posted, there's no mention about refraction.
You asked me to get the bits on the semi-diameter of the sun, and you're complaining that it doesn't say a different bit in that bit?
Now
yeah,
Branch is trolling.
Right. It also doesn't say anything about how you're an alcoholic, but it's still accurate.
Oh wow, writing is that?
Okay, that.
Here's the
Branch,
thing,
stop,
writing.
Branch,
I thought right.
Okay, you know what? That's stop throwing insults at each other. I'm sorry to have muted you, Branch, but enough. Disengage it and move on. Come on.
He kind of was fishing for that.
Let it go, or I'll mute you too. Continue on and stop with the insults.
What if they're very nice insults?
Seriously, Brian? That's enough.
The size of the sun will change, but I've got to find how much it is. But it's I think it's arc seconds or something like that. It's tiny, absolutely minuscule.
Right, so but that was my point.
So
right?
But crucially, Bandy, not throughout the course of a day, throughout the course of the year.
So is there no way that could happen? Something could get away from farther from you, and it could stay the same size. What if there was magnification happening, in between you and this object.
Yes, that's possible. I mean, that's
All
why
right.
that's why I was asking, are you basing this on angular size? It's possible there is some magnification that makes it always stay the same angular size throughout the course of a day, but is for some reason more pronounced, but for some reason is being magnified. That's why I was asking, are you saying the angular size changes, or are you saying that it's just closer but the angular size is staying the same?
Isn't the change of angular size actually indicative of a flat Earth?
Well, I was going to mention writing in the last I think it was the last Globebusters show that they did. I think it's the last one because I know that they haven't done shows in a couple of weeks. I think they're taking time off for the holidays, but it was near the end. Iro Landucci was doing a presentation, and he was showing a particular type of lens that essentially, as you get further away from it, the angular size, like they had a circle. I mean, the actual demonstration was not people that were like flat earthers or even involved in this discussion. It was actually just the way lenses work. And they actually had like a circle, which was a light, which ironically kind of correlates with the way the sun is. And as they moved further and closer from it, and even as they moved the lens further and closer, the size of the light didn't change at all. So there actually are lens effects in which that can occur. So we don't know exactly what the entire atmosphere, ether, whatever it all is and how it functions. But yes, it absolutely could be possible that the sun will not change in angular size due to the way that the lens of the environment works, or just like what the sun is. That's another question. Is the sun even physical? Is it, there's all of those questions of how, that even functions. But yes, it is possible that it cannot change. In that way.
And I can easily believe that there is something that keeps something the same size. What I imagine it does, though, is uses something to range find or object track and then zooms in on it. And you would probably get that effect that they used to use in TV shows, where it's like zooming in, but it's sort of because of the effective perspective is like warping so that you can see more and more of the background appears to be sort of appearing from behind the person's head. I don't know if that even makes sense. But yeah, I can easily see that being possible, to zoom in on an object as it gets further away to keep it the same angular size. But
hey, writing, I would love to know some more of your other experiments you're planning to do with your sextant.
But, talking about the angular size and the magnification thing, and you got to imagine there's people on the southern hemisphere, all across the northern hemisphere, that are observing basically the same effect. And I just have trouble imagining how in the world that could be focusing or causing that effect for everybody across from north to south.
Well, I'll tell you this, right? Like, I went to India once, right? I went to that one point in the at the bottom of India, and it's that one of the only places in the world where you can stand at one place and see the whole fucking sun go from one side to the other, just on one beach, right? And it was a little bit bigger in the middle, and it was on the edges. I gotta say.
The challenge with this is,
I sat there the whole day just watching it. Literally,
what's interesting is people usually, there's a thing, we've talked about it here before, when it comes to the moon, it's just usually most people see it the other way around. But they call it the moon illusion, or the moon, we talked about it before, where it appears, for most people, it's the other way around. Most people say that the sun and the moon look bigger at sunset and sunrise.
Yeah, but that's because of perspective. That's totally different, bro. We're talking.
No, he's talking about something
like, when you have the moon closer to buildings or closer to the coast where you're seeing it, it looks bigger because now you're putting in perspective.
Shit.
So it sounds like you agree that perspective could distort our perception of how big something is, depending on whether it's next to something or not.
Definitely, but I wasn't talking about perception. I was talking about, like, I held my thumb up. I was measuring. You know how you measure stuff when you're a really good artist, right? You hold your thumb up and you measure things with your thumb. And that's how I measured it, and it was definitely a different size.
Okay, well, you should let people know about that, because that would be a big game changer. That would pretty much destroy the heliocentric model. If the sun's getting
Oh,
closer,
you've been to India. Did you ever go down to the? I forgot even what the fuck that place is
Do you
called.
mean Trivandrum, Tiruvananthapuram, or
Like
whatever it's called?
right at the bottom, like where you can see the sunset. The tip.
Let me just check.
Man, I hate this shit because you know more about my own country than I fucking know about. Yeah.
No, I didn't go that far. I went to like the next town up, Trivandrum or Tiruvananthapuram.
Yeah, bro. I don't know none of that shit, man. All I know is I was down at the tip.
Yeah, I was close. You would have been at Nagarcoil.
You're so learned, eggshells.
I lived in India for 5 years. I wouldn't call living
This
somewhere being
motherfucker
learned.
knows more about India than most Indians do.
He got the sarcasm.
But yeah, Riding, you were talking about what they call the moon illusion. I mean,
Yo, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt you. I just saw a thing. Remember how we were talking about when you die going into the light, right? And it could be a trap. Now look at how many under sea creatures use bioluminescence to lure their prey in.
Damn.
Right?
That's why they worship the sun.
Jeremy going deep.
It's a trap, bro.
No,
it could be a trap. I'm just saying it could be a trap.
With this shit.
Don't go willy-nilly jumping into fucking lights after you die, okay, guys?
I'm just saying, bro, you went deep ocean with this shit.
I'm going to remember that when I die. I'm going to go, oh, yeah, Jeremy told me don't willy-nilly go jumping into lights.
Just check it out. I'm not saying don't ever go into the light because maybe, like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like.
But, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, there's an idea that there's
a really pretty light.
Well, there's one perspective that there is the real light. That,
notion of this shit, yeah. Like, imagine if we hadn't invented.
For fuck's sake.
No, seriously. Imagine if fucking Edison. Was it Edison? Whoever the fuck it was that invented the light bulb, yeah? Imagine if light wasn't invented, or technology, or even electricity wasn't fucking discovered. Do you think that we would have evolved into a world of people, or even beings, where bioluminescence would have actually ruled our world?
We have the sun. We don't need bioluminescence.
We need it at night.
No, we don't.
We
We
had
got the moon.
We had whale fat that we used to use to power lanterns.
Have you not seen fucking Avatar?
Fast movie, bro. Dope movie, no doubt.
Never seen it.
Cool.
Aren't they making another one?
Apparently, it's already fucking made. They're just waiting to release it.
Well, Jeremy, to respond to what you said.
Yeah.
I won't go on a whole thing about what I think happens after death, but I will just say that there's a lot of, people and reports, whether it's like near-death experiences or, mystical experiences where people experience, that death state, or even like there's something called past life regression, but there's also life between life regression, where basically it's somebody like you're put into a deep trance state. There's no plants or drugs or anything involved. You're put into it's not really hypnosis, but you're put into a very deep relaxation state, and then they regress you back. So you're very sober, but they regress you to a past lifetime. But there's something called life between life regressions, where basically they take you to a past lifetime, they take you to the death of that life, and then they transition from the memories from the death of that lifetime into the spirit world. And from all of those things combined, there definitely is like an incredibly universal experience that people discuss, where there is a light that they say like when you die, you're kind of like, sort of like floating around the body and whatnot. You kind of see your own funeral and that kind of stuff. But then eventually there is sort of a very gentle pulling towards this light, that you go towards. And then once you sort of transition through that light, potentially you're like in the spirit world, heaven, whatever all those conceptions are. So that, if that's the case, like that may just be the natural way of things, if that's the case. However, what you're referring to is like the idea of like a false light, or like some like demonic entities, let's say, that are in that in-between space, and they've set up some kind of a false light energy trying to like capture souls and that kind of concept. Is that kind of what you were talking about?
Yeah, like a booby trap.
I mean, Geo, I get what you're
And we're
saying,
getting
bro, but the one thing that bugs me about the way you said it was that you refer to it as a past life. Because I don't necessarily think that time's linear, like the way you're thinking about it. I mean, what you think is a past life is just another life. I don't think we are. I think we're eternal beings, and our our souls are not living time the same way we're living time.
Well, this was a huge topic, Jane. So we were talking about like the moon and stuff. But Jeremy, were you gonna say something? Because yeah, I mean, we could go into this. It's just a totally different topic. But
I
yeah,
think
I
we
don't
should
want to
go there,
change the
bro. I
whole.
think
I
this
just
is
wanted to
way
get that
more
out there
interesting.
before I hold on, Branch. I just wanted to get that out there before I forgot about the sea creatures and the light and how they lure their prey. Just think on that.
I mean, well,
I mean, in my opinion, I do think on this kind of topic, I do think that there's a way in which demonic entities in the spirit world want to capture human soul energy to feast off of, which is partly what they're even doing in this world right now through lies and deception and injections and medical chemicals and GMO foods and all that. So this is just one version of it. So is it happening on that plane? I would say yes, it is.
That's what I mean. We're always trying to get tricked here and shit. Like, why would this be any different? You know what I mean? I don't know. Just think about it. Don't go crazy jumping in the lights after you die, guys. Be careful.
Well, see, a lot of these ancient traditions, like the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, like a lot of these, these ancient cosmological systems, they have like maps, essentially, like maps and cosmological maps of the afterlife. And partly what they do in their spiritual practice in their lifetime is actually practicing death and how to navigate the spirit world through that in order to sort of successfully navigate that process so that, you don't get sort of tricked up or captured in a sense.
But here's the thing, right? If you look at some of these, like the father figures who show people how to navigate these type of things, rarely do they do it in a way where it's very linear. I don't know, man. I just think that we all have a very hard time of understanding why time doesn't always have to work the way that we perceive it. It's this weird concept that, if you look at how shamans talk about, your spirit life and, the way that they're able to predict what you're going to do in the future, it's all through this essence of the fact that time is interwoven. It's not a linear path. I think that the fact that we are, three or four dimensional beings, whichever way you want to perceive the fourth dimension, I think that what we're forgetting is there is a concept, the way that we see space. People see our time as the same way we see space.
Yeah, that's actually really similar to the Hindu idea, which is like they talk about a wheel of time and it repeating itself, and to them it's not quite like we see it, exactly as you're saying. We see it in really linear, where like one comes before the other, but like at its depth, it's more meant to be all of these things are always happening at the same time.
Yeah, and it somewhat makes you think that we don't have free will, but we do. It's so fucking weird when you even try to think about it, because our minds aren't equipped to think about this type of shit. Like, our minds are literally not able to make sense of it.
Well, the thing with the past life, though, because okay, like let's just say that your soul did live a life in, let's say, 10,000 years ago, meaning from where we're at right now. I know we call it, 2000, whatever, but let's just say whatever that means, 10,000 years ago. And if somebody in this lifetime, and if they have some kind of trauma in this lifetime, like some kind of anxiety or depression or something like that, that they get to the root of, and they find that that's rooted in the death of that lifetime 10,000 years ago, then that way it is a past life, meaning it did exist on a time period that, you know, a timeline that is before this one, and that death in that life is causing whatever conflict in this one. And if they're able to resolve that and heal it, then they're able to resolve that depression or anxiety or phobia or whatever might be linked to it. So in that way, you know, past life. But then there's also, like, you know, future life energy as well, which would be kind of in the future from this current timeline. But I also know what you mean, like in the terms of the wheel of time, and how, I mean, that's a whole kind of deeper philosophical question of, is there even a past, present, or future, or is it all existing in some simultaneous expression of consciousness?
Like, even in the Gita, right? Krishna actually said that he lives in a place that's way outside of all this shit. I mean, like, way the fuck outside of it, even outside of time.
It's kind of interesting we jumped so quickly to this topic, because we were talking about these luminaries like the sun and the moon, and then
my bad. If you want to go back,
no, it's just kind of interesting because, like, the sun and the moon are linked to time. They're also like lights in the sky, and then it's like the idea of dying and going to a light, and then time. It's like interesting how we went from like physical lights in the sky, but then how like that links to like a spiritual plane level of going to lights after we die, and then the kind of time cycles, which the sun and the moon are connected to the time cycles. I just think it's interesting that we made. I mean,
I will be honest with you, bro. Like, I personally think, too many people, and the reason why like so many people in this room are so vocal about this entire subject is because too many people are more fucking, if you want, into fucking trying to understand the world they live in, rather than who they are living in this world. And I think that, you know, I understand why people want to know the world they live in, but the truth is that doesn't really matter. What matters is who you are in this world, and we all forget that.
People think that they know themselves, though, Branch.
I think people do, but people don't actually put a lot of effort into after knowing who they are from a initial standpoint, to really understand not only who they are but why they're here. And people don't put in that effort. I mean, what?
Well, I think some of these questions are as mysterious as what exactly the sun and moon are. How does their, like what we were talking about in terms of the angular size and all that. I mean, those celestial objects, we can't go up there and get a measurement of them. We're just observing them. So it's not something that you can really do science on. You don't have an independent variable. I mean, yeah, you can look at it through filters and make claims about angular size, or you can, you know, have different observations, but that still doesn't really pin down what exactly they are. I think it's more of a mystery.
My answer to that, Gio, would be, yeah, we fucking do know that, and we fucking found ways to measure that shit. And we're
Didn't NASA just say they went to the sun?
Far this shit actually is away from us, and we're pretty sure this is how the fucking solar system works, and the fucking galaxy works, and the galaxies work amongst themselves, right?
Right. So I was saying it's a mystery. You're saying you do know, you know, what the moon is because men landed on it, and apparently they just claim that they sent a probe to the sun or whatever NASA did. So you're saying that you basically believe other men that say they know what it is, and then you acquire that as your own belief. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think that. Okay.
That's what he's saying.
What I would say is this, Gio. If I had a doubt that that we were wrong about what we actually thought the solar system is, and what the galaxy is, and what the cosmos is, then I wouldn't be afraid to say I doubt this. But Gio, the fact of the matter is, I literally have no doubts, and it's just so weird, Gio, because like the fact I have no doubts makes me think people that do have doubts are a little bit twisted in the fucking head.
You think it's twisted to doubt what government agencies dictate of what our cosmology is? I mean, could it be the other way around? That it's actually, well, I wouldn't call anybody twisted in the head. I wouldn't have any need to call someone that. But I'm just saying, like, you say that just not believing that is.
Well, Gio, we're about to get an argument. But I will say what I think is twisted is denying all plausible evidence and denying plausibility, where plausibility is actually legit, is fucking ridiculous.
So what's been presented to you from these government space agencies, you're just saying that to you is legitimate evidence that you think you think it's definitive.
The prime example I have here of what proves to me all this shit's fucking legit is
drum roll please.
I'm trying to think of this bitch's name. Can't think of her name right now. But it's like I'll post it in the chat.
Okay. This is your number one proof of space. You're gonna post it? Well, it's an interesting complex because we're talking about, I was saying like the mysteries of the heavens and these celestial objects and, you know, what the earth is, what the sky is, like all of those factors. And you're kind of coming from the perspective of this is settled science. It's definitive. It's 100%. They know what it is. And therefore you think it's, you know, absurd or whatever word you use to not believe it because you think it's so, you know, solid. But obviously, many people, including myself, do not think that's solid at all in terms of what's presented, and it's something we can't, you know, sort of science ourselves because it depends on. They claim it depends on having these, you know, rockets and clearance from the government to be able to even try to go up there. So it's very protected by their system in terms of even being able to verify it.
Alright, man, I can't be fucked to find this. What I was thinking about was the Kate Upton shit when she was up in space.
Kate Upton. What the fuck?
I think Branch is trying to.
No. But I did hear what you just said though. That's what I was thinking about before. But I did hear what you said while I was looking at it. And
when he drinks enough, it always ends up at some sexual troll at the end.
I know, but Gio, it's not even that, dude. It's the reason I do that is because
you're holding it together all right, though. I got to say, at least we're having somewhat of a combo.
All right, but I mean, we're conversating, right? That's what matters. Personally, Gio, look, dude. All of this stuff you mentioned about why I need to believe this, to believe that what we are all doing, society is all completely fake, is still hinged upon the fact that you believe every picture from space is flat, and in order for your narrative that you're trying to tell me I'm wrong about to be correct is all based upon the fact that we live in a world that's an enormous lie and every picture from space is fake. Right? And that's the core difference between me and you is I don't think every picture from space is fake.
You think some of them could be?
I mean, I think some of them, you know, like some of them are pretty nice pictures.
Roddy,
and the one I was trying to bring up,
do you think
was
they're
like,
all fake? Or writing? I was gonna say, do you think some of them are fake? Is that what you said? Your mic was a little bit muffled.
I don't think it's likely that like somewhere like NASA or EASA or whoever would be passing off something that is like completely a computer rendering or something and saying it's real. No, I don't think that's probable. But, do I think there are renderings out there that people mistake and pass off as real? Sure. I just don't think NASA would be in the game of doing that. Composites, sure, but every time I've seen it claimed, I've also been able to find that whenever you go to the actual NASA website or the publication's website, they say this is a composite image, and where it's not like the original Earth-rising photo. They give you the details of the kind of camera it was taken with, and they clearly say this is a photograph, it is not a composite.
That takes a great deal of faith to say that you don't think that NASA would be doing anything dubious. Really?
Possibly. I mean, I think, I've relatively speaking got much more trust in them than you do, which is
all right. Well, I guess let's you know what, an easy way to answer this question, is, do you think the live feed we actually have on ISS right now is real or fake?
Fake.
I know there is one YouTube that claims to be a live feed that is just recorded streams, but I think if NASA is going, here is a live stream from the ISS, the only way to call it fake would be if it's if there is a delay or something like that.
So, Ryan, you're saying that all of it looks like it could be real to you. Well, but if you came to the conclusion without any doubt that the Earth is not a globe, that's a planar in nature and doesn't have curvature and isn't moving, would you then instantly be like, okay, wow, then all of that is fake? I mean, is that where your mind would go in terms of that? Yes, it is computer generated, just completely fabricated.
I think I agree, but I think I would probably have to come there the other way first, because I don't think I could come to a conclusion that the Earth is planar and still thinking that NASA photos are real. I would have to have figured out that they've decided for myself
It's
that they're
not
fake.
just NASA photos, bro. What about all the fucking cons that went on a fucking Concorde?
Hang on a second. So, riding, have you got any photographs that you've seen, that you've saved of the Earth that NASA says is actually a photograph, and they tell us what camera? I'd like to see one of those images.
Yeah,
just to see what you've seen.
I'm just out packing for a trip, so I'm in the backyard. But the Earth rising photo.
No worries. Another time.
Well, you can find it yourself, or somebody else can.
No, I want to see the ones you've seen. But I've been looking.
Right. I'm directing you to it. It's called Earth
I know you're
rising.
directing me to it.
So anybody can find it for you. I know
you know what? Hey, writing.
Hold on, you guys are talking. Hold on. Go ahead, writing.
It's called Earth Rising, and it shows a series of different photographs. And I'm talking about the color one that gives you the details of who it was taken by, with a modified Hasselblad with an electric drive and all of that kind of business.
Hang on. That's the one that was exposed by Rob Skibber as a paste-in. That was pasted in.
No,
what is it? Cut and paste.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah,
there
that's
is
the
another
one.
No, you're wrong. There is another one on that same page that is the one you're talking about, which is a composite image, which NASA says is a composite image. There is another one where the sun is not as close to the surface of the moon. The one you're talking about, the lower limb of the sun is touching the surface of the moon, and it sort of looks like a computer game sort of layout. But the one I'm talking about is the one that they said is taken by a Hasselblad camera.
Yeah. You and I, writing, have been on the same page as far as what's that saying? Unanswered questions aren't answers themselves, or something along those lines. Yeah, most definitely, right. But there's also another saying, fool me once, shame on me, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, as well. So, to me, until I've been given definitive evidence of something, I'm not going to buy into anything personally myself. I'm not going to have that leap of faith that you have in NASA, so to speak. You said, you've got faith that NASA aren't doing anything dubious, so to speak. But me, I'm not going to put my faith in an organisation that I know very, very little about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I'm not saying I know that those are real. I just, you know, if you ask me for my opinion, I think that they probably are accurate because I've got little reason to think otherwise.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But Banso, here's the problem here. A lot of flat earthers put their faith in stuff other flat earthers tell them about. You know, and the same
No,
way, yeah, like that's kind
I
of the
think what
reason.
you see, Branch, is alternatives, right? And those alternatives make you think, right?
Right, but
So
Banso,
you can't. Yep.
My reason behind this is like, why do you think that the whole anti-vaccination fiasco became so prevalent within the flat earth community? Is because of
Why? I think because people talk openly and freely about a lot of different topics. That's why.
So you think it's because everybody in the flat earth community is woke? That's why they don't want to take communication. I mean, immunizations.
No, they understand the dangers of the said, liquids that they want to give us.
Yeah.
We know
I
the
think,
dangers of it.
Yeah.
No,
I think, Branch, you are
purely
given
peer pressure.
alternatives. What you're given, Branch, is alternatives to look into. Right now, it's up to each individual to take those alternatives and interpret them for themselves. All right. Now you can go one way or the other. Now that's everyone's prerogative. But why is it so prevalent? I think because, like a lot of different topics in this community, a lot of different things are spoken about freely and openly, and alternatives are given to make you think and to make you question. And there's nothing wrong with that, to challenge what you believe, what you're being told,
Right.
and what you have faith in.
That's somewhat correct, bro. And
yeah, right.
I personally think that the whole reason behind it, Banso, is because the same personality type that makes you want to become a flat earther, which is you want to go against.
It doesn't make us want to be. You got that.
You want to
we
go
don't
against
want
the
to
narrative. Jin, I'm talking, bro. Are you sure you want to interrupt me right now, Jin? Is it that
Yeah,
important?
but you said you want to be. You made a mistake. You said we want to be. It's not a case of us wanting to be flat earthers. That's not the case. Please.
Or tending
you're making
towards. Maybe I
you're
should
making
have
us
said tending
sound
towards.
mentally incapable of thinking.
Okay. My bad, Jin. Thanks for fucking up what I was about to say.
Hey, Branch, have you never done anything in your life that goes against the grain of things, either your personal or your professional life? So you have gone against the grain. You've gone against the popular belief, whether in your personal. Okay, then
I've gone against the grain.
It's the same. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Now, why did you go against the grain? You had information, right? Whether it was for personal or professional reasons, you've had information and you've made a decision.
Banso, I think that I get what you're saying. Totally do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think what I'm trying to say is that there's a certain type of personality profile that hits with flat Earth, right? And this, you don't want to be part of mainstream, which is why you become somewhat intrigued into this whole flat Earth world, because you want to be something that's different from mainstream. And now,
blimey! Look, again, that's wrong. That's another slander on our character. It's not that we don't want to be part of anything. We were part of society until we saw something that was more truthful. The evidence was there. We have found out that we've been told a falsehood. So you move away from that logically. Okay, you just move away from that.
I mean, honestly, guys, I feel like I'm talking down to you guys, and I never want to do that, right? Because
most people generally are caught up in their own day-to-day lives, right? Sticking with mainstream. You've got your 40-hour job. You've got to go buy your house. You've got to go buy your 2 cars, your flat screen TV. You got to work. You got to work for the man. That's basically how you're brought up to live your life, right? That's basically how you're brought up to live your life, right? And people are too busy with these things really to give it a second thought. Now, what do you think if CNN or Fox or Channel 9 or whatnot had wall-to-wall stories about flat Earth, right?
Yeah, but
do you think people would look into it? Right? Do you think people would look into it a little bit?
I get exactly what you're talking about, right? And I did go through that in my life too, right? Um, but I didn't become a flat earther.
Well, Branch, I think you're making some broad generalizations about quote unquote flat earthers. You're trying to say that, well, I mean, I suppose everyone may be different, but you're making it sound as though like all people that you're referring to as flat earthers just wanted to just one day woke up and wanted to decide that all of the space is fake and the earth is flat. And I'm not saying no one's done that. Perhaps that is someone's journey, but I would say from my experience, like the great majority of people actually figured out the earth itself had no curvature, had no spin, had no movement. And then it was quite obvious after that that of a lot of these other things, you know, in terms of a lot of the other fakery.
Yeah, I mean,
And just to add to that, hang on, Brad. Just to add to that, you know, with the
I thought he was
vaccine
asking
thing,
me something.
people. The reason why all flat earthers don't want to do that is because we've listened to the testimonies of people who have gone that way and have their children been injured, and their number in the thousands. Okay, hundreds of thousands. Okay, that's one thing. Then we have experts in the field with integrity, the doctors, the virologists, PhDs, masters, MDs. They're telling us that they want this thing stopped. It should not be happening at all. You know, forthwith, immediately stop now. No human being should be receiving a needle as soon as they're born. There is no need. Okay, that's what they're telling us. So with that, and we've seen the data. They show us the data. The government doesn't show us any data. Okay, that we can actually pour through. They just tell us. And they lie about the numbers.
It's amazing, Branch, how many people believe in a conspiracy, at least one conspiracy, whether that be moon landings, whether that be JFK, whether that's Osama bin Laden, you name it. There are a lot of different conspiracies out there that people actually believe in. So are all these people too tarred with the same brush that you're tarring flat earthers with, that they want to go against the
not at
mainstream?
all.
Well, all these people also believe in a
Bansel, just based
conspiracy.
on what you just said right there, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
before I can I just really quick before I fucking answer your question, I totally forgot. Gio, I think you asked me a question, and then Jin interrupted me, and then fucking I totally forgot what you asked me. So I do apologize. I'm not gonna answer it, but I forgot what you asked. Jin just started talking. I forgot.
No, I didn't really ask you anything. I was just saying that it sounded like you were making it sound like that in your mind, like quote unquote flat earthers all just think everything's fake and therefore think the earth is flat. And I was just saying that I'm not saying nobody's done that, but my experience, I would say in general of just meeting people, knowing people, is that more often than not, it's the opposite, that they actually looked at the earth itself in various ways to decipher that it wasn't curving and moving. And then from there began looking at other, you know, information. I mean, just looking at, you know, a lot of the space stuff and being like, wow, this is not authentic.
Yeah. So I got it. Makes sense, bro. But so Mansell, to answer your question, right? So before I started fucking around with Gem Panda's people's rooms, people's, I used to call them all, or a majority of them, conspiratards. And I used to fucking tell them all, like, look at you dumb cunts. You guys are talking to flat earthers like they're unworthy of y'all. But in reality, you're all fucking conspirators, and that's why you're all here, is because you guys at one point were conspiratorial old motherfuckers, and you believed in all this conspiracy bullshit, and you're all fucking united to pretend you're fucking not believing any of that crap, because it makes you fucking feel good to be part of a united stance. But in reality, you're all conspirators, and that's why you're all here in this situation. Because I don't know, bro. It was just this one fucking spew I used to give to fucking the cunts in Jim Panda's room that they didn't like. But some of them found truth in it. I mean, it's not fucking wrong talk. And the fact of the matter is that on both sides of the flat Earth community, on the globe side and the flat Earth side, the reason why people got together is because it's a group of people that enjoy conspiratorial talk. And I'm not sure what my point was, man, so my bad.
Yeah, but the conspiratorial talk, as you call it, we are looking for the truth at the end of the day. We're not swimming in just conspiracy just for the sake of it. We want to make head or tail of whether this thing is true, what's happened.
No, man,
we look at oh, there we go again. Here we go now. All the variables, and then come to a coherent, concise decision through a process of elimination with everyone. Those who are very intellectual, they bring their knowledge. Those who are partially intellectual, they bring their knowledge, and we put it all together, and we come to a conclusion of some kind. That's what we're doing, yeah? We don't trust the government.
Yeah, Jen, have you ever thought about just saying a sentence?
You see what I mean? Shut your mouth, man. You go on. Let me give you an example.
Bro, like,
let me give you an example of what you say. Now, you motherfuckers, now, those cunts in Gem Pandas, yeah? I go in there, and you know the fucking what I mean, yeah? And I want to get a girl, but fuck me, man. I don't know which one to get, you know, for fuck's sake. You know what I fucking mean, you know? Yeah, I know. I'm just giving you an example of what you're like. Branch,
I know, Jin. Okay? But what I'm trying to say is this,
please don't say I talk too long, Branch. Please don't say I talk too long, because I don't. Thank you.
I'm not saying
please
you talk
carry
too
on,
long.
though.
Because you can have some very short speeches if you want to have a short speech. But you always have to give a speech a middle, beginning, and end.
2 minutes at the most. 1 or 2 minutes
like
at the most, I do. No, come on, get away with me, man. Get away from here. You're talking out your ass, man. Now, come on, carry on. You know, a few less F-bombs. A few less F-bombs would go down nicely, by the way, but carry on. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I was trying to say is like, I don't think we're all conspirators. I know I'm a conspirator, which is why I fucking learned about this room and why I still fucking am here. The only reason any cunt is still in flat Earth, global or flat Earth, is because they're a conspirator, and that's it. You just gotta fucking be able to admit it to yourselves. And
no, we
there's
just want
so
to
many
find the
fucking
truth.
idiots
That's
out
all.
there that can't admit it, that we enjoy conspiracies. We enjoy talking about stupid shit. Obviously, I don't mean to call your shit stupid, but we enjoy. I did not mean to say that. What I meant to say was we enjoy talking about fringe shit. That is, if you can't
I wonder why that is.
Fucking got some problems.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. Some of that stuff we've been lied to about, so we want to find out the truth. So of course you're going to pay an interest, and you're going to enjoy that experience, hopefully, because you're learning the truth. You see, so yeah, of course, everyone enjoys. I suppose.
Honestly, man, you know who I used to make the most fun out of? I used to make the most fun out of motherfuckers, Globers, who used to go out and do flat Earth experiments. Like, I would look at them like,
that's good. I'm glad they did that.
My man. Like,
yeah, why would you laugh at them?
Jen, I swear to God, Jen, like, I used to make more fun out of them than I did. Like, I rarely make fun out of flat earthers, right? But like, the people I like to make fun out of are fucking people that like globers that go do flat Earth experiments. Because I'm like, what do you expect to find? Like, if you're a glober, right, and you believe the Earth is flat, why would you go do an experiment?
No, they're not believing the Earth is flat, are they? They are heliocentrists who have been deceived that the Earth is a globe, and now they've heard about the flat Earth. Now they're going to confirm what they've learned, whether it's true or not. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. That is coherent thinking. So you laughing at them is rather retarded and backward, because they want to find the truth. Blimey. How can you not understand that? So you were wrong for laughing at them. You're wrong, not them. Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I personally think that if you're unsure about the Earth being flat or not, then
None of us are unsure about Earth being flat or not. All of us here are sure. What you're trying to say is that if you're unsure whether the Earth is a heliocentric model of oblate spheroid spinning ball in the vastness of space, if you're unsure about that, go check it out.
Jen,
There's nothing wrong with that.
here's the thing, Jen.
Flat are not unsure about flat Earth, yeah? Thank you very much.
Branch, you were saying that, but Rumpus, of all people, who comes off as seemingly so confident, he's doing a test. You know about his test?
I know. Okay, but Rumpus is not. I don't know. I the only time I talk to Rumpus is if I'm getting in an argument with him.
Well, he is the heliocentric model.
Honestly, Gio, he's one of the motherfuckers.
He loves it. He breathes it. He eats it.
He is one of
no
the
evidence
motherfuckers
for
like
this
to
stuff.
fuck with, Gio.
No evidence for this stuff, but he brings it in. All the
What's he doing, Gio?
and insults us along the way.
I'll be honest with you, like a lot of people on the globe side, like to fuck with Rumpus. Because it's not so much that he's wrong or right about anything. It's about the fact that he's the way he attacks the conversation ain't cool sometimes. It's not.
His demeanor is that we don't understand. We are stupid. We are retard. That's the way he comes across. Right? We don't understand.
Right, but he doesn't just do that to flat earthers. He does that to everyone.
Right, yeah. So it's a bit of a selfish, toppy-nosed git, as far as I'm concerned. But
like even
if he's in the realms that we hung about, he'd be well and truly packing himself and going home pretty quick.
I will tell you this, man. I have called Rumpus out and made him look like a fool, and it was fucking hilarious because George, out of any motherfucker, George was like, "Rumpus, he's right," and then Rumpus just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's a bit of a toppy nose, I'll say that. But at the end of the day, he's passionate about his heliocentric model, and he's desperate. That is definitely desperate to keep it alive, and that's why he acts what he acts. He's a classic case of cognitive dissonance in its essence and entirety. That's what he is, and that is a desperate man.
Definitely. I personally think that there's an entire fucking.
Look, when a man shouts out, hang on, Branch, when a man shouts out, level is curve, well, he's lost all sanity.
Right, but Jen, what I'm trying to say, Jen, is that, like, there's a love and hate relationship. Like, Jen, let me ask you a question, right? Let's say, there was 3 people, right? You, Rumpus, and some other cunt you didn't fucking know, right? And you had to pick sides, right? Even though you don't like Rumpus, even though, you know, you may have these negative feelings about Rumpus, wouldn't you still feel a little bit more like you want to be on Rumpus's side than this other motherfucker that both of you don't know?
I like Rumpus. I do like Rumpus. Don't get me wrong. I like Rumpus, but I can still call him a toffee-nosed twit because that's how he acts and that's how he treats us sometimes. I like him. Don't get me wrong, but I'm accurate in my summary of his character. It's cognitive dissonance. Hang on, cognitive dissonance, and he's a desperate man to keep that heliocentric model alive. That's his demeanor completely.
I've called him pompous in my lifetime, and I've called him
pompous fool. Yeah,
I've called him fucking Rimmer.
Whatever that is.
Rimmer. You don't know who, motherfucker? How can you not know who the fuck Rimmer is?
Yeah,
what's Rimmer?
The other day.
Rimmer, Red Dwarf.
Okay, yeah, right.
He's not fucking Rimmer from Red Dwarf.
Yeah, I never watched that.
Oh my, Jen, how the?
I did watch it. I watched it, but not many series.
You have lost your British
much. I was busy.
Jen,
I was in the
I'm gonna
army
go take a shit now. I'm gonna take a shit.
Don't take a shit. I was in the army, mate, and the army cadets. I was busy, so I didn't have time to watch those programs that you watched. Okay, thank you. What's the matter with the boy? I was living in the real world, mate. Not watching TV, silly little programs like that, yeah? You're a real
Motherfucker,
shitbag. Move yourself. We were
if you
being
have
told
not
what to do.
seen fucking Red Dwarf, don't
No, I've
talk to
seen
me.
Red Dwarf. I know what Red Dwarf is. I've seen it, but I've never watched many episodes. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't care. Look, I have a different way of portraying what life's about, right? You may think that watching TV and shit ain't what life's about. I actually think it is what life's about. I think that you do what the fuck you like to do. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit.
Yeah,
Honestly, I think life is simply about enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I watched TV, but when Red Dwarf was on, when I would be out at cadets, so I couldn't watch it.
It's not just that, but it's also about
or the TA, should I say, not cadets,
well,
TA.
really,
It wasn't
I
around.
mean, honestly, that's not far from the point. It's really just about enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I was enjoying myself. That's what I say when I look back at my life. I've had some good times. I had loads of good times. Loads.
I mean, people could say like, it should be about spending time with your kids.
That's why I've ended up as a flat earther.
But honestly,
Great love.
spending time with your kids should be what enjoying yourself is.
Yeah.
And therefore it is about enjoying yourself. I think if you really boil down to it, life is just about enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I posted pictures of me and my kids having a good time. I posted them in the server.
Right, and that is
very proud of that.
Probably the most enjoyable fucking times you've had. Yeah,
amongst others. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to hear about others. This is not a fucking X-rated room, motherfucker.
Well, I'm not talking about that. Why do you always have to go to the, drag it into the gutter a little bit there, eh?
Motherfucker, what's wrong?
Dude, you gotta take a break, man. You've just been constantly drunkenly swearing for hours, for like an hour now.
Yep. This will keep going.
There you go. You got to drop a few.
Did you hear about the Gio, about the rectilineator? This concave earther came up with a device. It'd be perfect for testing any shape of Earth. Have you heard about it?
But I know what rectilinear lenses are. I think I may have heard that term rectilineator, but no, maybe describe it to me then.
Let me find. I found a really cool doco about it, which was like the cell Earth. It just takes 6 minutes to explain it, but it seems like a super cool way of doing it. It's like 4 different.
Okay.
You construct this cross-braced thing in the thumbnail of the thing you can see there. The bottom of the thumbnail, not the water level.
Is this a Lord Stephen Christ challenge?
Was it Stephen Christ?
Look.
I'm not sure. You find it.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned concave Earth. He was a concave Earth guy.
Could be, because it was from a long time back, but it was this very cool idea of you build these frames and then to really high tolerances, make sure they all match up so that they're square and they go along and along. And I think he tested like 11 miles or something. I forget where it was. I'll find the full thing for it, but that video gives a really quick, simple demonstration of what he's doing.
I'm looking at
12 miles. Or 15 or 13 miles. It was 11, was it?
Bloody hell, delete that. That's the wrong one.
So is this sort of like a force the line type of concept where you're building these kind of gates and then you have, does it use water levels as well?
Well, somebody said force the line and I was like, oh, that's like force the line. And I was like, I actually don't even know what force the line is.
Oh, I would do that.
Yeah, it was offered up by Brian Mullins back in 2016 or 2017 perhaps, where he's fixing, he wanted to make it out of metal, I think, or wood, let's say, 2 beams just going across the ocean. And you join each section, making sure they're square, 90 degrees, and you join it on, basically. Keep joining these two beams. It's like a fence in the water. So you can imagine building a fence, but keeping it level. And if there's any curvature, it will be detected. Basically. That's the whole idea. you should begin to see the gate kind of like rising above the water as the dip begins to appear. That was the whole point of the Forster line. But you're using a 90-degree square to make sure that everything is squarely set, and then you join the next section on.
So it sounds really similar.
Yeah, that's why.
Quite possibly got the idea from this guy in on the rectilineator.
Right.
But it's like, yeah, you square them up, use these like screws to adjust it, and then like a bit of card to test that you're sliding the card through top and bottom to make sure it's not like slightly tighter on the top versus the bottom, and then clamp it to a set torque.
Right. Yeah.
And then there's also like a brass, a line of brass running down the center of it, which you can line up optically. And then you're using a water level, and there was like a bunch of different, quite cool.
Yeah, that's similar to the Forster line, because that's exactly the same thing. You're still using a spirit level.
Building stuff out of mahogany and brass and water levels. There's lots of areas there of inaccuracy, I must say.
Yes, I was wondering, because it was, what was interesting was he found 8 inch per mile squared, but he got 8.02 or something, but they were measuring for concavity. So I'm guessing what they hold to is that the Earth is exactly the given radius, but the other way around. And I found that funny, where I'm like, he's gone looking for the opposite thing, and he's found it. It seems like whatever we go looking for, we'll find.
Yeah, I doubt it very much, though. I doubt if he found that curvature, because prime knowledge is just so simple, and if you were to conduct it, it would prove the Earth would be a level plane. You know, and the laser beams that we have done, no curvature has been detected whatsoever. Seeing things at greater distances than the curvature would allow, it speaks volumes. And then you've got the Guinness Book of Records at 273 miles. 443 kilometer distance shot there, and that just blows it all away. Sorry, I'm running away with the thing. I'm flying high. There is no ball. Yet alone we don't detect the motion. Yet alone the motion's not being detected. I mean, there's nothing.
You are galloping away.
Of course,
gish galloping away.
That is the heliocentric model. That is the heliocentric model. It has nothing.
If they were to build a thing out of aluminium and use, say, some sort of laser level and whatnot, there'd be a greater degree of accuracy. But yeah, building it out of unsquare mahogany and brass and water levels, I wouldn't put a great deal of faith in the accuracy of that one myself.
Yeah, Brian Mullins was thinking of using.
Yes, you only need. Yeah, because the panels are like 12 foot long or something, or not even that.
Yeah.
You only need like a fraction of a mil of error per one.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're using multiple, and then you add that up, it adds up to be quite a bit. Actually, was that who suggested? Was that Smokey dude writing? Was he the one that?
Yeah, it was Smokey, who's been in Gems for the last few weeks.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Quite funny hearing a concave earther argue with a flat earther.
Yeah, he was there yesterday. He was there yesterday. I spoke to him yesterday.
He keeps on posting videos that are like 6 hours long. Like, who's going to watch a video that's 6 hours long?
Oh my god! I so agree. And people like, it's here in this video. I'm like that video at 6 minutes long. I'm like, that's on the upper limit before you've got to give a timestamp for that bit, or just
yeah. Just cut to the chase.
Yeah, I don't mind watching those long epics. You know what I mean? You watch them over 2 days.
Yeah, but I don't mind watching them. But like, if you're in the middle of a debate and somebody goes, "I've got a video that clearly shows X," and you go, "Okay, can you show it to me?" and they want you to stop for 6 hours and watch a video, that's just.
No, I don't. I might send videos in that are 2 hours long, or blocks that are 4 hours long, but I say you don't need to watch it now. Watch it at your leisure, and then you can come back afterwards and at another time and tell me what you disagree with, or you're a flat earther. Either way, thank you very much. Bye.
I think the one that he keeps on posting is from Lord Stephen Christ.
Yeah, Lord Stephen Christ. Yes, I was wondering what happened to him. I know much.
He's dead. He's dead, Jin.
Lord Stephen Christ.
What? He died?
He died apparently. That's what I heard. He's dead. Yeah.
Who the hell's
When?
Lord Stephen?
He's probably the most prolific concave earther going around.
Yeah, I heard
Where
that
are
too.
their servers? I keep asking this. Do they have Discords and stuff?
Who?
The
Concave?
concave earthers.
Oh, maybe. I don't know, mate. I don't know. I don't follow that.
He didn't listen to Jeremy's advice, did he? He went towards the light.
Exactly. Should have turned around, backed up.
Silly bugger.
It's funny you brought up Jeremy because I think someone asked about a concave Earth Discord. I think Jeremy said he found there is like one concave Earth Discord, but there's like there's like no activity on it, is what he said.
Now that's some refraction these guys claim.
Yeah, Ben. So I heard that Lord Stephen Christ passed away. Did you hear how or what?
No, I didn't hear how, mate. No, I just heard some rumours. So who knows? The guy was, but didn't he end up going to jail for threatening Obama or Clinton or something at one stage? He was pretty out there. I'm pretty sure.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think the first video I found him. The first video on his YouTube is probably the 6-hour one you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Then there you go. That's the one that Smokey keeps on posting. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Wow, if he's the biggest concave Earth isn't big, is it? Because he's got 2.9k subscribers.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still good though.
Look. To give him some credit, he actually put quite a bit of work into some of his stuff. He really did.
Sorry to interrupt, guys.
Yeah, what up?
Bab said he'll debate or whatever anyone. He said
Anyone.
set it up. We'll debate anyone, bro.
Where you go, Jeremy?
Babs don't want this beef. I mean, it's maybe somebody else, like
Who's
somebody
Babs?
lower ranked.
Lower range.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, often when he's in here in the text chat, he's kind of trying to challenge people to a debate, and then sometimes I try to, say if he wants to do it, and then he usually says he will. So yeah, I mean, he likes to challenge people, and usually he's pretty civil when he's in voice. So yeah.
If anyone out there wants to debate Babs, or just have a conversation with him on something, he just flipped off of flat Earth. So let us know.
He's off flat Earth.
Why doesn't he come in now?
Yeah.
Why can't he come in now then?
Who's Babs? I need his thing. I'd love to have a chat with him.
Space Pope. He's been around forever and a day.
Oh, Space Pope. Yes, I've messaged him. I'm still going to tee up having a chat with him.
He's also.
We got to do it right here, Eggshells. Do it here, so we can get it on YouTube.
All right, it'll be in a different room though, because I want it just to be him and I speak. Because I wasn't going to debate him. I was just going to ask him about how did he?
Yeah. Oh, he'll love that.
Into flat Earth. How did he come out of it? What was it like? All of that.
Yeah, he also.
Why can't you do it live though? Why can't you do it live? What's up?
We'll do it live. I just don't want people
interrupted.
I don't want him forced to argue with a peanut gallery.
That's all right. We're going to watch.
I happily moderate a debate, but for him, I'd prefer to just learn.
Yeah, we could do it either. If no screen share is needed, like I've said, we can do it in a stage room. If no screen share is needed, but if you want to do any screen shares, or if you just want to do it in a regular room, I can pretty quickly just change the permissions. So basically, everybody will be muted when they join. So then, like you said, that way there won't be, because that's what you're saying, Riding, is that you'd want to make sure that it's only like the speakers that are able to speak.
Yeah. I'm just messaging him again right now.
Yeah, and Jeremy, the other thing is that on Discord, there's this new feature called events. So if there is any event like that, either a debate or a particular type of presentation or discussion in one of these live stream rooms, I can create an event And then I think what it does is it puts like a notification up at the top, and it says, event going on. It says live on YouTube, and I think it has like a link right to the YouTube link. So yeah, it's like integrated into Discord that even if we just started up an event, like let's just say we did it right now, it would do all that. But even if we scheduled it, if we want to schedule it out, like, okay, tomorrow, December 21st at 3 p.m. Eastern, whatever it is, like it'll be in there, and then everyone on the server will see it.
Oh yes, I have listened to him before.
He got destroyed by
he had a really
Bev,
nice chat. He had a really nice
actually.
chat, and him and Jerry, I thought, were really good interlocutors.
Gio, I'm telling you, if you want to get it banging in here, bro, I'm telling you, do a show, bro. 5 p.m. Take Brandon's spot. I mean, he ain't doing it, so.
Yeah, you're saying do like a regular show, you mean?
Yeah, 5 days a week, Monday to
100%.
Friday. 5 to
100%,
7, 5 to 8. You'll get it banging in here, bro.
Yeah, it's an option that I could do that, but also anyone else could as well. Like if other people want to do a show like that too. I mean, that's the thing about the 3 live stream rooms is that there's a lot of options for that. Like if somebody wanted to do a particular show at a particular time, yeah,
I'll definitely do that. I'm still trying to find people to argue because I don't want it to be a dumpster fire, and I'm struggling to find or think of. What about Jeremy? What about you?
Well, we were talking about also doing. Oh, go ahead, Jeremy. You can respond.
What about me? What?
Do you want to have a discussion/debate? Either with me or I'll moderate it, and we'll get.
I'll do it one of these days. Not right now. I'm going to bed any minute.
Yeah, I don't mean right now.
I don't mind. I'll put myself up. Didn't CBO one. I'm always ready. Anytime, any place, anywhere. Anytime.
Go get him, Jen.
Yeah. I'm always ready, so don't know what you're scared of. You scared, are you? Riding?
I just want to like debate that's like easy to follow and people talk reasonably, and I feel like you turn discussions into a dumpster fire. We've had this discussion before, Jin. I don't know why you're surprised by this. I think that you end up just shouting and repeating yourself, and it doesn't make for easy
because you're not paying attention. That's the only reason why I repeat it. Because you're not paying
like
attention.
you're speaking over me while I'm responding. It's kind of a demonstration of what I'm talking about, bro. What was it you were going to say, Gio?
Well, thing is, Rodney, whoever's moderating, like let's say you're modding. So let's say the whole room, let's say it's not in a stage room. Let's just say it's in a regular room. But everyone would be muted when they join, except perhaps moderators, and then of course not yourself, and then not the speakers. So let's say it's like a 2v2 debate or 1v1, whatever it may be. That's what I was saying. One way to do it is like you can, mute. Like let's say it's 1v1. The person who's speaking is unmuted. The other person's muted. When they're finished, you can just flip it. You mute the one guy, unmute the other guy. That way, there's just absolutely no interruptions.
Could do that. If I was I wouldn't mind moderating a debate with Jin in it. But I just like if I was going to be debating somebody.
Man. I told you, man, he was never a flat earther, man. On Brandon's show, I'll pull it up and I show you. I was like, you full of shit. You ain't no flat earther. You ain't never been no flat earther.
I think he's been on the fence for a while because I could tell by the way he used to act lately.
Dude, I was already debating him. I was debating him as a globe earther, and then you came out and said he was a flat earther. I've debated him for like 10 minutes, and I'm like,
listen. The first time I heard Babs, I was like, yo, this guy's a glober right here because he used to go on Oakley's and pitch the globe arguments there. So I thought he was a glober myself.
I'm going to pull up my quote on Brandon's channel on one of the earlier shows. I said, I promise you this dude ain't no flat earther. I promise you.
Brian, you were saying you wanted to debate him?
I don't think he is anymore. I think he claims he was for a while. Not that he is now.
We should just start setting up. I mean, I can moderate or manage any events, but I mean, see, I'm usually like around at my like home and around the computer. I'm not always like able to be fully active, but I could see like how I could scheduling wise like do that because if I was going to be like either moderating or hosting a debate, then I would have to be right at the computer obviously for that whole time to be.
What time is good for you? I mean, we could do it tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. I mean, what would be good for me in a perfect world? I'd say like about like 6, 7 Eastern. But I mean,
Yeah, like for me, I'm pretty flexible, but it is helpful if I just know when, of course, and then I can make it work. But I can be flexible with other people's schedules too. But I mean, I was telling these guys, Brian, like Discord has like this events feature. You know, it's like a new feature where like if I did it right now, like let's say that we talked to Babs, you know, we talked to you, and then let's say either I'm going to moderate it or Riding was saying that he wants to moderate some debate, so whoever's going to mod it, and then boom, like let's say we're going to do 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and as soon as I know that, I'll put the event in on Discord, and so everyone on this Discord will know it's happening. We can spread the word to all the other servers and and YouTube channels, letting people know. And then obviously, if people want to do any little like promo stuff, or if we have someone who's good at making like thumbnails or graphics, like obviously that'd be great too to like add that. And then boom, like once it's on the event schedule here, we know it's happening, and then I'll be ready. When the event happens, I'll start up a new YouTube video that'll be, with a title that'll be, let's say it's Brian versus, Space Pope or whatever it'll be, like the listing of it. And so it'll be its own set video, hour debate, 2 hours, so that way it can be shared later. And then, yeah, we'll do it. So we should just start adding, just literally start filling up the schedule, with people that want to host, people that want to mod, and people that want to either do debates or discussions or presentations. I think it'd be great.
Let me throw this idea out. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Let
me throw this idea out, man. Jeremy was right. Jeremy was definitely right, man. He talking about nobody's filled the slot for Brandon Branty's old show than Brandon, and there's a big slot. I know everybody who was on that show, even Glovers are wishing that show was still going. So we could you could just kind of ease into it, maybe just an idea, and start off every show with just like a 30-minute debate, hour debate, and then let people come in on either side and discuss who me trashing Babs, man.
The thing is that's something you got to be at That's something you got to be at the computer for. Like, I can't do that. I'm all over the place. Gio just said he's not at the, he's not just sitting there down at the computer doing this. Like, you need someone that's there.
Yeah, you definitely need somebody
We've set a time. I'm happy
Well,
to.
I can be. No, I can be as long as I just am like. Yeah, I can be. I'm just saying that throughout the day, I'm not always. But I can be is what I'm saying. I'm just saying it takes.
Like everybody join this channel and you got to listen in to see if anybody's in here, and there's so many people just being like, nobody's in here, only a couple people. I'll try back later. I mean, we're just not syncing up, dog. We're not syncing up like we could be, man.
Definitely should. Yeah, I second that. Definitely feel Brandon's spot. Jeremy's spot on the money, and so is Brian. There is definitely a void there, Gio.
Well, I could start doing.
Hey, Gio, we do appreciate the fact you have the 24/7 access. We do really appreciate that. But man, just get something scheduled. It ain't even got to be a perfect schedule, but yeah, put out some notices. We got a debate, and then we're gonna have a little show afterwards, and just see how it goes, man. And sometimes it helps to have somebody who doesn't have any responsibility, who's 100% into it, and somebody you trust as a partner to keep a show going. Like Ranty had Brandon. He obviously trusted him, so when he couldn't be there, he kept the show going. But that's just food. That's just little bits of ideas I'm throwing out. But go ahead.
Hey, Brian, are you Brian's Logic?
No.
Oh, right. Oopsie. I better tell him. I was messaging Space Pope because I was like, when can we have that chat?
Brian's Logic is...
I'm flattered tests. I'm flattered tests.
Yeah, Brian Leakey, writing, Brian Leakey. I think
he's a Nathan Oakley panelist, isn't he, Gio?
Leakey's in the top 20 at least for Flat Earth.
He's a top 20.
Top 20, yeah. Bottom of the top 20.
Yeah, Bandsaw, Brian's Logic. Yeah, he is on Nathan's show. Yeah, he's on the server. He is on the server, and he's jumped in the chat a couple times. Yeah, he'll probably. He may want to jump in some things as well because
he does some good stuff. Actually, explains it really simply.
Yeah, Brian's Logic is ace, man.
You're up there in my mind. Oh, I was talking about you, Leaky. You're up there in my eyes.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, bro. I feel the same way about you. For sure.
You're one of the ones that is actively trying to do something and this. You want to end this. I want to end it too. So.
Well, you guys
felt like this, Jeremy. I've always felt like, man, you know, if they're not going to let Flat Earth grow through our channels and all that, you know, the more people we get debating this shit, they're the ones, you know, who's you know, helping promote the shit, whether they know it or not. You know, if they're giving us a voice, I'm gonna exercise that right.
What are you gonna say, Jim?
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, on this platform with the 3 live stream channels, we can basically run anything anytime. So like it's all set up with the roles to where like let's say Brian, like let's say you want to do a presentation. You know, let's say you want to do an hour long, 2 hour long, whatever it would be presentation. Like boom, you can do it. Like I can set the event up. I'll give you the roles you need at that time. So of course you can have like the ability to mute or unmute. You know, all that kind of stuff. You know, so I mean, you guys make a good point that I could do like a daily show. Something like that, because like you mentioned Brandon. I mean, yeah, like there was something about like doing that daily show that like everyone was synced up with it, you know, where
you do that show. That's why heads don't fuck with Jose like that. I would go on Jose's all the time if he had some kind of regular regular schedule. So like if you do something, make sure you just do it at the same time every day. Heads will know, you know, it's 5, 6 p.m., whatever, time to go over to Geo's for the show. That's what we used to do with Brandon's. I had an alarm set for Brandon's, or I would fucking miss it.
Dude, that was the thrill of every boring ass work day. Is after work fucking Brandon show, man. I ain't gonna lie. I miss Brandon, man. If you listening, Brandon, I miss your ass, man. Get back.
Yeah, I messaged him a couple days ago. I ain't heard nothing back yet, though.
I had a chat. I checked my Skype. I downloaded Skype, and I'd sent him a message a while back, and it looked like he had checked it like 4 days previous to that. That was like a week ago. So that put, you know, or somebody who has his account checked the message I sent a while back.
Yeah. But yeah, Gio, you get a show going every night, even if it's like, bro, even if it's like a 1 hour thing, if that's like the lowest amount of time you can give to it, like even 1 hour would get people popping, an hour and a half or 2 hours or something.
What do you think the best time would be?
5 or 6. Started at 5 or 6.
Yeah,
whatever's convenient for you.
5 is perfect.
Like 5 or 6 Eastern, you're saying?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be like 3 o'clock for people on the West Coast, and then like 2 or 3 o'clock, and then I'd have to think about the other time zones. You know how they all.
Yeah, you're right, man. He's right, Jeremy. But wait a minute. What time? If it's 5 o'clock here, what time is it in the UK? The main time in the UK.
Bro, it don't matter.
Don't worry
Brandon
about
was
the
doing
UK.
his show.
Worry about Australia, Brian. Don't worry about the UK.
Don't worry about Australia. That's silly, bandsaw. Stop. Listen, don't worry about the time, other people's times. Brandon did his shit from 5 to 8, and people showed up. Heads showed up.
Finding that's like 6 p.m. would be 10 a.m. our time, Bandy. Oh no, you're in
10
Adelaide
a.m.
with stupid half an hour increment shit.
9:30.
Yeah, 6 o'clock. Clock would be better.
Yeah, that's a good time. That's a good.
And then Brian, it's like 10 p.m. in the UK at that time. Like 5 p.m. Eastern is 10 p.m. UK.
Okay, 5 o'clock's perfect then. What Jeremy said, that's perfect. Because everybody showed up one way or another when Brandon was doing it at 5.
Don't worry about other people's time zones. They were coming regardless.
They were. That's true, Jeremy. That's true.
Well, perhaps I'll just start doing. I could just do that every day. I mean, if I wanted to have a name for it, I could think of a name as well. But essentially, it's similar to. It would be very similar to live stream hosting, because the way that the server's set up with the live stream host, I mean, it's already set up for that. It would just be one that I'd be hosting. But the cool thing about it is that with the events feature, and then if it's regular, then like there's that kind of cyclical nature to it. So I could be doing, and I probably wouldn't do it every day, you know, because I mean, I could even do it on weekends too. Like it doesn't have to be a Monday to Friday thing. So maybe I could just do it where, like, if I'm going to do it the next day, I'll just put the event up, you know, like 24 hours notice. So I'll probably do it like most days. You know, I'll have to think about it, but I'm just kind of spitballing the idea.
If it gets going real good, if it gets going good, just find somebody who can host it for you, you know,
exactly,
without having to give them, you know, any kind of crazy information, just a little way to host, like a mod, you know. But whatever.
Yeah, it would be great.
Kind of nudge you in that direction, to be honest, you know. Yeah,
well, I think for anyone who wants to do a show, because the thing is that, like, I mean, I did, like build and release this platform, but it's not necessarily all about me or anything. Like, I do think it's good. I mean, I would like to do a show. I think it's a great idea, and I think that I would actually like that as well. So it's kind of like perfect timing. But I'm just saying that anyone else can do one as well. Like, Brian, if you want to do a show, or Jerry or Jeremy or Jin or anyone, anyone can do it, because we have the 3 live stream rooms. So if I do mine daily and someone else maybe someone else wants to do something once a week, someone else wants to do, debates, a couple times a week, whatever it may be, like, anyone's welcome to do that.
You start doing it, Gio, and your YouTube channel will explode. It really will.
Seriously.
People
I don't know.
Watch for an organised debate.
Yeah, they will.
Is it 11:40 where you are now, Gio?
Go ahead.
I don't think I heard you writing.
What's the time where you are now?
8:46 p.m.
Oh, okay. So
Sorry, 5
then,
hours. 5
fuck.
hours.
Okay. So wherever
So that would
it's
be 2. That would be
11:40.
2 o'clock for me. That'd be 2 o'clock. 5 p.m. Eastern would be 2 o'clock my time. Which, I mean, I'll have to think about everything, and I'm not just like saying 100%, but yeah, like possibly what I could do is try to aim to do that every day, and then I might, obviously there might be a day off. But Brian, you were mentioning like having kind of like a co-host. So yeah, it would be ideal. Like really anyone who's going to do like a regular show, it would always be good if they had like 1 or 2 co-hosts, because it just helps, just in terms of like if they're not there or just in other things. Like I think that like writing, for example, if you were going to start doing like moderating debates, because I know you've mentioned that, if you were going to start doing that regularly, it would be good for you to have maybe like 1 or 2 people that you know and trust, so that they could either kind of help you with the communication, trying to link these guys up. You're talking about like, Babs and then Brian Leakey. Like if they're going to do a debate, you got to like obviously have a little bit, liaison. Is that the right word? Where you're kind of like emailing each other, getting the time set up, and then you guys let me know, and then I'll put it on the event calendar. I'll put it on my own kind of schedule as well, so I know, to be ready for it, to manage it on my side in terms of just starting the YouTube video, labeling it, and then if you guys want to share your screens to the YouTube stream, I'll have to do that as well. So, but yeah, I'm just saying in general, it'd be like having like co-hosts, I think is always a good idea for anyone who wants to.
Let me throw this in there. Sure. Let me throw this in there. Okay, everybody who wants to, I'll put my name on. I'll put volunteer myself on the list for. I'll volunteer to co-host and get it out to everybody else. Anybody who is willing to co-host to get that out there to Gio and let him pick who he wants. Discreetly. But I volunteer myself. I'll co-host as long as you have it around 5 or 6 during weekdays. I would love to. Or I would love to not. Either way.
Well, I was thinking one of the things I was going to do is kind of like maybe for like a week or something, I was going to put these little like kind of messages that they basically stick to the bottom of the chat so everyone gets to see it. It's a little bit frustrating because it keeps like it stays stuck there. So as you're chatting, but anyways, but Brian, what you just said just sparked me in this idea, because I've been kind of thinking of doing this, where if I put a message at the bottom of live stream 1, 2, and 3, basically all the text channels, I'll put a message in there that says we're going to start doing more hosted shows. If you want to host something, I can actually make a way that they can do it through the ticket system, where they can just, create it, like submit a ticket that would basically let me know that they want to host, or if they want to co-host, or just different show ideas as well. Because when you just said that, like it made me think like that way I could actually get a little bit of a database going, so we know who wants to do that, and then start getting events scheduled and put them on the events calendar.
I've got the first one for you, provided he confirms tomorrow morning, and that'll be Babs and I having a chat at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
There you go. Write it up. We'll put him in a stage. Are you going to be around for that, Gio? Because I don't know how to do all that stage thing and give people.
I too, man. Hey, Jeremy, throw that out there that I'd like to debate him one-on-one. It doesn't have to interfere with that guy's time, but tell him
I've said it.
A direct request.
I mentioned it to him, Brian, and I mistakenly said you're Brian's Logic. Writing to him again now. But it could also be like an interesting, like do an intro one night, and then if the very next night he wants to have a debate, that would, I think, make the debate more interesting. Because he'd be like, oh, okay, he's not debating with any old glober, he's debating with an ex-flat Earth glober.
He'll know me. He'll know me, man. If you say Brian Leakey, man, like I get kind of fired up sometimes, and I've had to come back with a couple apologies, and but during debates I'm always cordial, man. If it's one-on-one
Yeah.
and I ain't getting jumped on by a lot of people and shit, when you're going up against 5 or 10 people like in Jose's or Jim's or something, you tend to get heated, you get interrupted, you can't get out what you're trying to express, and it's just like, man. But when it's one-on-one, yeah, I always try to keep it cordial, man.
I've heard you on Jose's. You do good, Leaky. I've heard you on Jose's.
Yeah, I have too. Yeah, no, Brian, you're great in debates. Definitely, and
Perhaps we'll get destroyed.
Believe me, I've had a few people mess with me about it, but I challenged them, like, try and keep up with 5 people coming at you, man. They're gonna get you sometimes, man. But yeah, I hold my own, man.
Yeah, well, that's why what I've been suggesting to Geo is like what I want to try and do is like heavily moderated. So unlike the way that modern day debate does it, where he just like until somebody's been shouting insults for 5 minutes, he doesn't seem to say anything about it. And then like Fight the Flat Earth moderates more, but he only ever moderates in favor of the globe Earth, and he won't call out insults from one side, but it seems like he does from the other side, which I think is just really, it's just, I don't know, leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So what I'd like to try and do and see if I can is like moderate it so it's fair to both sides.
Yeah, definitely.
But like, and to properly explore something. So if somebody's like running away and talking about a different thing, to be able to like, not
Keep
that I would step
track.
in and be like, you're not answering the question, but like if somebody goes, he's not answering the question, they can like, appeal
definitely.
to somebody. Almost like Speaker of the House would do in Parliament.
You just give each side a time limit, 3 minutes for each point type of thing.
Yeah.
Make your point, and then 3 minutes for a rebuttal, then 3 minutes, to answer that rebuttal. But you've got to keep people to a strict time limit, and muting each side so they can't be interrupted is a fair way of doing it, especially if it's done to both sides fairly.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Brian, hold on a second, guys. Brian, Babs wants to know what the topic is, or topics, or whatever.
Water levels.
Okay. He said, what topic? I'm gonna say, how about we could do?
You want it?
We could do the lumen. We could do the sun and stars and shit, and we could do refraction. But tell him, if he has anything else, I'm open. We'll keep it. We'll keep it fluid. Tell him, we ain't got to set on one thing. But if he's gonna give me a choice, I'm gonna say like refraction with a little bit of sun and moon star shit.
Well, the way I see it is there's kind of 2 main things when it comes to that. One of them would be to have a set topic, because if you do have a set topic, it means you can research beforehand, you can get your information, get your mind settled, so there'd be something cool about having a set topic, but there's also something cool about having it just be totally open, and just going that, because like that can be great as well. It's just a different kind of energy. So perhaps like maybe if you and Babs are doing that, like I was just thinking, well, maybe this is kind of a side. Okay, I'll say what I was going to say after, but I guess just to finish that, I would say, that if you like you and Babs, I guess you'd first have to decide whether you want to have a set topic or no set topic, and then if you do want a set topic, maybe you would say your 2, like you just did, and then it would go to him, and then see what his 2 are, and then meld it together.
Babs already responded. He said the sun, moon, and refraction's perfect. The sun and the stars and refraction's perfect. I told him let me know when.
Yeah, I figured that's what he'd want.
I told him let me know when you're ready.
Gio, what modern day debate does as well at the end of the debate, and they take questions from the gallery too to pose each opponent. That's something maybe you should do as well.
And what I was also thinking as well as that, Bandsaw, was offer like to sort of have almost like a phone a friend kind of thing, where somebody goes, is that so? Like people get stuck on a certain thing and go, is that so? And you can be like, all right, ask the audience. And then like whoever's watching has to like, if they want to, obviously, get, go and find a link to show that, X is Y, whatever it might be.
Yeah, I think that probably gets a little bit messy.
Hey, how about
could do.
Yeah.
Gio, real quick, tomorrow 6 o'clock. How about that? Or 5 or 6? Your call or his call?
Yeah.
Well,
Dude,
Bab said he'll let me know when he's ready, so don't
That's
go
fine too.
planning anything out for a specific time just yet.
Jeremy, I'm gonna direct message you my cell number. It's only for text only, and I'll never call you. You ain't gotta worry about that. But I got Plain Trues, Bob Nodell. You know, a lot of people give me their numbers and shit because I never call them. I don't harass them. You know, I use it just for text messages so people can get a hold of me. So I'll DM you my number if it's if it's just any reason you need to get a hold of me right away, just to get me a message. Then that's how to surefire do it every time.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, I'm trying to think of how to like organize this. But I'm
I'll do the same with you too, Gio. Sorry, I'm with you too, Gio. Sorry.
All right, cool. Yeah, sounds good. Because it is good to actually have ways to communicate outside of only Discord. Because yeah, like depends on how people's notifications work. I get messages pretty quick on Discord, you know, as well. But yeah, some people might have it different, like in their phone in terms of notifications and all that. So yeah, it's good. I was gonna say too, like I'm trying to think of how to like kind of orchestrate this. What about having like basically like a new like show series, which it would be for like the Earth Awakenings, like either live hosted or live stream hosted, or I'm not sure exactly what the title or if anyone else has any ideas too for a title, but some like a show series where just different people will be hosting and it'll be on different types of events. It'll either be debates or it'll be a discussion, like just an open discussion, or it'll be a presentation. Or something else, like something creative or something as well. Like there could be a couple.
Right, dude. We have not utilized. You are absolutely right. We have not utilized this opportunity you've given us. You know, but when me and Jeremy get together, man, we come up with some fucking ideas, especially with you too, Gio. And but man, I'll tell you what, we do need to utilize this platform you're offering to everybody to do whatever the hell they want within reason. I might have a presentation to do later on this week, a little short one.
I told you, Gio, the best way to have a debate. Make a YouTube video, 2 minutes, put it out there, 2-3 minutes. You know, set the rules down. Say, hey, just, you know, you get however long time to make a video, and you know, we could have all the flat earthers come up, and all the globers can get together with their arguments, and we can put it, you know, decide which one's the best argument, and put it in the YouTube video in response to each other, and have a back and forth like that. So that way it's not on the spot. That way it's not on the spot, you know, when you're scrambling to find information and shit or whatever. You know what I mean?
It might be a bit tough. Like anytime I make videos, it takes me like a week just to even start filming, you know, to be like, what am I going to make it?
That's fine, bro. We've been doing this for years.
When you were first saying it, I was thinking you could do something similar like that. To like have a pylon and then like choose who's going to respond. Like not a pylon, but you know, like have a thing about what's the debate and then be like, right, who are we sending up for this? You know,
no,
like
I think it'd be better if we all put our heads together. Everyone would obviously see the Globers' responses, and then we could all brainstorm on, you know, what's the best response for that, for what they said, you know?
Yeah, dude, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Because actually, I mean, the way this is set up, like, I could pull, like, there's 3 servers, so like I could pull one of them that we're not using and then record things, you know, like what I'm saying is that we could be live on YouTube the way we are now, like, and, you know, Twitch and DLive, we're live on those. We could be live on those, and then what I'm saying is that, like, let's say right now we wanted to do like it could be called like a challenge video or whatever the name might be. But let's say there's a specific topic, like, you know, something about air pressure or lasers or whatever it might be, the stars, refraction, whatever it may be, like a one piece of information. And even right now in this room, I could click record on that. We could make a short video, you know, either Jeremy's talking or Brian or myself, whoever it is saying the thing. And then maybe we make a couple little side comments on it, but we keep them real short. And then those could be TikToks. That could be the TikTok, Jeremy, because you keep bringing up TikTok. That would be like we could just make our own TikToks, basically. And because Jeremy's been bringing that up.
From the debates as well, you'd be able to pull some pretty choice moments. Just don't do it like Nathan Oakley where he edits and lies.
Well, that too. No, there's tons of content that we already have here that could be gone back over. Yeah. But what I was thinking, I kind of went to the TikTok thing, but what I was more thinking originally is a short video that says a particular point, and then if it's like a challenge type thing, then other content creators or other platforms, they could actually either comment on it or they could respond to it directly, and then that could be, and then I could maybe do some editing where I release a video where I add theirs on the end of it. So now it's like, it's just another idea. I'm just kind of spitballing in the moment, but having like specific topics that are small enough to where someone will watch like just a 1 minute, 30-minute type clip, and then they can actually respond to it. It's sort of like a way of almost doing like a different debate style, but more like through actual videos that people are responding to rather than a live one.
Yeah, I'm coming around to it. I'm sorry, before Jeremy, I was negative. I think, yeah, if it's TikTok or something where it's not expected to be production quality, I think that's better.
No, this doesn't need to be production quality. This just needs to be somebody talking, giving, somebody on the Glover side talking, giving their argument. Then we respond, somebody talking with us. It'd basically be like a debate. Think of a chess game, except you're not face to face with the person. It's happening through the mail or something. You know what I mean? So you have 2 weeks to make your move, and then you got to mail me your move back or something,
That's what I'm saying. It could be like a series. I mean, this is like a whole different, separate idea, but it's just one that could come to my mind. It would almost be, the idea of that would be like a series where it's not necessarily like a live hosted show. Yeah, it's more like almost like an email debate, except it's done through videos that people can, directly respond to, comment on. But that would get a lot of community involvement as well. It's just another interesting thing. And I mean, we could do that at any time, really, like even just right now or whenever, if there was something that we wanted to put out there. But it's just another idea of doing it that way. It's cool.
That way there's no over talking, there's no yelling. You don't even need moderation for that. Like, that's easy. You just set the rules down. Like, listen, don't make your video longer than 3 minutes or it don't count or something,
Well, I'm not big into graphics, but if anyone knows, has for example, let's say there was a topic that we wanted to make a short video on, and if someone was able to do some graphics, I could put those graphics into it, and then it could be like, at least somewhat production.
Yeah, you can make it be fancy like that if you wanted to, but it's not even necessary. You could just have it be a black screen.
Yeah, man, I could use some help like that though, Gio, man, because I was sitting there having to draw shit out, because it takes me so long to do the animate, the even fucking charts and diagrams. It takes me way too long. And then I just got my Cavendish balls all molded and ready to go, man. I got they're probably about 100 pounds. I haven't weighed them, but my two big balls.
You got some big balls? You got two big balls over
there? Some big balls, man. Itchy big balls. No, I was kidding. But and then I got the two little ones they're probably, I don't know in weight, but they're about 2-3 inches in diameter. But they're bigger than they're both bigger than I think Blue Marble Sciences, and I've seen his shit move shit. But then I also, if somebody listened to the whole video that I put out, like one of them with Blue Marble Science, I put a clip in there because he straight up said, he didn't have any flat earthers. It was just him and some buddies talking. And he flat out said, man, that he, at one point, he absolutely proved that mass repels mass. And then
he said
he
that
had to go. Yeah, so I put that quote in the video, but then he put sandbags on one, and he had lead to attract the sandbags, and it stalled. And so that's my idea is I'm going to try, I know some of it's been tried, but it seems like everything he did to make a change, he changed and varied electrostatics and got different results. But then when he got it just right, he's like, mass attracts mass. Like, every variation you made was an electrostatical variation. But now when you get it just right, you're going to call it mass attracts mass. That's crazy. So I want to see just how much, we can come up with, free balling, just freaking I'm going to use water, fucking aluminum, concrete, sand, fucking Diet Pepsi, dude. I mean, I'm going to try every fucking thing and record it. Because I already showed that if you ground lead, you get a current. It's a small current, but anybody can do it. Just take a copper wire, tie it to a fucking lead ball, and put it near anything metal. And you'll get a fucking charge. A small one nonetheless, but a charge. That's how they, make the earth batteries. They're not very significant. But so in my opinion, if he's got wires, metal wires running to a ground, then you know, if they're all tied to the same ground, it's probably grounding out, but still, it's having an effect from the earth itself. That's how they used to charge to, old telegraph lines before telephones. When they had telegraphs, they used just that little bit of current that they needed. They used direct feed to the ground.
So if you could figure out how to show an Earth battery producing a force, yeah, that would be the shit, man.
No, not a force. I mean, yeah, electricity, if you want to call that a force, to me it's a force. But I mean, I made a video right there. I just did it live on Jose's. I showed if you just put two lead plates next to each other. Yeah, if you just put them next to each other without it grounded, you get a current. That's how batteries work. They're two lead plates with a separator.
But does it make things move?
It does if you hook it up to something. You can hook it up to a little motor, it'll make it move.
No, I'm talking about like hanging something near it and it attracting it, like Blue's experiment does.
Well, there's a field, so I don't know why it wouldn't. I mean, does gravity make something move? What is gravity, Howard? Just before you start talking, think about it. What is making what is gravity? What?
It's the attractive force between masses.
So you have no idea.
No, it's the attractive force between masses.
No, I'm asking you, what is that attractive force, Howard? What is that attractive force? Like what I'm explaining, I'm using an electric field, electromagnetic field, and electrostatics.
It's gravity. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say.
Well, the thing is like
electrostatic electrostatics is basically electricity that's not in motion, right? So it's static. So when you take the two battery plates, and you take if you take two lead little thin sheets or thick or whatever, and you just put a piece of paper or a rag or something in between them, and you put them up against each other with something separating them where they're not touching, you get current. You get and you'll have a field.
They call that an Earth battery, I think. I think that's
that's called a fucking that's a what you call it? That's a regular battery, Howard. The kind in your car. It's a freaking, oh my god, what do they call freaking batteries, dude? Photovoltaic? No, oh my god, dude.
Just lead acid battery.
Yeah, lead acid, but it falls under the same category as a fucking something chemical. Anyway, I'm brain farting big time.
Anyway, y'all, I dropped in and y'all were talking about a structured debate, something different. Is that what y'all were talking about?
Yeah, like doing a sort of scheduled show with like talks or debates, moderated debates.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I believe that would be. I think that would be a great thing if we could come up with something with a little twist, something different, something people haven't, and that hasn't been produced. I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, well, Howard, you probably remember at the beginning of this server, the first month or two, I was telling people about the live stream hosting. There's like roles for it, and there's the whole system for it. And I think we did a little bit of it. I know Bev did it a little bit, and I did it a couple times, but we didn't really focus on it too much because I think there was just so much going on, and perhaps it wasn't the time for it. But I've actually had this in my mind the last couple of weeks, anyway. It's just kind of there in my mind as well. So it fits together in terms of right now this discussion of it. So it's feeling like it's time to move into that phase. And so one thing that these guys were suggesting, and I just instantly resonate with it. I mean, I'll need to think on my own time as well to make sure, but they were talking about, just doing like a daily show. So I may start doing that. I might even put it on the event calendar right now, the first one. And then Writing's talking about doing a debate, moderating a debate. Brian's going to do a debate. Sounds like with Babs, Space Pope and Brian Leakey, they're going to do one. So basically, like, we're just going to start adding events to the calendar and start. I'll probably start trying to do a daily show, and it might not be every day. There might be some days off. I'll have to think how I'm going to do that, but and so so if I start doing a show, a daily show, and then if other people start doing shows as well, and anyone's welcome to do things, as I've, shared before, either like host a debate or do a presentation or whatever it may be. So, and then, I know I've said a lot here, but then the last thing I'll say is that there's this events feature, like I was saying on Discord, but this server didn't used to have it because I guess they rolled it out slowly, the actual events feature. And so at the beginning, this server didn't have it. I noticed it popped on there maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. So now we have it on this server. So because when you add an event, it puts like a notification at the top of the Discord, and there's ways I think that people can get notified, and then it links them right to the YouTube video as well. So it looks pretty cool. I haven't even tried it yet, but I'm gonna try it out pretty soon here.
Cool.
Sorry, I know that was a lot, but I guess I just had all that to say.
No, I was going to respond, but I'm backing in, so I'm kind of focused.
Well, I think yeah, go ahead.
Well, an idea that I've had, when you see debates on TV, like the political debates, the moderator will ask a specific question, and each side would have, an allotted time to respond to that same, they would have their answer to the same question. And I think that would be an interesting, each side would have 3 minutes to respond, and maybe followed by 5 minutes of discussion of that question or something like that. I don't know.
Are you saying people from the audience ask the question? Because that's a great idea. That just blew my mind. I don't know if I'll just clarify. Is that what you meant?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
what Bandy was saying before.
Like if you could do where you ask someone asks your question, and then that question is fully answered by both sides. Like we were talking about, Brian Leakey and Babs doing a debate. I'll just use let's just say them, where it would be like someone asks a question about refraction or whatever it may be. And then boom, Brian gets like 3 solid minutes, no interruption, to fully respond to it. And then the other person fully responds to the question. They don't even respond to Brian yet necessarily. They would just also respond to the question. And then, then it could go back to the other side where he could respond to the other guy, and then the other guy can respond to him. So it could that's just one idea, one way of doing it.
The standard old format for debates was, you have your opening where you can only introduce new ideas and not rebut. And then you can do rebuttals and introduce new ideas. And then in the last round, you're not allowed to introduce any new ideas, only rebut things. Because otherwise you can have people sort of start a whole new topic at the end of a debate. And I think you can still do that with the idea of asking people questions, like the audience wants to ask a question.
Cool.
It was always something when I used to do debating, it was always a really kind of subjective question though, like what is a new idea? So if somebody says like refraction necessitates that you talk about atmospheric pressure. So it would be a little bit of a gray area whether talking then about atmospheric pressure was a new thing or just responding to a thing about refraction,
Yeah, there's so many different ways of doing it. Absolutely. I mean, because I've just kind of been thinking just on the fly about if I start doing a daily show, what it will be. I mean, I think I'd like to do some presentations at times, but then maybe also I'd like to do a lot of kind of hosting like a 1v1 or 2v2, like sort of different discussions. And I also liked when the way Brandon did his shows where it was just very open. Like that's awesome too, where you just he did kind of help to host it along, but it was also just like open topic. Like he would usually just come in and be like, "Yeah, what's up, guys? What's going on?" And then there would always be, and he also sometimes would do some presentation stuff as well. So that's a good style too. So yeah, it's like there's just so many thoughts going through my head of the possibilities. Because riding the one you were just saying, that's those potentials like within debates. There's so many. It'll be cool to kind of test and experiment, and see which ones how they all work.
Well, there is a hole there.
There's,
to fill the space that show took up. I mean, Brandon's shows were always full. The panels were full of people always, and it's gone. So I don't see why someone couldn't take the reins and keep riding that horse.
Yeah, well, I think Jeremy brought that up earlier as well. Yeah, just mentioning that, and then he was suggesting that. I mean, I love Brandon, and if I were to do a daily show, it would just be a show I'm doing, and if it happened to kind of correlate with the cycle of his, that would be a blessing and an honor in that sense. But I certainly wouldn't see it in any way of any sort of replacing at all. I mean, I would love for Brandon. I mean, shout out to Brandon. I hope he comes back soon, and I'd love to. It's been a while. I haven't talked to him in quite a while. But if I start doing a show, like my intention would not be in any replacement sense, but just that it just would be something that I've been thinking about doing anyways, and it just makes sense to do. And I think that I've had so many ideas of ways to do it. So so I'm thinking because like these guys were mentioning, that time period about 5 p.m. Eastern is kind of a good time for it.
Well, you're just filling a void, really, at the time being. Brandon's not doing it at the moment, so I wouldn't feel bad about filling a void. Now, if he comes back and he wants to do something, well, that's up to him. And hopefully in the future he does come back and do something, because more the merrier, really, Gio, at the end of the day.
Yeah, plus I always think that looking at that as competition is a bad way to look at it, because it's like it's an elastic market. It's like it's not like 100% of the population. It's like a mobile phone. Almost everybody's got one, so you're just fighting for a chunk of a pie of a set size. Whereas like 1% of the world population listen to or engage in flat Earth stuff. Like you can grow that, and more shows would grow it quicker. So I don't think.
At the end of the day, competition is good. Writing, it keeps you on your toes, keeps you thinking, keeps your content
and grows
fresh.
The whole segment, right?
Exactly right. If you're the only one and you've got no competition, stuff can get a bit stale and stuff. But if you've been kept on your toes a little bit and having to come up with new stuff to engage people, that's only a good thing.
Yeah, well, I think that's why I'm just supporting anyone and everyone who wants to do any types of hosting or all of this as well. I think like it's all kind of fresh for me in the moment, because even though I've been thinking about this for a while, it's but yeah, I mean, I was thinking of adding one to the calendar now. So like if I start doing I could do that time slot, like it'd be about 2 p.m. my time, and then maybe 2 hours. Something that's not like it could be like 2 hours, and then maybe afterwards there could be different whatever amount of after show or just things like that. But
basically you just do it like how Brandon used to do it. Like you have your YouTube segment, which went for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then everyone used to hang around Discord, and then you just stream in the Discord chat from then on.
Yeah, I mean, and with this server with the 3 live stream rooms, we have to figure out how I want to do those, like, because we could probably leave one of them that would just be open, like this one is. So one of them could just be open. And then the other 2 could be used for shows, debates, anything like that. And so, so if someone does a show in a live stream, like let's say somebody did a show right now for an hour in live stream 2, then after that show, unless there's something else scheduled that has to come in there, but if nothing else is scheduled, then they could just do as long of an after show as they want. Ultimately, until there's something else that comes in, there's something else is scheduled. Another way to do it, if that room was going to be used for something else, then of course the after show for that could also just continue in one of the either in the open live stream, the one that's just open, or one of the other channels that's not being live streamed as well. Like there's obviously plenty of option for sort of continued discussions and things.
I remember my brain fart, man. It's galvanic, man. Galvanic cells. It's like a redox. Like if you take, what do you like? Lead is a pretty. What do you call it? Like a active, not active, but lead and lithium are pretty. Like I want to say active, metals or whatever, but reactive. I'll say, but it's like a redox reaction. If you just take 2 plates of aluminum and put them together with a piece of paper in the middle, as long as you don't let them touch, then you'll get a charge. Putting them in acid like sulfuric acid or salt water, you'll get more, but you'll get a tiny little bit even without that, just from the moisture in the air. I guess I don't know.
So what is the redox reaction?
Yeah, galvanic cells. What I was looking for, man. Galvanic. It's like
Oh, okay. You mentioned the redox reaction. I just wondered. I understood redox would be either a reduction or oxidation.
Yeah, it's both. Yeah, it's oxidation. It's both. It's oxidation when it's outputting power, and when you're recharging it, it's it's both really. Just depends if you're charging it or discharging it.
Yep. Yeah. Galvanic cells. Yeah, those are very interesting. Yeah, it's cool how certain energy systems work with those.
But like my point is like lead is one of the most reactive metals there is. It's typical that when I first heard about Cavendish, I had been messing with batteries, and it's kind of a hobby of mine, man. So I don't know all the terms and shit, but I know a lot about batteries and what you get charged from and what helps. Just a little hobby of mine. But so when I heard about Cavendish some years back, and I was like, lead? Why the fuck are they using lead, man? And then Spurs is ace, so don't get me wrong, just like in-house criticism, but he was telling I think it's Biodual that he was challenging him that a Cavendish setup wouldn't work in a vacuum. And I was telling him before Biodual even set it up, I was like, nah, man, I mean, in my opinion, it'll work even better because you're going to have more energy, more energy potential, like vacuum energy itself. But you're going to have less resistance, but you're going to have really hardly any air resistance. So I was telling Biodual, I was trying to give him other ideas. I was like, man, use something besides lead. And you hear a little bit about it, but nobody really ever goes into specifics about if we're going to vary this shit, we got to do it properly. So I'm going to do this test 7 fucking million ways from Sunday, right? I'm varying everything.
I use chicken tenders and turkey.
Biodual's famous turkey Cavendish. Turk.
I stayed away from metal completely. I use chicken tenders and.
What all did you use?
Biodual. We've been talking and things, so I'm going to start doing a show, and then other people we're going to start doing shows. So I was just thinking, like, I'm going to do one. The first one's going to be tomorrow, but I'm going to start doing them daily. But if you would like, I would like to have you in particular, and you could share all the details of these the vacuum Cavendish, the ones that you've done.
I appreciate that. I need to compile a video of. I need to compile like a 10-minute video amongst 40 hours of footage before I want to do something like that.
I think what would be sweet.
But I hear you.
Yeah. Well, if you want to do like a little presentation on it, this is just something like it's just up for you if you want to. But do you think you could make like maybe 5 or 10 minute video, whatever it may be, where you have clips of the most important shots of it, and maybe you're like narrating it, and then you kind of explain what it all is. Like that would be cool.
That's the plan. That's the plan. Like a 10-minute, probably not even 10 minutes, honestly, because it's only like 20 seconds of exciting shit like 5 times. But that's my plan at some point, to cut it up into a small video. But yeah, one day.
Well, I think like the show I'm going to do is going to be somewhat of a variety show where there'll be different things. Like there might be someone presenting something like that, like you're talking about, because one way to do it where like you could do like, okay, let's say you had a 5-minute video or at least just some images. I mean, you could just narrate it live on the show. You don't really have to make a video of it. But if you just have at least like either still images or video, we could put that up on the screen, do the screen share, and then you could just describe it, live. But what would be cool is that if you kind of just showed everything you did and your data, your numbers, go through it slowly, methodically, the way that you want to kind of present it. And then we could discuss it, and then obviously other people on the panel can discuss it and give their feedback. They could ask you questions. Somebody could, maybe say how it could have been done in a different way, either improved or whatever it may be. and then you could respond to that, and then there could be discussions about whether there's any, kind of holes in it, all that stuff. I mean, it's obviously depends on how all the options, but and then there could be a whole discussion on it. That would be interesting.
Yep, one day. Yep.
Here's a debate: bio v chemo. What do you reckon, bio?
Ooh, yeah, yeah.
I don't think it would be that interesting. I think it would be. Cool. I think it would be one side with a conglomerate of information, and it could be overkill. Then you have another side that's just presenting speculation. So I don't think it'd be that.
Don't look at excuses to not to do it, bio.
Well, I think that'd be a great combo. That'd be a great combo.
I'd never turn down a serious 1v1. I'd never turn one down, but like it would be useful for entertainment, and I don't know. It's kind of making a mockery of it, but I would do it. Like I would never turn it down.
If nothing else, chemo's respectful and whatnot, so the format would be stuck to.
Well, I think the show that I'm going to be doing the day, it's going to be mostly daily, but there'll probably be some days off and whatnot. But possibly even weekends too, because I wouldn't mind doing one on Saturday or something as well. So it doesn't have to be Monday through Friday. But bio, there's obviously if we set up Riding is talking about hosting some debates. So if he's going to set that up, it sounds like there's going to be one with Brian Leakey and Space Pope, moon gazing. Babs are all the main names of his. So it'd be Brian Leakey against him. So if that's happening, then then that's like, if let's say Riding is going to moderate that or something, then if he's full on modding it, then that would be sort of his, he would be doing that. And that would be, you have to kind of plan it, beforehand and plan it with him and whatnot, so that there's the way that he's going to do it. But the show that I'm going to be doing daily is going to be more open to where, if you're there and if chemo's there, then boom, we do it, we can just mute everyone else. And then you two can do, a discussion or a debate. And then that can go for an hour or a half hour or whatever it may be. So I'm just saying it doesn't have to be super formally planned. I'm just saying if people are there and then boom, someone wants to say, hey, let's, whatever it may be. And then you can do it right there,
I can understand
if it's going to be set up in like a 1v1 intention, I would want it to be formal.
Yeah.
I think they have to be formal. Actually, they've got to be majority.
Well, I don't think they do, but I mean, I can see that some people will prefer that format.
Well, in these two examples, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it just keeps things on track, is all right. And you give each side of their fair time, and then a bit like modern day debate, where they're supposed to have the formal debate, and then right at the very end, it's just kind of a bit of a free for all where they're going back and forth. But I think having some sort of rule and regulations is not a bad idea, personally.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's so fascinating about it. There's so many different options. I wouldn't mind being involved in moderating a more formal debate, but I think I'm going to start, I think this daily show that I'm going to start doing, I'm going to put it in the event calendar right now. So the first one will be tomorrow. I think for this show, probably will be, because it's more daily. I'm just I'll have to think about it more later as well on my own, but I think it'll be a bit more impromptu, in that sense, where it won't be as much formal debates, but
there we go. Bio's just said he'd prefer something formal rather than random, especially when it comes to chemo.
Yeah, so for that one, that would be,
Yes.
Well, I could do it more formal as well. I guess I'm just thinking the one tomorrow, maybe not, like the first one, maybe not right away, but see, I have to think about that. See, Riding, you were saying that you really like thinking about the timing. See, I don't know if that's as much me. See, that's what's interesting about this. Whoever hosts, it's almost like you have to kind of look within yourself. Like, how would you do it? Because the one you're talking about, Riding, sounds like you have something in mind, in that sense. So I'll just have to think within myself, but I could also do, if somebody else presented, for example, if Bio said, hey, here's the format I'm thinking, and I could also come up with some formats too, but I mean, I'm open to that as well. Just moderating one that's already kind of, designed. That's the thing, I guess. There's the design, and then there's the actual, playing it out, as it were, or actually putting it into action. So
and seeing you getting a few people to stick up their hands for moderators there, Gio. Even though time zones and whatnot aren't important, well, you get a few people from the States, some from England, some from Australia, for argument's sake, and those debates themselves can be structured around those time zones. Other people will show up from everywhere, but have them set for those time zones as well.
Yeah. Well, you're saying that if multiple people were doing multiple events throughout the day, you're saying that it would kind of touch every time zone?
Yeah, exactly like writing's in Sydney. So if writing was to do his say at 5 or 6 o'clock at night after everyone's finished work here in Australia, you might get a few more people tuning in from Australia. Say if Jin was to do one, around the Japanese time zone or UK time zone or whatever. And the same with yourself, you hosting them, 5 or 6 o'clock at night there. So it's targeting the American audience.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Yeah. Well, that's.
I think when it comes to the debates and stuff like that, especially when they're live, people like to tune into them live rather than watching replays.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, for sure. So what are the benefits of doing it more structured versus more open? What do you guys think? Like the differences between that?
Some of it depends on the style of the person. Like Biojul and I were debating that before, where I think he thinks the style I would like to do it in, it does, which I agree with. I think it does favor or work for somebody who's presenting a less effective argument. So if they're not making a whole lot of sense, you can sort of moderate them into making more sense.
Get less scattergunning.
Yeah, but I think the advantage there is like I'll sometimes sit and listen to anything from like philosophical debates or something like that, and I'll be like, I don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like I don't understand. Particularly if I listen to them with Darth Dawkins or something like that, I'm like, what exactly are you saying? So I think that could make it for an audience more easy to listen to, because I think that many people listening to the debates would probably be globers curious to hear what the arguments are, probably outnumbering flat earthers. So I think there's like that advantage to heavy moderation. I think the advantage for like super structured is that it can feel more fair. It can feel more like sport, I think, where you can be like, oh, that person used their 3 minutes to really effectively dismantle the other person's argument.
Yeah. Far easier to pick a winner.
Which is good for the rhetoric and stuff, but I find it less exciting or interesting. And the free-for-all, the advantage of that, I think, is it's a bit of blood sport. It's fun. I tune into Destiny. I don't know if people know him. He sort of debates on political issues. And he will just go ham, and he's like he interrupts and overtalks and stuff. Not extremely, but he'll sit and listen to somebody, and then he'll charge in with just a really incisive comment that just smashes the other person's argument to pieces. And that's really fun to watch. But I don't feel it's very fair. It's not like a sport. The other person just gets like their legs taken out from underneath them.
It's a tactic. It's a tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think I can see what you're saying for sure. Well, and when I was saying open versus structured, I mean, one way of doing it open is just completely open, meaning like, let's say it's 2 people and there's no muting or anything, and then everyone else is muted other than those 2 people. And that can get hairy because of course there can be interruptions. There can be sometimes one dominates the other. Like I notice on, what is it? The guy who wants to fight the earth, fighting the flat earth. That dude,
yeah.
I just always think of him as just funny to beat up the earth. So, but the way, like, I've just noticed with him where the one he did with Rachie, where her mic was like quiet, it wasn't as loud, and he was just dominating the whole time, just like talking over her, and it made it almost impossible for her to get a point out. So like when it's totally open like that, that can tend to happen. So I can see the idea of having some structure there, like perhaps muting one while the other speaks, if that's needed. so that there's no over talking. But what I was referring to more in terms of the open topic is also just that the topic is open. So it would just be on the moment, like, boom, what do you think of refraction? And then, you know, whatever that may be versus, so I guess there's two things. There's whether the topic's structured, and then there's whether the timing is structured, and the muting, timing, topic. Those are like the main things.
In all seriousness, Gio, you shouldn't really have to mute people. If you set down the rules and make them very crystal clear, like you get your 3 minutes and you're not to interrupt and you have to abide by, and get them to agree to the rules prior. You know, they're grown-ass adults. They should be able to follow those rules quite simply, really.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't, there's not, like, once the debate's going, remonstrating with them about being an adult is just going to turn it into an argument about between the moderator and a person.
I get that too, but you would hope that they would be able to control themselves.
Yes. One would hope.
Maybe I'm asking a bit much there, Riding.
I mean, I think it's I think it's good to have heavy moderation. Like I'm just curious to give it a try, because I think it would make it much easier to listen to. And I don't think you, like, if they're good interlocutors, you don't need to debate them, because I quite enjoy interrupting and being interrupted, particularly if, like, you know, there are times where it just makes sense. You know, like, let's say you're doing the 3 minutes a piece and you're muting the other person. And I make a cogent point and the other person starts with, so what Harry's saying is X and what I'm saying is not X. Should I really be required to let them speak for another 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 58 seconds based on a faulty premise? Because some of the challenge is, if somebody starts off with that, the audience, there's a good risk that the audience goes, oh yeah, that is what he's saying. You know, he didn't interrupt. He didn't say, no, that's not what I'm saying. So, like, in that way, I think it could be.
Well, then the onus then falls back on you, Riding, then to make your point clear and concise, so then the audience then themselves can be the deciders.
True.
But
what I'm saying there is, if they're respectful I'm saying there is, if they're respectful interlocutors, I think it's okay for the person to go, that's not actually what I'm saying. And then the person goes, what is it you are saying? And you establish what they are saying, and you go, okay, now I rebut what you are saying, rather than tilting at windmills at what you're not saying.
I hear what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, because you could just re-say your statement, and if the person is lying, about what you said, then you just make it clear to the audience that they obviously didn't listen to you.
Yeah, and I think a lot
where
of
the rebuttal comes in.
Yes, but I think a lot of the point, and that's the same point Bio makes. And I do think it's a valid point. I'm just curious about what I want to try and do is go, just don't let it happen. Don't have to wait 3.5 minutes before the next person can rebut and go, the whole point he rebutted was not to the point I was saying. And then he's got to sort of spend half of his time unwinding what he did say versus what the other person said he said, like that you could almost call on a moderator.
I think it's necessary. I do think it's necessary, though. I feel that it's necessary. For me, in particular, when we've had debates, you have said things that I haven't said that I have to correct. So you can't tell me, like, if we're having a debate, how to debate you. That's not going to be right. So if I'm now addressing the audience, saying what he's saying is this, I'm going to say that. Okay.
Sure. Well, I'm not saying that. We're talking both between the interlocutor correcting it and whether that be something the moderator can moderate.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that's why it would come in handy where you have a moderator that understands the background and everything and goes, all right, we don't need to hear the next 3 minutes of this. Is what you're saying this? And then the moderator can make it clear.
It's shepherding the conversation a bit, but, like, trying to do it in a unbiased way, which would be heavy-handed. Like, there's a good chance that it wouldn't work at all, or that it would work for some people and other people are like, this is weird, I don't like this format. But then, if you've got a variety of different things, and you just go, okay, let's come back to
it depends on how it's going, but I will be using that technique anyway. So I'll let you know that off the bat. I will be using that technique because that's the way I roll. That's how I operate. So that the people who are new to the idea get it properly, because they might be listening and getting confused. So I will always do that. So I'm making sure that this is what you mean. Oh, okay, well, no, that's not what I mean. I mean this. Blah 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 blah. blah blah.
No, I get what you're saying, yeah, because if it's new to the audience, they've never heard it before. Even if the moderator says, "Oh, right, okay, we've heard this," you can still go on and say, "Well, the audience might not have, so I would like to just say this," and then carry that.
And that was another thing I was thinking about, that I talked about it with Joe the first time, about like to be mindful of doing that. So somebody says spherical excess and both sides know what they're talking about, and then they're launching into a debate about angular resolution or something, to have the moderator there to go, well, hold up, who wants to explain what we're talking about when we say spherical excess? So that
I think that's important. Yeah, I think that's important.
I find the same when I listen to political debates and they're talking about like highfalutin economic concepts, and they both know what they're talking about, and I'm like, what does fiduciary mean?
Exactly. No, that's all good stuff, because I feel like in some of these discussions there can be so many things that are said very quickly, and then when there is interruptions, it can be hard to follow it. So like, yeah, those types of structures, like you're saying, if the moderator is able to actually break some of those things down, like if somebody says something, that either is complicated or is going, the moderator can, that's one option, is to be able to kind of like repeat it in a way to where the whole audience understands it, and then it's understood by both parties. Because then these points can be walked through, where it's like, because once the moderator has the point, either repeated or, solidified, then it's like the other person, they can't necessarily as easily just like obfuscate or go off on some monologue or whatever it is, because it has that structure to where, they are actually responding to that thing to really like get to the, like we've been talking about before, get to the conclusion of some of these things. Or the completion, I should say.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're more likely to reach a more reasonable conclusion, particularly because most of the debates or discussions I hear in this forum or elsewhere, vast number of them are actually down to an issue of definition, that somebody hasn't clearly defined what it is that they're talking about. And then this like whole disagreement is born out of it. And like you would hear it as well in your own lives, like how often people disagree for ages. And then after a while, they're like, oh, actually, we're agreeing. Actually, we're saying the same thing. We're just using a slightly different terminology for it.
I still think it's got the, I will use that technique anyway. I'm always going to clarify what I mean and what I say.
What are you talking about?
Clarifying to the audience that this is what you said, and I don't agree with that, and this is why I don't agree. Blah 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 blah. I will always do that, because I'm going to assume that the audience doesn't quite know what we're talking about, and to make sure that they get it clear. That's the way I am. I've always done that.
Cool.
It's made for a very interesting debate. I've done it with you, and I've done it with others. So nothing's going to change there. So be ready.
Oh.
People like, Simon Dan and Professor Phil, Professor Dave, these people, they love to twist what you say, you see. So, and then you end up having to correct what they've said about you to the audience, and then you have to then carry on. So as long as these things are not going on, then it might not be necessary to do that. But it was going to be twisting and not coming out clearly, concisely to what the debate situation is.
Yeah, Jen, I think that would be great to hear you in a situation like that, because that would just be awesome. Because you have a lot of information on things, and I know that you always want to get right to the point, and you want that point to be addressed, and you want, and I feel like you do have a very potent way of sharing truth, that if someone was, for lack of a better term, kind of had their feet held to the fire, somebody that really, and I'm not saying, like in a civil, cordial way, but I'm just saying like really have in terms of the information, not any kind of, but I'm just talking about the actual point that's being made, that's what would be interesting to see how that is actually held to the scrutiny without the potential for, people come in with the insults and all the other stuff.
Yeah, that's all I'm interested in. Let's get this point out and get it correct. And the facts are blah blah blah. That is the facts. It's undoubtable. It's irrefutable. That's the fact. You're not actually arguing with me. You're arguing against the people who have presented this information. Yeah, might be. Yeah, we're gonna have to have some sources maybe as well for your presentation.
I think also to be limited, like one of the things, which is what Bio was saying before as well, and what we were talking about with Space Pope is like that you're clear on what is being discussed, so it doesn't just like turn into sort of a massive gish gallop of different topics.
Yeah, gish galloping is fine, but sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes to get that point.
When's it necessary?
It can be necessary at times when an individual, a person who's debating, feels that his opponent is not paying attention, and you've got so many points to address that you're letting him know these are the points we're going to be addressing. So that
So
gish
you
gallop
use
may
a gish
happen,
gallop when
but
you
we-
want to let him know that you're going to address a lot
Yeah,
of different points.
that's
Isn't
correct,
definitionally a gish gallop addressing a lot of points? So it sounds
Well,
kind of
it's-
like what you're saying is a gish gallop is acceptable if I want a gish gallop.
I'm just saying that.
Or if you pre-warn.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Pre-warn
That's
that
all
this
I'm
is going to
doing.
be a gish gallop debate? What do you mean by
No.
pre-warn?
Well, yeah, exactly. See, it would still be better just to take each topic at a time, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be taking each topic at a time, but I'm letting you know, for example, that these are the things I want to be covering. So can we please stick to the point, kind of thing?
Yeah.
And
So
let
sticking
them
to
know.
the point is
Maybe
better, or
also
gish
force it
galloping
up.
is better?
Sometimes,
Maybe-
sometimes it is just to let you know. Yeah.
Yeah, gish gallop is presenting multiple points in one setting in which your opponent will have trouble identifying what your point is, and then how do you address so many points at one time?
Yeah.
I think-
You can in the space of 3 minutes ask 50 questions, many of which could be answered, but not all of them within a 3-minute answer, because it's very
Yeah,
quick to
but
ask questions and very hard to give answers.
I think
when I actually present that situation where I'm talking about 3 or 4 points, I don't mean for you to answer them right away, but I'm just letting you know that this is what we're going to be talking about, for example. And I get
That's
accused of gish
that's
galloping, but I'm
definitionally
not.
what a gish gallop is.
Yeah,
I'm asking
but
what
I'm not
would
really
make that a
gish
valid
galloping as such.
strategy.
I'm just letting you know
Well,
that
not
these are the
really.
things we're going to talk about. Let's start with one after the other. That's all.
Yeah, it's almost just giving you a warning of what you need to what you need to prepare for,
Yeah.
because you're probably going to go into detail on the first point. Innit? You bring up maybe 4 points, and then then start talking about the first point for a while.
Right, but
That's
to sort of
precisely
preface where you're going to go is not a gish gallop. A gish gallop would be sort of me going, well, where's the dome? Do you have any evidence of a dome? And why do we have a gradient in the atmosphere? And where's the ice wall? And what's underneath it? And what do you say about lines of latitude and longitude? Now, you could answer each of those questions, but you can hear how quickly I could answer all of those questions. And every one of those would take you more than 3 minutes to answer.
That's okay, But if you did that to me, I'd gladly answer those questions.
Continued with the first point, and then started elaborating on the first point you made, and then we'll be like, right, okay, we've dealt with that. Now, what was your other point?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm glad if you ask me all those questions in that way. See, we play purpose. We're ready for that. I can answer those questions. So if you presented those questions to me in that fashion, I could answer them. That means you're now going to pay attention.
I actually used to enjoy Brandon's Friday night fights, where it was a free for all. So, like the Monday to the Thursday was way more structured, but the Friday was just an absolute free for all. So I didn't actually mind
free for all.
Yeah, I didn't actually mind that idea. So maybe piggybacking off something like that, where you have your majority of the stuff is more structured and moderated, but then once a week it's just like, okay, then open panel, just go for it, guys. Keep it civil, but just happy days, free for all.
Yeah, I just like how you said that. Happy days, free for all.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I'm
gotta
actually
go to the
getting
gym.
it. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to think more exactly on all that. But yeah, I'm thinking of I'm gonna be doing this show I'll do daily, and it'll be kind of a blend of like discussions, presentations, and also debates.
Yeah, it's going to be nice, isn't it? The presentations will be nice, and then there's a Q&A afterwards. That's going to be really. I like those.
Yeah, questions from the audience.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I could also do one for you if I go out and I'm still learning how to use my sextant, but go and do my first noon sight.
Oh yeah, that would be interesting for us to see.
Correct for all the business and
Well,
figure out
Geo, you
latitude.
you get her going and get it monetized, and I'll support you.
Nice of you, Left Lane.
Well, that's a blessing. Thank you for that offer.
That's why Left Lane's on the big bucks.
So he can bankroll debate servers.
No, all credit. Left Lane, Howard actually supports everyone. He really does.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't had plans of doing any monetization, but I mean, if that were to be something that would happen, or if that was the right thing at that time, I had the. I mean, there's reasons that I have not wanted to monetize this as well, though, just to kind of keep all finances out of it in a sense. Although you're also talking about like supporting someone that's doing a particular show, so that's not as much necessarily like the platform. But that would be like someone doing a show, like giving their time to do a show. So that makes sense as well.
You're doing it every day. That's a job, right? That's a job if you're hosting a show damn near every day, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and really anyone who would be hosting, like anyone who even riding or anybody who's going to host debates or whatever it may be, they can have, like, I don't know. I mean, there is ways to set it up through this platform as well, but they could always have their own, Patreons or. See, I've looked into this before. There's a way that you could tip people as well, like in the chat. So let's say like Riding was hosting a debate or something, and somebody wanted to give a super chat type tip to him. I could have a bot that puts that in the text chat and says, hey, if you want to, give a tip, as it were, or whatever the word would be, a support financially to, the host, boom, click on this link. And then we wouldn't have to do it through YouTube super chats. It could be done through, there's like other ways to do it where it can go directly to him. I mean, that would all have to be figured out, but those are options. Like he could have his link in there or whatever, however,
For Riding, you should head it to support this grifter. Please support Riding at.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I was sorry. I was typing while I was hearing that. I wouldn't. I think they should go just to the server. If you're like tipping the person, if you're tipping the talker, I feel like you could give them like Flare or something like that, like some sort of like server currency, rather than. What's I would feel super uncomfortable with somebody sending me a $5 if I was doing something hosted on your channel. I guess it's up to personal preference.
But you're bringing the
audience.
Yeah, you're bringing the, what do you call it? The topic.
content.
I guess
content,
like
yeah.
it would certainly become different if like you were doing it and it had been going gangbusters for 5 months or something, and you were like, Bansaw's show gets like 500 viewers and makes $600 per show, and he's not getting any of that, and nobody really watches anybody else's shows, then Bandsaw should get some of that. Like there, I could see an argument, but like somebody's dropped by to see yet another, Earth Awakening stream, and
that ain't ever going to happen. Riding, no one's going to tune in to watch me. No, mate, I don't have the skills to be doing something like that. Unfortunately,
I'll get myself a hot tub and a bikini, so that should help.
Oh, happy days. Yeah, look, I'd probably post something. I think I'd post something besides you, Riding. I think we're on the same page with a lot of things, but yeah, I don't know about the skills.
I think people would pay not to see that.
Yeah,
well, I think, there's always.
Tip me and I'll put my clothes back on. I'll get back under the bubbles.
Yeah, well, there are ways to set that up. All of that could be done. I mean, originally, like in terms of launching this, like I don't really see it as like the main thrust of it is not about like making money in that sense, and the fact that it is like just the truth we're discussing and just community and so on. Like it's not really hasn't really been like the thrust of it for me. I wanted just to offer it to the community and have it here. However, I do realize that that's an option, to do that. And I've thought about because it can all be integrated even into the server where people could be like supporters of Earth Awakenings, and they could, $5 a month or $10 a month. There's all those kinds of options. And then if people were hosting, there's ways that, they could, be able to have financial compensation in whatever way as well. So it's a different energy. I think it's a different energy. Like I'm a little tentative to do all that because it is a different, but I don't know. It could be done well though. I mean, it could be done as long as it's done correctly.
Well,
There's
instead
an
of
idea,
people
Gio.
actually putting it like, you know, putting money on, oh right, yeah, this is a good stream, I'm gonna, you know, put some money on it. Could you not at least just make money from people watching the ads before the stream starts?
Oh, they
So
give you
people don't
fuck
actually have
all
to.
for that.
You get
Yeah.
like you get 1/15 of a 15th of a percent.
Well, it's better than nothing, though, isn't it? And it
Yeah,
means
no,
like,
of course it's
people watching
better,
don't have
better
to
than
pay their
nothing.
own
But
money. So you're making money without anyone having to actually pay anything, really.
people will pay if they want to pay. You're not going to force people to pay. People just pay if they're going to pay. You know,
Well,
look at Fight the Flat Earth. You know, he makes bloody 500 to 1,000 pounds a show. That guy with all the super chats and stuff that he gets.
Does
so, yeah, he makes an absolute fortune, and with all these Patreons and cryptocurrency, he makes a pretty good living out of it. I haven't watched one of his streams in maybe 18 months. But 18 months ago, the whole chat was just full of super chats and stuff. It was quite incredible, actually.
Well, I don't think it's like that now. You know, I think we've eaten into some of that. I bet you go and check now. He hasn't got that many followers now.
I wouldn't waste my time checking him out, Gin. I can't stand him.
Yeah, that's
No, he's a bit easy.
yeah, I'm the same, mate. But I'm
Here's
so
a good one. Here's
lost.
a good one for you, Gio. What about Dell versus Simon and Dan? If you could hook those two up to do a debate, that'd be a good debate.
Great.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah.
That would be epic. That would be absolutely epic. Those two, because they are old time enemies. Those two.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would be amazing. Like, it would just be a matter of getting that set up. And well, I think if we start doing regular shows, then it'll be something that'll be kind of happening. And once we kind of get in the groove of it, and then at that point, virtually anything can be scheduled. I don't know Dell directly. I know, but Merle does. I don't know. I know.
Merle's got his number. So you can contact him.
Dell's big thing though is monetization. So if the show was monetized, I don't think he'd be a part of it. But if you reached out to him and said that it wouldn't be monetized and it's just all about the information, I think he'd be all over it. Perhaps.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, I haven't had any plans to do any monetization because that's kind of my thought on this platform is just to have it be about just the truth, just the discussions, the community, the truth, obviously, ultimately, and just to be able to have it just be in a way almost kind of free of all that, all of that kind of energy, but I'm open to discussing it, like, especially if it would help other people that are doing things as well. So yeah, I'm just kind of like in a way 50-50 on it, although I haven't had any major plans to. But you're saying with Dell that he specifically does not want it to be monetized. Is that what you're saying?
He does not. He's been invited many times on other channels that are monetized, and he refuses to go. That's why he offers his platform. He goes, you want to chat, you want to debate, come on to my platform. It's not monetized. So I think that would be one thing.
Right, I get what you're saying as well, though, Gio. You don't want it to turn into a gold mine. You want it to be still an info mine. People come here for info, not to make money.
Yeah, and exactly. However, one thing with all that, though, let's say that Riding, for example, was going to host a debate. If he's hosting a debate, if he has a Patreon or a link, because there is that, what is it, Streamlabs that does it, where the people can donate cryptocurrency, like they can give Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever, and it's just a link. So I'm saying that if somebody was hosting in general, no matter who it is, like either hosting or doing something like that, they always could have their links, to support them. So that would be a way that, like, the platform's not really involved in making money, but it's just, sharing their link with people if people want to support them. So it's just an option. Like if Riding had a tip link or whatever it may be, and he wanted me to put that, in the chat or whatever, or we could, while he's doing his show or whatever, it could be. So that's another option as well. Like if he wanted to do that for that show. Of course, if there was another show where then there wouldn't be any of those sharing the links. But yeah, I guess we'll have to all kind of think about that. But I'm just saying, like, I could see that some people, if they want to have that, like, it could be supportive of them. So I guess it's it's all those options. It's either no monetization at all, strictly, or in the middle where we're just sharing links for other people to be supported or whatever it may be. And then the next level will be for the platform to actually have a link like that. And then the last one would just be to go all out and have, you could do monthly subscriptions, or you could give to the platform. You could give money directly, tips and whatnot to the people that are doing presentations or people that are involved in debates. Like that would be the way, the kind of way to do it in terms of like fully doing it for the whole thing.
So what's been going on around here lately? Anyway, I've probably been off for over a week. I've missed any spicy action. Same old, same old.
Same old, same old. Yeah, yeah. To be frank.
Actually, this has been one of the most interesting conversations in a week, I reckon, in my opinion. It's really got some traction.
I got back in the right time then, did I?
Yeah, today's been a lot of new energy. I mean, I actually was away for 2 or 3 days. Like I wasn't on Discord for, I think there was like a day or two where I really wasn't on much at all. And then one day I was only on like for a little brief moment, and it seemed quiet at that time. But we've had some other discussions, but yeah, actually, we were talking tonight about, it's like basically we're going to start doing more shows, like more scheduled events. I've had this idea for doing one as well, like in my head for a while, and then it all kind of sparked tonight. So I'm gonna start doing a daily show, or it's gonna be semi-daily. And so yeah, I'm gonna start doing that. And then it sounds like Riding wants to host some debates. So I'm actually about to create the first event, because there's this event feature on Discord. I'm creating it right now. And then I'm going to put it up there. So we'll see how that works. So yeah, we're going to basically kind of start, adding events to the events calendar and start to do some.
If you're looking for some news though, the latest thing is that the sextant has been proven that it can only work on the flat Earth. Okay, and Nathan Oakley and Chewy last week drove that home completely and utterly. Right now, the sextant is the thing to be talking about in the last 2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, like the impossible curved adjacent. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Right.
Take that debate. That's what I'll put my my hand up for. If you get somebody else who wants to argue that it only works on a flat Earth.
Yeah. So that's what's been going on so far.
Wow.
That's the latest
Seeing
one,
as you're working with angles Riding, and all angles have straight lines. Straight lines. You're dealing with straight lines, no curves.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, for have that debate, I will happily take it.
That'd be cool. I'd like to hear that.
So yeah, with these events, Gio, is it going to be like a themed topic for the show?
Well, so you may remember, like the first month or two on the server, I had been telling people about the live stream hosting. Like there's like there's like roles, and there's like a system for the live stream hosting. And I did it once or twice. Like I added myself to the live stream host list, although I didn't really do much structure, but I did at least tested the system to make sure it worked. And then I think Bev hosted like once or twice. And so I was getting that system ironed out. But then it seemed like it wasn't really the time for it. So we didn't really continue it with it at that time. And then it seems like, and I've had it in my head, in my mind to obviously, and then in addition, there's this new events feature on Discord, and that was added to this server a couple weeks ago. It didn't have that before. So now that it has the events feature, we can fully do it. But back then it was also just talking about live stream hosting, throughout the day. But now with the events calendar, we can actually schedule them. And then, and yeah, we've just been talking about it with Riding, because he's got some really good ideas of structured debates that he wants to do. And then we've just been talking about, different people. I guess already Space Pope and Brian Leakey. Writing's getting that debate set up, I think even for tomorrow or the next day. So they're going to do one. So yeah, we're going to kind of move into the next phase of launching the platform and kind of start to get more events like that coming.
Cool. What time's that tomorrow?
Well, it looks like I'm going to do a show that'll be daily or roughly daily. There might be some days off, and that's what I'm putting in the events calendar right now. So I'm doing the first one. I'm trying to think. It's either going to be 5 p.m. Eastern or 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm in my head right now trying to figure which one. And that'll be probably like a 2-hour show, and I'll host it. And it'll kind of be a blend of things, like it'll be discussions, presentations. There'll be some debate style as well, like either like 1v1, 2v2 type things. And I want to do some presentations as well. There's some things that I want to do in terms of like the luminaries, and I've already had some of that on my mind the last couple of weeks. So yeah, I want to do some of those as well. And sometimes it'll be kind of open panel style as well. So yeah, I'm going to start doing that. Like mostly daily, almost most daily, maybe not every single day. I'll probably just make sure to put one on the calendar, 24 hours before if there's going to be one the next day. So I'm going to start doing that. And then, yeah, I mean, everyone else is welcome, to either host their own show or host a debate or do a presentation. And then, we can start scheduling those within the 3 live stream rooms.
Cool. Excellent.
Do you have any thoughts yourself of wanting to do either like hosting or also there's like co-hosting as well?
Me personally, no, not really. I'm not really that confident in being a host, really. I add my 2 pennies here and there.
Right on, man. Yeah, I mean, I think there's different kind of, everyone has different energy and different focus and all of that. So yeah, it's awesome.
But it would be nice to hear loads of different people hosting and bringing their topics and their interests really into what topics.
Yeah, for sure. I'd be fascinated to hear. What were the one that you guys were, I think Riding was talking about biodual and chemo. That would be an interesting combo.
I wasn't suggesting biodual and chemo. I would be deliberately framing that I was look for people who are like, I think a good represent the best of either side. And I think biodual is a good shout, but I think
chemo puts up a pretty good show. He represents himself very, very well. Yeah. That's a bit unfair. That's a bit unfair. And I thought it'd actually be a good idea, seeing that it was chemo that challenged Biodual on his experiment in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying it wasn't me that suggested them, because the people I suggest I try to pick people that I think hold up well for it. I think the fact that chemo is mostly going with rhetoric and that other flat earthers don't agree with him would mean that's why I wouldn't suggest you. I'm not saying don't do it. It's just that Gio had said that I'd suggested and I hadn't. So, but if he wants to, do
it seems you're scared of the real flat earthers with the real power. You're running already. It's just chemo and me, for example. Yeah. What are you worried about?
I'm not even talking about me debating. The discussion isn't about me debating chemo. It's about whether I suggested chemo debate biodual.
Yeah, no, that was my idea.
Yeah, it'd still be good though. Still be good though, wouldn't it?
Sure, can be good. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying it couldn't.
Oh, right.
And Bio would do it if it was moderated. He said no dramas whatsoever.
Yes.
Yeah. Just get everyone. There's going to be many a show, so you can get everyone on board. Everyone can have their 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah, I mean, I've had like for a while, even like a year ago or even a year and a half ago, like as I was sort of working on this platform, like I had this idea, and maybe I can incorporate that into the show that I'll be doing as well, where, because I've had this idea, so it would fit perfect for it, which is basically like let's say a whole hour where it's just like 1v1 hour. So, you know, so we start and it's like, boom. I mean, some of these names you guys have already said, I'll just say them. So let's say so it's like maybe 20 minutes. It would be like Biodual and Chemo, and it would be, you know, focused, and they could actually go back and forth. Everyone could listen. Maybe other people would be muted, so there's not the interruptions. And then they could actually hash out whatever it may be. And then, of course, that could be moderated in that sense. And then, but it's like maybe like a small chunk, you know, instead of like 3 hours of it, it'd just be like 20 minutes. And then perhaps, you know, 2 others want to for 20 minutes, which happens anyways in these discussions sometimes, but it happens in a way where they're not as much hosted with the moderation, to where it can be more just like chaotic and back and forth, and then someone else jumps in, and then the topic goes off on something else. You know, that happens so much to where like it can't really sometimes get to the conclusion of what those two people were really, you know, hashing out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's
Yeah, Sorry,
people
go on.
would like to hear how that works. You often see that, right, in the chat, in Discord, where people are like, hang on, what, I wanted to hear the end of that. They're getting somewhere interesting.
Yeah, and the subject's changed. That's what I was just about to say. You could have like for an hour this topic, like we talk about this topic only for this hour.
That'd be a cool way to do it too, and kind of get like a small panel. See, that's another way to do it. Like, let's say there was a topic where it's like atmospheric refraction. So, you know, let's say that's the topic, and then the beginning of the show, like you could have a panel scheduled beforehand, or you could like create a panel on the fly. Be like, okay, these 4 people, boom, you're on the panel, and then the discussion on, you know, and then boom, there you go, you got your panel.
Yeah, that way that anyone that does want to add their 2 pennies knows that it has to be on that hour subject for that hour.
Is Biodual still here?
No.
Did anybody see his Cavendish setup?
Yeah. The one in the vacuum you're talking about.
Was it as big as? Oh, that's right, it's a vacuum.
It was actually a vertical Cavendish, not a horizontal one. It was in like a tube.
Yeah, well, I was talking with him about that earlier, and I was saying that I was somewhat just kind of inviting him. I mean, it wasn't like an official invitation, but I was just kind of throwing out there, if on the show that I'm going to start doing daily, like if he wanted to present it, you know, where he like, you know, uninterrupted, where he could actually present it with the images or the video. And then, you know, people could ask questions or give feedback. It sounded like he said he was up for it. I think he said eventually, so maybe not like too soon, but it sounds like he is open to doing it. Because, yeah, I would like to see exactly what he did. And then we could be able to actually, you know, either critique it or kind of give feedback on it, and also see whether it actually proved anything or not, ultimately, you know, and have a discussion around that.
Yeah. I feel like everybody, I mean, anybody who's really gave Cavendish the time of day and really looked at it, especially if they've seen some of the experiments like some that Blue's done and some of the videos, I mean, there's something there. but it's not consistent, man. And I think deep down in the back of everybody's head, even the ballers know that it's like some kind of electrostatic force or some shit, some type of and it's not going to work with that. They might not concede that it won't work with all materials, but I think anybody with an open frame of mind and seeing the sandbag stall, and he's like, well, that bag was electrostatic, and then seeing the balls straight repel each other just right off the bat, just direct opposite effect. Well, that was that was electrostatics. I didn't ground this right. I got to put aluminum foil up. Like, dude, every time. That's what I said earlier. I can't say it enough. Every time something goes wrong, electrostatics, and then bam, you got it just right. Gravity. There it is, gravity. So I sit there and
good point.
Take the time to collect lead, and I've done made my balls now. I'm gonna put it together, man. What y'all thinking about that?
That's a good point there, Brian. I was talking about that when they're thinking they're grounding things, and it's all grounded. That means there's nothing going on, no electric, and that's not true either. The Earth's ground is not actually zero, and then if there's any electric field present, these spheres actually separate charge on their own. It does say it though in the thing that it's in the paper that it's different size spheres that do it. Like definitely do it, and it's unsure about same size spheres. But I don't know if that's just to cover up because they know that they're Cavendish's same size spheres. I'm not sure.
I wonder if I could share my screen. Is that possible?
Or if it's even possible to get two same size spheres perfectly.
No, I was gonna say I was gonna show them. I got 5 of them right now, man. I got two big ones, like about 80 or 100 pounds, that I just casted the second one last night, and then I got 2 little ones that are about. Let me see. I'm working on one of them, kind of filing a little bit. It's about the size of a baseball, maybe a smidge bigger than a baseball. The other one's bigger than a softball. Well, way bigger than a softball. It's heavy, man. The little fucking thing don't look like much. I tell people to pick it up, and they're like, "Damn!"
Yeah,
it's heavy, but concrete's the same fucking way, dude. Not quite as dense, but the little block of it's heavy as fuck. But man, I'm accepting any and every idea, but I'm gonna vary it every way I can, man. I'm gonna do it the way I'm gonna ground them all together. I'm gonna do it the way Cavendish did it too. As close as I can get to the original test. He didn't ground nothing, and he had his shit wood on the ground. He didn't ground shit, and so I'm gonna I'm gonna ground one. I'm gonna use fishing wire for one. For a whole. When I say one, I mean like one series of tests. So I'll use fishing wire and I'll just test everything I can. And I'm not real, at my first go around for the first couple months, I'm not gonna worry anything at all about measurements. I mean, I'll probably pay loose attention to the times and all that, and with the different lines and shit. But 'cause I know when Blue was doing his, I mean, it's incredible what he did. I want to give him credit for what he put together. For what he's trying to represent, the globe Earth. He did a jam up job of building that, engineering it. And but then, man, fine tuning it just kind of gave the game away when he like this wire didn't work. The math wasn't quite right. Like it's supposed to have so much resistance on the twist, and then he tried another size wire, and then he had to put foil around on the one half of it or whatever. And it's just so much fine tuning to get it just right. And then but when he did finally get it just right, it was pretty cool, man.
It was just gravity then.
Yeah, that's when it was gravity, right?
Yeah, that's when it was gravity. Here's that article from Nature I was talking about, where it's counterintuitive to everything you thought you knew about electrostatic charge. Remember that one kid that was in here? No, electrostatic charge is smoothly, it distributed evenly over the surface of the sphere. All the fucking standard narrative bullshit. And that's not actually true.
Yeah, as far as getting a voltmeter, like you ground them together and you'll read 0. But dude, you're always going to be bouncing fucking. There are certain readings that are always going to bounce, dude. They're never going to just sit there. And just because you ain't getting, just because you've zeroed the volts temporarily, or if you keep them grounded, like you said, the Earth is not static. I mean,
Right,
it
just because they're
seems.
going the same direction, that's their 0. I mean, that doesn't mean anything really. Doesn't mean there's not a charge, a field present.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that they used to run you need a little charge for a small charge for Morse code for the old telegraph wires and shit, and that's how
Right.
they charge that. What's his name? Helmholtz or whatever the fuck his name is, invented that fucking coil that they put. They buried some of them coils, and that's how they got their little bit of power that they needed to run the old telegraph hooby-doos.
Yeah, yeah. Cool shit.
Which doesn't mean
Yeah, that's just a little ammo
let me
for
disclose.
you for when they have that Cavendish argument. If you look into that a little bit, you might have a little something to work with, and then just look up the actual when they ground it. Like, is ground actually 0? And then you'll see that it's not. The Earth is not. It's never. There's always a charge there when you're grounded.
Like I said, and I'm gonna leave it open too. I'm gonna try from this point on not to make definite claims, but I'm just pointing out things that I've actually shown and it wasn't really addressed. I will say that the chart as far as the volts go, you get them down to 0 when I grounded them out together, okay, and but like I said, there's like resistance would be bouncing, and just because your voltmeter,
Well, no, their
is,
argument lies on it's like charged, right? So if anything, it should be repelling. If there was a charge there, it would work against the experiment. That's the argument.
Yeah,
And
but
so
if the Earth is stuck in the fucking. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, when they
Go
see
ahead.
that link that I just provided you to give them next time they say that, show them that's actually not the case. Likes
So
will
let me make this
attract
point.
when
This is a
spherical and
good
charged.
point right here, bro. Let me sorry to interrupt, man. I thought you was done, bro. But this is a good point. I don't want to forget. Okay,
No, you're
so
fine.
look, even if you could zero it out, man, and everybody, man, everybody who's in here, man, listen to this and tell me, so even if you're zeroing it out by grounding, both of the wires, the lead balls are hanging from the same wire. Okay, it's been demonstrated. There's no arguing that, without the ground, okay, that you're going to show current. You're going to show volts and resistance, which is current. It ain't much, but you're going to get it, okay? Everybody would also agree that there's a static charge in the atmosphere. So if you grounded them together, then you would say, okay, you've pretty much grounded them electrostatically, they would claim, and there's no more, and it's 0 volts and 0, which means 0 current. But what that means is so you would think it would repel, like, opposites attract, but likes repel each other, right? But if you have them like that and you're drawing current from the however small it is, you're getting constant charge from the fucking atmosphere, throwing it into the fucking ground. So it's not like you just ground it, it's 0 and never have to worry about it again. It's
You
going
should
to
read that
constantly
paper,
be
bro.
it's going to constantly be grounding fucking energy into the ground. So it's going to be flowing in one direction. So they have to opposite charge.
That's a
There's no
current.
getting around
Yeah.
it.
Yep. In this paper, it shows another mechanism for that, in which it's not. It'll happen. The effect without a wire connecting the two, because it's the fields generated and how they interact.
Hey, did you
with
put
each
that in?
other.
Hey, did you post that? And did you post that in
Live,
live
yeah.
chat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your name, man?
Grim, it's me.
That's what I thought. That's
Electric
what
University.
I thought, man.
Yeah, Mr. Grim.
Yeah. See, this is your baby right here, man. This is that's your baby. That's what you pretty much put all your focus into this, and this is where I can't believe that mainstream hasn't even caught up with you yet. It's like much less to debate with us. They haven't even made it to you. In Electric Universe.
Well,
They make all the predictions, right?
A lot, yeah. They sure do. They sure make a lot. I mean, even the cosmic web was predicted. It's a necessity, right? Everything has to be connected. So it was predicted that everything will be seen to be connected.
Yeah, and they got what was it, Sapphire? That's pretty badass, man. Like they're the closest thing that
Yeah.
that's the closest thing on Earth for fusion. Like
Those guys
they
hate
got
that
some really,
sapphire shit. They hate it when I
yeah, but that's
mention.
demonstration, dude. That should be required. If they posted that, if they pitched that shit nowadays, the relativity or even any of them ideas, they wouldn't even get fucking the time of day, dude. It wouldn't even be considered. It's stupid shit, man.
Yeah. With the temperature of the way things are now, yeah, true. If something else would be held dogmatically up as true, no matter what.
And gas bodies out in space, just pure gas. Stupid shit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's gas out there, it's got to be fucking plasma, right? I mean, common
Yeah.
sense. If you got what other way could you possibly even have gas in a vacuum? You still really can't, in my mind. But to even have
Only
a
in a
fucking chance of
plasma.
having gas in a vacuum, it's got to be fucking ionized plasma, right?
That's my opinion.
That's the only thing they could demonstrate anyway, man. When they go to try to show their latest one, FTFE, they try to show like the reactors and shit, and they try to
Look,
show,
they
look, this
can't
is the
even demonstrate. They can't even demonstrate like clumps coming together without using electrostatics. So it's not gravity. Even though they tell you in all the textbooks, gravity gets all the dust together and makes a planet, and then blah 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 bullshitty bull. But in none of their fucking actual physical or computer models can they get gravity alone to do any of that stuff. So they need electricity first. And then in reality, they start realizing they don't need this gravity at all to form these things, that this is happening electrically. Electricity is forming all the goddamn planets and stars out there. This
You know
bigger
what
force
and
is
it's
1,000
scalable. Hey,
billion
and it's
billion billion
scalable.
billion.
Imagine that.
I would really like to hear like a three-way discussion between Grim, Brian, and Dicelo. That would be amazing. You three going on Electric Universe.
Yeah.
Well, I know,
Dude,
especially
they have fucking demonstration, dude. How can they argue demonstration scalable shit, dude? Like reality. I don't see how people could argue it. There's got to be some truth to it, man. If they can show it and fucking demonstrate it.
Well, yeah, you have to have a very, a faith-based belief system at that point. Because if you're saying, okay, here's a way that I can get light to bend, and this is what I'm seeing. It's the same materials I'm using in the laboratory is what we now know to be the plasma limb of the sun. And so when light only bends in the plasma limb of the sun, but not outside of that in vacuum-free space at all, even though the theory for light bending, gravitational lensing, it predicts that it will bend a couple of solar radii away from the sun. You don't get that at all, only in the plasma limb. Then your observation isn't actually just evidence of light bending due to gravity. It's actually evidence of light bending due to refraction. Right? And so you can't, for some reason, you can't just keep saying that, well, this is evidence of that, when it's not the right kind of evidence. It's like finding the Higgs boson particle, right? I say that because they say it, it's a boson. They found the Higgs boson. But no, they didn't actually. That they predicted to find was in this particular frequency over here to the left. But what they found was this little blobular thing that shows up at a frequency over here to the right, which wasn't in their prediction. But then they go, well, that's the Higgs boson. That one is then. That one. It's over here anyway. But it's bullshit.
Wasn't that the particle they were expecting to be the thing that gives everything weight or mass?
Right.
Yeah, so what happened with it?
Well, it's a what
they
really
just
happening
named
is
a
they
different
start
particle.
seeing
The same thing.
they start seeing effects of things happening on other things. Therefore, it must be this Higgs thing field.
right?
Yeah, it's
So
supposed to be their
it's
reason
like
to explain dark matter or dark energy, one of the two.
right. I think the reason they're not going to find that at all is because regular matter is already out there, regular energy, and they just aren't very good at seeing that shit. So instead of realizing that, like ions hiding behind the dust, there's papers on that and experiments and demonstrations where ions get trapped behind dust particles. So you can't read that there's a large species of ion present. That's the electric charge is there, even though their magnometer isn't reading it. That's why they need Langmuir probes, and they don't have them on all their goddamn satellites except for like a couple of them. That you know what I mean? It's weird, and so
it's so funny, dude.
like
The
they're
only thing
babies.
that could even come close to saving their model right now would be to fucking reintroduce the ether, but at the same time, that would demolish their fucking
Oh, that would kill them.
their
Their
crews.
gravity. Yeah.
It's so
that's what
funny.
they're
The
finding is
particle
ether, dude.
they have backed themselves into a fucking corner so tight that it is fucking hilarious, dude.
See, that's what they're finding is ether. It might not be luminiferous ether, particularly, but they are finding that substrate in which, they thought nothing was there, but, virtual particles in the Kashmir experiment, all this kind of stuff. These particles that are bouncing in out of existence are not actually particles. When you look at what they're showing you, there's like a little energy blob. And that's just the ether getting excited to express itself in that way, because, before it's excited in some particular way, which is very unknown to me, it's not measurable with solid equipment. You know what I mean? So it's just like too thin and not in its, polarized shape or positions or whatever.
Our
Hard to
equipment
explain.
isn't precise enough and small enough to detect it.
Right.
That's the one thing about flat Earth, dude. No matter what this shit winds up being, okay. In my opinion, it's something that we'll never fully understand. That's my fucking opinion of it. But but we know a lot about it, okay, about this realm, okay. And maybe I'm wrong, but this my deep down I feel like that. But by debating flat Earth and putting up such a good debate and such good evidences as far as the land being flat, and I mean that just shows you hopefully it'll slowly but surely open up people's minds to even take the first step. And in my opinion, the first step out of the relativistic, materialistic, paradigm we have now is would be EU, and the EU guys, man, they have to, I'm sure they have broke it all down and looked at the whole thing, big picture, and realized that without gravity, we don't need such a gigantic fucking universe. That changes a lot of the rules, and they're gonna have to start from scratch, man. So it's like they're trying to integrate as much as the present day model as they can into their work, but they know, in my opinion, deep down they know that that they're that, like say Polaris ain't no quadrillion fucking miles away. All this shit, I don't, it might not be as small as we're saying, but I think they know that it's not a fucking infinite fucking universe, man. They know that there's limits, there's boundaries, everything's connected, pretty much electrically, right? The whole thing, the electric universe. But and they've showed how, demonstrated star formation and how it happens. It's scalable. They've demonstrated, like I said, the closest thing anybody's ever came to fusion, making new little atoms. I forgot the name of it. I'm not going to butcher the Sapphire Project with making up a fucking element, but they got some shit, man. It took a lot of volts,
Transmutation of elements.
Yeah, it took a lot of volts, but they got something that they didn't put into it, and I forgot what it was, and it wasn't much, but like I said, it's the closest anybody's ever came to fusion, because it's different. It's not gravitational. I don't know, man. I think they pretty much tied up all the bright minds and stuck them in space. You know, all the geniuses and the fucking machine heads, not all of them, but most of them, the new up and comers, and put them, put them looking up into space and shit, looking at fucking basically simulations. In my opinion, a lot of that.
Yeah.
Telescope.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've seen something on that on transmutation, and made silver from aluminium, trace amounts, but still like through water and ultrasound, like ultrasound exposure. Sound, vibration, and water, and you can transmute metals. That's crazy.
And I was thinking, dude, even if say like the planets, okay, even let's say even if they're say, 50 miles in size or something, they could still, if they got close to us, if things are the way I think they are, as far as a good balance out there electrically, they could wreak havoc, man. Just getting real close to us, man. Reacting with the moon and shit with fucking. I mean, there ain't no telling. Even if they were like 20 miles in size, but 50 miles. Think about it, man. There ain't even what city is 50 miles from end to end. Not many. Cities you could probably fit a few normal towns. Shit. I mean, I'm just saying that even if it was 20 or 30 miles or 50 miles, it'd still be fucking massive, dude. It'd be a bunch of Mount Everest, if you think about it.
Complete different change in the field. Yeah. Right. And how many different huge blocks are flying around out there that should be changing and, time,
Yeah, well, it seems like they're already in their circuitry because they move cyclically, like clockwork, like an electrical system.
Right.
So it seems as if they're already in that balanced state where they're running smoothly in their little transistor, situation.
Yeah.
And those older stories about gods with thunderbolts and all that kind of stuff, thunderbolts of the gods and all that, could have been like what he's talking about when they were closer and unstable and finding all of that balance over time. Something might have cataclysmically happened in the introduction of a new planet into the solar system might have caused an electrical imbalance that caused the discharges between the planets, and it could have been the reason for the big scarring on Mars, and it could be the reason for the stories behind Venus, and all of the gods of Venus and its different terrible states and its peaceful states and all that shit.
And maybe that's a
bearded
part
lady.
of the cycle itself. So it's coming round.
It'll happen again. Maybe that's true too. Yeah. So I mean, there's, it's just a lot of. That's the thing I like about the Thunderbolts project, because when you start off with them in their very beginning stuff, you see some of the theology involved of how a lot of stories could have been made from gods and from like these archetypes of be evidence that it's like 51 spokes on a wheel drawn from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere to different continents and places that people say it's they couldn't have traveled this far at that time without the capabilities and all this kind of shit. So they're all seeing the same thing in the sky with the same amount of spokes, and then it becomes like when you start looking at different plasma instabilities, you can see that 51 is one of the numbers of the imbalanced charge. You'll see 51 spokes on a wheel, and that shit's scalable at a particular frequency. So there's a way to make an electrical, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
A
Ain't that
plasma
crazy?
visual.
They put them in caves like they were fucking cavemen, and I told my wife, I was like, dude, I guarantee you, humans or whatever the fuck, whenever we came, whatever the deal is, we never lived in a fucking cave. We never lived in a cave unless you just happen to be one.
The funny thing
convenient right there.
Yeah, the logic behind it would be that because these particular people at that time, they would draw things about what is out there. like they try to depict. There's a perfect, depiction of the deer and the, you know what I mean, and some of the animals, and they
Yeah,
won't
you'd be
look
in a
like
cave if you
weird
were
or anything.
fucking
But then there's
like
these
trying to avert
weird
a
wagon
disaster,
wheel
right?
spokes with all these fucking there's all this alien looking shit where all these different wagon wheel spokes and shit. And that's
Yeah.
literally a plasma instability. They're just showing
Exactly.
what was in the
Dude,
sky
think about
they
it.
were
Where would
looking
you
at.
be if there was these plasma events? Where would you go for cover? You know, anybody around caves, they run for the fucking caves, dude. And
You're
what
fucking
could you
right.
do? You know, and that's where they find all this art. But like they expect to find all this other shit. Look, like in my yard when I was collecting certain things, like the first thing to be gone, to dissolve into the ground is metal. Any kind of metal is gone in a fucking couple years, man. And they talk about like shit that's supposed to take so long to break down. Dude, I was collecting some like the plastic and the lids and shit to make that type of plastic shit, that shapeable shit. And even within a couple years, them motherfuckers are brittle and just crumbling apart like paper. I'm like, this
Soil
plastic ain't
turns back
lasting
to
no
soil.
1,000 fucking years. This shit's fucking is not even buried in plastic bags, dude, and garbage bags, and just
The
turning
one
into
thing that'll
fucking
last.
paper dried out bullshit.
The one thing that'll last for it'll be 10,000 years after everything else is gone. It'll be toilets everywhere. Porcelain toilets. Yeah.
I doubt that, man. That shit.
The
fucking,
aliens will come down and wonder what the fuck.
Yeah, but that is funny. But you think about it though, man. It's like they act like shit lasts, but shit does not last. Nothing. Not plastic. They talk about like cigarette butts. Fucking man, kiss my them bitches are gone. You could bury a bucket of fucking anything that I know
Honey
of.
lasts.
Within 5 years, it's gone, dude. Gone.
Honey lasts.
Honey does last. I mean, it crystallizes though to last.
Right.
It gets eaten.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
like
talking
the
about
fact
in
that it won't
nature. I'm talking about
spoil.
like in nature. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Like,
Yeah, it's
I mean, out in elements,
antibacterial,
man.
all that cool shit. You guys know how to check and see if you got real honey in your packages from the restaurants? You dip one of those scratch anywhere matches into it, and if it won't light, it's not real. If you
What are you
dip one of
saying?
those in
Honey's
real
flammable?
honey, no, it's not flammable. It's just not water, so it won't soak the sulfur and it won't interfere with.
So it's like if it's not pure, it's added water's added to it, or like
Sugars,
close
anything. Yeah, exactly. Corn syrup has water in it. Just anything like that would affect it. I just learned that last year. I'm 46 years old.
So what about gold? Doesn't that last for a while? I know it's quite malleable, but it does last.
Absolutely. It's probably one of the reasons why it was used so much.
Yeah, gold's an element, man. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is like
No, it's a
man-made shit.
non-reactive element is why it
But yeah,
lasts.
it'll oxidize. You know, it'll oxidize. As far as gold is probably, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't really test that, to be honest. But as far as all the stuff that I had back there, and some stuff that it got buried, you know, I buried a bunch of concrete, man, a long time ago too, a few years back. Well, it's been a few years since I actually dug it up, so it's probably more like about 5 or 6 years ago that it was buried. But like old shovels, shovel heads, I found axe head that was fucking, you know, coming undone. What else, man? Just cans, just shit that's barely recognizable, man. And you know, the wetter the area. So like when they found the anti-Cathera mechanism, something like that, that's like a lucky find, man.
Yeah.
That's a lucky find, dude. Any like cars, if you left cars out in nature and shit, man, it wouldn't take that long, man, for that shit to
What
break
was that
down.
made of? That Antikythera mechanism was it made of copper, brass? I'm
not sure, man. Lucky find, but they expect they act like they, you know, that we lived in caves and we were fucking stupid.
It would be weird if it was made of brass. right? Because I don't think they had the capability to make brass.
Yeah, sorry, I think I meant bronze.
Dude, think about it, though, man. The copper, the Vikings, they credit the Vikings that drained them copper mines in Canada and southern Canada, and their copper mines that were when they went to freaking scope them out and shit and get copper, they found just giant fucking empty crevice. They found where they had already pretty much wiped out these deposits of copper. And this was a long time ago, man. Dude, who knows how far back that shit even goes, man? Who knows how? I think iron. Don't they call Iron Age like within the last 6,000 years or something? The Iron Age. I don't know. How does that even work?
Oh, I mean, the history they've told us, I think, is so twisted, and there's so much fabrication within there. At least that's how I see it. I just think so much of the history we've been told is in line with the deception of the globe as well, meaning that they've done just as big of a deception in what they've told us history is compared to how large the globe one is kind of what I was linking it to.
But yeah, aren't we told that Japan had steel like 1,000 years before most other nations?
I mean, I think there's tons of technology that's been around for a long time. Like,
oh my god, guys!
Tesla was already working with Wi-Fi and things, but I think that he was just tapped into what existed before. I think what they've done is they usurped the world and did this huge like mass brainwashing thing, and also like burned down a bunch of cities and readjusted everybody. And then now they're pushing like this fake history along with the fake cosmology and a bunch of and then obviously the medicine, and that's kind of how I see it. Like they're kind of selling it to us together after they like broke up the world and then usurped it.
Yeah, I see.
Dude, look at all the batteries. Look at all the battery patents, bro. The battery patents from the fucking 1700s. Like these are patents on battery shit that they're kind of relearning today, and shit other people fucking thought they invented. Like Princeton had to redo one of the I forgot, man. Like I said, once again, I don't want to butcher it, but they thought they had a freaking thing they invented, and they looked up, it was already patented in the like 1700s, man. And so why all these battery patents in the 17 fucking hundreds? Okay, maybe one or
and
two,
maybe
or
they
something,
were probably,
man.
and they probably found it off of someone before them that knew about it.
Yeah, and what is that? That tells you a lot. If you really stop and think about it, you're like, okay, so if it was just one or two, okay, but it's so many of them, and so that means they had knowledge of all these fucking elements of different elements and all these different fucking catalysts and shit. It means they've had all these metals, and it means they had to have something. They had to have all kinds of shit that needed batteries to begin with, right?
Like when you see some of these layouts of the pyramid, like in Mexico, see the layout of the pyramids in like a computer chip. They obviously knew something.
Yeah, but the thing is, why would they need I mean, what was the fucking use of just, hey, look, I can make a fucking spark? No, if there are so many patents, then that means a lot of people are working on the shit because they had gadgets and power tools and whatnot, man. I mean, they've shown some of the work that they've done, and some of it, I don't even know if we have the tools, to my knowledge, to replicate some of the cuts and shit that they've made, man. It's just, some of that shit's miraculous, man. So shit's probably just been invented, reinvented, collapsed, and it probably ain't even the whole world at once. It's possible, I guess, man. And I'm not trying to knock the flood or nothing like that, but in my opinion, man, it's probably just like I don't know, man. Part of me thinks it had to be a worldwide catastrophe, but then part of me thinks it's it varies. It's probably a bad one every so often, and then in between you have local catastrophes and shit, man. Because look at
It does
You
make
got
sense
third
though.
world
Like
countries. You still have
that Noah's
tribes,
Ark.
bro. Look at Africa, dude. Look at America. Look at Africa
That
compared to
the
America.
Ark.
It's the 21st century, and we fucking still got third world countries. Shit, crazy.
Yeah, but there's another big deception there, because we're all told that aid goes from the rest of the world to Africa, but that's not entirely true. We steal everything from Africa because it has
Yeah, you
everything.
better give back a little something. It's crazy. You guys see
It's
that
mad,
down in
isn't
the
it?
chat? Did you see what I posted in the chat about Delta and Omicron? You take the two words, you rearrange all the letters in those two words, and you can spell media control with it. With all the letters.
Yeah, I've seen
That's crazy.
Yeah,
It's fucking nuts.
and there's the one where if like Omicron is basically moronic as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was a film from back in the day.
Yeah, I saw that too. Where's
What
Pete
film?
Shea when you need him? I thought he would have discovered all that first. All the
There was a film called
paranoia and the
Omicron about a
numerology.
virus.
About an alien host.
Mm.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to draw your attention to a short video that I just watched about Vienna and the lockdown of the unvaccinated. Okay,
Oh, Jesus,
the very
here it
first,
goes.
okay, the very beginning of it will definitely annoy you if you're a flat earther. Okay,
Or me.
because the woman says, yeah, the woman actually refers to those who are unvaccinated as flat earthers at the very beginning. Please watch it. Very good. A third of the population are locked down in Vienna. They're not allowed to leave their homes. It's the toughest one in Europe. Everyone else can go out and do what they like, but if you're unvaccinated, you're not allowed to leave your home, except to go and do some shopping and that, as regular. And they were asked, what do the people think about that? And everyone's happy. Those who are vaccinated are happy. And then it was put to them, but you can still spread it around when you got your vaccine. And then they didn't want to talk. They wanted to move on. You know,
Of
they didn't want
course.
to address that point.
Doesn't want to face the truth about what's going on.
Yeah.
They're happy to be a better part, like more socially acceptable than someone else. As long as they're more socially acceptable than someone else, they feel good about themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's always been the trick here, right? Sorry, that's always been the trick amongst the slaves. Make one set of the slaves seem more important than the other set of slaves, so that they rival amongst themselves and they don't just fuck with you.
Right. Then you have a professor or an expert in the social science from Vienna who's world traveled the world, and he was asked, do you think that this situation in Vienna is good? And he says yes at first, and then when the questions kept coming, he kind of like reversed it in a way. He's beginning to, he kind of ended up saying that I can see that is this situation going to improve? No, it's not. It's going to make the situation dividing the people, basically. The people will become more divided, you know.
True,
so that means it wasn't good then, was it? It wasn't a good thing. And will it
Unless
cure the situation?
that's a good thing to you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it was very interesting to watch. I almost smashed my iPad.
I feel that.
But, you know, bloody annoying. And the people that spoke, that first woman, and the way she said it, it's like people think the earth is flat. Cheek. Do you know what I mean? The woman knows. The woman looks totally docile, totally empty-headed, got no idea. An old hag, basically.
Yeah, we call those people NPCs.
What's that mean? Sorry.
It's like in a video game, the bot, the non-playable character.
Non-playable characters.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And
So,
basically bots.
Agents, Mr. Smiths.
Yeah. That's what they are. Absolutely. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. Yeah.
Dude, Grim, whenever you do that, man, like that is a crazy thing you do, dude. Every time you do that, like
It's
sounds
such like a funny cartoony type of like sound effect, hey?
Yeah, totally. It's like
It's like soundboard quality sound.
exactly.
It's my
Like
damn,
it goes into
my
it.
big lip shaking my lips.
Do you use your finger?
No.
No,
I just shake my head back and
just
forth
let
with
your
my
lips
lips.
go
You
loose.
big lip
You
bastard.
relax your lips. Yeah, I used to do that as a kid.
Big lips, little nipples.
How do you do it? You shake your head when you're doing it?
Yeah, you got to shake your head, of
Okay,
course.
yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Boy.
Nailed it.
Motorboating. Oh shit.
I was thinking how, for some reason, like, well, it actually was from this video that I saw where someone did it, and then I was just kind of thinking about it while I was driving. But you know how, like, you can make a fart noise with your mouth? It's like virtually every human can make some fart noise with their mouth. It's like, is that just a skill like virtually everyone has? And how did we get that skill?
Well, a lot of practice. You fart a lot, right? So you know that noise.
From talking shit.
It wasn't even really the fart noise I was doing. It was kind of more that one. Yeah, where you just kind of like you push like almost like saliva and air kind of through your teeth, and you kind of hold your lips, and then you're like I kind of put my tongue at the top of my mouth, and I just kind of did it for a second. I was like, it seems like virtually everyone can do that noise. It just like tripped me out that like somehow we all have a version of that.
Everyone's got a different way of doing it too. It's funny.
Right, I know it's like a fingerprint.
And also, like as kids and babies and stuff like that, we're taught it, like blowing raspberries and stuff. I mean, my brother just has a kid, and literally he learned how to do it like a month ago. So he's been doing it all the time and stuff.
That's true.
It's like you do it when you're queuing up, right? When you're queuing up, and you make that noise, and then you look up and look around to see what people's reaction are, and it's really funny to see the people's reaction around you. And then you do it again with your hand, and then they all laugh. It was my hand. I didn't do a part. Okay. Yeah, I do that. I've done that a few times. Getting a reaction from the people.
My son used to love giggling when he got startled. Just fucking giggle. Kind of poke your head up above the playpen and just that fucking little laugh was so real. That was the first time I was getting real laughs out of him. It was funny as hell.
Yeah.
I'll
Or
never
pretend to
forget
fall
that.
down. Or you pretend to fall over and then they laugh, you know?
Oh no. The first time I did that, I thought, oh yeah, this will be funny. And I did that and instantly started crying for me. I was like,
right.
oh,
My son laughed.
sorry.
It must be us English. They seem to enjoy other people's pain.
Yeah, right. It might be. No.
And it's funny, isn't it? You know, because they look at you as somebody who you're normally in good control, but when you fall down now, they laugh their heads off.
Yeah. It's like they can relate to that.
Yeah. And they've probably seen it on cartoons as well. So now you're doing it in the house. They think, The last time I fell down with my son, we were on our way to the 7-Eleven. It was nighttime, and I was walking, and I didn't quite lift my leg up to get up the step because I was actually watching to make sure that the cars were coming and we were going to make it, you know. And I didn't look properly, and I kicked the step that I was supposed to go up. I went down, oof! And my son, who was 12, cracked up. That was last year. He was laughing his head off. I goes, okay, shut up. Because 1 minute I was with him, and the next minute I disappeared.
Just pure.
On his side. Yeah.
Right down a manhole.
Well, I've gone down. Yeah, I went down, man. And the other one I don't like is when you're falling down steps. You know, when you miss the step and you go, grrr, you know, you use your hand as brakes on the side of the wall to stop yourself. You know, that's funny as well. Down the steps.
Yeah, it's funny when you think there's an extra one at the top.
Yeah, yeah.
And you do that,
yeah,
you fucking march.
Yeah. And you take that extra step, don't you? And slam down. I once ripped my
That's a
dad's
rookie.
blazer. Yeah, sorry. I ripped my dad's
You gotta be-
blazer, right? He loaned it to me to go to school, right? And I was running up the stairs, okay? And I tripped up the stairs. And because I had my hands in the blazer pocket, okay? Now I'm falling down. So what's your instant reaction? To put your hands in front of you to break your fall from hitting the steps, right? And I just tore the whole seam right up to the collar. So now you could see the lining on the inside, right? And I was panicking, you know. I went to the general office and said, "Can you repair this for me? It's my dad's jacket, and he doesn't know I'm wearing it." Blah blah blah. And they said they couldn't, so I had to take it home and show my dad that I ripped it up. Sorry, I fell up the stairs, and he laughed. How did you do that? He said. I said I was running up the stairs.
You fell up the stairs.
Yeah. Yeah. And I ripped the whole blazer, right? You know, because at the back of the blazer, there's a pleat, isn't it? It splits, yeah? You know?
Yeah.
Right. And
Isn't that basically the only way people normally ever fall on stairs is up them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's I've only ever misstepped on stairs going up them.
Yeah.
You know, it's that one like the tip of your foot doesn't quite get on the step and then whoops, there's that.
That's it.
Shins.
What about when you go down the stairs and you think there's one more step, but you step on the ground and your hip goes all the way up into your shoulder?
Exactly.
It's like you get shorter for a bit.
Yeah.
Just for a split second.
Yeah. You compress for a bit, a little bit of compression.
Yeah.
Yeah, luckily I didn't have to wear a blazer at school. I was in the first year I had to wear a blazer, and then they changed the uniform for the rest of the time I was there. So yeah.
Yeah. I was in the sixth form, so I didn't really have to wear a school blazer. That's why I wore my dad's one, because I was going in casual now. You know, I wasn't wearing uniform. Yeah, I was wearing my dad's clothes from the '60s and that. So they were really cool stuff, you know. Everyone was going, "Where'd you get your clothes from?" And that. So off my dad, you know. So I had some really nice gear, you know, really nice gear that my dad wasn't wearing because he just wasn't wearing them, and it was just sitting in the wardrobe. So I said, "Can I wear this, Daddy? Can I borrow your tie?" "Yeah, thanks." Lovely. So yeah, going to school looking really flash because I didn't really have money to buy clothes. That was the main reason why, you know. So and I was always feeling good when I went to school. And my dad didn't really mind, but when I done that blazer up, I had to show him, and I said, I fell up the stairs. He was laughing. Fall up the stairs. Only you can do that, he said.
All right. Well, yeah. We were talking earlier about the events and all that. I know some of those guys have jumped out, by now. But I actually just created one.
Okay.
So we can
that's
start
for tomorrow. Is that for tomorrow 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. Eastern time?
I have it for 5, but I was actually between either 5 or 6. The only thing with 6, like 6 is a little better for me, but it gets to be 11 p.m. for the UK versus 10 p.m. So it is like a bit later for them.
Yeah, and then for me, it's like 7 in the morning or 6 in the morning.
What is it for you? What?
Yeah, 6. I think it's 6 a.m.
Yeah, so is there any time that would be best? Like, how do you find one time?
Everybody asks that. That is a commonly asked question, and I just say, go with what you need to go with. That's it. Then I will have to accommodate. That's what I do. That's the best way.
That should be anyone who's going to be, hosting a show or a debate or anything. Ultimately, yeah, it does have to be that way that it works for them. But
yeah. So so sometimes I'm up at 4 doing shows, especially when I was with Roxanne, Glenn, and that lot on the Hangouts. It would be 4 o'clock. I'd be the early bird. Well, it's 4 o'clock in Japan here. Wow! And I've done all my laundry and that. I've gone for me jogging. I said, now we're ready to roll. 4 a.m. And at that time, it would be 8 o'clock in the UK, 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the Eastern time.
So what, are you around 3 in the morning now then, are you?
No, now it's, what are we? We are now coming up for 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. It's gone.
It's 7 a.m. here.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. That was an advert for a breakfast cereal, wasn't it? So full of goodness for you.
It was an advert for Viagra for me.
Yeah. Viagra. I'm glad I don't need any of that nonsense.
I think the idea is they banged well and, were tired after that, so they slept the whole night through.
Yeah.
Also what you call knackered.
Right. Cream cracker, yeah.
Yeah.
All juiced out.
Yeah, first the knickers, then they're knackered.
what time is this for you, percentage? What is like 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern? What is that for you?
5 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah.
Right now I'm in the West Coast, so it's like about 3 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know you're in the West Coast of the US right now?
Yeah.
Nice, dude. We're close. We should get together and party. Well, we're somewhat close. Depends on what West Coast is, but I'm out this way.
Let's go to a titty bar.
Do you have a Central Standard Time in the US as well?
There is, yeah.
Yeah.
There's like Western, Mountain, Central, and Eastern. Except there's really 3. I guess like, the kind of Central and Mountain kind of swap over, but there's really the 3 though. It's just the different daylight savings.
Yeah, I was surprised that the Americans did that. I didn't realize you were doing the. I think the Central Time has been a recent addition, hasn't it? In recent years, wouldn't you say?
No, they've had it for like good 30 years at least or so.
Yeah, because I remember it wasn't around back in when I was young in the 60s, 70s, 80s. I never remember them having the Central Standard Time. It was Eastern and Western only. You see.
Let's see when it was invented.
Geo, there's a link for later.
Yeah, I don't know what. And then I was wondering why they did that. Why did they add an extra time zone? It's hard enough to remember the 2. They put a bloody 3 in there. Couldn't understand it.
We're like the spokes of a wheel around this earth.
Yeah.
In our different little zones.
Yeah, but we're all alive at the same time right now. We're all in the now. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, it always
None
kind
of
of
us are in
blows
the
my
know.
mind too, like how different the weather can be in different parts of the earth. You know, it can be raining and cold in one place and hot and sunny in another. It just blows my mind, all on the same earth.
Yeah.
Yes,
And that's
it's
So
what's
two
dark
nice.
things,
here, and I'm
Jin.
sure it's light for most of you people at the moment, right?
Two things, Jin. Number one,
Yeah.
like the relatively recent thing is the daylight savings time, which is in a lot of like, you know, central. It's called
Benjamin
Central
Franklin.
Daylight Time, really. But yeah, it's
Okay.
apparently from 2007. The other thing
Yeah.
is what was it? Oh, I forgot what you said.
I was just saying the central time, and I was surprised. We're all alive at the same time, right?
Oh yeah,
now.
that's the thing. Yeah, the now does not exist. Now
Oh, really?
is there is no now. It's a metaphysical thing. It doesn't actually exist at any point. You have, you know, things that are about to exist, the future, and then as soon as things happen, they're in the past. There's no true now.
Yeah.
Why is Greenwich so important though?
That's where the time zones really. They decided to work the time out from Greenwich. Britain was the superpower at the time, no doubt. Yeah, there is no now. Because once it's happened, it's in the past.
Yeah, it's already in the past by the time you finish
Yeah.
saying the word now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an idea.
so we're-
Just like, you know, thoughts and dreams and stuff like that. So it doesn't exist in reality.
Shameful what's going on. People are not able to enjoy that flat earth as much as they can. Yeah? Especially in Vienna. Oh, Bennett, glad I'm not in Vienna.
What are they like? They're just locking down, or is there like
No, it's just
extra?
it's just the 1/3 of the armed blacks are not allowed to leave the home. They're locked down, but everybody else is carrying on as normal.
Even for
Everybody's
essential
vaccinated.
things?
Essential things that we're allowed to go and get their shopping.
Groceries and stuff. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, groceries. There might be some ID need to be shown. I don't know. Who knows what the fuck's going on over there, but it's a mad country anyway. And then the guy that's narrating the actual video, the program, okay, he asked them, how is it that the government can get away with this? Because in Britain, I don't think that would fly politically. It wouldn't be allowed to, you know, they couldn't do it, basically is what he said. And what did he say? Kind of like the people are used to it from the past.
Yeah, Germany has the same.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if the UK has it soon too.
Well, yeah, because the guy narrating it, you know, he's definitely adamant. The way he speaks, he's so sure for sure that wouldn't happen in the UK.
What's that?
All the unvaccinated will be locked down at home.
Yeah, I just don't see how they do that. How have they done that in Austria? Like,
They're not actually enforcing it like well. I mean, sure, they might have like a police presence or something like that like randomly ask people if they're vaccinated or unvaxxed or what have you. And you know, for a lot of establishments that aren't considered essential, you have to show your vaccination status or whatever before you're seated or before you're allowed entry or what have you.
So there's many that will fall through the net because they just don't have enough people to check on 1/3 of the population of a nation, you know.
And also they don't want to turn it into like a police state because that will tick the vaccinated people off, you know? So it's more about just like a scare tactic, and a lot of people are going to stay home just out of, you know, fear of following the mandate or what have you. But for the, you know, the assertive, they're not going to really be fazed by it.
that was almost what the professor of social science said. He said that he doesn't agree with the government coming into your house to vaccinate you and put it in, boom, because that would be like torture, he said. Yeah, okay. But it's okay to coerce you and you get a fine if you violate. That's wrong as well, isn't it? Torture in itself, isn't it? Financial torture. So I thought, you're an arsehole, man. That's what I thought. I just thought, what an arsehole. And you're a professor of social science. You're a fucking disaster area. Get out of here, man. You're just causing mayhem with that, with what you're saying. You know? An old fart of a man. Fucking
Yeah, they normally try and get the ones with credentials to spout the bullshit.
Yeah, really annoying. You know. And then the people they're talking to on the streets that are saying, yeah, I don't think it's good that they lock down the third that's unvaccinated. And then they ask, are you vaccinated? Oh, yes, I am vaccinated. I'm fucking fed up of hearing that as well. You know what I mean? You know, trying to show that, oh, he's got apathy, you know, and, you know, he's concerned, he's got compassion for those people. Yeah. But where are the ones, why don't you ask the ones who are not vaccinated and ask them? So he went to their house. He had to go to their homes to interview them.
Because they're not allowed out. That's mad.
Yeah, that's right. So then, and then they let him in. He had a cup of tea and he asked them, how did they feel about that? Now, this couple were acrobats. They, you know, so they work in the circus. And then the husband was saying, oh, well, I don't know if they're married, but the male said that he just felt that it was his choice. So why should he have to take something that he doesn't feel it's necessary for him to take? Then whereas his partner, she said that she was more interested in the science of it all. And these decisions should be following a scientific method, but it's not. And we don't get to see the science, he says, you know, because they like to portray that the average punter shouldn't be looking at this stuff because you should leave it to the experts. You're not capable to discern and understand the science, but we are.
Oh,
I am.
That's one thing I'm tired of hearing.
Yeah, you know. Because I've said it, show me this thing in action in a petri dish under a bloody microscope, please, and get out of the way so I can actually have a good look. Let me see it with my own eyes. That's not been done. It hasn't even been isolated. Cheek. You know.
Trust the experts. I'm so sick of hearing that bullshit.
Yeah, so am I. You know, even the so-called experts who are talking about, you know, who are following the narrative, they quickly said, well, who am I? You know, but you're an expert, so you have a right to speak. So therefore, if you're an expert, we can ask you questions, and then we can become an expert as well. What's going on, you know? Secret knowledge. Keeping it all secret. You know, and most of the people who don't want to get this jab, they know it because they've looked into it. They've seen the science. They've watched the data. They've listened to the testimonies of people. Yeah? It's not because they're, you know, we don't know why they don't want to get vaccinated for some reason or another. Some reason or another.
I mean, before this all COVID bullshit, you know, vaccines still weren't safe. So that was enough for me. That was enough for me, mate.
Yeah. They've never been proven to work, to be exact. That was the thing, you know. And when I'm listening to the people who are unvaccinated speak, I thought, yeah, but you're not talking like I would be talking if I was asked that question, because I'd be throwing down facts, proper facts. Yeah, they won't edit me and then edit me out. That's what would happen. You know, even the people who are doing the bloody interviewing, you can tell that they're walking a thin line, and you can tell. And right at the very end, okay, there's a Christmas scene where the Christmas shopping mall where people are outside enjoying a drink, all the Christmas lights are up, and he said, now for a third of the population, they're not able to do this. Okay, you know, they're being left out. Now, is that a good thing? And then he walks in, he's asked for his ID, he shows his ID and he goes, now I'm in. And then now that he's into the shopping mall and where people are eating and that, no one's got masks on because they all feel safe. That's what it's all about. You know? So the ending left me pretty upset as well.
Yeah, be a bit weird to see a nativity scene with Jesus wearing a mask.
Exactly. And then the three kings come up with the masks as well. Yes.
Yeah, I will say throughout this entire thing, I mean, granted, this is somewhat anecdotal because it's my experience, but I have felt literally zero threat from the air whatsoever throughout this whole thing. Zero.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I partly do think I'm immune to a lot of these things, you know, in a certain, you know, yeah, like I haven't had very many of these really bad sicknesses. I actually never had the flu most of my life, but
I've never had it.
Really? Yeah. See, I had never had it before my whole life, but in I think it was 18, like 17 or 18, I basically had two of these things. One of them was a flu thing, basically just the flu. It was the first time I ever had it. And then the second one, I don't know what it was, but it was really bad. Like I had a really hard time breathing. I felt like I almost died. I actually almost went to the hospital basically because I wanted oxygen. You know, it was just because of that. Like I was breathing. Well, first of all, it was really hard to breathe. It was like I had fluid in my lungs, which is classic for like pneumonia. So it was really hard to breathe. But even the oxygen I was getting did not feel like it was getting into my body. So it basically felt like I was suffocating the whole time. It was awful. Right. It was the worst thing ever. Like
how long did that last?
It was like a solid 2 weeks of that at least. It was bad.
Okay, 2 weeks, yeah.
Really bad. Now
Well,
it might have just been a really bad pneumonia, and I'd never had pneumonia before or the flu. So, and I had two of those that same year. Although they were spread apart by at least like 6 months, but yeah, that second one was just so severe. So I don't know. That might have been COVID-14, COVID-26. Who knows? You know, it could have been any number.
Yeah, it could have been. It could have been you got it from someone else who was vaccinated and was shedding. That could have been a problem. You see, you just don't know, right? The thing is, the fact that it only took 2 weeks proves that your immune system was robust or is robust and good and healthy. Because usually they last 3 weeks, maybe at worst conditions, 4 weeks. Okay.
Yeah.
So you got cleaned up after 2 weeks. That's a robust, healthy immune system, sir.
Yeah, and it was intense without any question and very challenging. But right. I do think that gave me a lot of immunities. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what natural immunity means, because like the experts have been saying, yeah, that when you contract something, you're going to be poorly for a while, but after that event's over, you'll never get that strain again. You'll be naturally immune forever, is what they tell us, you see.
Yeah, but like when I say that, I was just gonna say real quick, when I say that, like, so I don't even think that things are spreading through the air right now. Like I don't even think they are, and that's a whole another thing. But I do think people get sick. So, and I do think that these things are out there. I mean, I have my theory of where they're actually coming from. They're not coming from your neighbor, talking to you, but they are coming from somewhere. But at the same time, I also have immunity to those, so it's just puts me in a better position. And I actually think that these injections, the jab deal, they actually weaken your immunity. So these people are in for yeah.
Of course. I was just about to say, if you think about kids, what do they do as soon as they come into this world? They find out about the world through their mouth, yeah, and they're training their immune system by doing that.
Yeah,
and why do you think they want to pump the kids with vaccines? To weaken that. It's the only way I can see. The only reason why.
And if you look at the American counterpart compared to the Europeans and Britain and even Africa for that matter, the Americans receive too many jabs. 72 is the program you have currently. 72, and that's when you get to high school. That's mad. That's
absolutely
mad,
crazy.
That's a mad number.
Whereas 50, 60 years ago in America, they would probably be getting 3 or 4 jabs.
Only 3, according to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Only 3. Only 3 they got. Like, that's when I was born. You see, me and Robert Kennedy Jr. were almost the same age. He might be a year older than me, I think. But yeah, he said he got 3. I remember getting 3 and no more than that. Right? So we have to think what's happened in 60 years. Let's say that now you're needing 72, and that 72 number has been around for at least 5 years anyway. Okay, so it's a mad number, isn't it? It's a mad number. In Britain, you're getting 6, 12. Australia, pretty similar. 72 is a mad, ludicrous number. So that's going to compromise an individual's immune system. And like Gio said, that's what happens every time you get that jab. You are weakening your immune system because it's short term. It's not long term. When it comes through your nose and you breathe it in, and then you catch a cold, for example, that's your long life immunity coming in. That's the best way. And you will be poorly even if you get the measles, you get rubella, you get the mumps. These things last a week or 2, and then you've got lifetime immunity. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like exactly. It's like a double whammy. I feel like if you get one of these, it actually will help you in the future to not get future ones, and will strengthen your body. And in some cases, there may not be a way to be exposed to. I mean, whatever these things are, I do think there's something, without a question. They are. It is a.
Well, there is a regular. What it is, it's the regular flu, or the regular cold. The same old. But they are deliberately scaring everyone, and maybe they've even gone out. Remember, they were trying to get gain of function on some of these bloody viruses. Now the question is, why are you making these things? What's going on? Why do you need to be working on a gain of function? Stop that. Don't use my taxes for that. Okay, stop that nonsense. That's what I'd be saying if I was in the US. What the hell do you think you're doing? What is the necessity that's driving you to do this? Yeah? And you're blaming it on bats. Bats are innocent. They don't do that shit. Lying. You see what I mean now? They're really wrecking the game. So, no, you're like me. I'm looking to get it. So I ain't got a mask. I'm running and, even got shorts on. So my body temperature drops right down. And then so I'm cold now outdoors. It's cold, but I've gone for a job. So I'm warming up my body as I'm drying my clothes. Yeah. Come back home. And then the house is warm. So no problem. And I haven't missed a beat. It's 40 years now. I put my body through it. Summertime, I wear the layers on. Sweating buckets. The body's taking it. So I'm healthy. So I know it. I'm not going to get it. It's not in the bloody air, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's kind of wild. I think that it isn't in the air the way that they're claiming it is, and it doesn't even spread from person to person the way they claim it is.
That's right. It doesn't.
Yeah, like I guess I'll pop the live stream back on, but yeah, I just popped it off because that thing I was saying, that's if I were to say that would probably, let's get into the core of it. I mean, I can mute it again if someone else wants to say something like at that level, but
Yeah, but you know what I mean. I know what you mean, but it's perfect anyway. But that
yeah, but I mean,
document,
if they're creating it, I mean, it's like World War II. I mean, it's just like literally it's a purposeful attack.
yes,
It's not just nature and our fellow humans are killing, our breath from our human. No, not at all. They're literally poisoning us.
so obvious.
Are we talking about
so
biological
obvious,
weapons?
okay? Right? It's so obvious,
Exactly.
okay? And I tell you when you know.
They're basically nanotech bioweapons. Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah. And this is when you know that people are scared, because when the guy in that video asked the woman, and he said, yeah, but did you know that the vaccinated can spread it as well? And then she went quiet, and then she didn't want to talk. And then he asked her again, well, what do you mean? I said, well, you can spread it around as well. But she goes, yeah, but everybody has the choice to do what they want to do. You know what I mean? And they walked off. And he asked 3 people that way, and they all clammed up when they were asked about, but you can spread it as well. Are you aware that you can spread it? Even though, so why should they be locked down if you're spreading it around? And they haven't, I tell you, man, it's just disgusting. But it's clearly obvious. What you're saying is clearly obvious. It's an attack on us, clearly obvious.
Yeah, I mean, even if it wasn't on us, they're always looking for the next best weapon to kill off their so-called, rival, enemy, the other nation.
Us, yeah.
I know us now, yeah, but I mean, like, if you look at history, it's always been the enemy, innit? Like, not as in us, but two countries warring, or and they're always trying to find the next best weapon to get the extra.
Exactly, and unfortunately, they use those weapons in their eugenic agenda.
Yeah, they're using it on us now. Now we're the enemy.
Yeah. So now the enemy is us. There's no more.
World War III. World War III is us. Yeah. That's what's going on now, man. Yeah. Wow, I'll tell you that. I just never thought I'd be living in these kind of times, but all along, we've never been free. From when you were born, you were not free. None of us have been. It's been, it's just been a dictatorship masquerading as democracy. Knew that a long time. I've never voted. So my question is now, in Australia and Vienna now, are they going to run up? Are they going to run up and vote like mad sheep? They are, aren't they? Fucking hell, And in Britain,
or are they going to exodus?
Yeah, I can't believe. I don't want to hear that people are going to vote. If that happens, then we've got no chance, man.
Yeah, people going to burn the vote booths now. Now we're talking.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
Exaggeration, but I don't know. Sure. I don't see why people don't see through it anymore.
Yeah. What was his name?
My friend.
Remember? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, my friend I was talking to recently was talking about how, like the 100th monkey effect. So even though it may seem like the scales are tipped to their side in a way right now, but the thing about this whole, I think, process, for lack of a better, just like essentially just using like even the word awakening, like this whole awakening process we're going through. I'm not saying necessarily only on the server, but I'm just saying as the whole Earth, like this whole process, that it may seem like it's happening somewhat slowly, but once there's a tipping point, like the 100th monkey effect, and I'm not calling humans monkeys, it's just, that effect, the 100th monkey.
That's the expression, yeah.
Yeah.
The threshold.
The threshold, exactly. And then things can shift very quickly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Most certainly.
I'd agree.
I agree.
And everything they're doing at the moment is just helping to lift that veil.
Yeah.
Maybe we need another flood. Who knows?
Well, that's why I think that, even every large or, medium, small, medium, or large size discussion of just sharing this information and being aware of it is, even though individual people are coming aware of things in a certain time, I think that there's also like it's happening. It's the way that we're all connected. So even if the idea where even if two people are discussing something, or there's some truth that's being come to, or whatever that may be, that has like a ripple effect out to everyone else in a certain way.
Well, yeah, it would be good. But speaking of that, perfectly, I just remember what I was going to say. Remember, what's his name? Pete, the dodo that used to come here, the Irishman. Do you remember?
Yeah, Pete? I know Pete. Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, he was in Gem Pandas earlier on today, a few hours ago, and he was talking about an experience where he got barred out of a pub. He got banned from being in a pub, right? And the reason why they banned him was because he was talking about 9/11. Now, he says he was having an amicable discussion with a couple. Nothing was getting inside or anything else, okay? And the barman who goes around picking up the glass, and the owner of the bar, they pick up the glasses from the table, get them washed and that. And he overheard the conversation and decided to ban him from the pub because of that, yeah? Right? So now everyone thought that Gem Panda himself thought that was the right thing for the owner to do, because it could have incited a fight or a heated debate and things could have gone wrong. And I said, that's discrimination, I said. And I said, no, it's not. I said, that is discrimination. You can't do that. You can't be listening to someone's conversation and then ejecting them because it's a topic matter that you're frightened might cause a fight. That's wrong, and legally, Pete could sue the barman and the establishment, and then Gem Panda said, yeah, but the people who are in business have a kind of like disclaimer where they reserve the right to refuse people entry. Yeah, but they have to have a legal reason for that. You can't just do it willy-nilly, and they're walking a thin line. You can sue them for that. What do you reckon on that, guys?
Yeah, I think that's just totally wrong. You can't kick someone out the pub for saying something you don't like, like talking about a subject you don't like. I mean, it seems a bit stupid that he's just getting rid of his own customers,
That's
fair
right.
enough.
Yeah. Yeah. And look at Gem Panda. He goes, yeah, but what group was he discriminating against? It doesn't have to be a group. He's discriminating on me personally. That's discrimination. I'm not allowed in. Everyone else can part.
Yeah, if he's going to state that, then he'd have to have that on his door outside as a rule.
Yeah.
Then after that, no one can talk about 9/11.
Brass plaque. Yeah. It's got to be on a brass plaque or a notice there, properly framed, and we can read it. Notes to the customer. We reserve blah,
yeah,
blah,
but Jim,
blah, blah, blah.
if I had a pub and I heard people in there in a corner talking about fucking pedophilia or molesting little boys or something, I'd be get the fuck out and I'd be calling the cops. I wouldn't just go, oh, you know what, freedom of speech and anti-discrimination, let them go. So as a private pub owner, you can do what you fucking want. That's it.
I mean, that is actually one topic.
You're going to be leaving yourself. You're going to be leaving yourself for a lawsuit because they might have been talking about pedophilia and they were against it, for example.
Well, Jem, on this server, for example, I made the choice on this server. Like, it's actually in the server guidelines where just basically no pedo talk, in general, just about that. And it doesn't matter that you guys are saying the word right now. I don't really care about that. I'm just saying that, I just made the choice with this platform that just not to it's just a topic that is it's just so charged, and there's so much kind of just challenges within it. And I just don't see
9/11's the same.
Yeah,
but
it's not a topic that I ever talk about.
But we get what White's word is saying. Something so taboo that you don't want people talking about in your establishment. We do understand, obviously, that most people wouldn't want that sort of conversation going on, right? I get it.
Yeah,
but
you leave yourself
a date rape.
Well, another example,
even a bunch of dudes talking about putting ruies in someone's drink.
Yeah, or what about
I don't know.
exactly, or what about the topic of like inciting violence? You know, like that type of thing. Like for example, even on this server, like if people were here and if they were like, you know, trying to, you know, talk about violent things or killing other people. I mean, that's another one of those things that you know has kind of just a whole different level to it. Now, in terms of him, in the story you told, in terms of him just talking about 9/11, I mean, that is, you know, I that does seem, because I mean that's just a public event. Although, yeah, I don't know, like that's. I mean, is that?
And also, it's a very big topic to talk about. I mean, I think quite a lot of people probably might choose to talk about that while they're in the pub, which doesn't make much sense, does it? That you'd ban someone for that in a pub? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
No, well, I read more into it. I read more like he's down the local regularly and he's maybe chatting to random people and then hitting them up about it, and the publican realises that it usually ends in a heated debate and he's just not into it. You know, piss off.
Yeah, but that's wrong. That there is wrong. You're infringing on his right to come into your establishment because you've opened it to the public. He is a member of that public, and he's not being a nuisance. He's not causing a disturbance. You've infringed on his right to come in. You've discriminated against him. You leave yourself open for a lawsuit. I tell you, you do.
Yeah, fair enough.
About it. Yeah.
The person that sues someone for that is a fucking very sad person.
Not necessarily.
It's quite funny. One pub
necessarily. I would do that. Because if you banned me for that, I would sue your ass, clean you right out. That's what I'll be doing.
But I wouldn't ban you if you were just having a conversation. I would ban you if your conversation continually led to heated arguments and maybe fucking broken chairs and shit like that. Like discernment,
right?
Jim.
Now that's correct. Now you'd have a case for banning such a person. I wouldn't sue you there. I'd have to take it on the chin. Of course.
Yeah, if it's going to cost you money.
I'm costing you money.
Yeah.
You're losing clientele. Your furniture's being damaged. I'm a liability. Well, of course, in that sense, I'm going to be banned. Of course. But having a conversation.
See, the thing about me, like even on this server where there's the, you know, the server guidelines in terms of like, you know, not having all the excessive, you know, name calling and sort of personal attacks and all that. And see, I'm a very free person. Like even if, you know, of like just live and let live, you know, no rules, just complete freedom. I'm all about that. But what's interesting when it's a platform like this is that let's say somebody new comes in and they're brand new and they maybe want to talk to some people. They want to learn about, you know, what we think about the earth or whatever it may be. And you know, and they want, you know, all these different topics. If they come in, and if they're getting personally attacked, they're being just ridiculed and, you know, all of that stuff. Now, you know, the clientele, quote unquote, to the platform are being attacked by other people on it. So that, you know, that's where it's like, in a way, it's actually sort of protecting them, quote unquote, you know, to where they can actually have a good time without being disrespected, you know, rather than just, you know, so it's interesting how that kind of dynamic is.
Yeah, 24/7 tends to be like that at times, where a little bit toxic to the newcomers coming in, and you know they forget themselves. You know, calm down, let the person speak, and then let's get an assessment of how they feel, because you're throwing all this information onto them, but we're not really getting a feedback. You know, and then we take it. Let's slow it down, and I'm the one. And then sometimes I'm shouting out. This is where the moderator should be moderating. Now, where's the moderator here? Can we have some control, please? Do you know what I mean? Because people don't know how to moderate sometimes on that server at times.
Yeah,
I
think it's a bit daunting in there, isn't it? That, you know, if you were to be new on there and you've got 30 plus people like waiting to hear every word, you're a bit put on the spot in there.
Yeah, and I think that's just too much for some of these people who come in new. You got to explain. Like I take them through the 3-point questions. Once they've answered that, and then I ask them, now, how do you feel about your situation now? Because now you realise that you're carrying a belief. You haven't got any proof to the globe. Okay, you can't really prove it. How do you feel about that? Don't you think you should be able to prove it? It should be as easy as switching on a light. I like to say that, and then I leave them to try and explain. You know, and then we start to get a little bit of feedback from them, and it might be a spiral. You might spiral out of control and start going into cog this or whatever, or they might offer up some other proofs, but that's what we try and do. But they don't seem to try and get that across. They just tsunami them with information, and everyone's piling on, and I think that's not good. Yeah, the whole point is to engage the person that's coming in and get them to realise. They go on to gravity and things like that. So then we slow them right down. Now, which gravity are you talking about? And they might say, "What do you mean?" Or they might go into Newtonian, and then we remind them, "Yeah, but that's been superseded. You see, there's Einsteinian gravity that you have to consider now. That's the one now. 106 years ago. Did you know that? Yeah. And by the way, that Newton's gravity was never proven. It's a theory that's unproven, and so is the Einsteinian. So there's no proof for gravity. Can you prove it?" And then it starts to flow a little better when it's slowed down a bit. But and whilst you're trying to get that out, people are jumping in on the side, blam, 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 more, and then So sometimes that 24/7 can be a bit too heavy and toxic, for the newcomers coming in. Yeah. So I pop in there now and again. That's what I've been doing of late.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my time back, on that server for years where it was, there was, like I've always said, there was sort of this 50-50 thing where if it was some of the mods that were more, kind and willing to go slow and be respectful, there could be a really good conversation, like a brand new person, where they're asking questions, we're responding to them, they're understanding what we're saying, and it could actually go really well. But then there were other times there where it would just be like, I guess more, chaotic and wild, and usually ended in the person getting banned or, all kinds of kind of wild stuff happening. That was, I would say less than ideal for a new person.
Definitely. It's like a pack of dogs and wolves attacking a bloody hyena.
Yeah, that's why it's nice when it's a bit quieter in there. You only got maybe 20 people in the chat, and then and maybe it's late at night, so those that are in it are quite tired anyway. So a newcomer comes in, they kind of got a bit of, under the radar. Otherwise, it's just like all eyes on you. They're waiting for you to make a mistake, and then
Yeah, it's also like an extremely, if you're going to try to make it a brand new debate where somebody's like virtually new to the topic and then they're having to just instantly debate it amongst a bunch of other people that have been studying it for years. What an unfair advantage. It's just, and of course the person's like Googling and they're just trying to figure stuff out. It's like,
yeah. That's why I'm always laying on the red carpet to the newcomers, especially if they're kids, like at 13, 14, in the teenage years. Yeah, lay down the red carpet and give them time to get it in their head, And I always say to them that, these questions I'm asking you, I never knew the answers to them. You know what I mean? So, there's nothing to be embarrassed here. We're not here to embarrass you. We want to uplift you to the truth. That's all. So let's take our time and let's try and get to that end, And I'm asking for your honesty and integrity here. That's going to be very important. So if you don't know the answer, there's no shame in that. Okay, it's not a shame you show here. It's let's learn together. So if you don't know, it saves time, especially for those who are listening in the live stream, because they're hanging on to every word we say. So if you don't know the answer, just say you don't know the answer. That's it. And it tends to be nice and smooth when I'm trying to get it done. And you do get the cog disc guy, especially with the gravity thing. That tends to get them spiraling, but I just stay to the main core of the thing is that it's an unproven theory, you see. And then there's the spin that has to be, and then I might quote Einstein to him, that no optical experiment can be conducted to detect Earth's rotation. That's Einstein saying that. Okay, now if Einstein's saying that, are you going to argue with the Einstein? Now he said he can't do. What are we saying here? You're an Einstein, are you?
Yeah, I haven't heard. anything from 24/7 for a while. I haven't been there.
Yeah. You can tell when the heliocentrists start to feel inadequate because now they're beginning to realize that they improved the globe now. Wow. You know, right. And I'm aware of that. So I'm very careful. I don't want to push them too far, but I get them to acknowledge that. They have to concede that they can't prove it. Okay. Now, if you can't prove it, why is that? Why can't you prove it? Is it because it's not there? I mean, logically, it should be there, shouldn't it? Right. But if you can't, you know, and then it starts to appeal to authority. They go down that road, don't they? Start mentioning the big guns and that. I said, oh, okay, yeah, but they haven't been able to prove it either. I mean, what evidence have they brought to bear? You're in the same boat, mate. There's nothing there. You know. To the satellites, don't they? Yeah, but what about the satellites, you see? Yeah, but NASA says there's no real pictures, though, they said. Or videos, for that matter. And they're getting $67 million a day. I mean, how dare they tell me that? I have no rights to tell. I demand the pictures, man. I'm demanding at that price. That'd be silly. If we run a business like that, we'd be shut down. That's fraud, don't you think?
Yeah.
And to imagine, right? What was it? How many times? I'm just trying to think of the number now. Can't remember the number, but
my mind is still on what we were talking about before, actually. And I was just thinking how, like, the thing is, like, with like the bar thing, and you know, like you were mentioning, like that whole topic. I guess at the end of the day, what's interesting is that in today's world, if you're putting something out there, whether it's a physical place for people to come, or even more so, if it's like a live stream type thing, like you are more or less publishing that content in one way or another. So it's just interesting, like how that all plays out between, like, I think there's an honorable way to respect people's free speech, but also to have like a certain level of like discernment or kind of like a uniqueness in the structure of something without being actually, you know, straight up censorship type stuff.
Yeah, without infringing on anyone's rights, sort of thing. You can put your disclaimer out there. That's fine. Yeah, they do reserve the right to refuse someone, as long as that's legally on the wall. That's great, but they still have to have a reason. You can't just do it willy-nilly. I didn't like the color of his clothing. You know, he smelled funny. You know, I mean, these things that's wrong. He caused a disturbance. There you go. Thank you very much. Yeah. Because that happened to me and my wife in London. Yeah, go on.
Well, I was saying, did did he get banned because he already caused a huge disruption? Because he would be the guy to do it. Like a lot of people could probably just talk about 9/11 at a bar and be fine, and I don't know all the details of that, but you mentioned that, so it's like, but if there's any person that could probably just light the whole bar on fire. I'm not saying actual fire. I'm saying get some like tension going about those topics, like, because I don't know what he's like in person, but if he, you know, he's very like animated.
Yeah, he said he's been barred from a few establishments. Actually, is what he said. And I laughed.
Wow, because he's in there telling them
that
Barack Obama is Will Smith.
Barack Obama's Jimmy
and
Carter.
the dodo. Oh my God, is that what he's doing? He's going to bars and going full blown. He's going full like Dodo and Aristarchus, and oh my gosh, and then bars are banning him.
I reckon that's what he's doing. You know, I reckon that's what he's doing. You know what I mean? Because he's that kind of guy. You know. But you got to know when to switch off, man. You got to know when to switch off, though. That's the thing. You know?
Is he still going on about Will Smith?
Oh, he was doing that yesterday. He was doing that yesterday.
Oh my God!
He was doing my fucking head in. I didn't realise that I was unmuted while I was like, oh, he's not going to go there, is it? Again. and everyone laughed. But I'm not muted. So I let it slip. Fucking up. Yeah, he was carrying on with the same thing. So I left the server for a while, came back, and he was still there. And then that's when he dropped this the story about him being banned from the pubs and that. But in my situation, well, I was doing security at nightclubs. I've been doing it for like 6 years at a time. And then I met my wife, who was my fiance at the time. We became a couple, and I gave her the engagement ring. We got engaged on my birthday, so I'd never forget. Yeah, okay, so that was good. That was that month when I was feeling good about that. You know, we were happy, and I went to an establishment in Wardour Street, West End, London. Okay, I always carried my security pass even when I wasn't working. Okay, so I was approaching the door now, and the guy goes, "Sorry, we're full up," sort of thing. And I looked, I said, "No, you're not full up, mate. I can see there's spaces where we can stand. There's lots of room there, mate. What's going on with?" He goes, "Yeah, well, sorry, we can't let you in." Like, "What do you mean you can't let me in?" I goes, "Look, listen, mate, look, I'm with my fiance here. We just want to come out and have a nice drink, okay?" Still being adamant. Then I pulled out my security pass. He goes, "Look, yeah, from Westminster, so I do this job like you do. Now, why are you stopping me? I want to see your manager right now." So I moved him out the way. I goes, "Can I speak to the manager, please?" Shout it out really loud. "Where's the manager?" Really threw my voice in now. And then the manager came out and goes, "Look, this is my name. This is who I am. I'm with my fiance. Just want to have a drink. Your doorman stopped me from coming in. What's going on? What's the policy here?" He goes, "I'm sorry about that. Please go and have a drink." I goes, "Please bear in mind, yeah, that if you do have any trouble, I will assist and help you. Okay? Thank you very much." So he looked a right cunt on the door, didn't he now? And my fiance felt really good. You see? So even though I was being discriminated against, I turned that around. Instantly, he had no chance. You better be careful.
You dealt with it professionally, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I'd done that once, and then another time I was taking a friend of mine, a girl who was having trouble with her boyfriend. He was on drugs, okay, heroin and that stuff. And she wanted to have a good night out. And she said, "Jim, can you come with me to this club, blah, blah." I said, "Yeah, okay, I'll accompany you. Why not? I'll chaperone you." Took her on the motorbike, She enjoyed that. Went to the club. Now, it's kind of like this time of the year, winter time, okay? Now, the people are lining up. Now, the black security guy was making people stand around for no reason. He wasn't getting them in, okay? I thought, now, this is wrong. What's he doing? Because you know what they try and do? Create a long line to attract other people, to make it seem like it's a really busy venue. But this is winter. You can't do that in winter time. So I walked up to him, and I knew the guy in the club, okay, who owned the club. He a Jewish guy that used to work in Camden Town, okay? So basically I said, "Look, can you not get these people in? Because look at them, they're cold, yeah? What's going on, yeah? If you don't do your job properly, I'm going to go down and tell the boss, yeah, that you're not doing your job properly, yeah? So can you get them in, okay? Fuck." And then I walked back to the queue, and then, yeah, he started moving the people in. I goes, "Yeah, fucking right." And the girl couldn't believe that I did that. I said, "Look, when you do security, this kind of behaviour is not good. Not good for business, not good for the punter. He's acting like he's better than the people. But he doesn't realise that he's at service to the people. That's his job. And if there's trouble, he's got to help them. So leaving them standing outside looking like lemons is not the way. Sorry, get them in there. Then they're spending their money, they're having a good time, and you're doing your job. Anyway, yeah, that smoothed it out. I don't like that kind of thing. I was always for the people when I did that kind of work. Always for the people.
I think because you'd done the job, though, you knew where they were being complacent in it. So you kind of knew where you could tell them, "You ain't doing your job properly, are you?"
Yeah, you've been a bit of a cunt, aren't you? I'm letting people hang around. And the punters, they're just going to stand there and wait, you know what I mean? And that's, I just couldn't.
Yeah, exactly. The punters that don't know, that haven't done that job, they don't really know whether they're not doing their job properly. So
yeah, they're not aware.
It takes someone to know.
Yeah, so I just tell them, get it done, man. You know what I mean? Because I'll have your job.
I do remember seeing a funny what do they call it?
Sketch.
Message outside the front of a pub. One down the road, or one of the next town from me. They used to stream the football from internet on TV, so they
on the big screens.
Yeah, they didn't pay any subscription to like Sky or anything like that. So they had a post. They had like a little sticker on the front door of their pub that said, "No, members of Sky are allowed in this pub." I thought that was class.
That's now you know that pub, the guy's got humour. You know you're
Yeah,
gonna have a good time
definitely.
in there.
Definitely.
That sign alone will tell you you're gonna have a good time in there. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, just because the guy's getting free Sky in it, you don't want those Sky people coming in. Oh, classic.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really expensive, isn't it, to broadcast stuff in an establishment like that?
Yeah, I didn't realise that, you know what I mean? But yeah, but they make a lot of money though, don't they? You know what I mean? Those pubs anyway. I mean, but saying that, pub drinking in England has plummeted, hasn't it? It's died almost.
What's that, sorry?
Going to the pub for a drink. That's really gone
Yeah.
downhill in the UK. And this
Especially
COVID
these
thing
last
now,
2 years.
it's totally destroyed it. Yeah, it's totally destroyed it now. Yeah. I mean, in the Camden area, some of these pubs have been turned into mini supermarkets, really plush, high-class mini supermarkets, and they're doing a right roaring trade. You know?
Yeah.
Quite surprised, yeah, that the pub scene's died. Also, you'd be surprised to know that the Japanese owned a large, over 50% of the pubs in the UK, owned by a Japanese company. I think it's Suntory or something like that. Do you know that?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah. That surprised me. How did they manage that one? But yeah.
Yeah. What the Japanese doing with their fingers in English pies, eh?
Yeah, you know? But yeah, they owned it. I couldn't believe it when I heard that.
There'll be sushi bars then.
I mean, if they went that way, it might have increased the clientele. Because I remember when my fiance my wife came to London, which was in 1998. Her mother, she was having problems, right? Listen to this. She was having problems receiving a parcel because she came in September, and that's in a few months, it's going to be winter, isn't it? Yeah. So her mum had already sent the stuff and she chose the wrong company, Parcel Force. Okay, Parcel Force, she sent it, right? So November goes by, we're into December, still hasn't arrived. So I asked my fiance, I said, look, go and ask your mum for all the details, what everything that she wrote down, the whole consignment note numbers, everything, and I will go and get it for you, okay? Right? So when she got it, I rang up Parcel Force to find out which depot I need to go to. So I went to the depot, it was in Cricklewood, okay? And I'm lining up now, right, to wait and that, right? And then it's my turn now, 25 minutes later, showed him the consignment note, right? And he disappeared for like 15 minutes, looking, came back. Goes, no, I don't think it's here, right? And right behind him were a couple of boxes behind him. I said, what about that stuff there? And that was it. That it was and I goes, well, how long has that been there? Oh, that's been there for a few months. Well, why didn't you deliver it? I said, Parcel Force, never getting there. What a shit! Give me the stuff, man. Right. And then took it to my girlfriend. Right? I said, yeah, look, this is your stuff. And in there, one box was full of Japanese rice cakes. Okay, Japanese rice cakes. So one evening when I was working in the pub, there doing the security at the door, I took a whole load to introduce it to the owner of the pub. Right? He laid them down on these saucers, these rice cakes. Okay, and I said, these are Japanese rice cakes. They're better than the Golden Wonder crisps that make you fat. These are low calorie, highly nutritious, got seaweed ones. And I tell you what, I never saw these things disappear so quick. I took about 20 and they were gone in seconds. And people were eating and drinking their beer. And then they asked me, have you got any more? I said, I'll bring some tomorrow. I got loads, yeah. A whole massive box full of the stuff. You know, and yeah, so the English people, they love all that. Sushi and that, it would have gone down well because those snacks went down like hot cakes. Couldn't believe it.
And then the chef hated you because he had to add something else to the menu.
Yeah. There's a few more chops on the table, you know. But yeah, I was so surprised how quickly they disappeared from the plate. All I saw was hands. Once the plate was laid down, hands, and then it was all gone. I thought, fucking hell, really? And then I watched them eat it. I said, there, they like it. Okay. Yeah. So I brought some more the next day. Friday, Saturday. Do you ever go to the pub these days?
Nah, no, not really. I mean, I used to when I was working a lot. Because that's what the chefs used to do. It'd be like, right, straight to the pub after work.
Yeah.
Out till 3 in the morning, and then it'll be no excuse for not coming in tomorrow because I've got to be in tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Fun times.
Yeah. It's all gone belly up though. Everything's way too expensive now. Overpriced everything. You know, the economy in Britain is just fucked up completely. They're overcharging for silly things, man. You know? Look, when I was a kid, fish and chips used to be like £1. Yeah? You know what I mean? For your fish and chips. Or less than that even, like 65p. And you got cod and chips. Right? You're into 12 quid, 15 quid, 20 quid now.
Yeah, you're lucky if you get a chocolate bar for 65p.
Shit, that's mad, isn't it? Crazy. Yeah. 20% VAT. Value added tax. What fucking value are you talking about that you're adding the tax on? What an insult words, eh? Value added tax. Do you understand? Value added. Oh. If those words aren't an insult and then the tax on the end. Instant anger. Value added tax. Oh, couldn't they chose a better word? Better wording, should I say? And it's at 20%. Here in Japan, the VAT here in Japan, which is known as the consumer tax, is currently at 8%. 3 years back, it just gone to 8%. It was 5%. So I came in 99, it was 5%. All right, VAT. Back then it was 17% in England, 1999. So yeah, to tell you that things were cheap here was like amazing. Cheap petrol, and you know the petrol in Japan is cheaper than in the UK, and UK's got oil. I couldn't understand that one, and then when I actually looked it up, I discovered it was 60% of that is tax on the British driver, the motorist. You're paying 60% tax on the fuel, so it could be a lot cheaper. It's the tax that they fucking put on. That's a high tax rate, 60%. That's way too high.
Value added tax. Well, yeah, such strange wording.
Yeah, I always thought about that when I was in London. You know, what fucking value are they talking about that I'm getting that they're taxing me on? What added value? It pissed me off every time you pay for something. You know what I mean? VAT. Yeah, the words "rip off Britain." That's what I grew up with. That's what I grew up hearing. That "rip off Britain." Okay, do you ever heard that expression ever?
Yeah, yeah.
That was during the 80s. Yeah, rip off Britain, 80s and 90s, but mainly the 80s. Rip off Britain. Margaret Thatcher's Britain. Rip off Britain. Yeah. And when the IRA blew up the Brighton, the Brighton bombing, and they got the wrong room in that hotel, I thought, you bloody idiots! Why didn't you get the right fucking room, man? They bombed the fucking wrong room. Stupid cunts. You know. I remember when they bombed Harrods. I was around there like the day before, all right, and then the next day we're hearing the Arabs have got a taxi bomb, boom, fucking, it went up, and then the BBC went up, boom, and then I went to see my friend, right, at Ealing Broadway the next day, the pub by the station block, Ealing Broadway, boom. I'm thinking, fuck me, I'm very lucky. Whoa, what's going on? And then I started to think, why is it that the RA are not going to number 10 Downing Street and just get them there? Because basically the British government is risking the public's life here. Why are they occupying Ireland? Why can't they just leave it? What's going on? Why has Britain's got their foot in Ireland and in Belfast and that, and causing mayhem in central London? That's wrong, man. Couldn't understand why you could do that. Couldn't understand why Britain is occupying Ireland, because that's what they're doing, yeah?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's occupation, and that's risking our lives in London, yeah? That's not good, is it? Not good at all. Couldn't understand it for 1 second, man. I thought, nah. And then the Good Friday Agreement that took years to fucking get together, yeah? With the Sinn Féin and all that lot. The Troubles, all that. Whoa, what a nightmare that stuff was, man. I think the biggest shame of that all was that these groups, both groups, Protestants and Catholics, but they were attacking the children going to school. That, you know, grown-ups throwing things at kids. This is in Belfast, yeah. Throwing objects at children going to school. I was totally disgusted with that, because it's not the kids' fault. You know what I mean? You can't blame the children. Yeah. You know what I mean? But they attack the children. I could never swallow that one. Just didn't leave me feeling good. So whenever I was in a pub and I met an Irishman and we were talking about the Catholic, the Protestants and the British, I'd say, yeah, but you know, really, you should be able to get on and let God decide. You don't have the right to be blowing people up, and you don't have a right to be blowing them up. You know, you've got to live. If you've got to live your way, you live your way. You want to live under your rules of the religion, you live that way. And let God up there decide, yeah? Can't you do that? Because the beating up of children, I mean, that's you should go to jail for that. Come on. It's wrong. Yeah. And they called me a realist. I said, that's what else is there to be then? It's not a crime, is it? You know, I mean, in this bar that I used to work at called Arizona, Camden Town. Nice place. But yeah, I was talking to these Irish guys, regulars.
Yeah, I'm too young to remember any of that, and I didn't learn about any of it at school either.
No, okay, yeah. They wanted to put that under the carpet, didn't they? Obviously, swept that under the carpet. But it was an interesting part of Britain history, British history. That I'd be embarrassed. You've been occupying your own land, causing mayhem. Where's the logic in that? It kind of like dawned onto me in the end after all these bombings. I thought it dawned to me that the British government's risking my life here. Fuck me, and then he got done up with bloody Arabs, and now BBC, and then now bloody Ealing Broadway. I mean, you know, what's going on now? You know, obviously, you know, the Irish had a point. They wanted it to be Ireland. They want to be independent.
Yeah, Britain trying to take what's not theirs once again.
Yeah.
Like, I remember something I watched where it was like, what if Britain had to give all of their like historical relics and that back to where they came from? We wouldn't have any museums in Britain.
That's right. That's right. Especially those the Egyptian stones and that, or the Greek stones and that they've got that they want back. You know, yeah, in the British Museum. Wow, yeah.
From anywhere, like, it doesn't belong to Britain, isn't it? It's all stolen from other countries.
Yeah, that's right. So I was just thinking, yeah, that's absolutely right. They've got to return all this stuff. I mean, what? You dead have nothing. Yeah, they wouldn't have anything to display.
Maybe
Lord Elgin was the problem for those Acropolic stuff. Lord Elgin is the man to blame for the Greek stuff. Okay, I looked into it. You see. Lord, honestly, these titles they give themselves. Yeah. OBE. Rise, Sir, whoever. Be getting knighted by the Queen. For a lifetime, what is it, dedication to whatever their discipline was, you get knighted or you receive an OBE.
Yeah, didn't Lewis Hamilton get that just recently?
Oh, did he? I didn't realise that. Yeah, well then, well, good luck to him. I don't want to be that close to that lot, so I probably would have refused it, to be honest. Don't mean anything.
Nah, exactly.
Yeah, I just don't want to be part of that lot. I'm more with the people.
Yeah, it's almost like a tarnishing title, isn't it? You don't really want it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm this is it. That means that I'm aligning myself with their history, and I can't do that. I didn't agree with the Iraqi war and the Afghanistan war, so that's already didn't agree with the slavery. I don't agree with the taxation that's going down now, and you know, so I can't align myself with them. I'm not of you people. Sorry. So there's no chance that I'm going to be. I would always be the controversial type of guy anyway. Speak my mind. You know. I'd always be in the papers because I've always got something to say. You know. But being like that puts a target on your back. So you've got to be careful. But I'm always going to be approachable. So, yeah. But I'm always going to be approachable to people. So that's fine. But I'm going to call it what it is. That's it. As they say, call a spade, you know. That's what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Like a lot of people like to say that America are this terrible country that go around and, you know, terrorize all the other countries in the world. Well, they're just carrying on where Britain left off. And Britain carried on where Italy left off. And Italy carried on where the last one left off, you know.
Yeah. So it's all interlinked. They're all working together to undermine humanity. That's what they're doing. You know? Because it's clearly obvious if you want peace, put down the gun. Right? So it just makes you wonder what's going on in the brain of the soldier. What's going on? I know you get trained. I know you get trained to kill, and you get the best training, and you go through the motions until it becomes like you're breathing normal. Okay, but then there is the side of you that you can't lose your rationale to question something, because I never lost that. I always asked the questions. So that's why I left the military, because I wasn't stupid. I wasn't totally brainwashed. You see. And because I was asking these questions, that's why I wasn't getting promoted. I'm a team player, and I'm always helping my fellow soldiers all the time, because I excelled at that stuff, you know. So if one of my colleagues couldn't lift up his kit because he had a blister on his foot, for example, I'd carry his kit. You know, I have to, otherwise we're going to lose. So I'm always like that. But I wasn't. But I always speak my mind. When something was wrong, I wasn't going to do it. I was in the guardhouse as well a few times. That's like a military prison, the guardhouse. Yeah, spent a few hours in there on occasions because I refused to obey an order.
For asking too many questions, eh?
well, disobeying orders and that, yeah, and asking the questions, yeah. So I wasn't getting promoted, and that's why I left, because I was one of the best, if not the best. Fucking hell, man. 200% into the fucking thing. Best turnout, best buller, best at shooting. The fuck's going on? Why am I not getting promoted? People coming in after me are getting promoted. Less than I am. Fuck. Well, that's not right. Because, you know, you got to stand up for yourself, okay? So black people always have to work hard. So I worked hard, but I wasn't getting the results. Well, what's going on, man? That's not right. Yeah. And then when I left, I said, I know you people are racist. I said, I know you're racist. That's why you never promoted me. Yeah,
Well, I
that's
could
why I'm
imagine
leaving.
probably back then even more so. Yeah, but
Yeah.
it might even be the fact that you just had a bit more of a noggin in it. All of the others were just ready to take orders.
Yeah.
Where you weren't. You know, you're
Yeah.
questioning
And I
what you're
dropped the
being
kid
told to
back
do.
down. Yeah. I dropped the kid back down on the table. My brother stayed on, by the way. He said for me not to, because now I'm leaving. Because I want to be promoted, but I'm not getting promoted. So I dropped the kid back. I goes, whenever I see you guys on the street, I'll always know you're racist. You will never be able to look me in the eye. You will never be able to look me in the eye, because I know who you are. I know what you are. Okay? Thank you. Goodbye. And left. Turned around and left. And I never looked back. Glad I did. Because look what's happened, you know. They're going around killing innocent children in their own countries. Fucking hell. Terrible. Look, there was a black woman, I think, where did this happen? In Africa somewhere, where the British unit raped this black woman and then killed her. And then they came back to Britain, soldiers. They went out for a drink and it got out of control. And they went to the prostitute. I think the woman was a prostitute, I think. But they ended up killing her. Well, I say they, one soldier killed her. And then they all grouped together to hide the body there. And then they came back to England. You know, and it all came out recently. Fucking, you know, disgusting. Do you know what I mean, though?
But do you think that's a bit of a problem in the army, that they kind of feel like they're above the law, innit? Especially when they're out on duty, not on their own, you know, land, and not even on duty. Yeah, they feel like they can
they're a
just
bit
get away
gung
with
ho.
everything.
They're very much gung ho when they're not on their own soil. Yeah. But you know, I was always reminding them of their position, because when I was again on the door, they'd come to the pub, like in a Parkway where I was working in Camden Town Parkway, and a whole unit came in, you know, military unit. So the first thing I did was when they all came in and got their drinks, I pulled over the sergeant. I said, "Look, don't let your men here bring your company, your unit into disrepute." Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. I used to do the butt up and shit shaving. We told when to shit shaving shampoo. I've done all that. Yeah. I wasn't really just like you. All I'm telling you is to make sure that your men are in control. Yeah. You might be on Siri Street, but don't let it get out of hand. Okay. Right. Go and have a nice time. So I let him know that I'm on their level. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, then it was okay. It was fine, because you know. It's always, to have that mentality, it's them and us, like on Civvy Street, you know, like they're better. That's part of their training. I'll tell you that, it's part of the training. They make you feel that you're better than the citizens. Like the citizens are like sleepwalking.
Not a simple civvy.
Yeah, that's right. So I had to remind them that it's the civilians that are paying for all your uniform. Yeah, and the food you eat and the vehicles you drive. All right. Remember, you signed up to protect your citizens. So do your protection. Have a drink, but don't let it get out of control. So yeah, and then you know, and part of that, keeping it under control is putting my presence, walking around. You know, just walking through them and having a look and not saying anything, and then go back to the door, and then take it in turns with my mates, rotating it.
It's like the power 4 hours, 4 hour power window in gin.
Yeah, you know it. How you doing?
Good. Oh, I'm just back. I've been listening the whole time. Hours now, gin. You're telling all sorts of stories. You're good.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
You've done a lot in your
ourselves. We're enjoying. Oh yeah, I've done a lot. I mean, we may as well share it whilst nothing's going on, kind of thing, and hopefully motivate people to do the best and care for each other. I think that's what it's all about in these times of tyrannical mayhem. You know?
Yeah, you sound like a stand-up character to me, mate.
Oh yeah, I'll stand up. I'll take it and I'll give it. Got to be.
Yeah, but for fair reasons, you know what I mean? You sound like it's, you know, you're not just going to go and bully someone for no fucking reason just because you can.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I haven't got time. Yeah, I'm more in for a laugh all the time. That's me when we go out, you know. That's the main thing, yeah. Have a laugh in a safe environment and let's enjoy it.
yeah, but too many people turn a blind eye, Jin, you know, when they see something at night, but they turn a blind eye because they don't want to upset their night. But you sound to me like a guy that you would be able to let something go and you'd sort it out. Good.
Yeah. No, yeah, there's no way, you know. I've had the company CEO apologize to me when I stood my ground because I used to work so hard that I used to work through the lunch in order to keep the company running. I was working in a rag trade sort of thing, right? And one van came up because when garments are coming off a van, you want a particular size of a particular color to come in first, and then it flows nicely, yeah, you know, in all the sizes. And this guy came in with it was like someone set a bomb up in his van and everything was mixed up. Now, do you know what I mean, right? So normally to empty a van would take about 20 minutes. This thing's going to take minimum an hour and a half because I'm going to have to sort each one out. Everything's fucking jumbled. You know what I said? I said to him, go back to your factory and get this sorted out. Get out of here. Next truck, please. And he had to wait a little while in the queue and then he's getting turned away, right? You know what he did? He went off to the boss, okay, and complained. So the boss comes up now, Jewish, you know, the big man, comes up. He goes, Jim, why did you turn the man away? He goes, please look at his van. It's all upside down. Yeah? You know what I mean? He goes, yeah, but I don't pay you to do that. I said, yeah, you don't pay me to do that. So let me tell you something. I'm going to take my lunch because I haven't had my lunch yet. Okay? So I stopped work and I went up and had my fucking lunch now. So then 10 minutes later, as I was eating, he came up and apologized. He said, I didn't realize you had your lunch. No, it's okay. I don't mind not having my lunch because I actually enjoy the job. But I don't want people bringing their vans in like that, yeah? Because that's a waste of time. How hard is it to load up the van at the factory where they produce the garments? That's their responsibility, not ours. And he said he agreed because he sent him back. Yeah, go fuck off out of it, man. So that was, you know, at least I got respect from the boss in the end. Yeah, you know. Yeah. Fuck that. I'm not stupid. I know, I always used to say it back then, yeah. I know my self-worth. I always had to say that. I know my self-worth. You know, it's funny that you have to say that. But I said that a lot. Because I used to see people like acting like they weren't worth anything and they were down and out and always on a downer. And I put it down to them not knowing their self-worth. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that self-worth is like knowing your rights sort of thing. Because that's how I grew up. I grew up when there was a lot of strikes going on and things like that. So you get to learn through your elders that are around you, your self-worth and your rights. Yeah, I learned it, man. Quickly, I learned that. Whilst I had to overcome the fear of racism. Yeah, that scared me. Yeah. Because I remember having a fight at elementary school and I didn't realise why I was fighting this guy. What's going on? Why are they attacking me? You know, it was because of my colour. And I thought I didn't realise, you know. So I had that to deal with. But it scared me. But in the end, I overcame it.
Yeah, if the term white privilege ever like if it ever has any meaning at all, I would consider it maybe just that what you just mentioned there, because I'm privileged to not have ever had to have that worry as a kid growing up about you know people picking on me just because of my fucking colour. Like, I do feel that that is a privilege, but when they say the term white privilege, they obviously mean something else. Yeah. That'd be fucked, Jim. I can't imagine that.
Sorry?
Oh, it wouldn't have been good growing up, you know, being scared just because of your skin colour.
Yeah,
it did happen to quite a few white people in my life.
Oh yeah, yeah. It happened to the Irish. The Irish suffered that
Yep.
same kind of stigma. Yeah, I remember that. That's why I had a lot of Irish friends. You see, because we could relate. I mean, look, I'm marching to the cadets. Okay, one evening I wasn't with my brother because I think my brother wasn't well, so I was on my own. I'd got off at Trafalgar Square because the bus 24 wasn't going to Pimlico, where my cadet HQ was. Okay, so I was marching. Okay, I would have been about 13 or 14. Yeah, so I'm marching because you don't walk when you're in the uniform, you march. Okay, so I'm marching to cadets now. Okay, marching. And then I walked past this Irish guy. Okay, he was a little bit drunk because he had his BP bottle and drinking. And he said, you know what he said to me? He goes, you know what? The Scottish will love you, the Irish will love you, but the English will hate you. That's what he said. Those words, I never forgot them. Right? And I thought, what did he mean? What did he mean by that? I was thinking. So kept marching, and as the months went by, I began to realise, yeah, that's what he meant. Yeah, the racism thing. Took me a while to articulate what he said, but I put it together in the end. I thought, yeah, and I never forgot that because I did have a lot of Scottish and Irish friends, as well as English friends and Greeks because it's multicultural. But I never forgot those words ever.
Yeah, my mum's best friend, she's from Jamaica, innit? Her husband was Irish, so yeah. But yeah, they remembered back in the day that you used to have on shops, innit? No blacks, no Irish, no dogs. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
So yeah, fucking sick.
Yeah, they used to call me a WOG, Western Oriental Gentleman. That's what I used to say to them. Oh, thanks for calling me a gentleman. That was my way of psychologically rebutting what they said, yeah? Yeah. Nigger, pull the trigger, bang, bang, bang. That was the other one the kids used to say a lot at school. And gollywog and all that. But, in the end, that was all like water up a duck's back. Yeah. I'd outgrown the fear and, dealt with the situation and it was all right. Didn't hate anybody.
Yeah, I remember trying to split up a fight. Like my first year in secondary school, this white dude's getting beaten up by some Asian dude, innit? And I asked the guy, I was like, why are you hitting him? I didn't even know the white guy, but I was just like, I said to him, why are you hitting him? He goes, well, he called me a Paki. I was like, well, are you from Pakistan though? Because if you're not, there's no need to be offended. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
If you are, yeah, fair play. Like guys being racist, beat the shit out of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah.
Talking of that, I went to an Indian restaurant known as Bengal Bertie's on Archway. Just opened. So prior to it being opened, they went around, they give you the flyer. You have a complimentary bottle of wine with your first meal. Free, because on opening day. So I got my cousins together and my brother and I goes, yeah, let's go for the Indian restaurant, yeah? It's opening this weekend. And we go, yeah, okay, come on, man. So we went, right? Now, I'm always in control where I want to sit. I wouldn't sit where I want to sit, okay? So, but I always give them a chance to see where they're going to put me. You know what I mean? So I'm going in. I said, yeah, table for 6, please. All right, let's go. And he put me right by the door where people are coming in and out. I said, no. I don't want to sit here. I want to sit over there, okay? That's where I'm going to sit. Like, okay, thank you very much. Sat down, okay. So now we got the meal, we're eating, okay? And then some obnoxious white lads came in. And they were just taking the piss out of them, taking the piss out of the Indians, and making fun of them and that, right? And I thought that was wrong. So when I went to the loo, right, one of them came in. I was pissed off. I wasn't going to say anything, but the fact that he came in gave me an opportunity to have a word with him. I said, look, don't take the piss out of the Indians. They're giving you good service here. What are you taking the piss out of them for? Do you know what I mean? You're a mug to do that. It's not good, yeah? So stop it, because I'm not enjoying my fucking meal, all right? You're making it hard. Fuck's sake. Right, and then I left, sat down, and then the owner came up to me and asked us, what did we think of the meal and everything? I said, yeah, the meal is very, very good, excellent, but your service stinks. because I noticed how you fussed over those people, and you fussed, and they're insulting you, but you never fussed over us like that. I didn't like that, I said to him, okay? And ever since that day, whenever I go there, I always got a complimentary glass of whiskey, a Jack Daniels and Coke, for free, you know, because I highlighted that point to him. I said, I work hard for my money. I don't steal my money. I work for it like everybody else. So service the same, you know, because that's what they do, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I remember my parents having a similar one where they went to a Chinese takeaway, one that we normally always go to, and there was a couple of drunk lads in there, just trying to be, you know, like just taking the mick out of them, you know, like
being cocky,
basically, or even racist in a sense as well. So, but yeah, after they left, my parents just said to them, "We're so embarrassed for how they treated you and all that." And please don't think we're all like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, yeah. It's nice that your parents did that, you know what I mean? Because they felt embarrassed, didn't they? Yeah. For them, rather than themselves. But yeah, you know, yeah, that's just being cocky.
Yeah, drunk, probably, isn't it? Mostly.
Yeah. Yeah, I always got a nice complimentary drink with that, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. The service was good. When I go in, or if I take a takeout, no problem.
Extra spicy?
No, I don't go for the extra. No need. No, all that extra spiciness was because back then the bacteria was so rife that you need to put that to ward it off. But nowadays, I don't have to eat that. I don't go for the pow. No need. You know, I like a chicken korma, butter chicken, chicken madras, chicken vindaloo, chicken mughalai. Yeah, you know, onion bhajis, paratha, keema naan.
Onion bhajis, man.
Oh, they're like with the mint sauce. They are just a
Oh,
nightmare.
that sauce is to die for, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, I remember. Do you know another thing that the Indians tend to do when we were growing up? Okay, you know, you get a regular price for a product, but they'd put like £27 and a half. You think, what the fuck is the half doing? Do you know what I mean? Why did you put 27.5 pence? And you think, you know, that half pence might mean you might have to break into a pound. Do you know what I mean? Well, you know, that's when I heard the term penny pinching. Right, when I was growing up, I go, yeah, the Indians love the penny pinch, don't they? They fucking do, you know? £10.99 and a half. Yeah, it really got me, you know? I've come to Japan, okay? And there's an Indian guy, okay, right? He's got a restaurant, okay? And I'm his #1 regular customer, okay? I'm not now, but I was at one point, regular customer, going in and getting my favourite curry, right? And then suddenly he started putting the price up. Do you know what I said to him? I goes, I'm going to pay you this. This is how much I'm going to pay you. You can put it up, but I'm not going to pay you that. So I never paid. But it was like he put it up like 20 yen, which is like similar to saying £10.99 and a half, right? I'm not going to give you that 20 yen, I said to him, okay? So I'm going to give you 2,200 yen and that's it. 2,220 yen, I'm not going to give you that. That's what I said to him. And he says, yeah, that's okay, Jen. I go, yeah, good. I'm glad. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll pay for your curry, mate. Yeah. You know. And then I used to advertise
like, where's the extra 20 yen? Where's... That's what I'd be like.
Yeah, you broke up there. Sorry, I didn't hear it. Where's what?
You ask him, where's the extra 20 yen? Oh.
Yeah, in the food, exactly. You know, exactly. I just thought it was silly. They were penny pinching. You know, I mean, no, I'm not paying you that extra 20. You know, just
yeah. You should give me a discount, seeing as I'm a regular.
Yeah, I'm your #1 customer. That's right. I am your #1. You know that. You don't come to my school to learn English, do you? No, you don't. You don't put anything in my business. So what I did was I used him. I asked him if he could advertise my leaflets and that. And oh yeah, thank you very much. taped it up nicely. Yeah, put one here and put one over there and put one over there when they're sitting there. Nice, thanks. Do you know what I mean? I'm a regular customer here. So I'm giving you money, so then you can help me try and recuperate money back. Thanks. You know? 2020 yen. Yeah, right. Get rid of that.
So what would that be equivalent of in England? Like, what's 2,000 yen?
Oh, like a 2,000 yen would be like a tenner.
All right, cool.
Yeah. It's like a tenner and 5 pence. As if that's going to make any difference. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Silly arse. And I'm going to give you that 5 pence. I'm not going to give you that 5 pence, am I? You know I'm not. All right. It was the same thing. My son used to occasionally get asthma attacks, okay? And one evening, he came downstairs. He could hardly breathe. He was fighting to get air into his lungs, okay? So what did I do to help him? Because at this time, we didn't really realize that it was real asthma, okay? So we didn't have the ventilator that they use, right? So I got eucalyptus, right? Put it in a cup, hot water, and let it infuse so he could finally breathe properly, right? My wife was on the phone getting the ambulance round, okay? Because she wanted to take him to the hospital, right? It was in the evening as well, late night, okay? About 10 o'clock or something like that, really late. He was maybe even 11, late. So, okay, right, the ambulance has arrived. I've got in the car, okay, and we've driven off together. I'm following the ambulance all the way now. It's on the area, lights flashing. Sit down. The doctor wasn't around, so we sat down for about 40 minutes for the doctor to arrive. I don't know where he came from, probably his house.
Jesus.
And by that time, my son had recovered fully, okay? So he gave him the test and everything, checked out body examination. He goes, okay, well, there's nothing we can do, okay? You're fine. Okay, I'll take him home. Oh, you need to pay for the ambulance. I said, what do you mean I need to pay for the ambulance? How much? And he wanted 50 quid. I said, I haven't got that money. That's what I said. I haven't got no money for you, mate. I had the money, but I'm not going to pay. I'm not going to pay you that. I didn't give him a penny. Fuck that. Paying for an ambulance? That should be fucking free. We pay our taxes. So I said to my son, don't always pay money when they ask you to pay for something. Just say you haven't got the money. You know what I mean? They can't take it from you. Right. We got in the car, we drove off. I said to my son, he said, I've got the money. I said, Mummy would have paid, but Daddy doesn't pay when it's not necessary. I don't think it's necessary. We already paid the taxes. So no, that's it. I didn't pay it. So sometimes you got to put your foot down,
Yeah.
50 quid for a fucking ambulance. What are you kidding? Yeah. I learned all this kind of psychology in Britain. Rip off Britain. You learn, don't you? Once you've been ripped off, you don't want to be ever ripped off again. So that's it. Yeah. Yeah, man, you got to learn and put your foot down. 50 pounds. The thing is though, right? You could get that money back. All you had to do was bring down your medical insurance card, which we didn't have on us at the time, okay? And then you could be reimbursed, okay? So you would get the money back, but that's a lot of fucking around, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? I've got to go and get that come back. Who's paying the petrol for that shit? I just said,
Not
that's
only that, but your son recovered before the doctor even saw you. So
yeah.
Like, what the fuck am I paying for? You to turn up late, mister?
50 quid for a fucking ambulance ride? Are you mad? Nah, man. Even though you would have got it back the next day. But I just didn't buy it. I said, no, I haven't got any money for you, mate. Sorry about that. Never mind, yeah? All right, good. Let's go. Yeah. I said, I didn't bring any money. I'm not scared to say that. I'm not embarrassed to say that. Most people would be embarrassed to say that, but I'm not embarrassed. No, I didn't bring any money, man. Came out quickly. No money. Sorry. And then my son was looking at me. I said to him, look, you didn't see the doctor really. I mean, he wasn't sick, you got cleaned up before he was even arrived. You were already cleared up, yeah? Right. So why am I paying them £50, Ichiman yen, which is 10,000 yen, for a bloody ambulance ride? And now I'm taking you home. Cheek. So no. Sometimes you have to think out of the box. I said to my son, think. Don't waste money and time. So you think out the box, son. Otherwise, you're going to be losing your money. Yeah. The medical system here is you have to pay 33% or 30% of the medical cost. Okay. If you're a Japanese citizen.
Really? So for anything?
Yeah, anything. Yeah, yeah. It's not like the NHS in Britain. No, you got to pay.
Right, but is it? It's not like America where it's like thousands. Obviously, depending on what you get. Say it's a broken
Yeah, it
arm.
can be. Oh, it can be. It can be. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
If you stay in hospital, if you're staying in hospital, you're paying for that. Okay, it's not free. Fuck. No. It's not. It's like America. Period. That's why I maintain my health. I don't want to be spending money like that. Got to be off your mind. Got to be off your rocker. I haven't got private medical insurance, but I'm entitled to the insurance that you get, the regular one, because I pay the tax for that, don't I? You see what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of the residential tax and that, so that entitles me to that family member. So, but I've never used it anyway. So, never mind. But yeah. Well, I should have used it then when my son got that ambulance ride, but I'm not going to give out the money and then come back and then to be reimbursed 70%. Just couldn't be bothered with all that. No, I've got no money for you, man. Sorry. That's that. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. Back in the car. Get out of here. But yeah, 33%. So the National Health Service is a good idea. It's brilliant. But the British government have been deliberately, since I left that country, or probably whilst I was there, just running it down. Yeah, before I left, they were running it down.
Yep.
They were not giving the funds. They're taking the money from your wages. They take it automatically. So the money's there, but they weren't giving it. You know? Because they want to privatise it, don't they? You know? Don't you think? I mean, do you rate the National Health now still? Would you say it was a good place to go if you were sick and that?
I wouldn't say if you were actually sick. I mean, if you got a broken leg or a broken bone, yeah, you're still going to wait hours and hours. But
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, not really good.
There's a couple of years of waiting list for hip replacements. So much so that the French were offering to help out to relieve the queues because they didn't have any. So if you can get your fare to France, you can have that operation done still on the NHS, but it's free.
But you have to pay
you can even work it. You can even work it. Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah. You've got to go to France to have the operation. So yeah, but I still think it was a marvelous idea to have a National Health Service where everybody contribute to it from legal age, so from 18 to when you retire, which is like 65. So prior to that, so from birth to 17, it's free, and then from 65 onwards, it's free. But in the middle, you're paying. Okay.
What, through national insurance?
Yeah, that's right. That would be in Britain. Yeah, national insurance contributions. Yeah, and back then it was like 5%. When I was there, when I was growing up, it was 5% of your wages went to national health.
Yeah, see, maybe it would make people more, I don't know, like more, yeah, like you worry about your health because you don't want to have to pay big bucks, in the hospital.
Absolutely, right? Yeah. I was always worried about my health anyway, even in Britain. So when I was paying all this money, I thought, look, I'm paying all this money. I'm not benefiting. You know what I mean? Well, why am I paying this money, man? That's what I used to think. When you look at your wage slip and you see how much it's leaving you, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you go to the dentist, okay, you're on national health, so it's free. Okay. So dental care is free as well, isn't it? So that's on the NHS. So that was where I benefited a little bit, I suppose.
But that changed. That changed. So I can remember when I was 17, it was still NHS for those under 18.
Right.
But, yeah. So you still have to pay for dental stuff now.
Okay, so you've got to pay for dental treatment. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, for me, when I was there, because I had my national health card, it was free as an adult. But you might have to pay for any medicine. But then again, I didn't have any, so I was okay. It was just like NHS. So if that's changed, that's what I mean. They're running it down, the government. They're running it down. They're ruining it.
Yep, totally.
They're underfunding it.
And the staff that actually knew what they were doing are leaving, and then they're getting people in that don't really know what they're doing.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever watched that documentary by Michael Moore. It was called Sicko. Did you ever see it?
Nah.
Yeah, you can get it on YouTube. I still think you can get it on YouTube still. And it just highlights the shenanigans of the American medical system, okay? Then they compare it to Europe, especially Britain and France, okay? And what you learn is that a whole load of Americans immigrated to England and France because of the national health system. Okay, they're well-to-do, wealthy people, but they just could not stand the shenanigans of the medical health, so they left the country.
But that bad.
Yeah, you got to watch it. It's called Sicko. Michael Moore, great documentary.
I have to have a watch.
Yeah, and it shows you where America was ranking like in the world, 30 something or even lower than that, and it's worse than some third world countries. You know,
yeah.
Insurance companies not paying out. All right, so if you had an underlying medical condition that you didn't notify them for, your policy is nulled. Okay, so they always look for that kind of thing. And there was a special agent who was charged for looking for that. Do you know what I mean? And he left. When he left the company, you could tell he was relieved. He goes, "Oh, I'm glad I'm not in that job anymore." You know, because he felt bad. Another woman broke down and cried because she knew that these people were never going to qualify because we're going to take your money and take that, but we're not going to be paying you out. And she broke down when she was telling her story, whistleblowing. Do you know what I mean? It's a really good one, you know, that documentary. Fucking real insight. Okay. Another woman ended up crying because her husband could have been saved, right? He had some kind of ailment, right? But because he didn't have the right insurance, they couldn't help him, so he ended up dying. And she was a nurse herself. Oh, just heartbreaking, you know. I mean, you got to watch it. It's good. Michael Moore, Sicko. And then Michael Moore goes to Britain and to France and starts interviewing the people in the hospitals and that. And, you know, do you have to pay to stay here? No, you don't, because it's all part of the national health contributions. Yeah. You know, if you come to the hospital by bus or by taxi, they reimburse you. You go to the cashier and they give you your money back. And there's a big sign, cashier. Usually you're paying, but no, you're getting money. Oh, it's like a bank, isn't it? You know, Michael Moore, you know, surprised. And then he actually went, like, when they were telling him how good the National Health Service was, he was going like this, la 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 la, because he didn't want to hear it. He also, he didn't want to hear how they were having it so good, okay, in France and Europe and that. And his parents were living in Canada. His parents lived in Canada, okay, and when they were going to come to see him in Canada, they were taking a separate insurance policy just for that trip. And he asked them why they're doing that. Because we don't want to pay those ludicrous prices if anything were to go wrong in the US. So we're doing it now. That was his parents who were living in Canada. Yeah.
Hey guys, have you ever heard of a fellow by a YouTube channel by the name of Mr. Astrotheology?
Cool.
No, not. I don't.
Have you guys ever heard of it? Gio, have you ever heard of him? If you're still there, dude.
Surely
Have you
all
heard
of you guys know who Mr. Astrotheology is.
Come on, guys. Don't disappoint me.
Santos Bernacci.
Man, this
Yeah,
guy.
I know that name. Yeah, I know that name. Yeah, Bernacci. Yeah, why?
I'll drop a link. All right, check it out. He's got like 250,000 subs. All right, it's huge.
Yeah.
And he's all over the flat Earth.
Is he?
He's
What,
all
in a positive
over it.
way or negative?
In a positive way. He's a flat earther.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Drop the link then, man. Drop the link.
I just dropped a link. Check it out. He's got like 250,000 subs. He's
Cheers.
huge.
Thank you. Cheers, big ears.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. He has a few people on there, but he's out there spreading the word.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of Santos way before I knew even about Flat Earth. Before he was a
That's
Flat
the
Earth.
Bernacci character. I know him, yeah.
I think
I followed some of his stuff.
What's his name? Is it David Weiss? David Weiss is on there does a bit of stuff on his channel. Santos does a bit of stuff on his channel too. The actual host himself, yeah, he's a flat earther himself. So the link was just sent to me, so I thought I'd share. Hey Merle, how you going, man?
Yeah, he had Ken Wheeler on his show as well, didn't he?
Yeah. He's got a lot of interesting stuff. He just doesn't talk about flat Earth. You know, flat Earth is probably one of his sidelines. He speaks about a lot of different stuff, but Dearth is on there quite a bit. Santos is on there, talking about all the lies and deceptions that we're all living within.
Syncretism. That's Santos.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, check it.
I think it is Santos's channel, isn't it? Mr. Astrotheology, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is his channel. Yeah, I think so.
You may be right. I really don't know. Like I said, I only just came across it late this afternoon, and I thought I'd pop back in and share it.
Oh yeah, you want to see some of his older stuff, like not even about flat Earth, but how he like just words and going back into history and bloodlines and everything.
Oh, yeah.
He's got so much information in some of his older videos, like really good information.
Yeah. Is that the Bernacci character you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. I used to watch him back in 2016 and 17. You know, just some of his stuff, not too much. When he went into all the astrology stuff, I wasn't really interested at the time. You know, I was more into the Globe Light Tour and getting into the debates, the hot debates. That's why I didn't watch his material so much.
Yeah, well, I was proper bang on that sort of stuff because that was before I even knew about flat Earth. It's probably about 6 years ago, probably longer.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, that's right. That's when he was really pushing out a lot of material. But at that time, he clashed with the Globe Live Tour, you see, in Britain. So I was following all those lovely debates, for me anyway.
You had to make a choice, Stu.
Roxanne and Jason of the family, Disbury. I forgot his name now. And
Jason
Dave Murphy, Harry.
Yeah,
and Harry, the main man. You know, John Smith. You know, like they were brilliant, man.
And who's that?
That's
Who's
what I
that
was
South
following at the
African
time.
guy? There's a South African guy too. What's his name?
I can't remember his name.
You know the fellow I'm talking about, though.
I think I know who the. Yeah, I think I know who you're on about.
He does a lot of public speaking. Yeah. Speaker's Corner. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh right. Hang on a sec. Oh, you mean Dave. His name is Dave. Trinity 4. Dave.
Yes,
Trinity
the one.
4.
Yeah, geez, that's the one.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah, I
you're the
know
man.
him. Yeah, he was in the army, wasn't he? He was in the army.
He certainly was. He certainly was. Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Right. So you know what? When I used to, because when they used to go to sleep, okay, I'd send an email to them in the mornings, their time, in London time from Japan, and it would be wakey, wakey, rise and shine, hands off cocks on socks, move yourself, move yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah. You little horrible little shit bags. Yeah, I used to do that. Send them an email, to wake them up. Yeah, I used to follow that tour. That was brilliant. Yeah, Trinity 4, he was brilliant.
Some of the stuff he's done at Speaker's Corner is actually quite inspiring. The way he speaks, actually, and the way he grasps the attention of people.
Right, that's the military side coming out of him. You see.
Yeah. He's a very, very good speaker.
Yeah. His son, his name's Alexandra, isn't it? He's got a son.
That's the one. Yeah, the little fellow with the curly hair. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks just like him. Spitting image of him, isn't it?
Certainly does,
grown up.
mate. Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely grown up a bit more. Yeah, Trinity 4, Dave, a nice guy. He's done a lot of material, all down in southeast and southwest London, walking the streets and trying to engage people with the with the jab thing and the flat earth thing. Yeah, pretty good.
He's actually dedicated quite a bit of his time to the whole movement, hasn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. That's why I said I that's what I was watching. You see, I didn't get into the astrology thing at this point.
Well, you've got to make choices. There's only so many hours in the day, Chin.
That's right.
At the end of it.
Yeah.
So you got to make a choice.
And I looked at the astrology thing as it's all speculation. This is not something I've got time to get into just yet. It's flat Earth at the moment, and I want to see the reaction of the people who are being told. And with the Globe Live tour, the best ones were when they were at Cambridge University and Oxford. Those two venues, man, and Flat Earth took them on and battered them and won. I thought, yes. Who was it? I think it was Oxford that was the most resisting to accept that they were carrying a belief in the end, but they had to concede, and they did. Yeah, that's what was taking up most of my time.
It is Santos's channel, that Mr. Astrotheology. It is. You're right, Jim Jam.
Yeah. I've been
Jim
watching
Jam, pajamas. Jim Jams. Pajamas.
It's a huge channel. Like I said, there's about 250,000 people sub to it. So
yeah, you see, because astrology is a mystery subject for people, isn't it? Because you've got all your horoscopes and all that. You see, There's a place in central London known as Neal's Yard, right? Covent Gardens, and you can go there and have your horoscope and your stars when you were born all done in a nice book sort of thing,
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why he's probably got that kind of following. Astrology is kind of like a big thing for people, isn't
it's just great how he sort of he can pair things up, with astrology, from the Bible, because everything's 12 in the Bible. 12, the 12 nights, the 12 this, the 12 that, everything's 12, and that's obviously the months.
That's interesting.
The constellations. But there's so much in it, in the Bible, that relates to the zodiac. He pieces it all apart though. Really good stuff.
Yeah. And he's still kicking it now, is he? Would you say?
I'm sure he'd still talk about quite a lot of that stuff, even to today. But he's doing synchronicity now, which is, he's trying to create a learning academy basically where we can all learn. Obviously, he's charging money at the moment though, which is a bit annoying. But...
Yeah, I suppose he's got to earn some money out of it. You know, if you're putting all that
Yeah.
bloody hours in there, it's not a crime to make money. Remember,
No,
they're
sure.
using our
No.
taxes to kill us at the end of the
We
day.
all have
He's
to
not
make a
doing it.
living somehow.
Yeah.
And if he's making a living out of doing something that he loves, well, good luck to him. Really, at the end of the day, like
Yeah,
people don't have to donate if they don't like it. Like but the whole thing is like if flat earthers make any money out of flat Earth, they're scamming poor, unsuspecting people, aren't they? That's a general gist. You're just scamming.
Well, I
the
think it's just the
ignorant.
fact that this content that he charges for is private, so you can't view it unless you pay for it. That's the problem.
Yeah,
But still,
that's
if you're
fair
putting
enough.
so
If
much
you,
time into it, yeah, that's fair enough. That is fair enough.
That's like going to the cinema. You want to go to the cinema, you got to pay to go to the cinema. Same,
Yeah,
really.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I've never been against anyone making money from flat Earth ever. That's never.
You
never been
want
my
to drive
position
your
at all.
car, you got to go to the petrol station and pay for petrol.
That's right.
Well,
You want to eat,
and
you've got
when
to
you
pay
see
for your
all of the
food.
other, and when you see all of the other content that he's already done for free, you can't really complain.
No, that's what I mean. And it's benefiting to people. People are benefiting from it. You see.
Definitely.
Whereas when you pay your tax and you don't benefit from the taxes you pay, do you? Does anyone benefit from the tax you pay?
No.
Really?
No. What information do you get from the government? Nothing but lies and bloody misleading bloody rhetoric. That's all you get by paying your taxes.
Yes, I remember seeing the Million Man March against the war in Afghanistan or Iraq. Not in our names, the placards were reading. I thought, well, yeah, there you go. That's just where we are at. This is where our taxes have got us. Look.
Exactly. But so the channel is definitely worth a look.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely worth a look. And then there was that expression that they used for the files that were deceiving everyone. They sexed it up. What kind of spastic thought of that kind of bloody expression? They sexed up the files. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The files that were deceiving and they didn't have the correct information, misleading files. They were not that they were like misleading. They used the word they were sexed up. I just thought, what is going on with this British government? That's the Tony Blair government I'm talking about. The sexed up files.
What are you doing, Mel?
Embarrassing.
I was trying to have a sleep, but it's not working. But
it's a bit early. It's a bit early to have a sleep for you, isn't it?
I sometimes just have an afternoon sort of nana nap, like a power nap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good on you, mate. Good on you.
I had Jem's room in pin drop site. I didn't even really mean to, but there were a bunch of people in there. It was Brenda and Moyock, and Whitsett was in there, and I just said to Moyock and Brenda, I went, do you know where the Earth is, Brenda? That's what was my first question. And then I went to Moyock, do you know what the Earth is, Moyock? And the whole, it was quiet. I don't know. It was probably 5 seconds, but it wasn't that long. But you could just hear that.
I remember listening to you a few months ago, Merle, and you said, "Okay, then let's try and recreate the universe." All right. Now we're going to start with nothing. Now where do we go from here? And I thought that was a classic. We're going to start with nothing. Where do we go from here? And it was a similar sort of response.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty much right. Start with nothing. How do we create something from nothing, guys? Fill me in. Let's fill in the blanks.
Yeah. It's a similar idea to the blank canvas. It was this idea I had, like a white room, a blank canvas, no paints, and the audience imagine what's on the canvas rather than there being anything on there. You just imagine what's on there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's art. It's a concept, right?
Yeah. Oh, exactly right. Yeah.
But, you know, if you didn't have any paints, you know, not even like a bit of charcoal, nothing to even scrape, like, you know, something on the canvas, like, you can't do anything.
No, you can't. Exactly right. You can't paint any picture, can you?
I guess you could do a poo and
Except
cut
in your mind.
Yeah, you know what I mean? If you got no materials.
Yeah. And that's where the trick begins. It all has to be in your mind, Mel.
Yep. And then there's other people, like, you know, they're rich, they got all the paints, like the best paints money could buy, but they've got no inspiration.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
it's just,
I was in Gems a couple of days ago, I think, and there's an interesting character there, Smokey. You've had a bit of dealing. He's an interesting cat.
I think it's fair that Concave has its sort of day again. You know, it's had so much resistance over the years.
There's people prepared to put it up, unlike Lord Stephen Christ. You don't need people like that putting it up. But yeah, a person like Smokey, he's very well spoken and seems to know his stuff inside out too, Mel.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's road testing Gems in a way. Like, he knows that going in there he's going to get pushback.
Yeah,
but again, they'll get Gems rooms geared for flat Earth.
Yeah,
but when someone comes in that isn't flat Earth, they almost don't know what to do because they're not scripted. They haven't trained for that, right?
Exactly right. And basically, what he's saying is just reverse to everything what they're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go. That's pretty much what it is. It's just completely the opposite, and they've got no comeback. Yeah, like I said, I was listening to him. I think it was 2 or 3 days ago. I can't remember. I think him and Chemo were having a one-on-one too, and he got sick of talking to Chemo. He threw in the towel. He said, "I can't do this anymore." It was quite funny.
Yeah, I mean, I got to take my hat off to Spurs. He's the stamina, and you know, in all the years I've rarely ever heard him lose his shit completely. You know.
Yeah,
I mean, I do admire that, and quietly.
There's only one Spurs. That's exactly right. And the way he's been able to actually, like you say, the stamina to keep it up for 5 or 6 years, day in, day out, for hours on end. You know, he just doesn't miss a beat. And yet they all line up to take him on, and he just makes them dance his song. That's what he does. He makes them dance his song, and they all fall into it. They fall into it every single time.
I mean, I it's no disrespect to anyone. I kind of Jem mentioned something, and I'm the only thing I'm worried about with Flat Earth is that it's going to reboot religion.
Right.
I'm worried about that.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a religious type of guy, Mel, to be honest with you. So,
I mean, because in the Quran and in the Bible, there's basically this moment where the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims have it out.
Right.
And there's more Muslims.
There's a lot more.
So there seems to be kind of where the whole thing's, because if you follow it since 9/11 and then watch what America does, where it goes, pretty obvious. It's a holy war. So I think Flat Earth is part of that.
Right.
That they're going to, at some point, flick the switch and say that we are in creation, but we're probably going to be under Allah or something.
Right.
And if you don't, if you're not down with that, I don't know.
I think another thing I've often thought is whether they would take it to, which I think I've often thought, where they'll try to convince us that yes, the Earth is, a stationary plane and whatnot. However, they're the ones who created it. It's like they are the creators. Like, could they get people brainwashed to that level where people could like transfer all this worship that right now is going towards religion? Like, what if they want to get that on themselves, or they're all worshiping themselves, which gets into whatever, Satan, whatever demonic entity that it wants. Yeah, like us basically just completely at their control.
Well, in a way, they want all the religions to merge, so they've got one world religion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. One world religion, one government, one world.
Then what
one set of laws, one army.
Yeah. One tune.
That's it. Everyone thinks the same.
The other option is like
isn't it?
The fake alien invasion. Maybe do you think they could like wind into that, like try to take it from the fake alien invasion into these aliens being the creators of us somehow? Because it seems like if they could convince people of that, then people would be completely at their control. It seems like, in a way where it's like, I guess it's like the ultimate false prophet. If they think something is the creator that isn't, and that thing is actually just something totally like just dark and on its own thing, just in terms of like lies and deceptions and how that all plays into it. That is like that's like a sort of like an ultimate brainwash, and they're already doing it in various ways now. But could the cosmology shift? Could they try to kind of hijack it into something like that? I've often wondered.
It's definitely a deception they've got coming. I'm pretty sure about that. I think quite a lot of people have been thinking that's on the books. Ronald Reagan told us, didn't he?
That's why I'm glad there's these little groups or whatever, because if anything like that does happen, you could, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I could just imagine pandemonium. I reckon people would literally shit bricks. At first, anyway, I just that knee-jerk thing that humans do, like when they panic or there's something unfamiliar's like right there at your doorstep that you're not ready or expecting. It's like, oh no.
Chaos ensues.
Get in the car. Yeah. Whereas us, I think we'd kind of taken in our stride. I'd like to think that anyway. I was starting to get annoyed with it all, but now I'm just realizing, Earth is a pretty weird place. And I'm kind of embracing the weirdness again.
Is it Earth that's weird, or is it people that's weird though?
Yeah, a bit of both. It's not the Earth's fault. is it? It's not like the Earth's telling anyone what to do, is it? It's not like the ground's telling you like your daily routine.
Well, that's the part of it to me that's like the deep beauty, like the actual Earth, like just this foundational, like entity essentially that we're like in or on. Like that part of it is incredibly beautiful. But yeah, like processing the level of the lies and then how people are going to respond to those. That's like a whole different ball game there, or it's just like a whole different realm of everything. Which there could be more certainly conflict within that, especially considering the current system is built upon. I mean, basically, right now the entire foundation of their entire system is built upon all of this. So yeah, like what kind of transition is going to occur? Do you think people will lose it though, or do you think people will kind of just rise to a higher level? Like, because I think like the Earth being a stationary plane, there's such a, what's the right word? Just a majesty to this creation that hopefully I would imagine the mind blowingness of that will kind of buffer any uncomfortable anxiety or dissonance kind of process that people might go through.
Well, I think it might be. They might still bring the alien deception in with it, but it might not be so much of a deception if they say that it's a flat plane and that there is other continents and there's other beings that live on those continents, and they're now approaching Earth. That could cause some chaos still. I think the cure is just to throw your TV away. But most of us have already done that.
Well, in terms of that idea, like you were saying, of the one world religion kind of part of it, what would your thoughts be on like what would that look like? Because right now, like there are these sort of world religions, but there's several of them, and what in your mind like could be possible in terms of what they would want to do that would involve like just one, like how that would be brought together?
Yeah, I don't know how they would try and do it with the books, but they'd obviously just have someone performing miracles, and then that would be enough to get people, worshipping the miracle worker. It's not really that far-fetched to say most of religious books are quite similar in a sense, so you could lay out a scenario that fit most of them.
I wanted to agree that getting rid of your TV is a great idea. I used to think these woke people that said get rid of your TV were just crazy, but then when I did it, I suddenly felt better. I have ever since. Because suddenly I had more control over my own programming. I was watching YouTube, so I was still getting programmed, but I had free choice over what programs I watched. Exactly. Because I had to type them in first.
How can they manipulate you with a story if you don't get to hear the story?
Yeah. Well, no, I can still get manipulated by decent programming that's made for YouTube, but I've at least chosen to click on that then. It's enticed me.
Yeah, your choice. You go into it full well knowing.
Yeah. Yeah, the miracle thing, that's going to help people believe in the new religion, but I think there could be other ways, maybe fear, and maybe the miracles come in the form of technology, some type of thing that we haven't seen yet.
But I still think that's something possibly done by humans, isn't it? It's got to be something more than a human can conjure.
I think I agree with
That's
something
why I
Gio
say
said earlier, the false prophet thing. So if they start telling us truths, like extra, they know more science than us. So instead of us having to work it out with science, they just tell us.
Yeah, like predictions. Yeah.
And then we'll slowly end up worshipping.
Yeah, could well be a possibility.
Devil's Google box, the goggle box. Yeah.
Well, that would be a huge way to twist free energy. Like if it was somehow revealed that they have free energy, but if they did that at a time where they had to, but maybe they're hoping that they would just have everyone convinced that like they created this place, therefore they're the ones that, made the free energy. Or if they use that, but I think they might also use that in like a fake alien invasion as well to try to make the aliens seem, above them. But really they've just, I think, hijacked the technology from us. Like all those technologies were, like, especially free energy, they didn't create that at all. They didn't invent that. It's an ancient thing that's been, so yeah, they've just usurped it and then convinced us it doesn't exist.
But yeah, some way they will start a new religion. Even if everyone doesn't start worshipping, we will start looking up to it, in admiration or fear or respect or curiosity. And the other way is, I reckon they slowly start making the different faiths agree on stuff. So Catholicism is corrupted and they start agreeing with more and more paganism and neo-paganism. Judaism's corrupted and they start agreeing with more and more science and more atheism. Islam is corrupted and it starts agreeing with more and more libertarian values. And they all, conglomerate into one thing.
Yeah, that's intense. I mean, yeah, and how they could pull that off. I mean, the way things are going, I mean, they do have a lot of people believing even more so in what they're doing. Because right now it's like medicine is God to a lot of people. They think that, so they're already doing it. And these jabs, which are these wonderful things, it's saving humanity. I mean, it's like literally a symbolic archetypal story of like capture and like the underworld.
Science has become like the Bible, isn't it? So if it's in a paper, if they believe it came from science, it's a fact.
Well, we might get to see what the next plan is on New Year's Day. Sorry. Well, yeah, New Year's Eve on the midnight countdown. You saw what happened last year with the light show in Denver. Was it Denver? Okay. Showing you the injections and all of this in a light show.
Yeah, do it at the Olympic opening, don't they, as well?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'll look out for that. Yeah, because they can't help themselves. Every cycle of the year goes around and they want to start boasting, don't they, about the new ideologies that they're going to try and push this year.
Yep. What's coming?
You start seeing it in the news and seeing it in performances.
wonder if time has anything to do with the new year.
Now, the argument could be made that you said that, Dawn, you said that we could kind of avoid the programming because we choose what we watch on YouTube and stuff. The argument could be made that we're already programmed and what we're choosing to watch because the programming is complete.
Yeah, true, that's scary. I mean, I'll already give you that I'm half programmed or a bit programmed or slightly programmed. I'm 39 and I couldn't avoid it.
I mean, everyone is to a degree, unless you like lived on an island without, you know, in a tribe, and even then, you're probably brainwashed by your elders there, and yeah.
I think you can do deprogramming techniques. So you select something that contradicts your form of programming and you watch it. Or you do meditation and ritual and just tear down some concepts. You know, you watch people that believe opposite things. That's a good one. But I do agree, Joe, that we're already slightly programmed. So we're dealing with being half programmed almost. Yeah. It's, I guess the opposite of being a programmed young human is that you ran away as a child, right? And did whatever you want. Like feral in the woods, and then you came back at 18 and someone said, right now you're free of concepts, but you're a fucking mess.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
often
and you'll
thought
be like,
about that.
what does concept mean? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
Right.
program, I guess.
When I look at my kid, like he doesn't know the concept, like he doesn't even know what a verb is. He only knows nouns, you know, crayon, food, cookie, like
labels, yeah.
right? So I don't know, man. It's a weird conundrum. Like, do we need to know all these concepts? Like what is our?
Yeah. I think it's a balance. It's got to be.
Yeah.
You choose concepts that are not harmful and help to you. So I think I don't know, one example I just thought of is public school is half indoctrination. I don't know the percentage, but I'm going to say half. But the idea of going somewhere because you have to learn as a young person is a good concept. You have to try and balance. Training to survive is a good concept. Throwing a kid into the army is a bad concept. So you need a balance between the two. I like the idea of saying to kids as you teach them, some people think of it like this, and that can be a useful way to think of it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I love how we're thinking of better ways, though, to teach the next generation, because we already know it's all going to go to shit.
I hope that in the next generations there'll be people like us, but they'll be in their early 20s, not in their 40s, 30s and 40s. You know, so they'll become younger and stronger, but they'll have all of our knowledge. can enlighten them before they get fully programmed over time. I wonder, Jerry, can you think of an example of how maybe you were programmed watching TV when you were younger, and now it affects your decision making on YouTube?
Well, like the thing is I think that like I didn't know about all this. I just like me and my parents, we just went with the flow. You know, I watched Sesame Street and all those cartoons when I was a kid, and I feel like I turned out fine. So it's
right.
So I don't really know what the problem is, or even how to identify it.
That's what all the brainwashed people say, though.
You watch Disney, you listen to heavy metal,
right?
But you're still fine,
right? But like the question is, what is fine?
Obviously, the brainwashing didn't work on you. Like, look, you're here as a flat earther, so or
Yeah.
was that the program? Who knows?
I was going to say maybe flat Earth is the programming.
Yeah,
you would say that, wouldn't you?
The reprogramming.
Programmed to say that.
Well, all your programmers have that response to defend it because of your programming. I mean, yeah, it's one of those kind of
Programmed to respond to our program, response to your programming. So yeah.
Yeah.
Programming.
Now you're starting to get into the problem.
I made a film called The Program.
Nice.
Yeah.
Was it a dude on TV watching 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 a dude
I
on
would
TV?
say, yeah, the analogy of a computer to a human. If you have no programming, you can't do anything, can you? As a computer, so you need some programs.
Well, actually, no. You can power on
computers.
Power on, but come on, that's like a quadriplegic or something.
But look at it too. Programmed with text and images and
No,
sounds.
you powered on with a GUI.
Well, and code as well. Code like DNA code.
It's not hard to program a human.
Oh no, I agree with humans are programmed with the images, but I'm saying you need that to run. You need some basic programs to run.
Install.
Yeah.
Do we though?
Clean
What are we
browser.
talking about? A Clockwork Orange?
Well, that's the argument that some, because I haven't seen it, but apparently when a kid rocks up, they've got a pretty much fully formed personality. There's contention with that.
You've
but
not
some
had
people-
children, have you, Mel?
No.
No.
But I was one.
Yeah, I know, but you know,
I've seen
babies
kids.
just don't just come directly out with a personality. It's something you watch literally develop in the first sort of
What
8
are
months,
they?
year.
They're just a hunky meat.
There are puking, shitting machines that want to wake you up at every particular
They're
point.
vague little aliens that can't do anything
No,
for
they have a
themselves.
spark in their eye, and the spark is very different with each one. Now, I don't know if you can't call that personality, but they definitely have a unique character or something.
Yeah, they have a
There's something
uniqueness, definitely. Yeah, but you can literally hang balls on strings above them, spin it around, and they'll be there amused for hours.
Hey, there's times that I haven't been on business, mate.
I mean, people don't talk about it very often. I think the point of a lot of this is to uninstall the. It's like there's a
programming.
Yeah, well, it's like uninstall it. Get back to the original operating system.
We're hacking and we're uninstalling. Yeah,
have a blank canvas.
You're not Dawn.
We get back to something more blank.
Time's real.
Something
I
more
just
real.
think there was something. There was something already there that we don't get encouraged necessarily. Like, where's the school you go to?
Why, Jesus.
Am I
Where's
breaking up?
the school you,
My bad.
where's the school you go to be yourself?
It's called experience. It's the
Tom?
school of life, mate.
School of what?
When are you being yourself? What is yourself? Like, what action would you say, yeah, that's me being me?
No, you walked into the hippie pot smoking hall of let's talk bullshit in the school of life.
One of my first thoughts was, what are we?
I suspect my first thought was,
I'm not
why does my
games.
ass feel sort of like wet?
Oh, you're disgusting.
A wet ass.
You know, kitty, just having a
Taxi
first
date road.
dump.
Make a painting with
They
it.
they were talking about you today, Dross.
Oh,
Over
bless
at
him.
the Evil server.
Dun, 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 dun. Why? What happened?
They miss you.
Oh.
And some people were saying they like you and they genuinely do miss you.
Don't say that, because that'll ruin Crit's theory that everybody hates me and no matter where I go, I get castigated and cast out to the edge because of my horrible behaviour.
Crit.
You love Crit Foolish, don't you?
He's one of those. He's kind of like one of those sort of like toys, you know, the crane with the sort of the stalk with the liquid in it, and it'll sit there and just keep bobbing its head like that for hours. You know, that's kind of what Crit reminds you of. You give him a poke and he just like starts doing that for hours. It's
but most people
amazingly funny to
look
watch.
at it are amused for all of 1 minute, but you seem to be really like drawn to the tipping thing.
His ability to come back with responses that have absolutely nothing to do with what's being asked of him, I find incredible. You know.
Oh, you respect him for his ability to jibber jabber.
He should really be talking bullshit for a profession.
Right. Oh, so you're going to be a reference to him for his next job.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
You know, if you want a question not answered, ask Crit.
I see Crit as
Really?
the fool on the shoulder of the globe. It's just there saying, haha, look at yourself.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. I like that.
I once, this was in Gem's server, I once was in a text chat with him, and I didn't actually post anything, and you know how busy Gem's text chat can be. I didn't post anything with his name on. I didn't link into any of it. All I was doing was, yeah, really, and he just kept responding. He just could not help himself.
Yeah. It's almost like...
A bit like last night. You're on the other side of that, aren't you? So he responds, and you respond, and he responds.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
I do quite enjoy winding him up because he's quite funny. And I shouldn't do it because
Who
it's
feels
me.
the same?
Well, I've got a far out question for you to see if you agree with me or not. Well, or maybe you're not there.
Yeah. Sorry, mate.
That's all right. Do you believe, like I do, that the concept of time is referring to and trying to describe a real thing in reality, that we in our shared reality, a real phenomenon of forward progression of events?
Yes.
So there you go. Right. So thanks, Mel. You didn't have to think about it that much. I know some people say it's not real. It's just a human concept.
Yeah,
No, I
I mean,
don't.
time has changed, and then the units that we use for it as the concept that would come out, which just happens to reflect the rotation of the Earth and its travel around the sun.
Interesting.
Rock
Lots of
Vibration said
time.
something to me about it the other day. Oh, just Rock Vibration said to me the other day that a lot of people, they're either thinking about stuff they did in the past, or they're worried about stuff that's going to happen in the future, and they're missing now.
Yeah.
And her thing is that all there really is now. So there's a lot of people that are.
I agree with her that you can get lost in thinking about the past or the future. I think a little bit of reminiscing about the past in the now is a nice feeling.
There is no past, there is no future, there is only now, and I have no beliefs.
I've heard you say that, Josh, before, and I do like this concept. But there's no future yet.
I just slick James you.
Making some plans is okay in the now, but never forget the now. You have to keep reminding yourself, I only exist. So if I'm not enjoying this, I will never be able to enjoy the future when it comes.
You just took a big, thick, slick James load to the face there, Dawn.
I've heard you say this, and Josh, and Mel, and other people. I agree. Ancient Eastern
Well, you know
wisdom.
what? Time can't just be changed, because apparently it's tied to space somehow in this whole space-time nonsense. So time must be a lot more than just change. So
No,
what else is time?
literally, you can boil it all the way back down to, at its simplest form, at its most fundamental level, it's change.
Change.
Or you could put it in a poetically,
You just decide to
philosophical
call change
way,
time. And go, oh, look,
and you
time.
could say
What's change?
time is the thing that allows causation to happen to invoke change.
Time is the thing that happens that allows, but what is it? What
Period
does
of
it do
change.
to allow that?
A period of change.
What about your question earlier, White's word, when you said about how do you create a universe? Like when you're starting this to create this universe, how do you start with nothing? Where do you go from there?
I've actually got the answer for you there. So
You have to do
this is what actually happened.
figuring out space. Boom.
In the very near future, I'm going to discover how to do time travel. And I really want to go back and see the Big Bang. So I've got to do an up thing at the end of every sentence now when I'm doing this particular story. And not only do I have to do that out at the end of every sentence, but it's really hard to do, and you have to really concentrate. So I'm not going to do that anymore.
You will have to.
So yeah, so basically, I invent time travel. I want to go and see the Big Bang. So I go back in time. The very fact that I appear at that moment in time is what causes the Big Bang. My entry, the matter, the ripple that I create at that point is what disturbs all that shit, and it causes the Big Bang. Therefore,
It disturbs all what shit? It was nothing, remember? You started with nothing. So what are you disturbing?
Well, we're not starting with nothing. I don't know where you get that idea from. No Big Bang Theory states there's nothing there, mate.
What was there before in the theory?
Good question. The answer to that from science is we don't know. We can only go back as far as Planck time.
But it's a theory. Surely they've
theorized
what fucking come before, no? Or what's the theory?
There isn't really one because the whole concept of how physics actually works breaks down before Planck time. That's the theory.
Shit, does it?
Yeah.
Fuck. We'll have to just check
And
all
that's
that out.
because I appeared with my McDonald's Happy Meal at the beginning of time. Thanks. And that entry at that point is what started time off. I created a causal event that kick-started time, which kick-started the rapid expansion of universe.
I had seed oils for frying before time. Wow.
So there you go. That puts me in a paradoxical loop, but it doesn't put anybody else in the same paradoxical loop. so I'm the only one trapped in it. Which means you can all go on, but I keep going back to the beginning and causing the Big Bang.
The beautiful thing about concepts is you can just jibber jabber, it doesn't matter.
The best thing I've heard was so it is an idea, it is another concept, but basically, so the eternal, it was, it is, and it will be. But when it comes to anything finite, it wasn't, it is, and it won't be. And
I
somehow
have to say, go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say somehow we're a combination of those two.
Yeah.
Actually, the best thing that I ever heard is, "Don't pull out. I like to swallow." That is honestly the best thing I've ever heard.
But if she was saying that while you were still inside,
hey, don't you gender shame me by assuming it was a she.
Well, sorry. If they were talking while you were still inside their mouth, I would take that as an insult. If somebody was able to enunciate words while I was occupying their mouth.
Obviously, they have got their hand wrapped around it. They sort of come out, make the sentence, and then carry on.
I see.
She was deaf and did sign language.
Like 9 in the morning, take me straight back to the night time. Fantasy mode.
Well, playing time, word, hard on, oral sex. Do you like to come in the mouth? It was obviously a natural causation there, so we're back to time again.
If only, hey? I want to rock. I want like a kilo of time to be able to just throw at something.
You get pregnant.
Just like, imagine a seed.
A baby
like
comes
a seed
out.
from a massive tree, and you could just throw time at it and fucking just have shit just grow so fast. Imagine the timber industry. Without no carbon problems, not really going.
Question right word.
What's magnetism?
What's magnetism?
Is that something to do with time?
No, I'm just asking a question. I'm creating I'm creating a simile.
Magnetism is a word given to an effect that we observe.
Cool. So I could say time is a word that we give to an effect that we observe.
Okay, you can say that. It doesn't make it real.
So doesn't make magnetism real just by saying that either, does it?
Right, it's
people can go
it's the observation it's the observation that we have.
No, who can go further with time? So who can go further with what time is?
Well, what are you observing?
Very deep with magnets. Who's going to tell me anything more about time other than it just is and it has to be and yeah?
I think there's more evidence for magnets than time. You need to re-look at.
Not the effect, but the causation. So you can tell me why we have positive and negative charges. Wow. You win a Nobel Prize for that,
mate. I put to you that magnetism's the same as time, and I don't believe time is real. Did I ever?
No, I just created a simile.
I don't believe time.
No, but why? How about you just explain time? Fuck.
I just created a simile to show that there are many fundamental forces that we use and operate with on a daily basis that we don't understand the root cause of.
Okay.
Magnetism being my favourite. So just because we don't know the cause of it doesn't mean we can't observe it or utilise it.
Okay, but that doesn't mean now that you assume
a scale to measure it.
Time that it's the cause of anything. You're now postulating that time causes things.
Yeah. No, time gives you the framework for things to be caused in. That's
Is that what magnetism does?
It's
the simile of magnetism? Oh, that's
it is. I mean, the magnetic field is what gives you the probability scales to have the effect of magnetism to operate in.
So is it time fields? Are there time fields? Like how is
why does it have to be exactly the same? I said it's a simile, not an exact.
It's a simile, so it's got to be similar, doesn't it? I didn't say
and I'm pointing out where it is similar, which means similar does not mean exactly the same, White's words.
Okay, so where is anything time?
Whereas
So we measure
anything
time with
magnetism.
what? A clock? Come on, fuck. Come
Well,
on.
see, all I'm doing is I'm taking out where you put in time, I put in magnetism, and we come to
Yeah, and it
the
doesn't
same problem
matter.
each time, don't we? Ah, got it did there.
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, magnetism can cause things, no matter what the cause of magnetism is. And we
White's
can see
word.
that effect.
Let's
Time
say
cannot
you
cause a single fucking thing.
Sorry, can you prove that magnetism causes things?
Pretty good.
Oh, okay. Can you
White's
prove
word.
time exists?
White's word. Can I ask you?
Yes, champ.
Let's
Please
say
do.
you got your wife pregnant or your girlfriend pregnant.
Uh-oh.
The doctor's surgery confirmed, or your test what she done that confirmed.
No.
You
Not a
believe it.
Rona baby.
You believe it.
No.
Now you wait, yeah, and it's 2 weeks later, and you're waiting, and you know the baby's not going to come out as soon as you've finished having sex.
Go on. You
There's
know
a
what's going to have to
period.
be at home.
It's
They
a
won't let me in
period,
the
right?
hospital, mate. All the misses.
A period of creation as the baby grows in the
Stress
belly.
levels are just going up, mate.
That's time. That thing you call a period of waiting for my
Wow.
baby.
Time caused those cells to divide. That's
It's
amazing.
one of the causes of the baby being fully made when it comes out, yes.
I wonder if those cells divided, and then we just measured that in time.
You understand that there's a period between finishing sex and the baby coming out.
Well, I understand there's a lot of chemical interactions going on a cellular
And a
level.
period of waiting.
Well, that's a measurement, like a millimeter.
Okay, that's
Just a
time.
measurement, Dawn.
That's time, the period.
Right, but millimeters aren't real, Dawn.
The length
Get me a
that
cup
you,
of
the length that you
millimeters
measure
or
with
a
them is.
kilogram of millimeters.
The thing you measure with
Come
them
on.
is real.
Yeah, sure.
The
The clock
period,
is real, Dawn.
the period
The
of
clock
waiting.
is real.
Period of waiting for your baby is real. I don't think I'm going to try and tell you again, but
My God.
I consider
So
this
the
time being
the
proved.
wood that we measured with the measurement, the tape measure, the millimeters, that's real. The wood is real. Yes.
Yeah,
The millimeters
the
are not.
length of wood is
The clock
described
is real.
with the
The
measurement with the
cellular
millimeters.
interactions
You have to
that
describe
happened
the
on the
length.
linear path, they're real.
You have to describe the length of the period of waiting for your baby, 9 months.
But that's just what you want to do. If you want to describe length and call it time,
You
which a lot
have
of
to
people
wait
agree
for a
on, that's
baby. It's
fine.
not what you want to do. You have to. Because
Is,
babies don't
an
happen
apple
immediately.
actually an apple, Dawn? Or have we
Babies
just
don't
agreed to
happen
call it an apple?
immediately, so you have to wait.
Do you reckon there's like a label somewhere on an apple tree that says they're actually apples and we've got it
You've
right?
already
Or is it just
agreed
like we've
to my
agreed?
definition of time, a period of waiting.
Yeah, but time is a man-made construct.
But
So, hello?
you've agreed to my definition.
Yeah, but that's not a cause of anything, Dawn, which is the
Periods of
contention.
existence.
Sure, but where's the cause, champ? That's the
I'm
problem,
not
isn't it?
talking about a cause.
Not the label, not
Telling
what
you
we
my
agree on
definition for
calling something
time, and you've agreed.
cause. Sure. Okay, so does time cause anything? Whatever you define time as, does it cause anything?
Yes, time causes almost everything.
Right, so
It's one of the
full
causes.
circle back to the fucking same argument. So how does time cause
It's not
something?
the cause, it's one of the infinite causes for an event.
Oh, and like I said last night, is the other cause the gap between masses, is it? So there's time and then there's the space. Is that the other cause? Because that's the theory. I mean, unless you're postulating something else.
Time is the space, it's the gap.
Time is the... What? What,
Time is
between
the period.
masses? I thought
Did
it
you
was
not hear my
the
definition?
period you measure between interactions.
Period of you waiting for your baby to be born, that's time.
All that cellular interactions, and you measure that period in
A
time,
period,
and a lot of people agree on that.
length, period.
But it didn't cause the baby. Time didn't cause the baby.
It's one of the causes for the
Boom,
baby
chugga.
being fully formed.
Boom! Shake the room! Yeah, like that.
You don't understand basic things in reality, so
Spit! Boom! Just like that.
quite annoying for me.
I'm sorry, mate. Time just can't cause
You know
anything,
why
and I
it's
know
annoying?
that's
It's
suiting your model.
because
It's
you're a
because you're
grown-up
still think
man,
it's
and I know
round,
you
Dawn.
understand, but
This
you're pretending not
desperate
to.
need for time to be physical. Otherwise, it all falls apart for you.
No one's saying it's physical.
Poor thing.
No one said that.
Oh, shit. So it's not real then?
Oh, what? Only physical things are real?
Well, hang on. How are we verifying time if it's not tangible?
You want to go back to magnetism?
Well, but we've got something to measure that.
How is
and
that
it's not a
real if
clock.
it's not physical?
Unless you're going to tell me a clock is like measuring magnetism. Shit. A vibrating quartz, you reckon? That's measuring time. Check it out. Look, we put this many volts in. It measures time. I don't think so.
You're like a child.
Hang on. Time might be causing the quartz to... No, it's the voltage. There we go.
You can Google this.
child?
Man. You can Google all of this.
Can you really? What, Wiki? It's all on Wiki? Do you contribute to these time
You
pages on Wiki, Dawn?
read a philosophy book about calendars. Period.
Philosophize. Are you a philosophizer?
Periods of existence.
Philosophical Dawn. You should have your own segment. Choose one of the channels.
What,
One
are you
of
now
the,
going to
live
mock
streams.
philosophy?
No, of course
Dude,
not.
Don, you should totally do a show. It'd be awesome.
I know, I'm gonna.
Thank you, Gio.
Dude, I'm getting them lined up in the events calendar. I'm just kind of working it out right now. But yeah, dude, that would be
Sweet.
awesome.
We've got a podcast
If you have
coming.
on
If you can
time,
get me
on there.
an audience, then we'll hook you up.
Well, we're gonna start doing a daily show. It's starting tomorrow. Well, technically today. I'm about to post it. So there's gonna be like a daily show. So that'll be that. But then, essentially, anyone else that wants to do like riding is going to moderate some debates. He's been coming up with like some cool structures and timing and a couple of things he wants to do. So he's going to start. And I think the first one sounds like it's going to be Babs, Space Pope against Brian Leakey.
I definitely won't be listening to that. Let me ask you: do you believe that our existence has periods where things happen before each other?
I'm just still laughing at that. That's too funny, dude. Hold on.
And those periods are the cause of things.
The other one that Riding mentioned was biodual and chemo.
Need your help, Joe, to debunk White's word silliness. I need you to agree time is referring to a real thing.
Oh my god. It's so desperate, Dawn. It's pretty funny, actually.
No, I'm not desperate. I just like to get you
Please,
debunked.
Gio.
You'll have to say it again. I don't know if
Sorry, Gio.
Say it again. I don't know.
I think
time
it would
is referring to a real thing in reality, Gio, that we observe from your birth to now. An example is waiting for a baby to be born after you have sex.
Yeah, I think it's very real.
And White's, what do you think about that?
Well, I'm not denying that we call the interval between interactions time. But my contention was that time apparently causes things when it fucking can't. It's a concept.
Oh, well, you just contradicted yourself in your answer. It's real,
No, I did
but it's
not.
a concept. So, which one? Both?
Well, no, it's a concept. It's like millimeters, Dawn. I've said this many times. It's the same thing.
But did you
You
hear
can see
me?
millimeters on a tape
My
measure.
definition.
Yes, there's a
for it.
line on the tape measure. Millimeters are real. Millimeter can't cause anything, just like time.
White's, why don't you say what you think Dawn's position is? And Dawn, why don't you say what you think White's position is? And then,
Excuse me.
and then kind of go from there.
Okay, I believe Dawn's position is that time must be real, and he's fighting for it to be real, like a scatterbrain, because it holds the model together that he believes in. You can't actually prove time exists or is the cause of anything. You can't do that. There's no experiment that can do
That's
that.
true.
So
That's
you can
true.
only tell me that it's true.
But what do you think I think time is?
Well, like you've said it many times, the gap between things happening.
The gap between things that's one of the causes for the events.
Right, and then I said what is the other thing? Is it the space between things,
What the
i.e.
other causes?
space-time?
The other causes.
What are the... Right.
What are the other causes other than time for an event?
Well, time isn't a cause in my book, so you have to tell me.
No, I'm wondering if you're asking me. Is that what you're asking me? Because
No, because if you're saying that time is a cause, then in your reality for the ball, it goes with space. That's why I said, is space the other cause, or is it just an other cause?
Dude, you don't even understand what I'm trying to get through to you.
Okay.
I think your position is I want to be different, so I'm denying really good explanations from people.
Okay. What other good explanations other than it's used to measure the gap between things as a response to how does time cause something? No one even answers the question. They say, it's the measurement of things, time between things.
I
Like,
can tell you
come
how.
on.
I can tell you why it's the cause of things. One of the causes, because it gives a period for change to happen. So
No,
the fact
but
that
see, that's where I
the
differ.
fact that the period is existing is one of the causes which allows the changes to happen.
I just think the other way. So we're just going to have to agree to disagree. You believe the period is what allows change. I believe, like, on a chemical cellular level, change occurs, and we just measure that change with what we call concept of time, not the other way around. So we're just going to have to agree to disagree,
Okay,
Dawn.
well, that is my
You can't
definition
debunk me.
of time. You agree with my definition of time? Changes
That is an agreed
and
construct
a
for the
concept.
whole world around, Dawn. I'm not agreeing with you. It is the agreed construct, time, the measurement of the gap between things happening.
I don't know why you
Yeah.
say time doesn't exist then, if now you've agreed it does.
Well, okay, but then millimeters.
Millimeters exist, yeah.
It's like, okay, right. So, can I have a kilogram of millimeters, please?
No, but I can send you a ruler with 30 millimeters.
I've got a clock on the wall, Dawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's real, right?
Come on. The
Clock's real.
concept is very real, Dawn.
The clock is real.
Okay.
The period of 12 hours is real. Because the sun
Because
goes
we've
up and
measured
down.
it in our concept. Oh dear. Can someone
Change
else try and
happens.
explain to me better than
Real
Dawn? Maybe
change.
someone else has got something better than Dawn. Because right now it's just
What if the sun
measures
is
the time
time?
between.
The apparent position of the sun changes.
That's perception.
Yeah, we've perceived it to apparently change position, making the whole reality go dark or light.
Your thing is that time caused the sun to move, or for the Earth to rotate, or
How
as
would a
opposed to
sun
the Earth
move
rotates,
without
causing
time? You
your
tell me.
measurement of time.
How would a sun move without time?
Well,
And the sun
well,
is time.
It can't
the
If the
change.
sun
sun
didn't
Everything would
move,
just
you
be
wouldn't have
frozen in
time.
place,
the sun moves. We observe it. We've come up with a way to measure its movement. It's called fucking time. Time does not cause a single thing. It's night and day, people.
How does the sun move without a period for it to get to the next spot?
Oh dear, because isn't it gravity or something like that? Like, doesn't it move some
Because
other way?
because all you have is now.
Oh, hang on. So gravity's got the space-time. That's right. So time's even back then. So again, what came
We
first,
know there's
chicken or
going to
the
be a
egg?
future now
If
as
you
well.
need time for things to happen, there must have
We
been
know this
time before
now
the
is
Big
going to
Bang.
progress
Time must have just
through
been sitting
change.
there ticking along, and then all of a sudden, boom, bang, Big Bang. Because for things to happen, time must allow it to. So time is the eternal thing, the fabric of time. There we go. Nice. Prove it.
I think we pretty much agree, but you're just being stubborn, and I'm being religious.
Well, zealot, but dogmatic. But I think the point is we agree to disagree, like I said before. We're coming from different angles. You require time to be an actual thing that someday someone will
don't
discover in a
require it.
cave somewhere.
I don't
Yes, you
require
do.
it. I'm identifying how
For
the
the ball, you
concept
do.
is there for a reason and talks about a real part of experience.
Yeah, but it goes back to the turkeys in the oven, Dawn, and my original point. Time can't be used as a variable in an experiment. Because time
You
doesn't
don't
cause
understand
anything.
any experiments.
No.
Right?
Oh, dear. Okay. So if we removed all the temperature from the oven, would time still cook the turkey, Dawn?
That doesn't debunk time.
Or
That proves
if
you
I
need
stopped the clock, if I
temperature.
took the batteries
That
out of
proves
my
you need
clock
temperature to
and
burn
turned the
things. It doesn't
temperature
debunk
up,
time.
will the turkey still cook, even though the clock still says 12 o'clock after it's been 2 hours?
How does a fire burn if you stopped all periods of change and all change? How would a fire burn anything?
Okay, then you need to define what the cause of periods of change are then. Because you can't just say periods of change, because you might just say time. You might just say time.
What's the cause
So
of
define
time?
a period of change.
Cause of time is the same cause of matter as God.
Right, okay. So I was under the impression that if we got to the speed of light, time effectively stood still. So what is time in that realm if we can just go to a certain speed and all the sudden time stops?
No, it doesn't stand still.
Doesn't it? Oh, is it just relative?
It's relative and we change our perception of it. So it might feel like
Weird.
it's standing still, but it's not. We're just going fast.
That doesn't sound like a very real thing. It just sounds like a stretched ruler or a stretched fucking tape measure. Like fuck. Someone's got a slow battery in their clock.
Let's
This thing's not
say,
measuring time right.
let's say you measured something on Earth you were really obsessed with an actual tape measure, and you told me, and I said, no, that measurement's nonsense. It's just a concept. Doesn't even exist.
It's an agreed thing.
You said, yeah, but
I'm
no,
not
but
going to tell you, Dawn.
it's important.
If you
that
say
it's,
at 5 o'clock tomorrow we're going to
it's
meet, I'm not
11
going to go,
feet, 8
bullshit.
inches, and I say, no,
I'm not
it's
going
not.
to do that because time doesn't exist. We agree
Not
time
important. You
is
can't
very
give me a
useful.
pint of them, so it doesn't exist.
But time did not cause tomorrow to come so that we could meet.
You can't send me.
You can't get over this. You're just going to keep circle
You can't
jerking
send me 11
yourself.
feet, 8 inches. So
Prove to me time causes something,
nothing
Jeff.
you
Go on.
measure is real.
Good luck. I gave you the out before. Agree to disagree. You're just trying to convince me. It's just not going to happen. We should agree to disagree. But if you're not happy to do that, then that's fine. Please prove me wrong.
Time will tell.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how we measure it.
Wait, so don't worry. I'm going to rest my case and then wait for a period.
And then what?
I'll see how you've
And then
changed.
what? And how will I change? On a cellular level,
My prediction
and
is you'll
abundance,
get
I'm not
worse.
sure you'll see it.
You'll get worse and
There's
more
no
stubborn. That's my
smell-o-vision.
prediction.
Really. Meanwhile, you can't prove time, so all you can do is this nonsense.
You'll start saying stuff like, "You can't send me a Wikipedia, so Wikipedia doesn't exist."
Really? I'll say something like that. Fair enough.
And when you measure out the
Meanwhile,
rope for your cheese test, the rope won't exist because whatever measurement
exist.
you give is just a concept.
No, the wood I measured before existed,
No,
Dawn.
I'm going to deny
Won't
it.
will
Fully
exist.
deny it. I'll just say no, it doesn't
No, but
exist.
okay, Dawn, can I have a bucket of kilometers? A kilogram of kilometers. No, Dawn, I can't. Do kilometers cause anything, Dawn? No, Dawn, they don't.
I told you I can send you a ruler with real millimeters on it.
Awesome. Do they cause anything? Interesting, isn't it?
You could argue that, but I'm not going to. Imagine the difference between me slapping you with a 10 centimeter ruler and me slapping you with a 30 centimeter ruler that's 5 millimeters thick. Yeah. The one that's longer with more millimeters
You
is
held,
going to hurt
if you held
harder,
that 30
isn't it?
centimeter one 20 centimeters up, it'd be the same.
So the extra length is going to cause an extra whack.
No, because you held the longer one 20 centimeters up.
Actual millimeters of the stick causing more pain from the stick.
No, because it was only 10 centimeters that was left at the end of both. I changed your story.
And one's longer and thicker. The longness and the thickness
Really?
is causing extra pain when I whack it.
Well, one's even thicker. Shit. Oh, now you're fucking stacking it again.
Saying here's 10 centimeters.
Oh,
Whack,
I
whack.
agree.
Here's
Time is
30.
real, Dawn. You
Whack.
got me. It causes things. Fucking really? Come on.
Can
Stop
you
your
tell the
dish gallery
difference? I'll say.
and show them
That'll be the experiment. Can you tell the difference between 10 centimeters and 30 centimeters? And I'll whack you with the same amount of force in my wrist.
No, but if you hold the 30 centimeter one 20 centimeters up, it's the
I'm
same.
not going to do that, obviously. I'm going to use the extra
Yeah,
length.
but you did it. You tried not to do it, but somehow you did it when you waxed me. It was the
Having
same.
more centimeters made a better painful stick.
No, because you held it wrong. It could have, you're right, it could have done that. But you held it wrong. It didn't. So, that's bad for you. Meanwhile, time still doesn't cause anything.
Not
Nor
on its
the
own, really.
millimeters,
It doesn't
nor the
usually cause stuff on
kilometers.
its own. There needs to be other causes.
Oh, hang on, so millimeters and what, wind cause shit? Millimeters and worms. Come on, what is it then? So it's time, it's what? What else? What's
Did someone
fabric
just
made of?
press play? Is that what happened?
Yeah. No, pause. Fucking.
That's
What
why
is
we're
the
all
fabric
here.
made of? Is it like space foam?
Someone just chucked
Quantum goo?
the Earth DVD in and pressed play.
Did they? From 2015?
Or whenever it began. In the beginning.
In the beginning, there was a ball debate where there were spooners going, I think, oh.
And many different sized rulers.
Whitesword, what's the problem with granting time at all? I mean,
There's
is
no
it,
problem. They can use time all they like, and they do, and it's very handy. You know, you need someone to come up with a speed value to do other calculations, to do mathematics on shit. Obviously, none of this has any bearing on anything, and it's just a pure description of things interacting. That time, an experiment used as like an independent like variable, when it itself cannot cause anything, that's unscientific. That's my contention.
Right, because something has to cause the time, right? And then there's
Well, if
no way
that's what
to.
they're postulating, yeah, yep.
Right. It's a. I agree that the cause of whatever happens in an experiment can't be time, because then time could just be used as a variable in anything. Like you could get out of court that way. Say, I didn't stab her, time did. That happened because of time. So it's the interactions that really cause these things to happen in experiments. And the accumulation of those interactions, I'd say, is what we call time. We label it with the word time, but time itself doesn't exist as its own thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just like a millimeter, just like a
Right.
millimeter or a kilometer, no different.
Right.
They
Right.
make
Because
it different because they have to be. It has to be for their model.
right now, see, a millimeter of something, that something is what exists. When you say time,
Yep.
you're timing something in reality. You're timing an event from one event to another. If nothing happened, then there wouldn't be any time. It's a weird conundrum, but I think that's where we're at.
Well, if everything was at 0 degrees Kelvin, as they say, and completely stationary and not moving, there would be no interactions for anyone to even come up with a concept of time, let alone to measure the gaps between the interactions. It's not
Right.
time that warms everything up below 0 degrees Kelvin. That happens to be energy from, like fucking whatever it might be, the sun or whatever.
Right.
But yeah.
So time is change.
That was better than our whole interaction, Dawn.
Time is change. Same thing. That way.
Right.
But we obviously came up with another word because it's not exactly the same as change. It's the observance of the changes from start to finish, or one point to another point, which we call
experience.
Next, or the future.
Experience.
Yeah, us experiencing change and
No, but you're equating one with the other, where it's not. So change would happen above 0 degrees Kelvin, and whether you want to call it or measure that change is entirely up to you. That happens.
But you
just
just
like
said,
things get longer, and it's entirely up to us whether we measure them and apply certain increments to that measurement. We don't have to do that. That has no bearing on whether it happens or doesn't happen.
you just said about the coldness thing. If it was all cold and didn't warm up, nothing would move or something. You said something similar to that.
Well, that's the whole theory. I mean,
So isn't that you saying? Isn't that you imagining the universe not being able to change because there's no time?
No, because there's no energy in the system. Without energy, everything's stationary.
Energy
Supposedly
causes
0
time.
degrees Kelvin.
Energy causes change, which is time.
No, no. Energy causes change, and you measure that in time. Come on, Dawn. Like a millimeter.
Okay, you just call it the change is the real thing, and time is a concept.
The interaction. I've said from the get-go, call it change if you want,
Okay,
but they're
let me try and form
interactions. Down to the atomic level if you want to go down that way.
What?
It's not time-based.
What's the reality of some changes taking longer?
That's you deciding to measure it. There's more interactions happening.
So if I didn't measure it, it wouldn't be longer, or it would still be longer? Some changes would still be longer.
Well, it depends if you... Well, hang on. If you're measuring it, you're measuring it.
Do you have a
longer is a
way to,
measurement, isn't it?
do you have a way
So
to
you're either
describe
measuring or you're
different
not.
lengths of changes without time? Like,
Well, that's the concept that we've all agreed upon. That's why we call it time.
yeah,
Perception of
I'm trying.
the
What I'm trying to say,
interactions on the linear path that we agree on. Time.
what I'm trying to
It
say
doesn't
is,
cause things to.
if I agree that time is just a concept, it doesn't cause anything, then
We could agree.
how do we
Do you know what
talk?
we could
How do we
agree? You know
talk
how there's
about the length of?
inches and
How do
there's
we talk about the
centimeters?
length of change?
We could have a whole different time. There could be a country somewhere that uses fucking some whole different time, and it
What
would
do you
still not
call? What
change
do
a
you
fuck.
call a change that takes twice as long as another change? Like, what's happening? Is it just? Are they both just changes, or do you
Double
have to
change.
invoke time straight away to explain the difference?
Well, it depends what it is. Obviously, if it's taking longer, you've measured it for a start, and there's obviously more going on. So you need to elaborate on the exact situation.
More going on for a longer period. There's a period
More
involved,
interactions that
as
you've
well
measured,
as
and
well as
that measurement
change.
is longer, like a tape measure. I got the wood out and I ran the tape measure. There's a short
Yeah, I
piece of wood
think
and a
okay.
long piece of wood. The millimeters didn't make the wood or cause anything to
We've got
do
you
with the
one
wood.
step further. Now you're just denying that
Okay.
change
0
has
degrees
difference.
Kelvin
You're just trying to say
time
all change is
stops.
just change.
You're trying to say time
It can be
creates
longer.
energy now, and then things start moving above or getting more energy above 0 degrees Kelvin. How does time allow the sun to release energy?
If something took longer, it's just you being a human. It didn't actually take longer.
Really,
That's kind
if
of
something
what you're
took
saying.
longer, it's just me being a human. Yeah,
We don't know how
you
long stuff
nailed it.
takes unless you add your stupid time concept to it.
I never said it was stupid. I said it doesn't cause anything, Dawn. I know it's hard for you to get the grips, and you've got to go down these little avenues to try and talk your way out
I
of
just
it.
agreed with you.
You
It
know, come
doesn't
up
cause
with how you could
anything.
physically
And
show
it's just a
time causes
concept. And I found myself
Can't be
lost,
on yourself.
not being able to explain the difference between longer changes. I was totally lost
That's the measurement.
without it.
Why are you lost with the measurement of time?
Oh,
That's
without
weird.
it, I would
Got
be
clocks
lost.
for that. Got a
Without it,
stopwatch,
I'd be
mate.
totally lost.
You could even look at the sun.
I can't observe order, understand order, or create order without it.
Right. Let's see. Fucking hell. Dawn's railroading again. Gish galloping all over the place.
Maybe I can make an analogy here. Like, okay, if you have a scale with nothing on it and you step on it and it says 200 pounds, that 200, that number is what we could call time, just a unit. But that unit isn't what made the scale register a weight. It was the physical matter. It was something being placed on it, not that number. So I think that's what White is saying. What do you think about that, Don? What?
Well, that would make me. Heavy things are one thing, and the amount of heaviness is another thing. I think White's Word's trying to deny that different things have amounts of heaviness at that point.
Oh my god. So somehow
what he's saying is,
weight
so when I
unit
come along with a heavy
scenario
object,
works
say, look,
different
this is
for you
heavier.
than
He'll
fucking the
say,
wood and the millimeter.
that's just you using a
Same thing.
concept. It's not actually heavier, that kind of thing.
No, it's happening. You're using a concept. We agree on it, just like millimeters.
He's denying the
It's not the
actual
cause of
happening of
something,
one thing being
Dawn.
heavier than another.
Keep obfuscating away from this. And I know why. I know it's hard. It just doesn't cause anything, champ. You just
You might be right. You might be right about it not being a cause. I've decided to add it as an extra cause because I think if we froze time, nothing could change and no causes would happen, which to me means time is one extra cause to every event.
How do you freeze time, Dawn?
Exactly, you can't.
Travel at the
So
speed
that
of
means
light,
it
don't
has
you?
to be one of the causes.
No, but if you go to the speed of light, if everything,
Linear
if all matter
progression is
travel at the speed
literally
of light, will
the
the time
cause
stop?
if you follow it all the way back. That's what it is.
How would we measure time? Isn't time apparent changes? And if we're at the speed of light, nothing would be changing. So how would we measure time, Don? If time's real, it would still surely be existing, but we wouldn't be able to measure it.
You're
So like, what a
accepting
conundrum.
change, which means you believe in time.
Oh my god. I believe in rulers, Dawn. I believe in scales too. Fuck. You got me, Dawn. I believe in
deny them
time.
next time you try. You get into them. Next time you're obsessed and triggered, I'm going to deny millimeters and everything that you use them for.
Please do. Yeah, you deny kilometres because I've got a 10 kilometre test and I need kilometres, Dawn, because without them, my test just won't work. So you jump on kilometres, alright?
Metric systems corrupt nonsense concept from the Romans. So
Yeah, see, we could have a different system for time, just like we do for measuring, and you'd be fucked. We just don't happen to.
That's why eternity's a tricky one.
Yeah,
because it doesn't have a beginning. It doesn't have a beginning.
Yeah, I do find that hard.
Always.
To me, eternal means from the beginning and to the end, not past it.
Yeah.
So I'm not
That
sure
also
if I
infers
give infinity.
non-created,
I don't know if infinity is true.
doesn't it? Eternal, doesn't that
Well-
suggest non-created?
Well, for me, where I mashed my head completely, Flat Earth did that to me initially. What I was trying to figure out, because I was already on a path, and what the path I was on was devolution, and I'm pretty sure that that's what we're witnessing. But
Idiocracy style.
Well, yeah, because when I
Yes.
imagine the early
try and
days.
deal with my shit bomb.
Well, just when I imagine the early days, I call them the divine. But whatever those beings are, they're majestic. And language, technology, mathematics, everything we have is from them. Because it's always been. It wasn't this gradual thing that humans developed. It was. It is. That is creation. But I don't understand the creator itself if it's a collaborative effort. You know, like I'm just one of those humans that is doing its best. I think they say with the little hand of the intellect, the human tries to understand the infinite. And the human knows somewhere deep down that it can't even get its head or its hand around this massive concept that's trying to comprehend. But you do it, you try anyway. Even though you know you're probably going to fail, you just have a go anyway. So that's just our nature. But that's kind of, and that's kind of where I arrived with Dell. Just the first conversation we ever had, and it shook me up a bit because it kind of like solidified the whole thing, like just instantly. And I really do think that that's what's happened. And I think the timeline's wrong. I don't think it's really 2021. But you know, I don't say that too many places because it's you know, flat Earth is just one
What year do you think
stage
it is?
to me. I really don't know, mate. But I have my doubts.
I mean, I would say 2021 is arbitrary to Christianity.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
what do you mean? Where do you think we are in the timeline, if not a year?
Are you saying 2021's not real?
It's a count.
Well,
it's a measurement, yeah.
There's just a point where, for me anyway, because I tried to find it, like, you know, say like you're on a bloodhound on a trail and you're going back to the first civilizations and kind of, again, where it begins, there's just a point where the trail goes cold. There's no more information. You sort of get, you know, you go Mayans, Incas, Egypt, you just keep going back, and then there's just a point where there's nothing there.
Well,
there's no writing.
You have to go back and sniff up and down the path to retrace it, to find the information.
Yeah, and it always leads to me, like, we've been given all these tidbits and bread, like you go into the maze, you go in with the breadcrumbs to find your way back out again with the minutes, all that example. But I just think they've got us in the maze of confusion intentionally. And I've always been, I stuck with Flat Earth because I thought this is going to kick the door open into the bigger contemplation. It only means something to me is because I've always just wanted to understand my own existence and why this all is happening. Just I don't know, that's important to me. I gave it a crack, you know, and I care. Like with all the fuckery, with all the intensity and the stress that sometimes Earth can be, there's another part of me that secretly. And again, I don't say this everywhere. It's sacred to me. Like, I love my life. I love it that I've been given a chance to exist and just be here as this thing called a human. It's a wild experience, but it's really dear to me deep down. And all of you, I think we've got something magical in our hands right now. But there's just so many distractions to lead us astray from the, you know, the beauty that is. That's what I'm getting at. Something beautiful about this all too, and that's why I get triggered, because that's what I'm fighting for us to get back to the fucking source of what it's really about.
I think, you know, when you said the trail goes empty, like we got back to the mines. Yeah, I just think maybe we're in the labyrinth and the breadcrumbs have run out, and we've just got to find the other bit, or the string got snagged on the wall, so we have to quickly look around and be really careful. Find the other bit of the snag string.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of why I'm fascinated with the Dante thing. To me, that's the way out.
Also, quite exciting is the fact that we can't find our origins past the Mayans, and the half-true history, half-lies history just stops. That's another clue to what might have come just before that,
Does
or
it stop?
whatever.
Or do we just not have access to that information?
Why not?
Yeah,
though?
that's what I'm
clue.
saying.
Why not?
That's the occult. That's the occult.
Why does it just stop at
hidden.
old sacrificial, massive civilizations with temples, and you don't know what happened before?
And once, you say it again. Well, once you know this, depending on the kind of psyche you are, it's going to bug you. But that's part of it too, because the people who know a little bit more about the occult, they know that most of the things on offer, the shiny, the materialistic world, it's not going to hold people. And the people who are on the true that's the world of illusion. That's what the Indians say. It's Maya. It's all illusion. And the Buddha and all the enlightened people, that's what they realized. That really the only truth is existence itself. That's the only thing you'll ever really have. Ever. You know, that's what you take with you as well, you know?
It's almost
You
without
can't even
saying,
take
you
a
know?
pen. Yeah. But it's simple. It's profound. But myself and everyone gets caught in it, where it's chasing money or another thing, another trinket, a hot piece of ass. I don't know. And I'm just...
I think there is truth for us to find about origins and everything. But even the truth is also a shiny. That's the point.
Yeah.
Well, if you're reading it in a book, someone's provided that, in quotes, truth to you.
I just get this is the basic bottom line for me. I think there is a point when we leave this realm that we will have a life review. I've had different older people tell me about this. So if we have a life for a few, yeah, it's like we everyone here and the people on the quest to understand and to the path of truth, right? When you have your life review, you know yourself as a soul, as a mind, that you did all you could to find it. Then you can leave this realm knowing that you did your best. And that's paramount for me. Because I feel I've been given this precious opportunity. The faculties, I can walk, I can talk, my eyes work. When I really look at it, I've been given a lot. And I don't want to waste it. So it's like a kick up the arse.
You know what you're right, Mel, and you've made me think that I'm going to take up fucking, you know, those flying suits where you just jump out off a mountain and you fucking you're like a sugar glider and you fucking like carve up all through the valleys and shit. Like everyone should fucking do that once, eh? Like, you haven't lived, I don't reckon, unless you're risking your life like that and living the adrenaline rush. Well, that's killer. Respect to
I
those
worked it
guys.
out. I was just thinking as I walked around my flat. If you're a truth seeker, search for truth, the finding of truth, the understanding of truth, and the accepting of truth is great, but it's the experience of doing that that's important, not the actual truth. It's your experience of finding your truth, which is the bonus for a truth seeker.
The journey.
Yes. But the journey can include you deciding what's true and what's not, right? If you're into that and you care about things enough to want to know what, or just enough to want to decide what you think is true. Because you can please yourself with a truth, you can decide on a truth that makes you happy. It's a very nice feeling. Or you can challenge yourself with a truth that might make you unhappy. And that's also a good experience.
And part of me thinks that the if it's a game, only if it's a game, that the game makers know this. And the genius of them is they've created a game where the one thing that's not there is the truth itself. So it's a treasure hunt. It's genius.
Yeah.
Because if everyone had it, that in a way there'd be nothing to do.
I mean, game maker might not be a weird human. It could be God or nature, but could still make the same game.
Yeah. No, definitely. The more I've gone through it, yeah, it's just there is an elaborate intelligence here.
Or I've got another one. What if humans developing? I won't use the word evolving. However, humans developed and found themselves at this point on an Earth. Maybe we created our own game because we got obsessed with the idea of truth without realizing we could never know real truth. So we created our own silly game.
Yeah.
Just by existing.
That's initially what I was saying, Adele. I was saying, what did we... thinking that he'd know the answer to, which is funny. But I said, what did we do? I said, potentially to me, we got too smart and we did something naughty. So we had to be punished a bit and shrunk down to size in a way.
What if it's just a standard mind schism of a naked monkey on an Earth? Yeah, to be lost and confused thinking about truth.
Yeah. Well, it's just weird in the psychedelic experience that a lot of people experience the ego death. and so it's basically a humbling experience. Like it's really having your ass handed to you, and you being shown that you know not much really in the big
Life
scheme of
is like
things.
that, and the occult is like that, and flat Earth is like that. Any being red pilled and religion, they're all a bit like that.
Yeah.
Try and copy the psychedelic experience a little bit.
Yeah.
Life is getting your ass handed to you, isn't it? Oh my God.
A little bit. But if you can take it on the chin, that's what because, I was having a bit of a tough year. Maybe I was making it hard for myself too. But I don't know, somehow I was ready to hit the eject button. Like for real. I'd had enough. I don't know, something happened. I think I just got to the end where I literally was like, I don't even want to be here anymore. But I'm just so glad that through time and the process and just giving myself a little bit more time to process everything.
See?
That
Time's the cause of healing. Boom.
Can be. Yeah.
I guess Whitesword might argue it's changes in your mind, right, that have caused the healing. So it's both, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, both. Yeah. Right, nice compromise, Dawn. Thanks.
I try.
Yeah.
I think because what is that saying? Time heals everything. So if you can't find another cause to heal yourself, just give it time. Yeah,
Dude,
just
I was just about to say that.
Well,
it's the perception.
Oh my God.
The saying, time
We
heals all wounds.
Yeah,
that
that's the
time
saying.
heals things. Yeah, that's the perception. Just as we perceive things sinking in the distance, and people call it curvature. But we all know it's not curvature, don't we?
Yeah, just like that.
There we go. Thank you. No problem.
How interesting, all of that. When I tried to Google philosophy of time, it just philosophy of time and space, more like a modern philosophy, what you were trying to mention, Whitesword. I'd have to look harder to actually find what early philosophers were thinking about the cycles of time.
The movement of the stars. They didn't actually think it had anything to do with the cause of anything. It was literally their measurement of the cycles of stars and like the months and calendar and shit like that. So
yeah, but they would have been marking periods, right? As it goes round.
But their markings they never thought caused anything. But anyway.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying I haven't looked into it enough yet.
Well, you'll find that time is all Saturn. Saturn is Father Time. That's what that's.
Yeah, so it's the sun moving, but it's God that's controlled this time movement. The father figures made the order.
Right.
All part of the Big Bang, you see, Joe. Sorry, Dawn. All part of the Big Bang. Any minute now we'll hear it. It's one of those toffee type of accents.
Saturn, or Satan, is the god of this world. Hence time.
Yeah.
Everything happens in time.
The idea that entropy, the idea is we'll all fall apart eventually because time.
Exactly.
3, 2, 1. Rumpus.
You've got the idea of Christian end times, right? I think we're living through that now, if you believe in symbology at all.
Disappoint me, Rumpus.
I think a period.
I believe in symbology. Look, I do believe people use symbols definitely, without a doubt. It's just a form of language, instead of a word, you use a symbol because it's a bit more, cryptic or whatever. So no wonder they're used in the occult sort of scene a lot more than other places, but there's no power behind a symbol other than, the language that it is.
Oh, I think I'm talking about the idea of as time as a concept now. So Christians set up year zero, or the Romans, or whoever originally did it. And now we are in 2020, and we had like 2020 vision where we all woke up. Things were exposed, and now it's 2021. They've put us in a frame. They've used time to put us in a frame, and now all the people believe it's the end times. Something's changing and happening.
Well, there's a pandemic. Well, I mean, a scamdemic. I mean, a plandemic. A planned scamdemic. I know there's that going on. But what do you mean it's end times?
Well, there was all the preppers during 2012. People thought it was the end times then.
Well, that's a Mayan thing, though.
Yeah, I think that was the
follow
beginning
the
of
Mayan stuff.
the idea
Yeah,
that
well, you can
Mayans
interpret shit however you
predicted the end
want.
of the world fits into Christian prophecy that it's the end of the world or the end of the age.
You interpret one book one way and they've interpreted one book another way, and fucking, shit. It's all fucking words in a book, otherwise no one believes anything.
Time for a new
None of
Jesus.
these things are original thoughts. It's a mass psychosis.
Has flat Earth made good use of its time? That's the question. Has it made enough changes
But Earth has been
during
around
the period?
a lot longer than the ball. It's been around heaps longer. So has it made good use of the time? You be the judge. Find good use. Shit. How long do they claim that the whole ball fucking model has been around for? Not very long in the whole scheme of things, eh?
Does anyone know Geo's YouTube channel? Just out of interest.
Earth Awakenings.
Earth Awakenings, is it called?
Yeah. Also, it's up in the current live streams channel. It's under the honor schedule category. They're in there, but yeah, it looks like Don just posted it too.
I forgot that it was that easy to find, but yeah, Earth Awakenings brings it straight up.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you. Fucking Queen's in there. Silly bitch.
You could
I was thinking about you, funnily enough, if you're still there, Queen, today. There you go.
So Dawn, just fill me in. If let's just say we could go back in time, like reverse time, would it be such, like, in your mind, would we be able to go back in time in such a way that I'm trying to get to your thoughts on how time allows for the interactions, right? Not space time rubbish, but how you feel as though time allows for interactions to take place, right? How? Oh, what I've just thought.
If I went back in time,
the regression. So would you, because it's the interactions, would you actually like become younger, become a baby, go back into daddy's ball bag, or would you be able to like physically be your age now and travel back and see yourself as a kid and your young mum and all of that sort of shit? Like,
you know what? That's
given that you
interesting question. I think it might be like a movie. So there is always a forward march of the universe and of God's creation and us and time. But if somehow God's natural universe and any weirdness inside it allows us to invent a time machine where we can just avatar back, and I can go in as how I am now, but to another line. No, just back into the same line. Then yeah, it would just work like a movie. But I actually think that's almost impossible, and it will be magic. If it happens, it will be magic, a type of weird magic.
What, like the underwater ISS magic that we're presented with, like that
No,
style
I
of
just
magic,
mean
or actual magic?
the elites will have found out a way with Harp and a demon. That's how one of them managed to go back in time, and we'll never know anything about it, but for years.
Interesting.
Generally, I'm sticking to the forward march of the universe in time.
Forward march, yeah. Do you reckon if we could listen, like if we could get like a special like time fucking stethoscope, do you reckon it'd be like left, 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 right, left, like that?
Maybe, yeah. Well, we'll hear loads of shit. If we could
Sorry,
listen
I
to
thought
the
that was fucking
past.
funny.
Come on. All right, let me ask you a question. I had it a second ago in my mind. Do you believe humans will ever be able to go back and look at past changing? Changes happening in the past?
Hang on. Do I think that humans will ever be able to go back in time and actually witness like events happening, like 9/11 again, for example?
Well, I wasn't going to say back in time because it's just a concept for you. I mean,
Well, on the linear path of interaction.
back to earlier changes while they're happening and watch.
Right? No, because if time allows for things to happen, if you reverse time, then those interactions have to undo. Otherwise, time wasn't the course again.
You reckon even if we invented it, it would make everyone reverse? All changes would just reverse back.
No, if we actually somehow come up with a device that you hop into and boom, back to fucking 2001, and you're watching towers fall down, then I would just think that what's literally happened is we've obviously found a way to create some sort of wormhole or portal or whatever the situation might be, but that still has nothing to do with time. Just because when the towers went down, we recorded on the tape measure of time that it was 2001.
But you believe we could portal back to earlier changes? I think that's what I was getting at. That's the same as what I believe. If we could, it would be like portaling back into happened already.
Well, look, if it turned out that someone found a device or not even found, built one or whatever, and yes, it was something that you can go and fucking spend $50 on and get sent back to somewhere you want, like at the local royal show, then I'd be like, wow, they come up with a portal.
You believe we could portal through time, but you don't believe time's real, which is a little bit of a contradiction for me.
No, I don't believe we can. If they did, I would decide that they'd come up with a way to do portals. It wasn't going back in time. If you're with me.
Alright, yeah.
So you're not I think we can.
But that is what going back in time is. Going to an earlier change.
No, if you wanna look at our measured history of time as the agreed concept, then if you want to choose one of those points in time and go back to it, you then have to say, how does that happen? Does it happen on a cellular interaction process? Or is there some mystical fabric that we can ride? Hop on a fucking blanket and go, I'll take you to 2011, woo, and fly all the way back on some mystic fucking quantum phone. Like, what do you think is going on, Dawn?
I think we agree. One day humans might portal into earlier events. But you don't call that real time. You're just using the time to know when to portal to.
That's a reference point. Just like a reference, like the 1 meter point on a tape measure. Like the 1 meter mark. I'm not hanging, 2 meters. Like, the 3 foot mark.
It's a weird way of thinking, but I think
You're in the UK. You do meters. Fuck, what am I talking about? The 1 meter The 1 meter mark on the tape measure?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I have a bucket of those?
Well, I told you I could chop each one off and fill a bucket with them. It'd probably fit loads of centimeters.
Okay, you got me.
Right?
Fuck. Shit, you got me.
Each one
You got me.
wouldn't be a centimeter, but it would be a centimeter piece of measuring stick.
Yeah, but technically you would give me a bucket full of the little 1 meter marks. Yep, I can see.
Yeah.
You're right. You could give me a bucket of them.
They're all representations, right? They're all just bits of wood with a concept attached.
Yeah, and if I hit someone over the head with that bucket full of those little bits, they would be the cause of something. So, Dawn, you might have me here.
Well, no, because I'm now going to give you that all changes are just all points in time that we can mention are just a change we've decided to look at on the scale. Like, change in time is one thing, but I just think time is a very nice, easy way to explain it for a human.
I think there's something to the psychology, eggshells. I think there is something to it, mate. Sorry, Dawn, you were saying?
We need some more time, debaters. We need help.
Have you ever seen sliding doors?
Yes, I love it.
No, I've heard about it.
Not seen it for years, but I can remember doors open one moment, go back to another moment, so they try it again. Something similar to that.
And the possibility that there's different, like depending on what path we choose, like on say a linear time frame, that depending on the decision we make, like there's almost like multiple us's.
Yeah.
Co-inhabit, so like the multiverse. So it's
Choose
not
your own
linear.
adventure.
Yeah, there's depending on what decisions you make, that's ultimately influencing what
I actually
happens.
believe that every choice you make, however small, is then you're then a new you. I'm the new me. Every time you do something.
Each year, get this, on a cellular level, you are pretty much a completely new you as well.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
As well, yeah, the mine as well, I'm saying, yeah. But no, I'm actually saying to Martin, every action is choose your own adventure. Yeah, you already said it.
Oh, the best books.
It just tells you every single action changes your future.
Oh, like, how many videos have you seen of like just freak of nature things happening, you know, where someone's walking down a street and a tiny icicle falls off a building and just goes down and just hits them right in their head and they're dead. Or a wheel comes off a tyre. And if they had just been like one step forward or fucking one step back, you know, they would have been fine. But, you know, shit like that, fuck.
Yeah.
Yep. Every second, huge difference.
It's in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure as well. Like when they're in the phone box, they fuck the antenna and they got to stick it back together with bubblegum. But there's a bit where they're in all these tunnels. So I think that the linear time frame is like one tube, you know, forwards or back. But it just seems that time's much more expansive than that. So
you would
it's hard
say
to explain with language.
So the time travel option, you might say, we're not definitely going back into this line. Just jump all different parallel happenings.
Yeah, that's the parallel.
Yeah, it's a mad
and then the
theory.
idea of, and I think
I think
that's
from
what
every point
Einstein
diverges out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Einstein's sort of genius in a way is
he simplified something very complicated with a linear time frame.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's clever. If it's right or wrong, it's clever, isn't it?
Mm. I mean, because they still say that time travel's impossible.
In Terminator, I'm thinking, obviously in the future they have the tech to come back to win the war from the past, but
Bullshit.
maybe our
All they
way
need.
is finding our origins and studying the past, right? Studying the occult. That's our way to remind ourselves to not create Terminator.
Right.
Even though it's not full time travel, but it's going to have the same effect, hopefully.
Yep. And they were in the future, and they sent
We've got to get hold of Genomi.
the T-1000.
We need like a fabric space-time fucking like sewing machine device. Imagine if we could like come up with like a sewing machine that hooked into like, you know, with the needle, a special needle that hooked into like the fabric.
Okay, guys.
And we could
Imagine
like
now.
ride the sewing machine. Like a
Imagine
pedal
now.
powered one, you know, the old school pedal. And like just go all through time. And you fucking sing a time machine. I think they're going to be important. If we're going to crack this code, we need Genomi, fucking, or Singer. We need sewing machine.
Okay, yeah, we need a good inventor. Yeah, I agree. We've got a good inventor. He's made it. And I tell you guys, today I've got you a special bonus level. You can go back and witness the Jesuits starting the globe idea in Rome.
I want to go back and
And then
see
what
the
would
guy
you do? How would you deal with it?
fancy sewing machine.
This is basically a whole book, like Stephen King book.
I'd
You
go
can go
back to
you can
probably
go back
discover
and
it
change the
never even
Earth model.
happened. And it's all a con.
Well, that's why he's looking for Sarah Connor, because
There you
she
go.
gives birth to John, who brings down Skynet. If he
Starlink.
takes her out of the equation,
Sorry.
you know what I mean? Back to the Future is about it. Bill and Ted's. Terminator's basically about. It's all about this.
Oh. Who's going to take
You
the
guys are
Emperor?
onto it.
I would go back and I would become an astronomer undercover in the Jesuit order. And I'd make sure it's all true, something like that. If I could.
I reckon Jin's going to do it. I reckon Jin's going to be the one. I reckon
Or
he's going to
maybe
have
not.
some
I'd
spawn
just
somewhere
watch
that's
how
going to
they
take
do it.
down Britain in the future.
And I'd come back and tell you the clues. This is how
Jin's
they've
the
done it.
chosen one.
This bit's true, this bit's
Yeah,
not true.
one of his disciples.
Was I coming through?
No. It all went quiet for a bit.
I said, so I agree with White's word. We need a good inventor to invent the time machine. And let's say he's invented it, and I say, you can go back and observe the Jesuits creating the globe model in Roman medieval times or whatever. And how would you deal with it if you could go back and interact? And then, because I didn't get an answer.
I'd say observing first, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Before you sabotaged it all. Sabotage! Yeah, you'd take it out for sure.
You could go in undercover and check how much is true and then come back to now and tell us all.
No one would believe you, Dawn. You could give us a story now that you did this, and everyone believe you.
Oh yeah, that's the point. That's a good point.
Go on, tell us. Just tell us a story that you did it yesterday, and see if any of us believe you.
Well, let's say we managed to
Because for all we know, it's true.
can port all iPhones back in time now, and I can take photos.
No, you can't. It would have to be electromagnetic in nature, and that would fuck the phone for sure.
Why can't phones port?
Well, because no, you can't. You can't pull the phone.
What? Why do
Can't
you
even put
believe
your phone
humans
near a
can portal,
powerful
but phones
fucking
can't?
speaker magnet without fucking your phone.
What's the difference between a human and a phone?
Well, I don't know what it would do to us, but we can go near speaker magnets, and we're fine. But a mobile phone can't.
Okay,
So
if the
they seem to
portal
be
is
more
too
sensitive.
magnetic, yeah, the phones won't be able to go through. Let's say we've got a really good inventor who's designed one. Take
You
cameras.
can take a phone through. No, Steve Jobs is dead, mate. Him out. Jim was telling us before that
We
they
will
wasn't
go
doing
back. Then we will come back to the future. And we
Oh,
will
hang on. We'll get
have
Steve
evidence.
Jobs.
We will collect evidence.
You've got to
We'll
shout
do
out.
like Hey?
Dawn's got to shout out Queen immediately. The chat box is triggered.
No, I'm not doing it. Is she
Oh,
in Geo's
I'm not
YouTube?
even looking. How much am I getting bagged? Fuck.
It's pretty funny, actually.
Sure. Yes.
Well, which one is she, Mark?
So, Trish Blythe.
Oh yeah,
Not
I think
Blythe.
she's got me blocked. What she's going to expect me to shout her out while blocking me on YouTube? Or maybe I blocked her. I don't know.
Are we chatting up?
Just give her a shout anyway.
No, I'm glad I can't even see her.
You're so put out.
You know what, guys? I've got a funny feeling that this Earth might be flat.
How do you explain a lunar eclipse?
Thanks, so. How do I explain a lunar eclipse as an optical effect? Something's fucking going on out there, and that's what it looks like.
The eclipse is just a concept. It just changes in the sky. That's all it is.
Well, no, the terminology is the concept. The language is the concept. But what we see is happening.
Yeah, the eclipse.
Unless you're trying to say eyesight is a concept.
Eclipses are a concept. It just changes.
To convince me that the Earth is a disk floating on a turtle, you have to convince me exactly how eclipses work.
Yep.
There's this guy. There's this
That
guy
was
called
funnier in my
Smokey.
mind than the way it came out, but I was just thinking like the things that they ask that you have to show exactly how eclipses work is just like.
Well, the only reason I mentioned it is because there's this guy called Smokey, and he's in Gems at the moment. But he goes, I discovered the flat Earth, and I was a flat earther for 2 weeks. And then, because he couldn't figure out how eclipses worked and stuff, he just went concave after that.
Nice.
And that all made sense to him. And so,
Needed a new Earth. Flat Earth didn't cut it.
Yeah, Flat
He
Earth
watched
didn't cut it.
6 hours of Stephen Christ and he was satisfied.
It could have been the cog disc, but the cog disc could have been so strong it flung him in that direction to save his brain from a breakdown.
Yeah, that's great.
Now he can sleep. He's like, yep, okay.
The point is he can explain lunar eclipses, right?
Can he? Or is it just the same?
Yeah, concave explains everything, bro.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Don, do you feel like you have to know exactly how a lunar eclipse is working over a planar stationary Earth in order to consider that the Earth could be planar and stationary?
No, I agree with you on that. if I was really nerdy and I was well, the reason they aren't explained on a flat Earth is one of the reasons I don't believe in a flat Earth. So it's not
That's a bit
essential,
sad.
but it is part. It's part of
So,
the understanding, right?
Because no one's written a book with a story, a convincing enough story for you that you've just gone, nah, it's a ball.
Yes.
Because of all the propaganda and all the schools and everything is fully awash with the rhetoric of a ball. And anything to question that is like suppressed pretty much. So why would you think that way?
Have you got an explanation? Have any of you got the lunar eclipse one? Just quickly.
I honestly haven't tried to think about it, but if you want a story, you could probably nut out a story.
No, not a story. What do you think's happened when a lunar eclipse happens and everyone's talking about it? What's happened?
Well, I would say that what we see in the sky are these two circles, like the sun and the moon, these as they are. We see those, and then when an eclipse, when an eclipse happens, there's essentially 4 celestial points that are all lined up. It's the sun, the moon, and then the north node and the south node, the 2 nodes of the moon, which are they're 180 degrees from each other in the sky, and they're the nodal points. Whereas, so in the heliocentric model, the nodal points are basically where the moon's orbit intersects the ecliptic, and the ecliptic is the sun's path around the Earth's path around the sun. So the moon is supposed to be tilted 5 degrees to that, like going around the Earth. So it's the point at which the moon intersects the orbit of the Earth around the sun, the ecliptic. So that's what the nodal points are, the moon's nodes. And so that's why they say it's happening in their model, because they're saying, okay, it's like the moon, lines up with the path between the Earth and the sun. So boom, you get an eclipse. Whereas on a planar stationary Earth type idea, it could be similar to where you'd have the sun's path around the Earth, and then the moons would just be tilted 5 degrees to what the sun's path is doing, just above the Earth. Like the moon is in its own circuit, and then the sun is in its own circuit, and they're just tilted 5 degrees. But either way, it's when those orbits intersect, or those circuits intersect, that the eclipses happen. So there has to be those 4 celestial points that all line up, in the zodiac amongst the fixed stars. It has to be the sun, the moon, and the north node and the south node. And so when those happen is when the eclipses happen. And the effects that we see on these circles, the sun and the moon, seem to be something that is roughly the same size as the sun and the moon. So it makes sense to me that it's all a function of the sky above.
That's 1.5 explanations. Nice one. Is it one circle in front of another, causing a normal shadow? Like,
I personally don't think so.
How are those circles doing it?
I think it's an electromagnetic. I think it's an electromagnetic, like a form of polarization. It's a polarization of the light. I think the moon's nodes are essentially like electromagnetic nodal points. And so the sun and the moon, they have their cycles, the moon's phases, and then the new moon, the full moon, every 28 days you get a new moon, and and that whole cycle, full moon, new moon. And as that keeps happening, these nodal points, I think, are like these electromagnetic points at which the energy is focused. And so these, you could call them other bodies, like black bodies or dark bodies, but these other bodies that are involved, that are aligned with the north node and the south node, when that happens, there's like a polarization of the light of the actual luminary, and it's going through almost like blinking your eye or something, like it's going through a recharge of sorts.
So it's creating a shadow, but it's not necessarily just an object in front of another object.
I think it's absorbing and polarizing the light, right? Like, well, they're different. The solar eclipse is a complete polarization and absorption of the light. Like, it's just like this black, like the sun just turns black pretty much. Whereas the lunar eclipse is different, because it kind of like, it has that little bit of black shading, and then it goes red, has all the red color. So the lunar eclipse is a little bit different in that way. But yeah, I think it's like the actual polarization of the light in both of those. ultimately. So I don't really think it's a shadow. Like, I don't think that those things are like black circles up there that are causing that in a shadow in that way. I think that they're actually electromagnetic nodal points that when that happens, there's like just a very magical kind of combination of light and in that whole way. And when it goes into that state and does the cycling.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Almost as fanciful as space time.
Well, the one thing we could say for sure is that those four celestial points are lining up: the sun, the moon, the north node, and the south node. Because the north node and the south node are known positions in the zodiac. They make a 19-year retrograde cycle. So basically, they're always moving retrograde, and they make a full rotation around the zodiac once every 19 years. So they're just going along in their path, very slowly, 19-year retrograde cycle. And then the sun and the moon are going new moon, full moon, new moon, full moon, as it's going through. And so basically, whenever a new moon or a full moon lines up with those nodes, the two of them are 180 degrees from each other. So whenever the new moon or the full moon lines up with those nodes is when we get either partial eclipse or a total eclipse, the different eclipse effects. So that is for sure, meaning that those points in the zodiac, there is something to them. Now, whether it's like a globe and it's a big moon's orbit on a heliocentric model, or whether it's something like us, like where they're, in the sky above us, no matter what kind of model on that side, there still is those 4 points that are lining up. And that's when the phenomenon happens.
Nice. So less fanciful because it doesn't involve space-time. I'm not sure why you choose to believe the narrative story, Dawn.
It's because it seems mostly correct.
That's because it's a well thought out story over a long time.
Yeah.
Because they want to brainwash people.
It is a well thought out story. That adds to its
sure.
credibility, unfortunately.
Well, no, because they've used the dimensions that they know of that exist to create the story.
What's
So
more
that's why it all
believable?
checks out.
What's more believable, a badly presented story or a really well presented story? Thought out, really well thought
Well,
out.
of course, the well presented story.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But for you to think that, why isn't there a flat Earth story? Blah blah blah. Like, come on.
Well, no, I've heard the flat Earth story. It's just not as well thought out. That's why I
But
tend
you
not to
haven't.
believe it.
Yeah, but you've heard only a few years of speculation as to what they are. You haven't heard any, century-old book about flat Earth. Where's that book?
Well, by Robotham.
As far as I'm aware, the concept of the nodes of the moon being significant points, they were like Rahu and Ketu in the Vedic cosmology, which is where, like all of Buddhism and Hinduism, all of that is rooted in the Vedas. And the Vedic have very specific cosmology based around the nodes of the moon and different symbologies and understandings of those points in the sky and these they actually refer to it as a system of lenses. Essentially, it's like there's like 7 sort of lenses that are all on their own cycle, and it's really interesting because there's actually some footage showing that like multiple like at certain lighting where there's actually like multiple circles. Of course, some of that debate, footage could all be debated. But one of the interesting things I think about that, and I can see that as being very likely because what we observe is when the eclipse happens, the actual like phasing of, let's say, the solar eclipse, when that black thing, I'm just calling it a black thing, the circle, when it kind of comes on the sun and completely envelops it and then leaves the sun, that circle actually moves at a completely different like geometric direction and angle. Then, like if it was 3 billiard balls lining up, then it should it should act like that. It should just have where it comes in from one side and leaves on the other because it's 3 balls. But instead, it'll sometimes like come from the upper left and then it goes away from the upper right, comes down from the top, and then sometimes makes like a 180-degree direction change and then goes the other way. So it does seem like geometrically as if there is like some, like whatever that circle is on its own trajectory. So the idea that like that there's maybe like a disc of several of them, and then the one that lines up with it is the one that, sort of like when you go to the eye doctor and they have those different like lenses and the different kind of shift over. So it would be like, it seems to have like that there's another sort of like geometric direction of that body.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of, I'm not sure if you've seen this effect, but whereby if you, like in a swimming pool, for example, in the daytime, create like a whirlpool vortex, you will actually create like a shadow on the bottom of the pool. Like, so just the whirlpool vortex blocks out all the light, creates a shadow. So what you're sort of describing here is how it's got its own trajectory and things. Just think of a liquid environment up there in a whirlpool, a node, you know, like a frequency point or whatever it might be, and that just moving across in front, you know, on its own
You
path.
think it's do you think it's blocking the light, or do you think just the refractive index in those swirls has changed enough so the light's been directed elsewhere within those particular pieces, giving the illusion of a shadow?
Well, there is a shadow on the bottom. So, however the light is being absorbed or refracted, however that is, it is the case because there's a shadow. So, yeah. And all it is a whirlpool, like a swirl of water. You can actually, there's a channel that the Globebusters had on, I forget the name of the channel, but it might have been Sky Free, I'm not sure, but they do an experiment in the pool and they start these vortexes off on one end of the pool and they go from one end to the other and the shadow follows them, obviously shadows follow them along the bottom.
Oh yeah, I mean I've seen that loads of times. I mean it's the same way as you can see the ripples on top of the water reflected on the bottom of the pool, and that's sort of, you know, done with sort of variations in light and dark.
Yeah, I was just equating that sort of point to the node and how it could possibly interfere with the light coming from whatever it's coming from, creating what it creates.
Looks like the moon to me in the 2 eclipses I've seen.
Not quite as good as Geo's, but cool story. Vortexes.
Yeah, I was adding to his story. The node points could be vortexes in the medium.
You indulged in an eclipse story. Well done.
Yeah, because you asked for one. I'm just trying to fill them out a bit. Filibuster. Well, you know, space-time. Yeah, there's this quantum foam crap, and there's fucking
But what
black
are we
holes.
voting on?
We'll be voting.
Yeah.
I don't know. To get rid of Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand. Vote 1, New Zealand Free Party.
Vortex shadow nodes. Rahu.
Toka.
Vortex Shadow Nerds have just formed an alliance with the Edgelords. Sorry.
Yeah, the edgelords. See, that's the other bullshit. No one ever fucking thought there was this flat plate with the water pouring off the edge. Like, the fact that that's even put out there as a picture says that that's just all propaganda.
Yeah, they did. I thought they did. I thought there were lots of people who thought you could sail off the edge.
Vikings did, medieval
Is that what the book
sailors,
says?
that was one of the
That
stories
tells you
that
all
went
about
around.
space-time. That one page on Flat Earth where it says, yeah, they used to it fell off the edge. Is that what you're referencing?
No, I think it comes from Norse mythology and stories of where you can sail to and where you shouldn't because you'll go to the edge. Because they had this idea of like, I forget if it was 7 or 14 or some sort of number of tiers, but all of existence
9
existed
realms.
9 realms, sorry. And it was all on a tree, wasn't it? Some tree had a
Yeah.
name and it sort of held each layer. And if you fell off one, you could fall to the other, I think they had the idea, and that would you'd sort of fall into the afterlife as an alive person.
Yeah, so the realms are held on the branches and the roots of the trees, and then Yeah, and then the Bifrost that would then allow you to travel between those places, unless a particularly weird accident happened. There's not really much in the Book of Ebba.
Imagine if we met a flat earther who said, "Yeah, I believe this. You can sail off the edge and you fall down into another one." That'd be funny.
Well, there's flat earthers that think the sun's a fucking thing. So come on.
Yeah, there's some that think that if you could get who was I talking to, where I was like, what's the other side of the dome, and they were saying possibly heaven, and to them heaven was like a physical location you could go to through the dome, because it comports with some versions of some cosmos.
Well, if there is a dome though, that would go with the Bible narrative, wouldn't it? If there was a dome, I can tell that. Yeah, there's a dome.
The Bible narrative, the dome. That's held by many religions in that area. So the Sumerians, for instance, they believe the dome was 7 different layers made of 7 different materials. So the Christians and the Jews kind of inherited it from other religions.
Right. But was it the dome separates the water from the water in all, or is it just this one?
Well, water again is one of the things that creation emerges out of. So if you look at Zep Tepi, which is the Egyptian version of First Time, that's the initial earth mound rising out of the eternal waters. So that's something, again, that's not even unique to that particular system.
Yeah, but to rise out of the water, there must have been a gap. And the dome, supposedly, is what was created to separate the waters from the waters. Right? So if there's a dome, supposedly, then there must be water on the other side of it, was my point. Could be fucking heaven. Everyone could be swimming around in heaven, I suppose. But there must be fucking water there, or some fluid. It might not be... it might not be water. Liquid, at least.
I mean, it could just be that we struggle to explain things like that.
Yeah, true. I was just wondering if all the different mythologies or whatever had the same thought that the dome was literally to create that air gap for people.
Because like it could be a gas, right? They didn't really have word for gas back then, did they? It was just earth, water, wind, fire.
Well, I think a lot of the ancient cosmologies talk about more like the layers of like the etheric layers. When I say ether, I'm not talking about the luminiferous ether, but the actual like the etheric layers. And in terms of like the waters, the waters being separated, the waters above from below, from like the upper world to the middle world. But the liquids as at those higher levels are often referred to as more like, well, there's different terminologies that are used, but almost more like gelatin or plasma. Just kind of thinking of a couple words, but sort of like the way that the human eye, there's like different layers and levels of the eye that kind of have different like viscosities.
Cytosol. Plasma's good. That'll work the same.
And also one conceptualization is that like we're in the physical world on the physical plane. And as it goes up, it transitions into, let's just say the non-physical plane, whatever that is. And we see the lights, like the celestial objects, but they are the layer of the ether that we see. That's like the transition spot between what formulates the physical plane, like why the physical plane is physical, into, perhaps the spiritual or metaphysical or, non-material, whatever sort of, all those statements like, beyond the heavens and, the kind of mystery that is, beyond this physical plane.
When you say a node, are you sort of talking about it? Because I've just sort of looked some stuff up on the internet just then, and they've got like these interconnected networks, and a lot of it's in regards to networks and computer kind of terminology, but I've just got a mental blank when it comes to that, and I'd like to understand better, I guess. Like I don't even know what node is.
You mean for the the lunar nodes or the moon's nodes, you mean?
Yeah.
I just posted, that's just the Wikipedia for lunar node. Yeah, they're often referred to as lunar nodes or the nodes of the moon, the nodes of the moon, the lunar nodes. So yeah, these are, yeah, so that's the Wikipedia page. Because yeah, there is like the usage of the word node, like you said, it is used in other, like in networks and computer systems and things, so like in electricity as well.
It's the point 180 degrees opposite to the location of the moon or the sun.
I'm so glad you posted that, because just quietly, I thought you were kind of just like freeballing there. I'm so happy that that's actually a thing. I'm going to read about this.
The ascending node or the descending node is also something you need in Kerbal.
Right.
So if you want to like match your orbit to something, so you can rendezvous, you need to match your trajectory of your orbit. So your inclination you can see in those two orbits is off, and so you need to make those nodes match, and so you need to burn at the node.
Interesting.
You're streaming your Kerbal rubbish.
It's pretty cool.
So I just posted I posted a chart right there. So that's just a basic chart for August 21st, 2017. So they called this the Great American Eclipse. So this is, that big eclipse from August